The last thing Lin Wanji remembered was the warm yellow light of the desk lamp in her dorm room. She had been rushing to finish her final paper, eyes sore from staring at the dense lines of text on the screen. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, so focused that she barely noticed the first wave of dull pain in her chest, until it suddenly sharpened, as if an icy hand had gripped her heart. Her breath caught. She tried to reach for her phone on the desk, her fingertips just 2 centimeters away, when darkness swallowed her vision. The last thought in her mind was the message her mother had sent that morning. "Come home this weekend, I'll make your favorite ribs."
Mom.
I haven't had the ribs yet. As her consciousness sank,
She thought that was the end.
but when she opened her eyes again, the world had completely changed. The first thing she noticed was a strange smell, not the familiar scent of instant noodles from the dorm hallway, nor the faint ink smell of old library books. It was the metallic tang of rust mixed with damp mold and a faint trace of decay. It wasn't strong, but enough to make her frown and cough. The cough tugged at the lingering pain in her chest, like a tiny needle pricking gently, a reminder that she was somehow still alive. She tried to sit up, pressing her palm against the surface beneath her. It was a cold concrete slab, rough and chipped at the edges, with bits of gravel scratching her skin. Looking down, she saw she was no longer wearing her bearprint pajamas, but a faded gray jacket with frayed cuffs and jeans torn at the knees. The wind slipped through the holes, brushing her ankles with a chill like thin ice.
Where?
Am I? Her voice was carried away by the wind. She looked around, and her heart tightened. The familiar tall buildings were gone. In their place stood rows of tilted steel frames, like the bones of a giant fish, jutting crookedly into a gray sky wrapped in a faint red mist. The light was dim, not the darkness of night, but a hazy gloom where sunlight struggled to break through, as if filtered through frosted glass. Even the ruins in the distance were blurred and uncertain. From time to time, crows cawed as they flew overhead, their wings slicing through the red mist and leaving behind fleeting trails. There were no sounds of cars or people, not even the rustling of leaves. The whole world was frighteningly quiet. Only the wind, passing through the broken walls, made a low woo sound, like someone quietly crying. Lin Wanji shook her head, thinking she was still half asleep and imagining things. But the cold cement under her fingers was real, and the chill on her body was real too. She looked down at her hands, the same hands that had held a pen for years, with faint calluses on her fingertips. There were still traces of ink under her nails from last night's rush to finish her paper.
Could it be?
I've traveled through time? The thought had barely formed when a strange haha sound interrupted her. Lin Wanji turned sharply and saw 3 figures slowly walking out from a gap in the ruins. They looked human, but not alive. Their skin was grayish-blue, stretched tightly over sharp cheekbones and ribs like dried bark. Their eyes were cloudy white, without pupils, staring blankly ahead. Clear drool hung from their mouths, dripping onto the ground with soft tick-tock sounds. Their stiff arms swung awkwardly as they moved, like rusty robots, yet they were heading straight toward her.
The zombies.
Scenes from movies flashed through her mind. Her hair stood on end, and her legs went weak as she tried to stand. Because her legs were numb, she stumbled and almost fell back onto the cement. The nearest zombie seemed to notice the movement and let out a louder growl, moving faster. Its thin hand reached toward her, the nails dark and dirty, now less than half a meter away from her sleeve. Oh no, oh no. I just woke up and I'm already going to be eaten? I should never have chosen zombies as my thesis topic. Lin Wanji squeezed her eyes shut, cursing her research topic over and over, even complaining about the cafeteria's bad food from yesterday. But the expected pain never came. Instead, a soft, sweet mechanical voice sounded in her mind, like it was wrapped in cotton candy. Ding! Host's life signs have dropped below the safe level. Peachy emergency activation in progress. Apocalypse Paradise system binding. 10%. 30%. 50%. Wow, host soul compatibility is so high. 70%. 90%. 100%. Binding complete. Lin Wanji's eyes flew open. She blinked in confusion.
Who? Peachy?
It's me, host. I'm your personal system. Tao Tao, isn't my voice super cute? The mechanical tone carried a hint of pride. The current world is the third year of the Red Mist apocalypse. The creatures outside are the lowest level zombies. Don't be scared. Tao Tao brought you a beginner's gift pack. The soft, sweet voice was like a piece of candy, instantly easing Lin Wanji's fear. She asked instinctively, a gift pack? What kind of pack? The zombies are still coming. Don't worry, Tao Tao is sending it now. Here's your beginner's 3-piece set. A 2-story building in Block A. It has 8 guest rooms and 1 room just for you. For now, rooms 101, 102, and 103 are unlocked. The rest can be opened once you earn enough points. Basic supplies: 2 boxes of cream-flavored compressed biscuits and 1 small water purifier. They're already placed inside the building. Starting points: 300. You can earn more points by completing tasks and exchange them for snacks or tools. As soon as Tao Tao finished speaking, a light blue, semi-transparent panel appeared before Lin Wanji's eyes. It looked as clean as a mobile app interface. On the right side, a green blinked beside the words Target, Building A, Distance, 50 meters, estimated walking time, 1 minute. Even the route was clearly marked with dotted lines. Oh, and there's another super important feature. Tao Tao's voice suddenly became excited. There's an invisible protective shield around Building A. It's usually on automatically. Regular zombies will bounce off if they hit it. It also blocks wind and rain, keeping it warm in winter and cool in summer. The shield needs energy to stay active, but don't worry. After each task, Tao Tao will collect the hope energy generated and use it to recharge the shield. You don't have to do a thing. A protective shield? Cream-flavored biscuits? Lin Wanji's eyes lit up, her fear completely gone. Then I should go to the building now? Will the zombies follow me? Go, host. Just a few more steps, and you'll be there. Zombies move super slowly. They'll never catch up. Tao Tao cheered in her mind, adding a cute sound effect. Oh, and your first main mission is here. Mission name: finding the first Taoyuan partner. Goal: recruit 1 survivor who is willing to live in Building A and is in good health. Rewards: 520 points, 1 basic medical kit, includes fever medicine and bandages, and the unlocking of the tenant skill sharing system, meaning tenants can share their skills with the host. For example, if someone knows how to cook, everyone can enjoy good food together. Recruit a tenant? Lin Wanji started running toward the green light. The wind brushed her face, carrying the faint coolness of the red mist, but it didn't feel cold at all. In the apocalypse, won't people avoid each other? What if no one wants to come? Don't worry, host. Tao Tao has 3 great tips. The voice sounded like a whisper in her ear. First, hang something bright at the door, like a red cloth. The brighter the color, the easier it is for survivors to notice that someone's here. Second, you can explore the nearby neighborhood later. Tao Tao checked. The zombie density there is low, and many houses haven't been searched yet. You might meet someone who needs help. Third, our Building A is super clean. Once they come inside, they'll see it's much nicer than most places in the apocalypse. Someone will definitely want to stay. Lin Wanji ran faster, her steps light against the gravel. The growls behind her faded away, and Tao Tao's gentle reminders echoed in her mind. Careful, host. Broken bricks ahead. There's a big concrete slab on the left. Go around it. Like a caring guide, it pointed out every danger before she reached it. Soon, the building marked by the green light came into view. Building A was even more charming than she had imagined. It was a 2-story red brick house. Though the walls were a bit weathered, they weren't covered in bullet holes or stains like the others. It looked warm and homely, like her grandmother's old house. The rusty iron gate was slightly open, and a small bronze bell hung from the door ring. When the wind blew, it chimed softly, clear and bright, like a school bell at the end of class. Lin Wanji pushed the door open and stepped inside. As soon as she stood still, Tao Tao's cheerful voice rang out. Congratulations, host. You've safely arrived at Building A. The protective shield has recognized your identity. Now, activating welcome mode. Take a look around. There's a surprise waiting for you. By the way, the hook behind the door can be used for hanging coats, and there are clean cups in the kitchen cabinet. Feel free to use them. Lin Wanji first glanced at the entrance on the first floor. The floor was covered with light gray tiles, polished so well that not a speck of dust could be seen. Behind the door was a wooden hook with 2 empty hangers. Next to it stood a small shoe-changing bench with a beige cushion on top, soft to the touch. To the left was the kitchen area. A white water purifier stood by the window, spotless and shining. On the small shelf beside it were 2 enamel cups printed with little sun patterns, so cute that they didn't seem like something from a post-apocalyptic world. To the right was the storage area, where 2 boxes of compressed biscuits were neatly stacked in the corner. Each box had Taotao's special sticker that read, "Cream flavor. Still good for 6 months. Enjoy with confidence." Beside them was a woven basket filled with neatly folded red cloths. Taotao, this is so thoughtful. Lin Wanji walked to the kitchen area and couldn't help touching one of the enamel cups. Did you prepare all of this? Yes. Taotao's voice carried a hint of pride. Taotao specially prepared a cozy package for the host. No need to clean or organize. You can welcome guests right away. Go check the guest rooms. There's an even bigger surprise. Lin Wanji followed the hallway inside. The doors of the 3 unlocked guest rooms were all open. She entered room 101 first. The window was spotless. Even through the red mist outside, she could clearly see the ruins beyond. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting soft patches of light on the floor. The wooden bed against the wall was covered with a light gray blanket, folded neatly like in a hotel room. The blanket carried a faint scent of sunshine. Taotao said it had been treated with the system's odor removal function, keeping the room fresh forever. On the bedside table sat a small pot of succulent plants. Though the leaves looked a little wilted, it was still alive, a rare bit of green in the post-apocalyptic world.
Wow.
A plant. Lin Wanji poked one of the leaves in surprise. Is this a real one? Yes. Taotao exchanged it from the system store, a hardy succulent for the apocalypse. It doesn't need much water and can live just by the window. When guests arrive, seeing something green will make them feel happier. Lin Wanji then entered room 102. This one had a desk in addition to what room 101 had. The desk was made of light brown solid wood, smooth and free of any scratches. In the desk drawer lay a stack of blank notebooks and 2 sharpened pencils, ready to use. In the corner stood a small bookshelf with a few books, fairy tales and essays, none about the end of the world. Between the pages, there were dried wildflowers pressed flat and delicate. These books are. Peach chose them on purpose. Everyone's been too tense in these times. Reading something light can help people relax. And if a future tenant has children, they can read them stories too. Finally, there was room 103. The walls were a soft cream color, smooth and spotless. A small lamp with a warm yellow glow sat by the bed, gentle on the eyes. At the foot of the bed stood a little wardrobe. Inside hung 2 clean, thin jackets, one pink, one blue, bright colors rarely seen these days. The tags read, "One size fits all, for temporary use." Lin Wanji walked to the wardrobe and held up the pink jacket. It fit her perfectly. Peach, you even prepared clothes? That's so thoughtful. Of course. Peach's voice was full of energy. If a tenant arrives with torn or wet clothes, they'll have something to wear right away. Our little haven should make everyone feel at home. Lin Wanji couldn't help but smile. She went to the water purifier and pressed the switch. With a soft hum, clear water flowed into an enamel cup, carrying a faint sweetness. She took a sip. The warmth spread through her chest, easing the dull ache inside. Peach, I'll have a piece of compressed biscuit first. I'm a bit hungry. She walked to the storage area, opened a box, and took one out. The biscuit was square, wrapped in packaging with cute cartoon designs. She took a bite. It was creamy, a little dry, but much tastier than she expected. Eat slowly. Don't choke, Peach reminded her. In the storage area, there's a red cloth in the wicker basket. You can tie a piece to the bell by the door. When the wind blows, the red cloth and bell will move together. It'll be easier to spot. Oh, and the chance of attracting survivors is now 40%, thanks to the safety shield, tidy rooms, and red cloth marker. If you tie a nice knot, it could go up another 5%. Lin Wanji's eyes lit up. She picked the largest piece of red cloth from the basket and walked to the door. She tied a red cloth to the bronze bell and made a small bow. When the wind blew, the red cloth fluttered, and the bell rang softly, standing out in the gray surroundings.
Wow.
You're so good with your hands. The bow looks so cute. Tao Tao's voice was full of admiration. The chance of attracting survivors has risen to 45%. Amazing! Lin Wanji clapped her hands, leaned against the doorframe, and looked up at the sky. Maybe it was her imagination, but the red mist seemed lighter, and the distant growls had faded. She suddenly thought of her parents, and her heart softened. Every weekend when she went home, her mother would hang a small lantern by the door, so she could see home from afar. Tao Tao, do you think I'll ever see my parents again? She asked softly, her voice uncertain. Don't worry. Tao Tao's tone became gentle, as if comforting her. I don't know where your parents are, but as long as you keep living well and make building a warm home, anything is possible. Maybe one day, when our safe haven grows, we'll welcome more survivors. Someone might even know your parents. And you're amazing. Brave enough to face danger right after being reborn, and you can even tie such a pretty bow. You'll definitely make it and find your family. Hearing that, Lin Wanji's eyes grew warm, but she didn't cry. She knew this wasn't the time to be sad. Living well was the best way to honor her parents. She walked to the stairs, planning to check her private room on the top floor. The wooden steps creaked under her feet, but felt sturdy. The handrail shone, smooth and clean. The second-floor hallway was as tidy as the first, and at the end was her room. A small sign hung on the doorknob, reading Wanji's room, written in colorful markers, as cute as a child's drawing. When she opened the door, she was pleasantly surprised again. The room was about 20 square meters, with a large south-facing window covered by light beige curtains. When she pulled them open, she could see the ruins in the distance, but the view didn't feel gloomy. There was a double bed with a mattress, covered with a pink sheet printed with little bears, just like the one she used in her dorm. Beside it stood a white wardrobe, and when she opened it, she found several clean outfits inside, all in her favorite style. The mirror on the dressing table was polished until it shone. A small set of skincare products sat neatly on top. Tao Tao said, "This is the special end-of-the-world edition, moisturizing and gentle, perfect for you." Lin Wanji sat on the edge of the bed, feeling the softness of the mattress, and suddenly didn't feel so homesick anymore. She looked at the panel that read First Mission, find the first Taoyuan partner, and couldn't help but smile. Tao Tao, do you think I can find a tenant? Can I really turn this place into a home? She asked softly, her voice full of hope. Of course you can. Tao Tao's voice was bright and cheerful. Just imagine, friends living together in the little building, someone cooking braised pork, someone baking cookies. In the evenings, everyone chatting in the living room while children play nearby. During the day, you all go out to gather supplies and come back with fresh vegetables and fruit. It'll be so lively. Once you finish this mission, you'll earn 520 points. You can trade them for snacks, tools, or even a new bookshelf for your room. Lin Wanji lay down, pulling the soft blanket over herself. The tiredness washed over her, but it didn't feel heavy. In the darkness, she heard Tao Tao whisper, "Sleep well, host. Tomorrow is a new day." I've marked 3 low-risk areas on the map, places with few zombies and plenty of supplies. If you want to go tomorrow, I'll guide you and even help you find some tasty dried fruit. Lin Wanji murmured, slowly closing her eyes. What she didn't know was that outside, in the red mist, a thin figure was struggling forward, clutching a pink bundle. From inside came the faint sound of a child's sobs. The figure's steps were unsteady, but full of determination. It was her first tenant, Su Qing, holding her feverish daughter Xiaolay, moving toward the only light left in this broken world. For now, Lin Wanji only knew that with Tao Tao by her side and a clean, safe little building to rest in, tomorrow would surely be a good day. Her haven in the apocalypse had only just begun. Lin Wanji was awakened by the sound of a small bell ringing from the front desk. It wasn't the sound of the wind, but the soft jingle of someone gently pulling the door ring. The small bronze bell, hanging on the iron gate, was the one she had tied there yesterday beside a of red cloth. A pale pink thread, taken from her old pajamas, was wrapped around it, both as a signal for visitors and to bring a bit of color to this gray, post-apocalyptic world. She sat up quickly. The red mist outside the window was lighter than last night. Morning light slipped through the gap in the curtains, falling onto the pink bedsheet and the little bear pattern on the blanket, leaving a warm patch of sunlight. She reached beside her pillow, no phone. The signal had long been gone in this world. The only thing she could rely on was the silver-gray supply exchanger downstairs. Slipping on her slippers, she ran down the wooden stairs. Each creak echoed clearly in the quiet building, and with every step, she could smell the faint scent of soap, the disinfectant bar she had traded for yesterday and used to wipe the stair railings. In the small lobby on the first floor, the warm yellow desk lamp was still on. She had left it that way in case a late visitor came and needed some light. The light brown wooden desk by the window was spotless. In the center sat the supply exchanger, its pale blue patterns glowing faintly under the lamp, like hidden stars. Neatly arranged at the corner were several room keys, each with a colorful woven keychain. Room 101 had a light red one for the sunlight from the south, and 102 had a light green one for the desk nearby. She had made them last night, following the color psychology suggestions that appeared on the exchanger screen. The bell rang again, this time with hesitation, mixed with soft sobs, like a newborn kitten's weak cry that made her heart tighten. Lin Wanji quickly stepped behind the front desk and touched the exchanger screen with her fingertips. The cold glass lit up with a pale blue glow. Words appeared, scanning external life signs. When the progress bar filled, two blurry human outlines appeared. On the left, adult female, about 28 years old, minor scrapes, left knee, right hand, heart rate 110 BPM, anxious. On the right, child, about 5 years old, body temperature 39.5 degrees Celsius, fever, breathing 32 per minute, rapid, weak vital signs. Below, in small gray letters, it read, "No weapons detected. No signs of zombie pursuit. Safety level A." She took a deep breath and opened the glass door beside the front desk. The hinges had been oiled, so it made no sound as it moved, just enough for the warm light behind the counter to spill out. Outside stood a woman holding a child. She suddenly looked up. Her faded pink jacket had a patch sewn on with mismatched thread, clearly done in a hurry. Her hair was messy, sticking to her face with dust and tear stains, and there was a faint bruise on her cheekbone. The knees of her pants were torn, showing scratched skin that still looked sore, probably from a fall while running. The child in her arms was wrapped in a thin gray blanket with a small rabbit embroidered on the corner. The little one's face was flushed red like a ripe apple, breathing fast and shallow, shoulders trembling slightly with each breath. When the woman saw Lin Wanji behind the counter, her eyes first showed fear, then turned into desperate pleading. Her voice was hoarse and trembling, each word sounding painful, with a hint of tears. "Hello. My name is Su Qing, and this is my daughter, Xiaolay. She's had a fever since yesterday afternoon, and it's getting worse. We've been walking for so long, couldn't find clean water or medicine. Could we please come in and rest for a while? I have supplies, compressed biscuits, and a piece of metal we can trade for a place to stay, even just for an hour." Xiaolay stirred in her mother's arms, letting out a small whimper. Her tiny brows were tightly furrowed, and her hand clutched the corner of her mother's jacket, holding a broken colored pencil between her fingers. It must have been her only toy. Lin Wanji pointed to the wooden chair beside the counter, where she had placed a beige cushion she found in the storage room the day before.
Come in and sit down.
The wind outside is strong. It's not good for the child. Rest for a bit, and I'll see what I can do to help. Su Qing froze for a moment, as if she hadn't expected kindness. She held Xiaolay closer and stepped inside carefully, her footsteps light, as though afraid to dirty the clean tiles by the counter. When she sat down, Xiaolay whimpered again and nestled closer into her mother's arms, seeking comfort. Lin Wanji noticed that Su Qing instinctively pulled her injured knee inward, trying to keep it out of sight. She turned back to the front desk and quickly slid her fingers across the exchange machine screen. She had studied it yesterday and already understood how it worked. Sometimes a small pop-up would appear in the corner, suggesting which supplies were most useful at the moment. Sure enough, as soon as she opened the emergency supplies category, a pale blue box flashed in the upper right corner. It read, "Priority for children with high fever. Cooling pack. Includes 2 medical ice packs and 4 fever patches. Gentle on children's skin. Non-irritating." Next to it was a note. Requires 50 points, payable by cash or item exchange. Lin Wanji looked up at the small backpack Su Qing was holding tightly. One of the straps had broken and was tied with a piece of string, and the bag looked full. She asked softly, "Do you have anything in your bag that can be exchanged? Maybe compressed biscuits, clean water, or common tools?" The machine can calculate the value automatically. It's very convenient. Su Qing nodded quickly, untied the string, and poured everything onto the wooden counter. 2 wrinkled compressed biscuits. One had a bit of dirt on the edge, probably found in the ruins. Half a bottle of cloudy water, no label, with a few bits floating on the surface. A sharpened steel rod, the tip wrapped in cloth to prevent injury, and a small item wrapped in a plastic bag, a child's watch. The watch face was cracked, but the pink strap had a tiny rabbit charm, just like the one on Laylay's blanket. The scanner light on the exchange machine turned on, sweeping a pale blue beam over the items. The screen quickly displayed the results. Compressed biscuits times 2, 30 points each, total 60 points. Note: minor dirt does not affect use. Cloudy water, no value, recommended for disposal. Steel rod, 15 points, usable as a defensive tool. Child's watch, no value, marked as a comfort item for children. Total, 75 points. Lin Wanji pointed to the words child's watch on the screen and said gently, "Keep this one. The child will be happy to see it when they wake up." The machine didn't count it for points. She paused, then pointed to the key tag labeled 101. With the remaining 75 points, 50 can be used for the cooling pack, and 25 can cover the lodging fee. The rooms here cost 10 points per hour for each single room. Room 101 is the first one available. It faces south, gets sunlight in the morning, and has freshly changed bedding. It's a good place for a child to rest and recover. Su Qing's eyes lit up, like dusty stars suddenly shining again. She quickly put her watch away, carefully tucking it into the bottom of her backpack. Then she pushed the compressed biscuits and metal rods toward Lin Wanji.
These are all for you.
The water is too dirty. I'll throw it away later, so it won't take up space. Thank you, really, thank you so much. I thought I wouldn't find a place where Xiaolay could rest properly. Lin Wanji took the supplies and placed them in the storage compartment under the front desk. A clean cloth had already been laid inside. The biscuits had to be kept separate from the tools to avoid rust. That was one of the storage suggestions shown on the exchange machine screen yesterday. She tapped Confirm Material Exchange on the machine, and with a soft click, a small drawer popped open. Inside was a white pouch printed with a light blue cross, a cooling pack. She handed the cooling pack to Su Qing, then picked up the key to room 101. The light red woven keychain glowed softly under the light, and a small wooden tag engraved with 101 hung from it. This is the room key. You'll see it when you go in. The blanket on the bed is light gray with a sun pattern. It'll keep your child warm. I'll get some warm water from the kitchen. You can put the cooling patch on her first, then give her some water later. Holding Xiaolay and the key to room 101, Su Qing suddenly began to cry. Her tears fell onto the red string of the keychain, leaving a small wet mark. She choked out a quiet thank you, her voice as soft as a feather, then turned and walked toward room 101 at the end of the hallway. The door was open, and sunlight streamed through the window onto the light gray blanket, making the sun pattern on it glow as if it were real. Lin Wanji went to the kitchen area beside the front desk. A white water purifier stood by the window, spotless and shining. She pressed the switch, and the screen showed water temperature, 40 degrees Celsius, the setting she had adjusted yesterday. The exchange machine had said, "This temperature is most comfortable for children to drink, not too hot." The water flowed into an enamel cup with a soft splashing sound. A small sun pattern was printed on the cup, matching the one on the blanket in room 101. When she returned to room 101 with a cup of warm water, Su Qing was sitting by the bed, carefully putting a cooling patch on Laylay's forehead. She gently lifted Laylay's bangs, her movements so light it was as if she were afraid of breaking glass. As soon as the patch touched her forehead, Laylay let out a soft sound, and her little frown eased a bit. The ice pack was wrapped in 2 layers of towel. Su Qing placed it under Laylay's arm and held her daughter's small hand tightly with the other. When Lin Wanji came in, Su Qing quickly stood up, almost knocking over the small stool by the bed. "Thank you for the trouble. I shouldn't have made you run again. When I used to work in a restaurant, I learned that children need to drink more water when they have a fever. I just didn't dare to say it earlier, afraid of bothering you. It's fine. Helping the child get better is what matters." Lin Wanji handed her the cup, the handle turned towards Su Qing for easy grip. "Let her drink slowly, a little at a time, so she doesn't choke. By the way, the exchange machine shows you still have 25 points. At 10 points per hour, you can stay for 2.5 more hours. If you want to extend your stay, you can trade supplies, clean vegetables or common medicines can be exchanged for points. If you still have an old points card, you can swipe it directly. The machine connects to the outside network, so it accepts both old supermarket points and temporary survivor camp points." Su Qing took the cup. The temperature was just right, not too hot, not too cold. She gently rested Laylay's head against her chest and used a small plastic spoon from her backpack, slightly cracked at the edge, to feed her water bit by bit. After a few sips, Laylay's breathing became steadier, and her lips moved slightly as if in a dream. "I don't have a points card," Su Qing said softly, her voice steadier than before. "When the world fell apart, my husband and I were about to open the restaurant. Everything turned chaotic, and we left the card and phone behind. These compressed biscuits, I found them yesterday in an abandoned supermarket, hidden deep on a shelf where no one noticed. Once Laylay feels better, I'll search the nearby neighborhood for more supplies. I'll make sure to pay back what we owe." As she spoke, her eyes grew more determined, as if she had found a lifeline. "By the way, I used to run a small restaurant. I can cook all kinds of home-style dishes, stir-fried vegetables, stewed potatoes. My customers used to say my braised pork was especially good. If you don't mind, I can help take care of the kitchen and cook 2 meals a day. It could count as part of a lodging fee. I know food is scarce now, but I can make simple things taste better. For example, if we soak compressed biscuits, add a little salt and some chopped wild greens, it can be like porridge." Lin Wanji smiled and pointed toward the kitchen. "You don't need to cook to pay for your stay. If you don't mind, we can cook together from now on. I still have a few boxes of compressed biscuits, and the exchange device reminded me yesterday that there might be wild greens in nearby low-risk areas. When Laylay feels better, we can go gather some together, and you can show your cooking skills then." She glanced at Layla, who was already asleep, a small smile on her lips, as if she were having a sweet dream. "Stay with your child and rest. If you need anything, come to the front desk. There's a call bell next to the exchange device. Just press it and I'll hear it. I made it from an old bicycle bell, so it's loud enough." Su Qing nodded, watching Lin Wanji leave, and gently closed the door. She touched the cooling patch on Laylay's forehead. It was still cool, then held the key marked 101 tightly in her hand. A long-lost warmth filled her heart. For the past 3 days, she had been running with Laylay, staying in drafty old houses, drinking muddy rainwater, and even narrowly escaping from danger. Many times, she thought she couldn't go on, until she saw the red cloth and copper bell at the door of this small building and finally found the courage to step inside. When Lin Wanji returned to the front desk, the exchange device's screen was still lit, showing Room 101 occupied. Remaining points, 25. Stay valid until 10:30. Current room status, Child's temperature 38.8 degrees Celsius, slightly decreased. She gently brushed her fingers across the screen, thinking to herself, good thing I turned on the real-time monitoring function yesterday, or I wouldn't know if Laylay's fever had gone down. Just then, the call bell suddenly rang. The clear ding-ling-ling sound of the old bicycle bell echoed through the first floor. It came from room 101. Lin Wanji quickly stood up and ran over. When she opened the door, she saw Su Qing standing anxiously by the bed, holding a small children's watch in her hand, her voice trembling. Wanji, Laylay seems to be shivering. Is the cooling patch not working? She was just holding the watch, but now her hands are cold. Lin Wanji walked to the bedside and touched Laylay's forehead. It was still hot, even higher than before. When she felt the little girl's hand, it was indeed cold. Her heart tightened. She quickly turned and went back to the front desk, her fingers moving fast across the exchange screen. She opened the medicine section. She had seen children's fever medicine there yesterday, though it cost quite a lot of points. Soon, the screen showed children's ibuprofen suspension, 10 milliliters, 100 points required. Helps reduce fever above 38.5 degrees Celsius. No allergy risk. Suitable for 5-year-olds. She looked at the display. Su Qing's remaining points, 25. Then she glanced at the storage box. The compressed biscuits she had just exchanged were worth 75 points, 50 already used, leaving only 25. Not enough. She bit her lip and tapped the personal points pool in the corner of the screen. When she activated the machine yesterday, it came with 300 starting points for emergencies. The screen showed personal points remaining, 250, 50 used for initial supplies. She clicked confirm 100-point deduction. The small drawer popped open again, revealing a small bottle of pink fever medicine with clear dosage instructions on the label. I got some fever medicine for you, Lin Wanji said as she returned to room 101, handing over the instructions. Follow the dosage. For a 5-year-old, give 2 milliliters each time, mix with warm water. The fever should go down soon. Don't worry about the cost. You can repay it later when you find more supplies. The child's health comes first. Su Qing took the bottle, her fingers trembling, tears falling again, this time onto the paper, blurring a few lines. I don't even know how to thank you. In times like these, everyone only thinks of themselves, but you're still willing to help us. No need to thank me. In hard times, we should help each other, Lin Wanji said gently. She found a clean spoon, measured the right amount of medicine, and mixed it with warm water. When you give it to her, if she doesn't want to drink, let her hold the watch. Seeing something familiar might calm her down. As expected, Su Qing placed the watch in Laylay's hand. The little girl immediately gripped it tightly. Though she frowned a little when taking the medicine, she didn't resist and drank it quietly. After taking the medicine, she soon fell asleep again, her small head resting in her mother's arms as her breathing slowly became steady. Don't worry too much. She'll get better after the medicine, Lin Wanji said as she put away the bottle. I'll go to the kitchen and see if I can make something soft for her to eat when she wakes up. You mentioned that compressed biscuits can be softened into porridge. I'll give it a try. Maybe we can come up with a tastier recipe together. In the small pot in the kitchen area, clean water was already ready. Lin Wanji took out 2 compressed biscuits, broke them into small pieces as Su Qing had suggested, and slowly cooked them over low heat. She remembered the compressed biscuit cooking tips from the dispenser yesterday. Stir constantly while cooking to prevent burning. The best texture is smooth and thick. Sure enough, after a few minutes of stirring, the biscuits turned into a fine, creamy paste with a light buttery smell. She then found some dried wild vegetable bits in the storage box, one she had picked up by the door yesterday and confirmed as edible, and sprinkled a small handful into the pot. The aroma became richer. She divided the biscuit porridge into 2 enamel cups. When she brought one to room 101, Su Qing was sitting by the bed, gently running her fingers through her daughter's hair. Seeing the porridge, Su Qing looked surprised and delighted. You turned the biscuits into porridge? Yes, Lin Wanji said, handing her the cup. I followed your method and added some wild vegetables. I hope it suits your taste. You should eat too. You haven't had a proper meal since yesterday. Su Qing took the cup and tasted a spoonful. The warm biscuit porridge melted in her mouth, the buttery flavor mixed with the freshness of the vegetables. It was much more comforting than eating the biscuits dry. Her eyes turned slightly red, but she smiled. It's even better than mine. If you don't mind, let me handle the cooking from now on. I can make compressed biscuits in many ways: porridge, patties, even small dumplings. I used to work in a restaurant, and I loved turning simple ingredients into something special. Lin Wanji sat on a small chair nearby, watching Su Qing eat slowly. Then she looked at Xiaolay, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. The little girl still held her pink watch in her hand, the corners of her mouth slightly curved, as if she were having a sweet dream. A faint hum came from the exchanger at the front desk. The time on the screen moved slowly, showing that room 101 still had 25 points left, enough for 2 hours and 15 minutes. But she knew that Su Qing and Xiaolay wouldn't stay for just those 2 hours. She quietly looked out the window. The red mist had thinned, and sunlight streamed through the glass, shining on the enamel cup in Su Qing's hand, on the blanket in room 101, and gently into her own heart. Her fingers brushed the spare key to the exchanger in her pocket, and she suddenly remembered the words that had flashed on the screen yesterday. Everyone who comes here is a small light of Taoyuan. Just then, the exchanger at the front desk gave a soft ding. It wasn't a call bell, it was its special alert sound. Lin Wanji knew that meant a new message had arrived. She thought she'd check it later. Maybe, under that red cloth, a new light was about to join them. When the morning light turned the window frame of room 101 a soft golden color, Xiaolay woke up first. She didn't whine like yesterday. Instead, she quietly lifted the light gray blanket, the one with the sun pattern that felt warm and cozy under the morning sun. Her small hand held the pink watch, its strap neatly sewn last night by Su Qing with a thread of pale purple, fitting perfectly around her wrist. She tiptoed to the window, pressing her nose close to the glass, staring at the little pot of succulents on the sill. Drops of morning dew sparkled on the leaves like tiny gems, and the gray dust on the tips had been carefully wiped away, revealing the tender green beneath, cleaned earlier by Lin Wanji with a warm, damp cloth. Hearing her mother stir, Xiaolay turned around. Her soft morning voice was sweet and gentle, like honey. "Mom, my head doesn't hurt anymore, and I don't feel hot." She pressed her forehead into Su Qing's palm.
See?
"It's just as warm as your hand. I want to go outside and see if the succulents downstairs have grown." Su Qing sat up quickly, placing her hand on her daughter's forehead. It was warm, but not burning like yesterday. Even her breathing was calmer now. Her eyes grew warm as she pulled Xiaolay into her arms, resting her chin on her daughter's soft hair. "All right, let Mommy tell Aunt Wanji first. Then we'll go to the supermarket in the east today. Maybe we can find some eggs and make you smooth steamed egg custard, just like the one you used to have in kindergarten." Egg custard. Laylay's eyes lit up like little lanterns. She tugged at Su Qing's shoulder and asked excitedly, "The kind with chopped green onions?" Auntie used to drizzle a bit of sesame oil on top. It smelled so good I could eat 2 bowls. "Yes, that's the one. Mommy will add sesame oil for you too." Su Qing smiled and nodded, helping her daughter fix her crooked watch. The glass was cracked, but the hands still moved. It was one of the few things left in this world that could still tell time. "Let's go thank Aunt Wanji first. If it weren't for her yesterday, you'd still be feeling unwell." As they stepped into the hallway, a faint scent of soap drifted through the air, not the usual sharp smell of disinfectant, but a gentle, plant-like fragrance coming from the front desk. Lin Wanji was crouched beside it, holding a pale blue bar of disinfectant soap. A few bubbles clung to it as she carefully wiped along the grain of the light brown wooden table. The surface shone clean, even the dust in the grooves was gone. Beside her, the supply exchanger glowed softly blue, its patterns flickering like tiny stars underwater. When she saw them, Lin Wanji quickly set down the soap and wiped her hands on her apron, a light gray one with a small sun printed on it. She had found it in the storage room yesterday. The edges were frayed, but she had stitched them neatly. "You're awake?" she said, pointing to a small bamboo basket by the counter. Inside were 2 enamel cups decorated with little rabbits. I just exchanged some warm water. It's cooled down enough to drink. Have some first. The leftover biscuit porridge from yesterday is still in the kitchen pot. Just heat it for 2 minutes. I added some chopped wild greens, so it's softer than before. Su Qing held Laylay's hand and walked to the counter, her tone careful but hopeful. Wanji, I wanted to ask you something. The exchanger showed a message this morning. There's an abandoned community supermarket about 3 kilometers east. It's marked as a low-risk area, and it says the refrigerators might still have untouched supplies. I'd like to go check it out. Maybe we can find eggs or flour. Laylay wants egg custard, and I can make you some scallion pancakes too. As for rent, I'll trade whatever I find for points. If that's not enough, I can cook for a few more days to make up for it. What do you think? I cook very fast, so I won't delay you. Lin Wanji nodded right away and turned to take 2 iron rods from the storage shelf under the front desk. One was the one Su Qing brought yesterday, its end wrapped with cloth to prevent cuts. The other was one she exchanged for 5 points that morning, just long enough to reach her waist and easy to hold. I'll go with you. 2 people are safer than 1. The exchange device just gave a detailed reminder. It said that supermarket only has 3 ordinary zombies, all wandering near the entrance. The refrigerator is built into the wall, so it might not have been found yet. She also took out 2 pairs of light blue anti-puncture gloves from the drawer, the fingertips padded for extra protection. I exchanged these too. They'll keep our hands safe. You said you used to deal with troublemakers at the restaurant, so we'll make a good team today. Laylay tugged at Lin Wanji's sleeve, her small head gently rubbing against her arm. In a soft voice, she said, Sister Wanji, can I wait at home? I want to watch the succulents so the birds don't peck them, and I also want to polish the keychain for room 101 to make it shine. She lifted her pink watch and pointed to the keychain on the front desk. The one for room 101, a light red braided cord that had gotten a bit dusty yesterday. She had been thinking about cleaning it ever since.
Of course you can.
Lin Wanji crouched down and patted Laylay's head, her fingers brushing through the girl's soft hair. You know how to use the call bell at the front desk, right? The little red button, press it once, and it rings loudly. I'll be able to hear it even from the supermarket. I left you a cream-flavored compressed biscuit on the small table in room 101, sealed in a bag. Eat it if you get hungry, but don't finish it all at once. Save some for later. Laylay nodded hard. When she ran to the door of room 101, she turned back and waved, her small arm raised high. Mom and sister, be careful. If you meet zombies, fight them like you're beating the bad guys. The 2 packed their things. Each carried 2 bottles of purified water in light pink plastic bottles that Lin Wanji had exchanged for 3 points, lightweight and leak-proof. They also each had a compressed biscuit in their pocket, just in case. Lin Wanji had also exchanged a small silver flashlight, just the right size to hold. It's dark inside the supermarket, she said. The refrigerator might be deep inside, so we'll need the light. When they locked the door, the protective shield activated automatically, glowing with a faint blue light, wrapping the small building like a layer of clear sugar film. Lin Wanji pointed toward the east. The exchanger said the shortcut between the apartment buildings is faster. It used to be a pedestrian street. Now half of it has collapsed, but there are fewer zombies, and we can avoid the danger of the broken walls. The red mist was lighter than in the morning. Sunlight filtered through it, scattering golden light over the ruins like pieces of shattered gold. Su Qing walked beside her, looking at the fallen buildings along the road. The walls still had graffiti from before the apocalypse, a cartoon bear, and a slogan that said "Study hard." She suddenly spoke softly. There used to be a bakery here called Sweet Delight. Every morning, the smell of butter filled the air. On Laylay's 3rd birthday, I took her there to buy a small cake. She insisted on strawberry flavor, ended up with cream all over her face, and told me, Mom, I want to eat cake every day. Following her gaze, Lin Wanji saw only a pile of broken bricks with a few weeds growing between them. Still, she smiled and said, when we find flour and butter, you can make a strawberry cake for Laylay. Maybe the exchanger will even have strawberry jam. We'll spread a thick layer on top, so she can enjoy it as much as she wants. As they talked, their steps grew lighter. Soon they reached the entrance of a narrow alley, just wide enough for one person to pass sideways. The walls still had old graffiti, a white cartoon rabbit with drooping ears holding a carrot, almost identical to the one on Laylay's blanket. Su Qing, walking in front, suddenly stopped and tugged on Lin Wanji's sleeve. She whispered, "There's a sound ahead. It sounds like zombies growling." Lin Wanji immediately gripped her iron rod and looked in the same direction. At the end of the alley near the supermarket entrance, 3 zombies were slowly swaying. Their skin was grayish-blue, stretched tightly over their bones. One was missing half an arm, showing dark red muscle underneath. They had their backs to the 2 women, gathered around a torn cardboard box, gnawing at something and making rough, rasping sounds like an old bellows. "I'll distract them. You go into the supermarket when you get the chance," Lin Wanji whispered. She bent down and picked up a smooth, fist-sized stone, polished by rain, comfortable to hold. She threw it toward the broken wall on the other side of the alley. The stone hit the bricks with a sharp, echoing loudly in the quiet passage. The 3 zombies immediately stopped moving, their cloudy eyes turning toward the sound. They slowly shuffled in that direction, their dragging steps crunching on the broken bricks. Su Qing took the chance to run quickly to the supermarket entrance. She pushed open the half-closed glass door. The rusty hinges creaked, making her freeze in fear. She glanced back at the zombies. Luckily, they had noticed and were still moving toward the broken wall. She gave Lin Wanji an okay gesture, slipped inside, and gently closed the door behind her. Lin Wanji waited until the zombies had moved farther away before rushing into the supermarket. It was dim inside, with only a few rays of sunlight streaming through the shattered windows, casting long streaks of light on the floor. She turned on her flashlight, the beams sweeping across the shelves. Most had collapsed, and snacks and daily goods were scattered everywhere, covered in thick dust that rustled softly under her feet. "Wanji, come here quick." Su Qing's voice came from deeper inside, filled with excitement. Lin Wanji ran over and saw Su Qing crouching in front of a built-in refrigerator. The glass door was covered in dust, and she was wiping it clean with her sleeve. Inside the lower compartment were 2 boxes of eggs, neatly arranged. The pale green boxes were slightly misshapen, but the production date was still visible, from a month before the world fell apart, with plenty of time left before expiration. Lin Wanji leaned closer, her flashlight shining on the eggs. The shells were light brown, with a few clean specks of dirt still on them. They looked fresh. The scanner on her device lit up automatically, displaying eggs. 12 pieces, value 60 points, 3 points each, freshness 80%, safe to eat. That's amazing. Su Qing carefully opened the refrigerator door, gently holding each egg by its ends and placing them into her backpack, which was lined with a clean piece of cotton cloth she had found in room 101 the day before. "I have to be careful not to break them. Laylay will be so happy when she finds out we have eggs." She continued searching the nearby shelves, and suddenly her eyes lit up. From under a pile of fallen cookie boxes, she pulled out a white bag labeled high-gluten flour. It weighed 1 kilogram, still sealed, though the edge of the bag was slightly torn. "There's flour, too." She held the bag of flour in her arms like a precious treasure. "It's worth 40 points, enough for us to make scallion pancakes many times." On the small cabinet beside her sat a tiny bottle of cooking oil. The clear bottle held light yellow oil, and the label read peanut oil, valued at 30 points. Su Qing put the oil into her backpack and zipped it up, patting it with satisfaction. "Now we have everything: steamed egg, scallion pancakes, and wild vegetable buns. We can make them all." Just as they were about to leave, a low growl came from the doorway. It was the sound of zombies. Lin Wanji's heart tightened. She ran to the door and saw that the 3 zombies from before had returned, blocking the entrance. Their cloudy eyes stared at the 2 of them, and sticky drool dripped from their mouths as they slowly shuffled forward. "Take the supplies and move back. I'll handle them," Lin Wanji said, stepping in front of Su Qing. She gripped the iron rod tightly, her palms slightly sweaty from tension, but she didn't loosen her hold. She remembered what Tao Tao had said yesterday. Ordinary zombies were weak at the head. A strong hit there could take them down. No, I'll fight with you, Su Qing said firmly, raising her own iron rod. Her eyes were steady, even braver than before. Back at the restaurant, when drunk customers caused trouble, I could chase them out with a mop handle. This is nothing. You take the one on the left, I'll take the one on the right. Let's finish this quickly so Lele doesn't worry. When the first zombie lunged, Lin Wanji dodged to the side and struck its head hard with the rod. With a loud thud, the zombie's head tilted, but it didn't fall. It only grew more frenzied. Gritting her teeth, Lin Wanji raised the rod again and hit its temple. This time, the zombie collapsed to the ground and stopped moving. The second zombie attacked from the side. Su Qing reacted quickly, thrusting her rod into its chest. It wasn't a fatal, but it made the zombie pause. Lin Wanji seized the chance, moving behind it and striking the back of its head. The zombie fell instantly. The third one, seeing its companions down, roared and lunged at Su Qing. She instinctively raised her rod to block. The zombie's claws scraped across her protective gloves, tearing a small hole at the fingertips, but her skin was unharmed. Lin Wanji rushed over and struck the zombie's head, ending the fight. Are you okay? Lin Wanji quickly took Su Qing's hand and checked her glove. Good thing it didn't cut your hand. When we get back, I'll use the exchanger to get some bandages and a new pair of gloves. You can't use this one anymore. Su Qing shook her head with a smile, took off the torn glove, and put it in her backpack. It's fine. It's just a small scratch. Look, the eggs and flour are all safe. Let's hurry back. Lele must be waiting for us at the door. On the way back, Su Qing held the backpack close to her chest and walked carefully, afraid of shaking the eggs inside. When they passed a pile of ruins, she suddenly stopped, bent down, and picked a small yellow wildflower from between the bricks. It had 5 petals and a pale yellow center, still dotted with morning dew that sparkled like a tiny sun in the red mist. This is for Lele. She loves little yellow flowers. Back in kindergarten, she used to pick one every time she saw them and put it in her hair. Lin Wanji looked at the flower in her hand. The dew on the petals reflected the sunlight, warming her heart. Just then, a soft voice sounded in her mind. It was Tao Tao. Host, host. You found eggs and flour. You've triggered the atmosphere buff. The apartment's livability just went up by 15%. Su Qing already feels at home here. Look, she's even picking flowers for Lele. So sweet. This will also make it easier to attract other survivors. Maybe new friends will come soon. Lin Wanji quietly replied in her mind. Got it. Don't talk out loud. Su Qing's right next to me. It'd be awkward if she heard. Roger that. Tao Tao will stay quiet-o. By the way, the exchanger just scanned an abandoned flower shop to the west. There might be flower seeds inside. If you plant them on the windowsill of room 101, Lele will be so happy, and the livability score will go up even more. When they returned to the apartment, Lele was sitting on a small stool by the front desk, holding a piece of white cloth, the one Lin Wanji had used to wipe the table yesterday. She had washed it and was now using it to clean a keychain. The light red keychain for room 101 shone brightly, with no dust left in the woven cord. She even held it up to the sunlight, checking if it was spotless. As soon as she saw them, Lele jumped off the stool and ran to the door, looking up with a bright face. Mom, Sister Wanji, did you find the eggs? Su Qing crouched down and tucked the little yellow flower into Lele's hair. The petals rested neatly beside her bangs, making her small face look even fairer. Found it. I even found some flour and cooking oil. I'll make steamed egg custard for you tonight. She opened her backpack and showed Lele the eggs inside. Look, the eggs are all fine. None of them are broken.
Wow.
Lele's eyes widened. She carefully touched the backpack, her fingertips brushing against the eggs. They're so soft. I'll protect them. I'll put them on the little table in room 101 so no one touches them. At dinner time, the kitchen was filled with the warm smell of peanut oil and green onions, wrapping the whole building in comfort. Su Qing, wearing a light gray apron, stood by the hot plate with a small stainless steel bowl in her hands, carefully cracking the eggs. She tapped one gently on the edge of the bowl, opened the shell, and let the golden egg liquid slide smoothly inside, without a single piece of shell. When I worked at the restaurant, I used to make dozens of bowls of steamed eggs a day. I could do it with my eyes closed, she said with a smile. She added 2 spoonfuls of warm water and stirred clockwise with chopsticks until the mixture was smooth and free of bubbles. Lin Wanji sat on a small stool beside her, handing her the chopped green onions they had exchanged for them that morning. The onions were fresh and bright green, finely chopped, and looked beautiful sprinkled over the egg mixture. "Should we add some salt?" she asked, pointing to a small glass jar. "Got it from the exchanger. Fine salt, not too strong. Just a little. Xiaolay shouldn't eat too much salt." Su Qing took the jar, pinched a bit of salt, sprinkled it in, stirred twice more, and placed the bowl on the hot plate. Set it to medium heat and steam for 10 minutes. If it cooks too long, the eggs will get tough and won't taste good. Xiaolay sat on a small stool by the kitchen door, resting her chin in her hands, staring at the bowl on the hot plate. Her nose twitched as she smelled the delicious aroma. "It smells so good," she whispered. "Even better than at kindergarten." 10 minutes passed quickly. Su Qing turned off the hot plate and carefully lifted the bowl. The edges were hot, so she used a cloth to hold it. The golden custard had set perfectly, its surface smooth like a mirror. It's so delicious. Even better than what the teacher makes at kindergarten. "Mom, can you make it again tomorrow? And the day after too?" Su Qing smiled and nodded. She took another piece of scallion pancake from the heating plate and handed it to Lin Wanji. The pancake was made with freshly found flour, rolled thin, and fried until golden brown. The outside was crispy, and the inside was filled with chopped scallions and wild greens. One bite filled the mouth with a rich, savory aroma. "Try this one. It's better than yesterday's. Yesterday's flour was from a trade, but today's is fresh high-gluten flour. It's chewier." Lin Wanji took a bite. The crispy crust broke apart in her mouth, releasing the light scent of scallion oil and wild greens. It tasted better than any cookie she had ever eaten. She looked at Su Qing's busy figure, then at Xiaolay's happy smile, and suddenly felt that this small red brick building had truly become a home, a place with warm light, a kitchen full of delicious smells, people who cared for each other, and a rare sense of peace in a troubled world. After dinner, Su Qing took the initiative to clean the kitchen. She placed the bowls in warm water, wiped them carefully, and made sure even the edges were spotless. Then she put the remaining eggs into the storage compartment at the front desk, covering them with a clean cloth. Handle the eggs gently and keep them in a cool place. They'll last for several days. She neatly arranged the flour and cooking oil beside them, just like a restaurant preparing ingredients for the next day. Lin Wanji sat at the front desk, looking at the words on the exchange screen. Room 101 remaining points, 120. Today's supplies cost 70 points, cooking skill bonus 50 points. Current room status. Tenant satisfaction 100%. Warm atmosphere, effect activated. Nearby survivor attraction 20%. She thought to herself, tomorrow I can go with Su Qing to the abandoned flower shop in the west. If we can find some seeds, we'll plant them on room 101's windowsill. Maybe a pot of little yellow flowers for Xiaolay, so she can see her favorite blooms every day. Outside, the red mist slowly turned pale purple. The sunset shone through the haze, falling on the keychain at the front desk. Room 101's light red tag and room 102's light green one glowed softly in the fading light, like a string of tiny lanterns. Lin Wanji picked up the keychain for room 102. Her fingertips brushed over the woven cord, and a small feeling of excitement rose in her heart. Would the next person who moved in like this light green keychain? Would they also bring their own story and share with them a bowl of warm egg custard and a crispy scallion pancake in this little building? Laughter came from the kitchen. Su Qing and Xiaolay were singing together. Xiaolay was singing a song she learned in kindergarten. Even though she was off-key, her voice sounded sweet, like tiny bells ringing. Lin Wanji looked at the screen of the exchange device, where a message popped up from time to time. Potential tenant signal. Northwest, 1.5 kilometers away, vital signs stable. She couldn't help but smile. The smell of eggs drifting through the red mist seemed to carry a sense of hope into this small red brick house, and into the hearts of everyone who needed warmth. When the first light of morning passed through the red mist and fell on the windowsill of room 101, Xiaolay was crouched in front of a pot of succulents, watering the leaves with a small spray bottle. Lin Wanji had exchanged 10 points for it yesterday. The bottle was light green, just the right size for Laylay's little hand. She moved carefully, afraid the water might wash away the morning dew, and whispered, "Grow tall, little plant, grow lots of leaves, so you can play with me." From the kitchen came the soft sound of a pan touching the heating plate. Su Qing was kneading dough with the flour they found yesterday, preparing scallion pancakes for breakfast. 2 eggs sat on the cutting board. She had saved them to fry one for Xiaolay. "Xiaolay, don't water too much," she called out. "If you give the plant too much, its roots will rot." The dough in her hands was already smooth and elastic. At the front desk, Lin Wanji slid her finger across the screen of the supply exchanger. Before going to bed last night, she had received a new message. Northwest, 1.2 kilometers, low-energy radar activity detected. Avoid the area for now. West, abandoned flower shop, signal strengthening. Possible intact flower seeds. Safety level, A-. She was studying the route to the flower shop when the screen flickered. A pale blue box appeared in the corner. Potential tenant signal, northeast, 800 meters. Vital signs, moderately injured left arm. Heart rate, 130 BPM, nervous. No zombie pursuit detected. Signs of human chase. There's a situation. Lin Wanji immediately stood up and walked to the door, looking northeast. The red mist was thinner than yesterday, and she could faintly see the outline of the distant ruins, but no sign of anyone. She turned toward the kitchen and called, "Sister Su Qing, I'm going to check the entrance. Someone might be coming. You and Xiaolay stay inside, and don't come out." Su Qing paused, the rolling pin in her hand stopping midair, then quickly nodded. "Be careful. Do you want to take the iron rod?" She pointed to the storage shelf by the counter, where the same rod they had used yesterday to fight off zombies still leaned in the corner. "I've got it." Lin Wanji picked up the rod and checked her protective gloves. Just as she reached the door, she heard hurried footsteps in the distance, mixed with rough shouting. "Stop. Hand it over." She quickly hid behind the door and peered through the. A tall figure was running toward the apartment building, wearing a dark blue jacket. His left arm was awkwardly pressed against his chest, the sleeve stained with dark red blood. 3 men were chasing him, each holding a rusty steel pipe, shouting angrily as broken bricks crunched under their feet. "Raiders!" Lin Wanji's heart tightened, and she gripped the rod more firmly. The man in front looked strong and determined. Even with his injured arm, he ran fast and steady. As he neared the building, he suddenly turned, waving something at the pursuers, a black backpack, stuffed full. "Stop. Keep running, and you'll regret it." The leader of the raiders shouted, his voice fierce but breathless from the chase. The man ignored him and ran faster. When he reached the entrance, he stopped suddenly, looked up at the red cloth hanging above the doorway, and his eyes lit up. Then he turned toward where Lin Wanji was hiding and called out, "Is anyone inside? I'm not a bad person. Please open the door. I can help protect this place. I just need somewhere to stay." Lin Wanji stepped out from behind the door, gripping the rod tightly. "Who are you? Why are they chasing you?" "My name is Xiaolay. I used to be a soldier," the man said hoarsely but steadily. He pointed to his injured arm. I found some medical supplies in the ruins, and they came after me. I can fight and know how to defend a place. If you let me stay, I promise I won't let those raiders get close to this building." While they were talking, 3 raiders had already caught up. Seeing Lin Wanji, the leader sneered, "Girl, don't meddle in other people's business. Hand over that person and share some of your supplies with us and we'll leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for breaking down your door." Xiaolay immediately stepped in front of Lin Wanji. Though his left arm couldn't move, he still raised the iron rod in his right hand, taking a defensive stance. "If you want to fight, come at me. Don't bully a woman." Lin Wanji noticed his posture. It was steady and practiced, showing he had some training. She gave him a quick look and whispered, "How many can you handle?" "2, no problem. The rest are yours?" Xiaolay replied quickly, eyes locked on the approaching raiders.
All right.
Lin Wanji gripped her iron rod tightly and charged at the raider on the left. Thanks to her experience fighting zombies the day before, she knew to target the arms first. The raider didn't expect her to attack first, and his swing came a moment too late. Lin Wanji struck his wrist hard with a loud clang, and his steel pipe fell to the ground as he cried out in pain. Meanwhile, Xiaolay was already fighting the other 2. Even with only one usable arm, he moved swiftly, his strikes fast and precise. His iron rod hit the leader's shoulder, making the man stumble back into his companion. "This guy's tough," the leader cursed. Seeing that Lin Wanji was also strong and fearing the noise might attract zombies, he glared at Xiaolay. "You win this time. Let's go." The 3 raiders grabbed their pipes and ran off, disappearing quickly into the red mist. Xiaolay let out a breath of relief, his body swaying as he nearly fell. Lin Wanji caught him. "Are you okay? Is your arm badly hurt?"
"I'm fine."
"Just reopened the wound a bit during the fight," Xiaolay said with a wry smile. He opened his black backpack, revealing a few boxes of antibiotics and a roll of bandages. "I found these medical supplies. If you don't mind, I can use them to pay for my stay." Lin Wanji helped him into the apartment and called toward the kitchen, "Sister Su Qing, come here and help check Brother Zhao's injury." Su Qing had already heard the commotion outside and was worried. When she heard Lin Wanji's call, she rushed out, saw Xiaolay's injured arm, and said quickly, "Come sit by the counter. I'll take care of your wound. Wanji, please take out the disinfectant from the exchanger and bring some clean gauze." Xiaolay sat on the chair at the front desk while Su Qing carefully cut open the sleeve on his left arm. The wound was long, caused by a steel pipe, with red, swollen edges still oozing blood. She cleaned it with disinfectant. Xiaolay frowned from the pain, but didn't make a sound. "This wound needs proper care. If it gets infected, it'll be trouble," Su Qing said as she wrapped it with gauze.
"Good thing you have antibiotics."
"Take them twice a day, and you'll recover soon." Lele ran out from room 101, holding a cream-flavored compressed biscuit. She handed it to Xiaolay. "Uncle, eat this. It's sweet. If you eat it, it won't hurt anymore." Xiaolay looked at the biscuit for a moment, then took it, his voice softening. "Thank you, little one. It doesn't hurt. You can have it. I have plenty." Lele shook her head, ran back to her room, grabbed another biscuit, and took a bite.
"See?
I'm eating too." Lin Wanji sat behind the front desk, opened the supply exchanger, and placed Xiaolay's medical items on the scanner. The screen quickly showed the value. Antibiotics, 3 boxes, 25 points each, total 75 points. Bandage, 1 roll, 15 points, total 90 points. She pointed at the screen. "These are worth 90 points. Our rooms cost 10 points per hour for a single floor. Room 102 is empty. You can stay there first. If you run out of points, you can pay with other supplies or help us with defense work to cover the rent." Xiaolay looked at the words Room 102 on the screen, then at the keychain hanging nearby. The key for 102 had a light green woven cord and a small wooden tag carved with 102. "Thank you," he said, taking the key, feeling a wave of warmth inside. "Don't worry about the defenses. I'll reinforce the gate today and set a few traps around. That should keep raiders away." At breakfast, Su Qing placed a freshly fried egg on Xiaolay's plate. "You're injured, so you need to eat something nutritious. There were also 2 scallion pancakes made from yesterday's high-gluten flour, golden, crisp, and fragrant. Xiaolay looked at the fried egg on his plate, his eyes growing warm. Since the world had fallen into chaos, he hadn't eaten a hot egg in a long time. Every day he searched the ruins for food, hiding from zombies and raiders, never imagining he could have such a peaceful breakfast again.
Thank you, he said softly.
After a pause, he added, I used to work on defense construction in the army. This afternoon, I'll check the area, find some steel bars and wooden boards, and reinforce the gate. I can also set up a few simple traps like tripwires and spikes, so we'll have an early warning if zombies or raiders come. Lin Wanji nodded. I'll go with you. The exchange device shows that there are building materials in the nearby ruins, and it's safer for 2 people to go together. Sister Su Qing, you and Xiaolay stay home. If anything happens, press the bell at the front desk. Xiaolay raised her hand. I want help too. I can hand you things and watch the succulents so the birds don't peck them. Su Qing smiled and patted her head. Be good and stay home, Xiaolay. When we come back, we'll bring you some wildflowers, okay? That afternoon, Lin Wanji and Xiaolay set out with iron rods and backpacks, heading toward the place marked on the exchange device. Xiaolay walked in front, carefully scanning the surroundings. From time to time, he stopped and pointed things out to Lin Wanji. This used to be a building materials market. It's collapsed, but there should still be usable steel bars and boards. Stay behind me and watch your step. Don't twist your ankle on the broken bricks. There were indeed many useful things among the ruins, several steel bars of different lengths, some thick wooden boards, and a roll of rusty wire. Xiaolay lifted the steel bars onto his shoulder with steady movements. Though his left arm was weak, he still tried to carry as much as he could. These should be enough to reinforce the gate. The wire can be used for tripwires, and the boards can go behind the gate to make it stronger. Lin Wanji helped carry the boards and suddenly remembered something the exchange device had mentioned. Brother Zhao, do you know how to get to the abandoned flower shop to the west? We want to find some flower seeds to plant in the apartment. Flower shop? Xiaolay thought for a moment. Do you mean the one called Flower Language on Xingfu Road? I passed by it before. It's not far, but there are a few more zombies in that area, so we'll need to be careful. Once I finish the defenses, I'll go with you next time. It'll be safer. Lin Wanji nodded, making a note in her mind. The flower seeds could wait. Strengthening the apartment's defenses came first. Only then could everyone truly feel at ease. When they returned to the apartment, Su Qing had already prepared dinner, vegetable buns and millet porridge. The millet was exchanged for 20 points. Xiaolay saw them come back and immediately ran over, pointing toward room 102. Uncle Zhao, I helped clean your room, and I also put your backpack on the table. Xiaolay entered room 102. Sure enough, it was very clean inside. The wooden bed was covered with a light gray quilt, and the desk was shining. His black backpack was placed in the corner of the desk, next to a small potted succulent that Xiaolay had moved from room 101. Thank you, Xiaolay. I like it very much, he said, patting Laylay's head with a warm feeling inside. At dinner, the 4 of them sat around a small kitchen table, eating warm buns and millet porridge. Xiaolay talked about his days in the army, describing how they set up tents and defenses during training. He also mentioned that his best skill was making simple traps. Once during a drill, I used a few sticks and ropes to trap the whole squad. Laylay's eyes lit up as he listened. He tugged at Xiaolay's sleeve and asked, Uncle Zhao, can you teach me how to make traps someday? I want to protect the succulents too. Xiaolay smiled and nodded. Sure. When you grow a little older, I will teach you. Lin Wanji watched the scene in front of her, feeling a sense of peace in her heart. She looked out the window, where the red fog had faded into a soft pink. The sunset shone through the mist, casting a gentle glow on the keychains at the front desk, room 101's light red, room 102's light green. The screen of the exchange device lit up briefly, displaying a line of text. Current tenant satisfaction, 100%. Guardian buff activated. Apartment defense efficiency, 25%. Potential tenant attraction, 30%. She quietly reached into her pocket and touched her anti-stab gloves, recalling Xiaolay's words about being able to protect here. Suddenly, She felt that this small red brick building was no longer just a shelter, but truly a home. Home to Suqing, who could cook, adorable Lele, the protective Xiaolay, and more friends who would come. Before bed, Xiaolay had reinforced the front door, making a double-layer door with steel bars and wooden planks, and setting up a few simple tripwires around it. Whenever someone touched them, they would make a ding-ding sound. He stood at the door and nodded to Lin Wanji. "Don't worry, I am on night shift tonight. If anything happens, I will call you immediately." Lin Wanji returned to her upstairs room. She looked out the window at the moonlight shining through the red mist, feeling very peaceful. She remembered Tao Tao's words about flower seeds, last night, Xiaolay's protection, and Suqing's scallion pancake. A small smile appeared on her face. She thought, tomorrow will be a new day. Maybe there will be new friends coming into this warm little building. As morning light spread over Building A's red brick walls, wild grass in the cracks still glistened with dew. The soft golden light passed through the red mist and cast tiny spots of light on the window of room 102. Xiaolay was awakened by the chirping of birds outside, rare sparrows in this world, pecking at leftover cookie crumbs on the windowsill. He quietly pulled back the light gray blanket, moving gently so as not to wake Suqing and Lulu in room 101 next door. His camouflage uniform was neatly folded on the bed. The gauze on his left arm had been rewrapped by Suqing last night, with some anti-inflammatory powder sprinkled on it. It no longer hurt. He took out an iron rod from under his pillow. The metal was still scratched from clearing zombies yesterday, but he had wiped it shiny with a cloth. He muttered softly, "Time for a patrol." He thought, zombies are less active in the morning. It's a good chance to check if there are any new dangers nearby. When he opened the door to room 102, the wooden door hinge made a slight creak. He quickly slowed down and moved almost on his hands and knees to the staircase. The kitchen on the first floor was already filled with a delicious smell, egg custard mixed with a hint of green onion and sesame oil, making his stomach growl. Suqing, wearing a light gray apron, was standing by the heating plate, stirring a bowl of egg mixture with a small stainless steel spoon, gently as if afraid of breaking something precious. Lila sat on a small stool nearby, her feet barely touching the ground. She swung her little legs and held a pink watch. Its face had but she had wiped it with a cloth last night until the gray edges disappeared. When she saw Xiaolay come down, her eyes lit up. She quickly reached into a bamboo basket, grabbed a bag of dried fruit, and tiptoed to hand it to him. "Uncle Xiao, you're awake. This is peach-flavored. Sister Wanji changed it yesterday." "It's so sweet." Xiaolay bent down to take it. His fingers brushed her warm little hand, and his heart softened. He opened the bag, pinched a small piece, and put it in his mouth. The sweet taste with a hint of peach fragrance spread on his tongue. After the apocalypse, he had only eaten compressed biscuits or expired canned food and had almost forgotten the taste of fruit. "Thank you, Lele, it's really delicious." He smiled and patted the little one's head. "Uncle is going outside to patrol. I will be back soon. You and Mom should eat well." Suqing picked up the freshly steamed egg custard, gently tapped the side of the bowl with a spoon. "Are you tired from patrolling? Have a hot sip to warm up. I specially steamed another bowl for you to eat when you return. Wanji should be waking up soon too. Yesterday, she said she wanted to see the room upgrade feature on the exchange device." Just as she finished speaking, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Lin Wanji rubbed her eyes and came down, her hair a bit messy, clutching a plush teddy bear. She found it in storage room 101, and hugging it at night helps her sleep peacefully. "Good morning, Brother Zhao. Good morning, Sister Suqing." She walked to the front desk, yawned. "I smelled the egg custard from upstairs just now. It smells so good. Try some." Suqing quickly served a bowl and handed it over. "This time I added some sesame oil. It's softer than yesterday. By the way, Wanji, I want to tell you something. Yesterday, when Lele and I took a bath, the old, simple toilet leaked badly. The kids sneezed after using it. I saw that the exchange device has a toilet upgrade pack, but I don't know if we have enough points." Lin Wanji immediately perked up. She walked to the front desk, gently tapped the glass screen of the exchange device with her fingertip. The screen lit up with a soft blue glow. She swiped her finger to find the Room Optimization section, then clicked on the Facility Feedback for Room 101. A detail page for the Toilet Upgrade Pack appeared. Includes non-slip squat toilet, rounded edges, no sharp corners, simple sewage pipe, with automatic cleaning, warm yellow nightlight, adjustable brightness, suitable for children. Required points, 80. Upgrade time, 1 hour. After upgrade, the room rent adjusts to 18 points/hour. The points are enough. Lin Wanji pointed at the remaining points section on the screen. Sister Su Qing, the 1 kilogram of flour you found yesterday is worth 40 points. 500 milliliters of cooking oil is worth 30 points, plus the 40 points left over from before, totaling 110 points. After deducting 80 points, 30 points remain, which is enough to cover more than an hour of rent for room 101 today. Su Qing leaned in to look, and the diagram on the screen clearly showed a squat toilet. The white squat toilet had light gray anti-slip patterns, and there was a label indicating the night light switch location. She nodded immediately. That's great. Can we start the renovation now? I'll take Xiaolay to the front desk to wait so it doesn't interfere with the work. Lin Wanji clicked, confirm exchange for renovation package. The small drawer at the bottom of the screen made a click sound and opened, revealing a yellow construction warning card with a message, do not approach during construction to avoid injury. She stuck the card on the door of room 101. Just as she stepped back to the front desk, a slight vibration came from the ground, like tiny unseen machines working underground. The exchange device says the construction is automatic and doesn't need supervision. We just wait, she explained. Then she swiped her finger on the screen again. By the way, Brother Zhao, you mentioned yesterday that the gate is a bit thin. Should we reinforce it today? The exchange device can check nearby material points, but you need points to exchange. No need to exchange. Xiaolay immediately waved his hand. He took out a small metal detector from his camouflage pocket. The casing was a bit scratched, but the screen still glowed. I know there's an abandoned construction site 2 kilometers to the east.
I saw it when I passed by before.
There are quite a few unrusted rebar and iron plates inside.
I'll go get them now.
It'll take at most half an hour. I'll come back and reinforce it so you don't have to spend any points. That's really kind of you. Su Qing quickly said. I'll fill a cup with warm water for you to drink on the way. The red fog outside hasn't cleared yet. Be careful of the broken bricks under your feet. She turned to the kitchen, and Xiaolay ran after her. She rummaged through a cabinet and found a clean enamel cup, insisting on helping Xiaolay pour the water herself. Uncle Zhao, I'll pour warm water for you, so it won't burn your mouth. Xiaolay took the cup, feeling the warmth from Su Qing's palm on the cup's wall. He tucked the cup into his pocket and handed the dried fruit Xiaolay gave him into his camouflage pocket. Don't worry, I have an iron rod with me. I'm not afraid of zombies. If anything happens, just press the red call button at the front desk. It's loud, and I can hear it nearby. Watching Xiaolay's figure disappear into the red fog, Lin Wanji realized she was still holding a bowl of egg custard. It had cooled a bit, but still smelled very good. Sister Su Qing, your egg custard is so delicious, even better than my mom's, she sniffed. Once the squat toilet is installed, Xiaolay won't be afraid of the cold when he goes to the bathroom. Later, we can also put a small bookshelf in room 101 with Laylay's favorite fairy tale books. Su Qing smiled and nodded, her eyes curving like a crescent moon. That's what I think too. Yesterday, I saw some children's picture books at the exchange station, but they were a bit expensive. Once we find more supplies later, we can trade for a few, and Xiaolay can tell us stories. Xiaolay was lying on the counter, chin resting on the table, watching the construction progress 50% sign on the exchange screen. He whispered, Sister Wanji, after the toilet is installed, will the night light really turn on? When I go to the bathroom at night, can I turn it on myself? Of course. Lin Wanji crouched down, pointing at the night light icon on the screen. See, this little light turns on with a press, and you can make it brighter or dimmer. Next time you go to the bathroom at night, you won't need to call Mom to come with you. Xiaolay clapped happily. Great. I want to set the night light to pink, just like my watch. Just half an hour later, there was a loud knocking at the door outside the yard, mixed with the sound of steel bars clashing. Lin Wanji hurried to open the door and saw Xiaolay carrying 3 thick steel bars, with a square metal plate dragging on his shoulder. The steel bars had some dirt and grass on them but no rust. I found the 3 thickest ones. The metal plate is about 1 centimeter thick, very sturdy. He leaned the materials against the yard wall, sweat running down his forehead and cheeks, dripping onto the broken bricks below. On the way back, I met 2 ordinary zombies, but I took care of them. The steel rod is still good and can be used. Su Qing saw that the bandage on his left arm was soaked with a little blood. She quickly took out fresh bandages and iodine from the medical kit, the one she got after completing the last task. Sit down, I'll rewrap it. The wound is sweaty, so it won't get infected. She pulled Xiaolay to sit on the chair at the front desk and carefully unwrapped the old bandage. The wound wasn't deep, just scraped by the steel bar and had a small tear, bleeding slightly. Lele crouched nearby, holding a cotton swab, eager to help. Uncle Zhao, don't move. I'll put iodine on it. It's gentle, and it won't hurt. He tiptoed, dipping the cotton swab in iodine and carefully touched Xiaolay's wound, moving so gently it seemed afraid to break glass. Xiaolay looked at the little boy's serious face and couldn't help but smile, his eyes a little moist. After the apocalypse broke out, he had seen many people only care about themselves, but this was the first time someone was so thoughtful in caring for his wound. Thanks, Lele. It doesn't hurt at all, he said softly, his voice softer than usual. Lin Wanji went to the kitchen to reheat the cooled egg custard, then brought over a bowl of freshly cooked porridge. Brother Zhao, eat something first to fill your stomach. Reinforcing the gate will definitely take some effort. The squat toilet in room 101 will be ready in about 20 minutes. The dispenser said it will automatically disinfect after installation, so we can use it soon. Xiaolay took the bowl of porridge, took a sip. The warm porridge slid into his stomach, warming him and driving away the cold from moving steel bars earlier. He looked at the 3 people in front of him. Su Qing carefully wrapping a bandage, Lele handing over cotton swabs, and Lin Wanji organizing the freshly printed reinforcement plan for the gate, found on the dispenser. Suddenly, he felt that this small red brick building felt more like home than any camp he had stayed in before. The afternoon sun shone through the red mist, softening as it spread over the gate. Xiaolay had already started reinforcing it. First, he leaned 3 steel bars at the top, middle, and bottom of the iron gate, marking their positions with chalk. Then he took out a welding machine he found at the construction site, still usable, but needs to be charged with the dispenser's power. The crackling sound of electricity filled the quiet yard, sparks falling to the ground like tiny fireworks. Su Qing and Lin Wanji handed him tools, while Lele sat on a small stool, holding a cloth to help Xiaolay wipe the iron rod he set aside, doing it more carefully than she did with her watch. Uncle Zhao, your iron rod is so shiny. Can it be used as a mirror? She held up the rod and looked at herself, her face full of curiosity. Xiaolay smiled and nodded, not stopping his work. Once I finish reinforcing the gate, I'll teach you how to clean the iron rod. Then you'll be our little building's weapon manager. Okay? Lele immediately nodded, puffing out her chest proudly. Okay. I'll make sure it's shiny so the zombies can't get near our home. As the sun set, the gate was finally reinforced. The 3 steel bars were securely welded onto the iron gate, and iron plates were nailed on the inside. Xiaolay hammered on the iron bars, making a solid dong-dong sound, with no wobbling at all. Inside the gate, he also installed a thick latch made from steel bars he found at the construction site. Once locked, even mutated zombies would have to hit it dozens of times to break through. Done. Xiaolay clapped his hands, wiping the dust off his face. From now on, at night, just lock the latch and lean the iron bar against the door. It's completely safe. Lin Wanji walked over to the gate and tried to push it. The iron door didn't move at all. She opened the exchange device and made a quick operation in the rent deduction section. She used 20 points to cover the rent for 102 room, which was for 2 hours. Brother Zhao, I finished using the exchange device. I spent 20 points to pay for 2 hours of rent. Room 102 now has 65 points left, enough for over 6 hours. Xiaolay waved his hand. No need to be so polite. If you need help in the future, just call me. At that moment, the door of room 101 made a click sound as it opened, and a notification sounded that the squat toilet renovation was complete. Xiaolay immediately ran over, holding Suqing's hand. Mom, let's go see the squat toilet. Does it have a nightlight? Suqing smiled and nodded, pulling Xiaolay into room 101. Lin Wanji and Xiaolay also followed. They saw a white squat toilet in the corner of the room, with a small night light glowing warm yellow nearby. There was also a non-slip mat on the floor, which was automatically sent by the exchange device. Great, Xiaolay clapped happily. Now I won't be cold when I go to the bathroom. The sunset light shone through the window, illuminating room 101, the small night light beside the squat toilet, and the smiling faces of the four people. The light in room 102 turned on, and Xiaolay was wiping his iron rod. The light in room 101 also turned on, with Suqing telling a story to Xiaolay. The exchange device at the front desk was glowing, showing a message. Room 101 rent 18 points/hour, remaining points 30. Room 102 rent 10 points/hour, remaining points 65. Lin Wanji looked at everything in front of her and suddenly felt that Taoyuan was no longer just a vague word. It was the windproof squat toilet, the reinforced courtyard gate, the warm egg custard, Xiaolay's laughter, and the people around her who were willing to protect each other. She silently said to Tao Tao in her heart, "Look, our home is getting better and better. More people will come in the future." Yes. Tao Tao's soft voice was a little excited. The safety index increased by 20%, the livability index increased by 10%. The exchange device just scanned a signal of potential tenants from the northwest. Maybe next time, we can unlock the community activity room, and everyone can eat together and tell stories. Lin Wanji smiled and nodded, looking out the window at the faint purple mist. Maybe tomorrow, she and Xiaolay could go to the abandoned flower shop to find flower seeds, plant a small yellow flower for Xiaolay, and bring more life to this small building. The first morning light broke through the red mist and shone on the red brick wall of Building A. The window of room 101 was the first to brighten. Suqing, wearing a faded light gray apron, was cooking vegetable porridge on the stove in the kitchen. The vegetables, picked yesterday during Xiaolay's patrol, were bright green leaves swirling in the porridge, giving off a light, fresh smell. Xiaolay sat on a small stool nearby, holding a pink watch. The cracked face of the watch was decorated with a small yellow flower drawn with colorful pens, making it look new. "Mom, can we really go find flower seeds today?" Xiaolay asked eagerly, standing on her tiptoes and staring at the steam rising from the porridge pot. Her small voice was full of hope. Sister Wanji said there are sunflowers that turn with the sun. Of course. Suqing smiled and patted her daughter's head. She sprinkled a little salt into the porridge. Uncle Zhao and Sister Wanji are ready. Once the porridge is done, we'll eat and then leave. Just as she finished speaking, a faint metallic sound came from outside the yard door. Xiaolay was checking his metal rod. He was wearing an old camouflage uniform. His arm's bandage had been replaced with a new one. He held a fully charged metal detector, which glowed faint green on its screen, showing battery full. Seeing Lin Wanji come out with a canvas bag, he quickly went over. The exchange device checked out. The flower shop to the west is a low-risk area. Only 2 ordinary zombies. I marked the route during my morning patrol, so we won't take a detour. Lin Wanji waved the simple map she held. It was printed from the exchange device, with safe route and flower shop marked in pencil. Xiaolay had also drawn a small sun in the corner. Suqing said we should come back early. She wants to tidy up the windowsill of room 101 this afternoon to plant new flowers. She paused, then took out 2 pairs of puncture-resistant gloves from her bag. These are from yesterday's exchange. One for you, one for me. I found a pair for Xiaolay and put it in her pocket. Xiaolay happily ran out, her pocket showing the edge of a pair of children's gloves. She raised her wrist to show her pink watch. Uncle Zhao, Sister Wanji, I set an alarm on my watch. It will remind us to go home at noon. When the 4 of them, actually 3 people and a child, set out, the red mist had just thinned to knee height. The sunlight filtered through the fog and fell on the ground, like a layer of scattered gold. Xiaolay walks at the front, carrying a metal rod on his shoulder. A metal detector occasionally makes a soft beep sound. It is detecting nearby metal scraps to avoid stepping on discarded rebar. Lin Wanji holds Leilei's hand and walks in the middle, occasionally pointing out small wildflowers by the roadside. Look, these purple little flowers. We can plant them on our balcony someday. After walking for about 20 minutes, they see a half-collapsed small building ahead. The sign still clearly reads, Sweet Garden Flower Shop, but the character Sweet is missing its right side, gone, turning it into Tong Garden Flower Shop. The glass door is shattered all over the ground, with a few empty flower pots scattered at the entrance. One still has a dried rose branch stuck in it, with petals long fallen off, leaving only the thorny stem. This is the place. Xiaolay first reaches in and gently pushes aside the fallen shelves at the door with his metal rod. He quickly sticks his head out and waves. No zombies inside, just some shelves knocked over. Be careful of broken glass under your feet. When Lin Wanji and Leilei enter, the first thing they smell is a faint scent of dried flowers. Not rotten smell, but a fresh, lavender-like aroma hidden in the dust, which makes people feel at ease. Inside, 3 or 4 shelves are toppled over, their bouquets long dried into hay. Only the shelves at the back remain upright, covered with plastic cloth, looking untouched. Leilei, wait here for your sister. Don't run around, Lin Wanji says, placing Leilei on a low cabinet that hasn't fallen. Then she and Xiaolay lift the plastic cloth. Beneath it, they find about 10 sealed bags, some containing flower seeds, some dried flowers, and a few bags of soil, a bit clumped but still usable. Lin Wanji picks up a sealed bag labeled sunflower. Through the plastic, she sees small black seeds, full and dry, not damp. She uses her scanner to check it. The screen shows a light blue message. Sunflower seeds, production date 3 months before the end of the world, 80% survival rate, suitable for drought conditions in the apocalypse, can be directly sown. Found it. It's a sunflower. Lin Wanji happily raises the bag. Leilei immediately jumps down from the low cabinet and comes over to look. Is it really a sunflower? Will it grow as big as the sun? Xiaolay helps pack all the usable flower seeds into a canvas bag. Besides the sunflower, there are also small daisies, white and yellow, mint, to repel insects, and baby's breath, small purple flowers. There are 5 bags in total, along with 2 unclumped bags of soil, filling the bag to the brim. Planting mint on the balcony is just right. It can help reduce mosquitoes in summer. He weighed his bag. It's enough to fill all the windows of our small building. Leilei will have plenty to do later. Just as he was about to leave, there was a sudden clattering outside the yard gate, sounds of metal hitting something, mixed with muffled coughing, like someone bumped into an old metal barrel. Xiaolay immediately gripped a metal rod, shielding Lin Wanji and Leilei behind him, making a quiet gesture and quietly sneaked outside. At the door stood a tall, thin man wearing a dark blue work uniform. The elbows of his clothes were torn, revealing a light gray undershirt. He carried an old toolbox, the name tag, Chinemo, on it was frayed at the edges. He was leaning against the wall, coughing, with a pale face like paper, lips cracked and peeling. Obviously, he hadn't had clean water for a long time. Seeing Xiaolay come out with the metal rod, the man stepped back in fear. His water bottle almost dropped. He hurriedly waved his hands. Don't hurt me. I mean no harm. I just want to rest for a bit. I have tools. I can fix appliances, refrigerators, washing machines, circuits. I don't ask for much. I can trade fixing things for a place to stay. His voice was hoarse, each word sounding like he was pulling it from his throat, with a slight trembling tone. Lin Wanji stepped out from behind Xiaolay. Seeing screwdrivers and a multimeter peeking out of the man's toolbox, she suddenly remembered the water purifier leak from yesterday. The exchange machine said it needed special tools to fix. The man in front of her was an electrician. She pointed to the water bottle in his hand. Drink some water first. Our small building is nearby, with clean water and food. If you really can fix appliances, we can trade a place to stay. Chinemo hesitated, clearly surprised to find someone willing to help. His eyes lit up briefly, then quickly dimmed.
I
I only have half a box of batteries and a roll of wire. Can I exchange those for points? The rest of my supplies were stolen on the way, he said, pulling out a small metal box from his toolbox. Inside were 10 AA batteries and a roll of copper wire wrapped in newspaper. The wire's outer insulation was a bit worn, but the copper core was intact. That's enough. Lin Wanji took the batteries and wires, placed them on the exchange device. She brought a portable mini exchange device and scanned them. The screen showed number 5 batteries, 10 units, 20 points. Copper wire, 1 roll, 30 points. Total 50 points. Our room costs 10 points per hour, so 50 points can cover 5 hours. Later, you can use repairs to offset rent. On the way back, Chunmo slowly shared his story. Before the apocalypse, he worked as a repairman at an electronics store. He was skilled, and customers liked him. When the disaster happened, he hid in a temporary camp with neighbors. Later, zombies attacked the camp. He ran out with his toolbox, repairing electronics to exchange for food. Yesterday, a group of people stole his compressed biscuits and clean water, leaving only batteries and wires in his toolbox. I saw the red cloth hanging outside your small building and hesitated for a long time, afraid to come over, Chinemo said softly. I've met fake kind people before, who only wanted to steal my toolbox. I was about to give up and leave, but then I decided to try my luck. Lele tugged at Chinmo's sleeve and handed him dried fruit from her pocket. Uncle, this is for you. It's peach-flavored and very sweet, good for giving you energy. Chinemo took the dried fruit, pinched a small piece, and put it in his mouth. The sweetness spread quickly, and tears almost welled up. This was the softest thing he had eaten since the apocalypse. When they returned to the apartment, Su Qing had already heated vegetable porridge and fried 3 scallion pancakes. She even fried an extra one for Chinemo. Seeing them come back, she immediately brought over warm water.
Come in and rest.
The wind outside is strong. Drink some warm water first to soothe your throat. The porridge is still hot, and the scallion pancakes are fresh. Eat them while they're warm. Chinemo entered the small building and saw the clean reception desk, the glowing exchange device, and the aroma from the kitchen. Suddenly, his eyes welled with emotion. This was the first time since the disaster that he felt the taste of home. He put down his toolbox and hesitated at the door, not knowing where to put his hands. Don't just stand there, sit down, Su Qing said, pulling him to sit in a chair at the front desk. She handed him a scallion pancake. Try this. It's made with new flour I found, much better than compressed biscuits. Chinemo took the pancake and took a bite, crisp on the outside, with the aroma of scallions, and the chopped wild vegetables inside were soft and tender, not at all gritty. He ate very slowly, afraid that if he ate too fast it would be gone. This was the first warm meal he had in the end-of-the-world situation. After eating, Lin Wanji remembered the leaking water purifier and pointed to the kitchen. Master Chen, our water purifier started leaking yesterday. Do you think you can fix it? If you can repair it, I will operate the exchange device to give you 2 hours of rent credit. Can fix it. Chinemo immediately stood up, took a wrench, screwdriver, and sealant from his toolbox. I'll go now, no need to wait. Fixing this is quick. He followed Lin Wanji into the kitchen, squatted in front of the water purifier and carefully examined the leak. It's at the bottom water pipe connection, which was loose and slightly rusty. He used sandpaper to gently remove the rust, wrapped 3 turns of Teflon tape around the connection, applied some sealant, and then tightened it with a wrench. All done. Try to see if it leaks now. He wiped his hands, looking a little hopeful, worried he might not fix it well. Lin Wanji pressed the power button. Clear water flowed into a porcelain cup without any leaks. Fixed. Thank you so much, she said happily. I'll operate the exchange device now to deduct 2 hours of rent. You now have enough points to stay for 7 hours. Chinemo looked at the water purifier, now not leaking, and suddenly felt at ease. He finally could use his skills to exchange for a safe place to stay. At this moment, Xiaolay carried a metal rod back from outside, holding a few wooden planks. I just found some wood at the nearby ruins. We can fix the windowsill of room 103, which will make planting flowers easier. Master Chun, can you handle electrical wiring? The light in room 103 is a bit dim. I want to replace it with a brighter one. Yes. Chinemo nodded immediately. I have LED bulbs in my toolbox. I can replace it. Once the new light is installed, it will be brighter and save electricity. They headed to room 103. Lin Wanji had already found the key, which was attached to a light blue braided keychain with a small bell that jingled softly when moved. Inside the room, there was a single bed, a small balcony by the window perfect for placing flower pots, but the windowsill was a bit loose, and there was only a dim yellow bulb lighting the room. Lin Wanji returned to the front desk, ready to record Chen Mo's rent deduction on the exchange device. As soon as her fingertip touched the screen, a light blue task notification box suddenly popped up, accompanied by a soft ding sound. Main quest: recruit peers in Taoyuan, Stage 1. Quest requirements: successfully recruit 3 permanent tenants. Current progress. February 3rd. Reward: 100 points. Permission to upgrade public lighting. Can exchange for LED lights. Unlock skill assistance list. View all tenant skills and help projects. Quest description: completing this will automatically trigger the next stage, helping expand the Taoyuan public area and improve overall livability. Lin Wanji paused for a moment, then quickly understood. Su Qing, room 101, permanent. Xiaolay, room 102, permanent. Chenemo, room 103, pending confirmation as a permanent tenant. The progress was February 3rd, just one more tenant needed to finish the task. She opened the task details, which added, definition of permanent tenant: stays over 24 hours continuously or signs a long-term stay agreement through the exchange device. Below, it showed, Chen Mo has 70 points remaining, can stay 7 hours, and is advised to sign a long-term agreement. Great. Lin Wanji couldn't help but smile. 100 points were enough to buy several bags of soil, perfect for planting the sunflowers and daisies she found today. She looked up toward room 103, where Xiaolay and Chinemo were fixing the windowsill, and Su Qing was organizing flower seeds with Lele, placing sunflower seeds into small ceramic pots. The scene was so warm and peaceful, like a painting. Big Sister Wanji, Lele ran over holding a small ceramic pot filled with plump sunflower seeds. Mom said we should plant the biggest seeds so they grow tall. When can we plant them? Tomorrow. Lin Wanji crouched down and patted Lele's head. I used the points from the task to buy soil. Let's plant flowers on the windowsills of rooms 101, 102, and 103. Our little building will be the prettiest place in the world after the apocalypse. As the sunset cast a glow on the courtyard wall, the light in room 103 turned on. Chen Mo replaced the LED bulbs, and the warm yellow light was twice as bright as before, making the room feel especially cozy. Xiaolay finished fixing the windowsill and installed a simple flower rack on the balcony. Su Qing sorted the flower seeds into small bags and labeled them. Chen Mo signed a long-term stay agreement with Lin Wanji at the front desk. Using a system where 1 hour of daily maintenance equals 20 points, she stayed in room 103, paying 10 points per hour, which just covered her daily accommodation costs. Lin Wanji looked at the task progress February 3rd message on the exchange device, feeling very hopeful. Only one more tenant needed to unlock a new reward, and the apartment would become more lively. She remembered the sunflower seeds she found earlier that day. Took one in her hand. The seed was small but full of strong life, like hope in this post-apocalyptic world, slowly taking root and sprouting in the small building. Tao Tao whispered in her mind, "Host." After Chen Mo signed the long-term agreement, the livability index increased by another 5%. The scanner just detected a potential tenant signal from the south. Maybe we will find the third tenant soon. Lin Wanji smiled silently in her heart. Yes, our paradise will get better and better. As the morning sun just crested the red brick wall of Building A light floral scent drifted from the balcony of room 101, mixed with a moist smell of fallen leaves, warmed by some sunlight, flowing out from the open window. It circled around the exchange device at the front desk, then drifted into Lin Wanji's still sleeping room. When Lin Wanji went downstairs rubbing her eyes, she first heard Lele's cheerful laughter, like tiny bells ringing. The little girl was holding a mini plastic flower shovel, exchanged yesterday for 5 points, with a pink and white handle decorated with a small rabbit, squatting in front of a flower pot, carefully filling it with fine soil sifted by Xiaolay. Her nose was smudged with dirt, like a small cat that had just rolled in the flower bed. She didn't mind at all, instead leaning her small face close to the edge of the pot, whispering to the seed, "Little flower, sleep well. When you wake up, you'll grow tall. Wanji, come quickly." Uncle Zhao built a very sturdy trellis. Lele waved her shovel towards her, her little arms raised high, with some damp soil on the shovel. Behind her, Xiaolay was gently tapping the horizontal beam of the wooden trellis with an iron rod, making a dang-dang sound. The sunlight shone on his camouflage uniform's shoulder patches, giving off a faint glow. "Look, I can stand on it without wobbling," Lele said this while tiptoeing, with her small leather shoes stepping on the crossbar of the flower stand. The stand was so steady that not a single piece of wood chip fell. Xiaolay quickly reached out to protect her. "Slow down, don't fall. The stand is sturdy, but be careful." Chenemo squatted on the right side of the flower stand, holding a piece of thin iron wire left over from repairing electrical appliances, taken from an old refrigerator, with a shiny copper core and just the right flexibility. His fingertips skillfully bent and twisted the wire, turning it into a small hook with a rounded edge to avoid damaging the plastic ropes of the flower pot. "There's an old socket in the corner of the balcony," he said, hanging the finished hook on the crossbar of the stand. He tested its weight, and it easily supported a clay pot filled with soil. "Later, I'll connect a small night light, 10 points each, from our emergency supplies. It will shine on the flowers at night and help them sprout. I checked yesterday. The light is warm and gentle, not harsh." Lele can also see the light when she gets up at night. Su Qing carried over an enamel bowl with a small sun pattern on it. The rim still had some porridge stains, spilled while cooking vegetable porridge in the morning, and she hadn't wiped it off. The bowl held carefully selected sunflower seeds, each shiny and full, larger than a fingernail. They were the top students she picked out in the sunlight for half an hour yesterday. These seeds are heavy, which means the embryos inside are good. Planting them shallowly should make them sprout. I plan to plant mint by the kitchen window. It can repel insects and be used as seasoning when cooking. Double benefits. She squatted down and placed a seed in Lele's palm. "Look, this one is the fattest. It will definitely grow into the tallest sunflower, and it can help block the sun for Lele." Lin Wanji walked over, picked up a sunflower seed, and placed it in her hand. The matte shell rubbed against her fingertips, carrying a faint smell of fresh soil. The seed, about the size of a fingernail, was heavy, like holding a tiny hope. She squatted down to help Lele support the clay pot, which she had found yesterday among discarded flower pots. It was painted with faded little daisies. Su Qing had scrubbed it 3 times with disinfectant soap before filling it with soil. "We'll plant 3 pots today." Lin Wanji pointed to the 3 clay pots on the balcony. "Sunflower in window 101, following the sun. Mint in window 102, cool and refreshing, so Zhaoge can smell it when he patrols, and little daisies in window 103, with purple blooms that look shiny. When Chen Shifu is tired from fixing appliances, he can look at the flowers and take a break. When they grow, the whole building will smell nice." Xiaolay finally nailed the last support of the flower stand into the gap of the balcony railing. The nail was hammered in with an iron rod, with just the right force, strong enough to be secure but without damaging the railing. He then helped Lele dig a shallow hole in the center of the pot, comparing the depth with his fingertips. "Just bury the seeds this deep. If it's too deep, they won't sprout. A little water will help them grow." Lele imitated him, gently placing the seeds into the hole, pinching them with her tiny fingers to avoid breaking them. She then covered the seeds with fine soil, patting it flat as if tucking the seeds in with a little blanket. The little flower is under a blanket, so it won't catch a cold. At this moment, Chinemo had just finished installing the 5th hook. He smiled as he handed Lele a small shovel and helped wipe the mud off it. "Next time, we can go to the ruins to find some colorful stones to make a border around the flower pot. Red, yellow, blue. More beautiful than now. Do you want that, Lele?" Yes. Xiaolay immediately nodded, her eyes shining. I want to make a rainbow border for the little flowers necklace. Su Qing watched the busy scene, suddenly recalling something. She wiped the dirt off her hands with the back of her hand. Her apron pocket always carried an old rag, but she forgot to bring it today, so she had to wipe with her hand. Late Blossom. Yesterday Master Chin fixed the water dispenser and also replaced the LED bulbs in room 103. Shouldn't we record the rent deduction on the exchange device? She paused, then added, and Zhaoga built the flower stand and reinforced the clothesline. After a busy morning, it's time to count some points. We can't let you all work for free. Yesterday, I sewed clothes for Xiaolay. If sewing can be counted as a deduction, we could reduce the rent a bit more. No need to always use your points for everything. Lin Wanji nodded, clapped her hands to dust off the dirt, and headed to the front desk. Her shoes left faint footprints of soil on the tiles, and she thought about cleaning them later. Just in time. I also need to calculate the rent for these days, so everything stays organized. She gently touched the glass screen of the exchange device, which lit up with a soft blue glow like a sprinkle of stars. She first opened the tenant rent details page, swiped her finger across the screen to check each item, and took out a small notebook and pencil from the front desk drawer, an old practice book from before the apocalypse. She tore out a few pages to record points, the pencil tip almost worn down. Room 101. Su Qing stayed for 48 hours. After upgrading the toilet, rent is 18 points per hour, totaling 864 points. Deduction items. Cooking services, 200 points per day times 2 days equals 400, including 2 meals each day, and kitchen cleaning. Material costs, flour 40, cooking oil 30, dried vegetables 25 is equal to 95. Sewing services, repairing 2 clothes equals 15. Lin Wanji calculated on her notebook, 4009515 equals 510 points paid. Current balance, 510 minus 864 is equal to minus 354. She frowned, circled the -354 on the paper and thought. Later, she will use task reward points to add 100, plus the sewing deduction, and she will soon break even. Otherwise, Su Qing will be worried. Room 102, Xiaolay stay duration 36 hours, rent 10 points per hour, total due 360 points. Deduction items. Defense services, door reinforcement 30, flower stand setup 20, daily patrol 20 is equal to 70. Material costs, compressed biscuits 60, disinfectant 5 is equal to 65. Paid 135 points. Current balance, 135 minus 360 is equal to minus 225. Lin Wanji wrote in her notebook, Zhao Ji's defense deduction can be increased by 10. He helped Xiaolay fix a small stool yesterday, so that counts as tool maintenance. Room 103, Chen Mo stay duration 24 hours, rent 10 points per hour, total due 240 points. Deduction items, electrical repairs, water dispenser repair 20, circuit modification 30, bulb replacement 10 is equal to 60. Material costs, batteries 20, wires 30 is equal to 50. Paid 110 points. Current balance, 110 minus 240 is equal to minus 130. With this calculation, the balance can be a bit lower. Lin Wanji was about to adjust the deductions on the exchange device when a light blue notification box suddenly popped up, accompanied by a crisp, ding-dong sound, like a small bell ringing in her ear, even making the small desk lamp at the front desk flicker. Main quest, Taoyuan partner recruitment, stage 1 completed. Task progress, 3/3, Su Qing 101, Xiaolay 102, Chen Mo 103, reward distribution 100 points, already added to the total points pool, 1 set of public area LED lights, including 2 main lights and 1 small night light, stored in the storage area. Unlock of the Taoyuan Skills Mutual Assistance List. View all tenant skills and mutual aid projects. Supports online booking services. Friendly reminder, the current total points pool balance equals initial balance of 110, including previous material conversions and in-use services. 100 reward points equals 210 points. These can be used to offset tenant negative balances, exchange for public supplies, or upgrade public facilities. Lin Wanji paused for a moment, then suddenly smiled happily, almost dropping her pencil. The task is complete. Our total points are 210, just enough to help everyone pay part of their rent, and also exchange for flowers, soil, and vegetable seeds. Sister Su Qing, I added your sewing service, so the remaining balance decreased by 40. Add 100 more and it's only minus 254 now. Points? Can I exchange them for tasty things? Xiaolay immediately dropped her small shovel and ran over. Her tiny shoes clicked on the tiles as she tilted her head toward the screen, her nose almost touching the glass. She stared at the 210 points with bright eyes, like she had 2 little stars hidden inside. Can I exchange them for strawberry-flavored cookies? I haven't had any in a long time. The last time was at kindergarten, and strawberry flavor is the sweetest. Su Qing and Xiaolay also gathered around. Xiaolay leaned in closer and helped Lin Wenji support her small notebook, which was about to fall. Chun Mo put down his wire and gently tapped the edge of the screen with his fingertips, as if afraid of damaging it. He had repaired similar screens at the electronics store before and knew how delicate they were. The new skill assistance list on the screen is very clear. On the light blue background, each person's avatar is taken with a scanner. Xiaolay also drew a small sun next to Su Qing's avatar. Su Qing, cooking, home-cooked dishes, noodle making can provide 2 meals daily, reservation times, 6 to 8 a.m. and 6 to 8 p.m. Sewing, clothing repair, fabric decorations, can fix clothes or make cushions, supports incoming material processing. Xiaolay, close combat, zombie defense, security patrols, can lead exploration trips, can be booked 3 times a week. Construction, building plant stands, reinforcing gates, repairing furniture, can respond anytime. Chun Mo, appliance repair, water dispensers, refrigerators, circuit modifications, can fix appliances and public facilities. Tool maintenance, sanding iron rods, maintaining screwdrivers, charging detectors, supports regular upkeep. From now on, if anyone needs help, just find it here. Lin Wanji pointed to the reservation button on the list. For example, Brother Zhao wants to sharpen an iron rod, just click on Chun Mo's tool maintenance. Chun Mo gets a notification and can come over. Plus, you can use points to pay rent. I'll make a reservation for Su Qing's sewing first. Xiaolay raised her hand, pointing at the screen. I want to make a small pink fabric cover for my watch, embroidered with little flowers. Su Qing smiled and pinched her daughter's face. Okay, when I have time, I'll make it. I'll use your old clothes to remake it, soft and comfortable to wear. Lin Wenji pulled up the total points pool and tapped on the screen. We have 210 points now. I'll help everyone cover some negative balances first. 101 covers 100, 102 covers 70, 103 covers 40. Total 210? No, 10070 for 0 equals 210, so it's all used up. But I need to keep 10 points for emergencies, like a band-aid or something. She adjusted her plan. 101 covers 90, 102 covers 70, 103 covers 40, total 200. The remaining 10 points stay saved. This way, 101's balance becomes minus 264, 102 becomes minus 155, and 103 becomes minus 90. Later, everyone can use service credits to offset, and the accounts will balance out quickly. Su Qing quickly waved her hand, causing the straps on her apron to shake. You don't need to give us so many supplies. I'll cook a few more meals later and help everyone fix their clothes. We can earn points back quickly, so don't use all the emergency points. It's okay. Lin Wenji interrupted her with a smile, reaching out to tidy Su Qing's apron straps. These points are from task rewards, earned through everyone's effort. Su Qing cooks, Zhao guards the gate, and Master Chen repairs the electronics. Without any one of us, the task can't be completed. Also, the remaining 10 points are enough for emergencies. Later, we can find supplies more easily. Yesterday, the exchange machine marked a low-risk supply point nearby. Xiaolay rubbed the back of his head and smiled, his ears slightly red. He wasn't good at soft words, so he showed his support through actions. Wanji thought ahead. If you need to build or reinforce anything, just find me. We can deduct some points for that. No need to use all the main points. I'll patrol again this afternoon to see if I can find some usable wood to reinforce windowsills in room 103. Chinemo nodded as well, sliding his finger on the screen to the electronics repair section. I'll check the circuit in room 102 this afternoon. The balcony socket has a loose connection. Once fixed, Xiao can put a small table on the balcony to enjoy tea and sunlight. That will also save 20 points for deductions. Oh, and I'll install the LED light in the kitchen now. Once it's done, cooking at night will be brighter. Seeing everyone insist, Su Qing had no choice but to agree. She turned and headed to the kitchen. I'll heat some scallion pancakes and cook some wild vegetable porridge, adding dehydrated carrots and greens. We still have some dehydrated vegetables from yesterday, enough for a meal. Let's celebrate finishing the task. Today we'll eat more. Lele followed her mother, not forgetting to call back. Uncle Zhao, Uncle Chun, Sister Wanji, come eat the pancakes. Mom's scallion pancakes are the best. Chen Mo brought over a long LED light from the storage area. It was wrapped in plastic. Carefully, he unwrapped it, revealing a silver body and warm yellow bulbs, 3 times brighter than the previous small lamp and more energy efficient. He took out a screwdriver and some new wires, exchanged at the supply point. Thick copper core, durable, marked a spot on the countertop, and used a pencil to make sure the installation was correct. One here, one in the kitchen. He looked up at the ceiling. The kitchen light should be installed higher so that cooking fumes don't get into it. Lele brought over a small stool and stood nearby, helping to pass screws. She held several in her little hand, sorting them into groups. Big screws for the front desk lamp, small screws for the kitchen lamp. She hummed a silly song. Little flower, grow tall, pick strawberries for mom, for uncle, for sister. Everyone laughed, and Xiaolay joined in humming a few lines. His off-key singing mixed with Lele's, making the scene lively. With a click, Chen Mo pressed the switch. Warm yellow light instantly filled the front desk area, making everything clear, even the small words on the exchange screen. The dim yellow desk lamp looked much brighter now. I'll install the kitchen light later, he said, wiping dust off his hands. He took a clean cloth from the toolbox and wiped the lamp. Then he looked for a wire to connect the small night light on balcony 101, so Lele could see little flower sleep at night and also shine the moon on the seeds. At lunch, the smell of scallion pancakes mixed with the fresh aroma of wild vegetable porridge, filling the small building. Su Qing added dehydrated carrots and greens to the porridge, giving it a light salty taste, and sprinkled some salt, just right. Lele held her small bowl, eating porridge and pancakes, her face covered in food, with green onion oil on her lips. Su Qing gently wiped her face with a tissue, but Lele protested. Mom, don't wipe. The green onion oil smells so good. Lele suddenly asked, when the Chinese cabbage grows, can you make cabbage pancakes, Mom? She paused with her small spoon near her mouth. Like the ones in kindergarten, with eggs inside, and when you bite, it's oily and delicious. Of course, Su Qing patted her daughter's head, her fingertips brushing Lele's short bangs. Once we plant new vegetable seeds in the foam boxes on the balcony, and the greens grow, we'll make pancakes. We'll add an egg, and it'll be very tasty. Then we can invite Uncle Zhao and Uncle Chun to eat with us, and try the vegetables Lele grew. After lunch, Lin Wanji discussed future supplies with everyone at the exchange device. Right now, we have 10 points for emergencies. Later, when Zhao goes on patrol, he can check the low-risk supply point. The exchange device says it might have vegetable seeds and clean water. For nutrient soil, Zhao said we can mix regular soil with it. We won't exchange it now. We'll wait until we have more points to get better soil. She paused and added, Lele wants colorful stones. Next time we go out, we can look for them. There must be some in the ruins. No need to spend points. Xiaolay nodded, picked up an iron rod leaning against the wall, and said, I'm going to patrol now and check the location of the supply point. It's better to figure out the route early so that finding supplies later will be easier. Chinemo, if you need help with the circuit in room 102, just wait until I return. No need, I can handle it alone. Chinemo waved his hand. You go ahead and be careful. Don't fight zombies head-on if you can avoid it. The afternoon sun was especially gentle, like a thin veil of mist, falling on the red walls of the small building. Xiaolay set out with a canvas bag on his back, containing 2 bottles of purified water and a compressed biscuit. Chunemo was fixing the circuit in room 102, the sound of screwdriver turning screws going click-click, rhythmic and steady. Su Qing helped Lele plant small green vegetable seeds in a foam box, her small hands carefully placing each seed one by one, afraid of spilling them. Lin Wanji was updating the tenant balance on the exchange device and adding a new skill to the skill mutual aid list. Lele, gardener assistant, responsible for watering and observing seed sprouting, no points deducted, just helping. This made Lele happily jump with excitement. As the sunset fell on the windowsill of room 101, 3 flower pots had been filled with mixed soil. Xiaolay had found ordinary soil mixed with a small amount of nutrient-rich soil, making it loose and fertile. Su Qing added some crushed eggshells to the soil, saying it could serve as fertilizer. Sunflower seeds were buried in shallow pits, mint and small daisies each in their place, and the small green vegetable seeds lay in the foam box covered with a thin layer of soil, like a tiny green blanket. Lele crouched nearby, gently pressing the switch of the small night light. The light flickered on and off, playing happily. Now the little flowers won't be in the dark at night. We can also see the stars. Xiaolay returned from patrol, holding half a bag of clean water, found at the supply point unopened, and a few small colorful stones, just right for decorating Lele's flower pot. Chunmo had fixed the circuit in room 102, and the balcony socket was working again. He also helped Lele connect the small night light. Su Qing was tidying up dishes in the kitchen, the LED light shining through the window onto her busy figure, soft and warm. Lin Wanji sat at the front desk, looking at the skill list and points details on the exchange device, then glanced at the colorful stones Xiaolay brought back, feeling very content. Tao Tao whispered in her mind, "Host, the livability index has increased by 30% and the safety index by 25%. The tenant's sense of belonging is almost full. The water and stones Xiaolay brought back can also add 15 points. Next time you go to the supply point, you might find vegetable seeds and trigger the Taoyuan Supply Reserve mission." Lin Wanji smiled inwardly and responded, "Yes, we can earn points again if we run out, but feeling like a family here is more important than anything. Look at Lele, now he dares to talk to Xiaohua. This is our Taoyuan." The evening breeze carried the fresh scent of flowers and the leftover aroma of congee cooked by Su Qing. It blew past the red brick wall of Building A. The LED lights shone through the windows, glowing like warm stars in the mist. This small, lonely building had become a real paradise in the end times because of the arrival of 3 friends, the fragrant flowers in the yard, and the clear yet warm-hearted point system. It now had warm meals, bright lights, children's laughter, and mutual care and understanding. A new story was just beginning. As the first rays of morning sunlight brushed over the red brick wall of Building A, they turned the flower pot on balcony 101 a soft gold. Lele held a pink spray bottle, exchanged with 3 points yesterday, with a cute bunny on it. When he tiptoed to the flower pot, he suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, the sunflower seeds buried yesterday had broken through the thin soil and sprouted tiny white shoots, like little heads wrapped in light veils, shyly peeking out. The tips of the sprouts were still moist with dirt."
Mom.
"Sister Wanji, the sprouts are out. They're smaller than a fingernail." The little one's shout sounded like a small stone, waking Lin Wanji, who was still organizing the points book at the front desk. She hurried down the stairs in beige slippers, which made a creak sound on the wooden steps. When she reached the balcony, she saw Su Qing squatting beside the flower pot, gently hovering her fingertip above the sprout, afraid to touch it. Her eyes were full of surprise. They sprouted in just one day. "These seeds are strong. They'll definitely grow tall." Su Qing's apron was still dusted with flour. She had gotten it while kneading dough to make wild vegetable pancakes in the morning. She casually tucked her stray hair behind her ear and pointed at the sprout, saying, "Look, the tip of the sprout still has a bit of seed coat, like a little jacket for the sprout. It will fall off after a while in the sun." Just then, a faint sound of a metal rod dragging on the ground came from outside the yard. Xiaolay had returned from patrol. He carried a shiny iron rod on his shoulder and had a small white cloth bag hanging from his neck. The bag's opening revealed a few smooth stones, red like small cherries, yellow like tiny moons, and blue like small gems. The supply point is clear. He handed the bag to Xiaolay and wiped his fingertips on it. He had gotten some dust from picking up stones in the ruins. There's an abandoned community supermarket a kilometer to the west, with only 2 zombies at the door, one with a broken left arm and the other with a limp leg, moving very slowly. I saw it from afar yesterday. There are still packages of little green vegetable seeds on the shelves, so it probably hasn't been searched. Xiaolay took the bag and immediately poured the stones into her palm, counting them one by one. Red, yellow, blue. Just 3 colors. Sister Wanji, can I put them around the edge of the flower pot? Like giving the little sprout a rainbow necklace. Of course, Lin Wanji nodded with a smile. At that moment, Chinimo came out of room 103. He was holding a small gardening trowel, the blade made from recycled iron sheet, smoothed so it wouldn't hurt. The wooden handle was wrapped with a of light gray non-slip cloth, taken from an old towel. Yesterday, I saw Xiaolay struggling with her small shovel, so I found a piece of iron and modified it. He handed the trowel to Xiaolay and also took out a small sieve about the size of a palm. The mesh was made from old mesh netting. Bring this too. When you go to the supply point to find seeds, you can sift out soil clumps and small stones, so you don't accidentally plant bad seeds. Xiaolay took the small trowel and tried to scoop some soil into the flower pot. The soil slid down the blade and landed right next to the sprout's tip. She immediately stopped. Be gentle. Don't touch the little sprout. Lin Wanji pulled out the supply point map from the drawer at the front desk, printed a few days ago from the exchange machine. The paper was a bit curled. She pressed it flat with a smooth stone paperweight and pointed to the red-marked spot on the map. The exchange machine marked this as a low-risk zone. The zombie density is 2. It's estimated we can find vegetable seeds and bottled water there. Maybe even gardening tools. She then checked her point's details, sliding her finger across the exchange machine screen. Yesterday, Brother Zhao brought back half a bag of purified water worth 10 points. Sister Su Qing helped me repair a torn jacket, which counts as 15 points for sewing. Now, the balance for room 101 is minus 249, room 102 is minus 145, and room 103 is minus 80. It's fewer than the day before yesterday. She looked up at everyone and said, "Today, we are going to the supply point. Brother Zhao will lead the way, Brother Qin will bring tools, Sister Suqing will prepare some dry food, and Xiaolay will be in charge of. I will find more colorful stones." Xiaolay immediately raised her hand. A small spray bottle was hanging on her wrist, swinging back and forth. I also need to help everyone keep track of time. My watch has an alarm that will remind us to go home for lunch at noon, so we won't miss planting the little sprouts. The preparations before leaving were lively. Suqing was cooking wild vegetable pancakes on the stove in the kitchen. She chopped up leftover wild vegetables from yesterday, mixed them with flour, and added some chopped mint, picked from a mint sprouting on balcony 102. It helps refresh and ward off bugs. Make the pancakes thin so they won't get hard when cold, she said. She cut the cooked pancakes into small pieces and packed them into a clean, reused paper bag, leftover from the supermarket. She had saved several, washed them thoroughly, and reused them. Also, give everyone 2 bottles of purified water, packed in a canvas bag for easy carrying. Chunmo was fiddling with tools near the workbench. He took a piece of thin wire from the toolbox, skillfully bent it into a small hook, and polished the tip with sandpaper to prevent tearing bags. If the supermarket lock breaks, I can use this to pry it open. Also, I brought a multimeter. If there are usable electrical devices inside, I can test if they have power. Maybe I can find a small water pump to make watering easier. He also wrapped screwdrivers and small wrenches in cloth and placed them in the toolbox. All tools are checked and ready. Xiaolay leaned the iron rod against the door and checked the metal detector's battery again. It was fully charged after charging all night. On the way, I can scan for useful metal objects like scrap steel or small iron pieces to repair things when we get back. The fog had thinned compared to a few days ago. Sunlight shone through the mist, scattering like tiny gold pieces, making the ground look warm. Xiaolay led the way, carrying the iron rod on his shoulder. He occasionally used the metal detector to scan the ruins by the roadside. The detector beeped twice. He bent down and picked up a small piece of scrap metal about the size of his palm. This can be used to add a guard to Leilei's small shovel, so she doesn't hurt her hands while using it. Leilei held Suqing's hand, her eyes like a little squirrel's, staring at the pile of broken stones by the roadside. When she saw a blue stone, she immediately squatted down, carefully using her small fingers to pick it out of the dirt, blowing off the dust.
Mom.
Look at this blue stone. It looks like a little gem from a kindergarten drawing. She put the small stones into her pocket and patted it, worried they might fall out. After walking for about 40 minutes, Xiaolay suddenly stopped and raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. We're almost there. The supermarket is just ahead. Lin Wanji looked in the direction he pointed, a half-collapsed two-story building, with half of the sign on the roof fallen off. The remaining words, Community Supermarket, were covered in dust but still visible. In the open space outside the supermarket, 2 zombies were slowly wandering around. The one on the left had a broken left arm with a black scab on the wound. The one on the right had a limp right leg, staggering with each step. Their pale gray skin looked especially noticeable in the faint red mist. I'll draw their attention. Xiaolay handed Lin Wanji a metal detector and gripped a metal rod tightly. The one on the left, even with a broken arm, is quick. I'll lure it to the west. Chen-Emo, you take the chance to open the door quickly. Chen-Emo nodded, took a freshly made iron hook from the toolbox, and quietly moved to the side of the supermarket. Xiaolay picked up a fist-sized stone, aimed at the broken wall on the west side of the supermarket, and threw it. With a pop, the stone hit the bricks and shattered into 2 pieces. The 2 zombies immediately stopped and turned their cloudy eyes toward the sound, slowly moving westward. Now's the time, Xiaolay whispered. Chen-Emo rushed over, hooked the door handle of the supermarket with the iron hook, and gently pulled. The door, not fully locked, creaked open slightly. He pulled again with more force, and the door swung fully open. He then turned back and gave Xiaolay a thumbs up. Xiaolay took the opportunity to rush forward, swinging his metal rod at the back of the nearest zombie's head. With a bang, the strike hit perfectly, and the zombie fell straight to the ground, motionless. Chen-Emo didn't stop either. He jabbed his screwdriver into the chest of the other zombie. Though he didn't hit a vital spot, it caused the zombie to pause. Xiaolay quickly struck it down with another, finishing off the last zombie. Go inside quickly. Don't stay at the door, Xiaolay said, leaning his rod against the door and leading the way into the supermarket. Inside, a faint musty smell mixed with the scent of old paper. Sunlight streamed through the broken windows, casting long, thin patches of light on the floor. Several shelves had fallen over, with empty drink bottles, expired snack boxes, and a few torn bags of flour scattered around. White flour dust was visible on the ground. The seed should be in the grain and oil section, Lin Wanji said, holding a map and heading deeper into the supermarket. The 2 innermost shelves are still standing, with a few unopened bags of rice, already expired, and some seed packets in plastic bags. She squats down carefully, picks up a seed packet, which is dusty. She wipes it with her sleeve, revealing the words, "Little green vegetable seeds." The scanner on the exchange device glows as it scans the seed packet. A message pops up on the screen. Little green vegetable seeds, remaining shelf life 6 months, no mold, estimated value 20 points per pack, total 5 packs, total 100 points. Found it. Lin Wanji excitedly holds up the seed packet. There are also spinach seeds and cherry tomato seeds. Chen-Emo searches on a nearby shelf and suddenly brightens. Here's a small gardening rake and a few empty foam boxes. He picks up the rake, which is clean and rust-free. This rake is perfect for loosening soil. The foam boxes can be washed and used to grow vegetables, and they don't take up much space on the balcony. Suqing walks over to the refrigerator, pulls open the slightly ajar door. Though the light inside has long gone out, the temperature is much cooler than outside. She feels around the bottom shelf and finds half a carton of eggs. The eggshells are light brown, intact, with no cracks. The production date on the box is half a month before the expiration date. And a jar of bean paste. She picks up a deep red jar of bean paste, the lid tightly sealed. Unopened, good for cooking and adding flavor to wild vegetables. Xiaolay crouches under the shelf, picking up colorful stones from the ground. Her finger suddenly touches something hard. She reaches in and pulls out an old flower pot, light pink, decorated with small daisies, very similar to the ceramic pots on their balcony, except the drainage hole at the bottom is a bit blocked.
Mom.
Look at this flower pot. It can grow cherry tomatoes. I just need to clear the drainage hole. While everyone is busy tidying up supplies, Lin Wanji's exchange device suddenly makes a ding sound. The screen displays a light blue task box shining brightly on her face. Side mission. Taoyuan Supplies Reserve, Stage 1, Mission Requirements. 1. Collect seeds of more than 5 different edible crops. Current progress. March 5th. Sunflower, small daisy, little green vegetables. 2. Exchange for edible items worth over 100 points. Current progress. 80 out of 100. 30 points for eggs, 20 points for bean paste, 100 points for seed packets. Already exceeded. Mission rewards. 1. 50 points. 2. Public area, mini garden, construction permission can exchange for 2 simple planting boxes. 3. Unlock, seed cultivation, skill guide, including sprouting, fertilizing, pest control. Task description. Completing this will greatly improve the apartment's self-sufficiency and lay the foundation for future expansion of the paradise. Lin Wanji turned the task window to everyone, her voice excited. New task. We now have seeds for small greens, spinach, and cherry tomatoes, plus the sunflower and small daisies from before, exactly 5 types. We also have enough for 100 points of edible supplies. Just need 2 more items to finish the task. I'll go see if there's a watering can. Chinemo immediately headed to the daily necessities area. With a watering can, Xiaolay won't have to spray the plants with a small spray bottle. Xiaolay walked to the door, checking outside. I'll look around for some rope, then come back to tie the foam box so the seeds don't spill while walking. Soon, Chinemo returned with a light green watering can. Its spout was a bit crooked, but still usable. Xiaolay also found 2 thick ropes, enough to tie the foam box. That's everything. Su Qing put the bean paste and eggs into the innermost part of her backpack. Let's go back quickly so the little sprout can get sunlight. Before leaving, Chinemo installed a simple latch on the supermarket door. He wrapped thin wire around the handle, twisted it into a small ring, then bent another piece of wire into a hook to hang on the ring. Next time, no worries about zombies getting in, and we can use this as a temporary supply point for storing less used items. Xiaolay marked a 5-pointed star shape with broken stones around the supermarket. This shape is eye-catching. When we look for supplies later, we can spot it from afar and avoid detours. On the way back, Xiaolay sat in Su Qing's arms, clutching a bag of seeds tightly to her chest, as if holding a treasure. Mom, when can we plant the cherry tomatoes? She asked with a small face. I want to build a little frame for them, just like the tomato trellis at kindergarten, so they can climb up. Once we clean the foam box, we'll plant tomorrow. Su Qing patted her daughter's head and pointed to a small branch by the roadside. Tomorrow, Uncle Xiao can help cut 2 thin branches to make a frame. When they returned to the apartment, the sunset was already slanting west, stretching the shadow of the small building long. Everyone is working together, busy and lively. Xiaolay moved the foam box to the yard and rinsed it repeatedly with purified water. The box used to hold fruit and was a bit sticky. He washed it 3 times until it was clean. Then he took a small drill, left over from repairing appliances, and drilled 3 drainage holes at the bottom of each foam box. The holes shouldn't be too big or soil will leak out, nor too small or water will accumulate and roots will rot. Chinemo held a wire and a small light to connect the lighting on the balcony. He first removed an old socket from the corner of the balcony, checked the wiring, and confirmed it was okay. Then he connected the new light wire and wrapped the connections with insulating tape. This light gives a warm glow, not too bright, so it won't hurt the seeds at night. It also helps keep the soil warm, so the seeds can sprout faster. Su Qing placed eggs in the lower part of the fridge, which was lined with a clean piece of cotton cloth, made from old clothes, washed thoroughly. Handle the eggs gently so they don't. We're saving them for Xiaolay to make egg custard, and they can also be used as fertilizer for the seeds. Burying an eggshell in the soil can add nutrients. Xiaolay crouched beside the sunflower pot, arranging colorful stones he found in the morning around the pot. He placed the red stones first, then yellow, then blue. After finishing, he stepped back to look, feeling it wasn't quite neat enough, so he adjusted a couple of times. Now the little sprouts can see a rainbow every day. Lin Wanji sat at the front desk, scanning the newly found supplies on the exchange machine. Her fingertips lightly swiped across the screen. 5 packs of small green vegetable seeds, 100 points. 2 packs of spinach seeds, 40 points. 3 packs of cherry tomato seeds, 60 points. 6 eggs, 30 points. 1 jar of bean paste, 20 points. 1 gardening rake, 15 points. 1 watering can, 10 points. Total, 275 points. She checked the points pool, deposited 275 points, and recorded in her points notebook with a pencil. Original points pool 10 emergency, 275, new supplies, equals 285 points. Then, a portion of the negative balance was deducted for each tenant. Tenant 101 received 80 to cover a balance of minus 249, resulting in minus 169. Tenant 102 received 70 for a balance of minus 145, resulting in minus 75. Tenant 103 received 50 for a balance of minus 80, resulting in minus 30. The remaining 85 points came from 285 minus 200. 50 points were kept to exchange for a mini garden planting box, and 35 points were used as emergency points. Task completed. Lin Wanji raised the exchange device. A reward message appeared on the screen. 50 points have been credited. The mini garden construction permission has been unlocked. The seed cultivation guide has been stored in the storage area. At dinner, the kitchen was filled with the aroma of egg custard. Su Qing used the newly found eggs to make egg custard, adding 2 spoons of warm water when beating the eggs. She steamed it for 10 minutes. The custard was smooth and tender, topped with some chopped green onions. She also stir-fried some wild vegetables with half a spoon of bean paste, filling the whole small building with a fragrant smell. Xiaolay held a small bowl, eating egg custard and rice with her little mouth puffed out. Some custard was on her lips. She used a spoon to scrape some into her mouth and mumbled, "Mom, this egg custard is even better than yesterday. It smells like bean paste." Xiaolay and Chinemo also enjoyed their food. Xiaolay picked up a bite of wild vegetables and said with a smile, "When the small bok choy grows, we can use it to make scrambled eggs. It will be even more fragrant than wild vegetables." Chinemo nodded. "Tomorrow, I'll fix the small water pump on the balcony. I'll modify the old fish tank pump so it can water automatically, saving Xiaolay from carrying the small spray bottle every day." The sunset fell on the windowsill of room 101. The sunflower sprout had grown a little taller, about 1 millimeter higher than in the morning. The seed coat on the sprout had fallen off, revealing a tender green sprout. The small night light turned on, casting a warm yellow glow on the clay pot, like a gentle blanket covering the tiny sprout. Xiaolay leaned by the window, gently placing her small hand on the edge of the clay pot. She whispered to the sprout, little sprout, today I found a small tomato seed. From now on, we will be good friends. Tomorrow, I'll water you with warm water. You have to grow taller than me so you can block the sun for me." Lin Wanji leaned against the balcony door, watching Laylay's small figure. She also looked at the cover of the mini garden construction guide on the exchange device, an illustration of a sunny balcony filled with vegetables, very cozy. In her mind, Tao Tao softly said, "Host, your self-sufficiency ability has increased by 20%, and the livability index has increased by 15%. When the planting boxes arrive and we plant small green vegetables and cherry tomatoes, we will rely less on compressed biscuits. It's starting to feel more like a real home." Lin Wanji smiles silently in her heart and responds, "Yes, with flowers, vegetables, and everyone working together. This is our peaceful haven." The evening breeze carries the fresh scent of mint and leftover food, blowing past the red brick wall of Building A. The LED lights shine through the windows, glowing like warm stars in the faint red mist. This once lonely small building is gradually becoming the safest refuge in the post-apocalyptic world, filled with children's laughter, the aroma of food, hope for growth, and warmth from caring for each other. These small hopes are growing like sunflower sprouts, reaching upward and shining brighter. As the morning sun just crosses the red brick wall of Building A, it gives the bricks a soft golden glow. Even the weeds in the cracks catch the light. The balcony of room 101 is the first to become lively, with gentle rustling sounds. Those are the soft strokes of cotton cloth on tender leaves. Xiaolay kneels in front of a flower pot, her knees still stained with last night's soil she accidentally brushed against. She holds a small piece of light gray cotton cloth, cut from an old towel, which was carefully dried on the radiator last night to make it soft. Now she's gently wiping the morning dew off the sunflower sprout's tip. The tender green sprout has fully opened, looking like two tiny green fans with slightly jagged edges. After the dew is absorbed by the cloth, the leaves shine in the sunlight, revealing delicate veins inside, like thin silver threads scattered across them. Little sprout, grow tall today too? Just a little taller than yesterday is perfect, Xiaolay whispers softly, afraid of waking the tiny sprout. In her other hand, she holds a small shovel that Chen Emo fixed last week. Its blade is made from recycled iron, smooth and safe to touch, with a light blue cloth wrapped around the wooden handle, just right for her small hands. She adds some fine soil to the edge of the flower pot. The soil was sifted from decayed leaves in the ruins to the east by Xiaolay yesterday. It's dark brown, mixed with tiny pieces of eggshells, which Su Qing said can add nutrients, helping the sprouts grow strong. After adding the soil, Xiaolay gently pats it down with the small shovel, as if tucking the sprout in for a nap. At this moment, the kitchen comes alive with the sound of clinking dishes, the enamel pot hitting the hot plate, crisp and clear. Mom is boiling mint water. Xiaolay immediately stands up, with a small shovel still stuck in the flower pot, and runs to the kitchen. Her slippers make a tap-tap sound on the wooden floor. Passing the front desk, she waves to Lin Wanji, who is leaning over her scorebook. Wanji sister, Mom is making mint water. Lin Wanji is looking down at her scorebook, doing some calculations. The book is an old practice notebook from before the end of the world, with a small bear drawing on the cover. The edges are worn, and inside, it's filled with tiny, careful handwriting in pencil. When she hears Laylay's voice, she looks up and smiles, nodding. Walk slowly, don't fall. The pencil is still tucked between the pages from yesterday, with notes at the bottom. 101 balance, 169, 102 to 75, 103 to 30, and a small star drawing with a note, to be replenished with supplies points. The steam from the kitchen has reached the doorway. Su Qing, wearing a faded light gray apron with a small cloth tucked into the pocket, is standing in front of the heating plate, stirring the mint water in a pot. A few fresh mint leaves float on top, picked from the mint bush on the 102 balcony that sprouted this morning. The tender leaves release a cool, refreshing scent as they simmer in water, slowly unfolding into a light green. Xiaolay is here. Su Qing turns around and sees her daughter bouncing happily. She quickly touches the wall of the enamel cup, an old find with a faded little sun on it, Laylay's favorite. The water needs 2 more minutes to cool down first, or it'll be too hot to drink, she says. Xiaolay obediently stands beside her, holding onto the edge of the stove with her small hands, staring at the mint water in the pot. Mom, does mint water help with a stuffy nose? Yesterday, Uncle Zhao sneezed. Can I give him a cup? Of course. Su Qing smiles and ruffles her daughter's hair. She pours the mint water into the enamel cup, where the mint leaves float on the surface like little green boats. She gently blows on it and tests the temperature with the back of her hand before handing it to Xiaolay. It's ready now. Drink slowly, don't choke. Xiaolay cups the cup, taking small sips. The cool mint slides down her throat, like she's chewing a mint candy. Halfway through, she suddenly remembers something, frowning slightly. Mom, the water was so cold when I took a bath yesterday. You filled a whole basin, but I didn't finish washing before it got cold. You even sneezed afterward, and your shoulders were shaking. Su Qing paused, the cloth in her hand hanging midair. She then smiled and tucked her stray hair behind her ear. It's okay. Mom is an adult and not afraid of the cold. Once we have enough points, we can see if we can upgrade the shower. For now, let's make do. She had long thought about upgrading the shower but hesitated because of her negative points balance on the points record. She didn't want to trouble Lin Wanji, as everyone's points were limited. Hearing this, Lin Wanji, who was carrying her points record, stopped and immediately said, Sister Su Qing, don't say make do. There's an upgrade shower package on the exchange device. I saw it yesterday when I was organizing the list. It includes a simple temperature control device and a mini heater, perfect for winter. Want to check it out now? Su Qing was a bit surprised. She quickly wiped her hands and followed Lin Wanji to the front desk. Lin Wanji placed her points record on the table and gently tapped the glass screen of the exchange device. The screen lit up with a soft blue glow, quickly displaying the details of the Room 101 shower upgrade package. The page showed a clear diagram. On the left was a silver thermostatic shower head, in the middle a white mini heater, and on the right a light blue non-slip mat with 3 yellow ducks printed on it, looking soft and cozy. See, the upgrade includes these 3 items. Lin Wanji pointed at the diagram. The thermostatic shower head keeps water between 38 to 40 degrees Celsius, just right for Xiaolay, neither too hot nor too cold. The heater is energy efficient and doesn't use much electricity. The non-slip mat with ducks is safe, so Xiaolay won't slip during baths. She paused and pulled up the points explanation. The upgrade costs 60 points, but completing it triggers a facility optimization reward, giving 80 points, so you actually earn 20 points. After upgrading, the rent for room 101 will go from 18 points per hour to 26 points per hour, but your cooking and laundry will quickly offset the points spent. Su Qing leaned in, eyes fixed on the thermostatic shower head on the screen. She gently touched the diagram, as if confirming its authenticity. Her main concern was Xiaolay catching a cold during baths. Before the apocalypse, their home had a thermostatic shower, and Xiaolay could bathe for a long time. Now, with cold water, the child hurriedly finished bathing, always worried about catching a cold. Can it really keep the water warm all the time? Won't it become cold like before while washing? Definitely not. Lin Wanji showed the user reviews from the exchange system. Look, some tenants upgraded it before and they said the water stays warm, even after 10 minutes of washing. The heating module is small and placed under the shower head, so it doesn't take up space. Installation is easy, just automatic setup for the pipes, and Brother Chen can help connect the circuit afterward. Hearing the noise, Chen Mo from room 103 came out. He was holding a multimeter, just finished testing the socket voltage in room 102. When he heard about the shower upgrade, he hurried over. Does the upgrade kit need wiring? If it does, I can help install it. That way, you won't need to find someone outside, and I can earn some points to use later. I'm familiar with fixing water dispenser circuits, so connecting this heating module shouldn't be hard. It'll take about half an hour, and I can also help waterproof the connections to prevent leaks and electrical issues. Just then, outside the courtyard gate, the sound of dragging an iron rod on the ground was heard. Xiaolay was back from patrol. He carried a shiny, well-used iron rod with 2 thin branches, about wrist thick, on his shoulders. The branches still had some fresh bark, looking recently cut. I found these in the ruins to the south. They're perfect for a tomato trellis, just the right thickness and no bugs. He leaned the branches against the wall and saw everyone gathered around the exchange system. Curious, he asked, what are you looking at? A new facility. Yes, the shower upgrade kit for room 101. Xiaolay immediately ran over, tugging at Xiaolay's sleeve and pointing at the anti-slip mat on the screen. Uncle Xiao, look, there's a little duck on the mat. If I slip while bathing, will the duck protect me? Xiaolay squatted down, patted Xiaolay's head, and smiled. Of course. The little duck will hold you steady, so you won't fall. If fixing the shower needs piping, I can help with that too. I've fixed the courtyard gate before, so securing a pipe is no problem. I can also help install a small shelf on the wall for your shower gel and stuff. Lin Wanji immediately clicked Confirm Upgrade on the exchange device. The storage compartment below the screen made a click sound, and opened, revealing neatly arranged upgrade parts, a shiny silver thermostatic shower head with many small holes that spray fine water streams, a white heating module about the size of a brick, with a small display showing the water temperature, a light blue non-slip mat that feels soft, embroidered with a duck pattern, giving a raised texture and with anti-slip lines when stepped on. Automatic construction will start now, and it will take about half an hour. First, the pipes will be laid in the shower area of room 101. During construction, just stay away, Lin Wanji said, taking out a yellow warning card with "Construction in progress, do not approach," printed on it and sticking it on the door of room 101. During the half hour of construction, everyone was busy with their own tasks, and the small building was filled with lively sounds. Xiaolay carried the thin branches he just brought back and went to the corner of the balcony to set up a tomato trellis. He first sharpened the bottoms of 2 branches, gently inserted them into the balcony soil, crossing them in an X shape, then wrapped the intersection with jute rope torn from an old sack, winding it around 3 times and tying a slip knot. The jute rope was light brown and sturdy. He wrapped it tightly but carefully so it would be strong yet easy to untie later, and so the tomato vines could adjust their growth if they got too dense. Once the tomato seeds sprout and grow to about half a foot, they can climb along the trellis, Xiaolay said while tying the rope, teaching Lulu, "See, when tying, pull the rope tight but not too hard, or the branches might break." "Here, try it." Lulu took the jute rope from Xiaolay, trying to mimic his movements by wrapping it around the branches. But her small hands lacked strength, and after 3 turns, the rope was still loose. When she pulled, it slipped. She looked a bit worried, pouting her little mouth. "Uncle Zhao, I can't tie it well. The rope keeps slipping." "It's okay, take your time." Xiaolay crouched down holding Lily's hand and taught her how to apply force. "Look, when you make the first loop, press the rope underneath. Then wrap around again, pressing it over the first loop. Do it a 3rd time, then thread the end of the rope through from underneath. When you pull, it will tighten." He guided her step by step. Lula followed, and although her knot was still a bit loose at the end, it was much better than her first try. Xiaolay gave a thumbs up. Better than Uncle Zhao's first time tying it. Lele is really talented. From now on, you can be in charge of maintaining the tomato frame, okay? Lele immediately nodded, puffing out her small chest proudly. "Okay. I check the ropes every day. If they get loose, I retie them." Chinemo was checking the circuit connection of the heating module on a table beside the front desk. He connected the probes of a multimeter to the module's interface. The screen showed a stable voltage of 220V, just right for the apartment circuit. The interface is universal, no need to change the wiring. Just plug it into socket 101. He took a roll of black insulating tape from his toolbox and also found a piece of light gray waterproof cloth, originally from an old tent. Although it had a few small holes, it was still waterproof. "I need to cut a small piece of this waterproof cloth, stick it on the connection point, then wrap it tightly with insulating tape. That way, even if water splashes during a shower, it won't cause an electric shock." He carefully cut the waterproof cloth with small scissors, making it square to cover the interface perfectly. Then he glued the waterproof cloth onto the module and wrapped it neatly with tape, leaving no gaps. "Uncle Chen, will this module use a lot of electricity?" Lele ran over and squatted nearby to watch. "If the power runs out, we won't be able to use hot water, right?" Chinemo smiled and shook his head, patting Lele's head. "This module is energy-saving. It uses very little electricity per hour, and our apartment's generator can handle it. Also, there's a small switch on the module. When not in use, turn it off to save power." Su Qing was busy making small cookies in the kitchen. She took a bag of flour from the storage shelf. It was a leftover from before, with only half a bag remaining. The flour was white, fine, and free of lumps. She poured the flour into an enamel basin, added a little of the white sugar she found earlier, just a teaspoon, and cracked a fresh egg from the supermarket into the mixture. She used chopsticks to stir the flour, sugar, and egg until crumbly, then kneaded the dough with her hands. She gently used her wrists to knead until the dough was smooth and fine, with no lumps. "Lele likes the small sun-shaped cookies, so we'll make little sun cookies," Su Qing said. She took a round glass bottle cap from the drawer, which had a pattern on top, perfect for stamping the shape of a small sun. She rolled the dough into thin sheets, then pressed the bottle cap into the dough to cut out small circles. Using a small fork, she poked rays of sunlight into the circles, then placed them on a baking tray on the heated plate. "Mom, how long should I bake the cookies?" Xiaolay occasionally runs over and leans on the stove, asking, "Can I help press the little sun?" Of course, Suqing hands Xiaolay the bottle cap and teaches her how to press. Be gentle, or the dough will tear. Bake for 10 minutes. When the cookies turn golden, they are ready. Xiaolay carefully presses on the dough with the bottle cap. Even though her little son is a bit crooked, Suqing still praises her. The little sun Xiaolay pressed is the cutest, even better than Mom's. Soon, the kitchen fills with the sweet smell of cookies, mixed with the scent of flour, spreading throughout the small building. Xiaolay and Chinemo smell it, and I can't help but look into the kitchen. Xiaolay smiles and says, "Suqing's cooking gets better and better. Just smelling it makes me hungry." Half an hour passes quickly. The exchange device suddenly makes a ding-dong sound. Room 101 shower facilities have completed automatic installation and are ready for circuit connection. Everyone immediately puts down what they're doing and walks to the door of room 101. Opening the door, the shower area looks completely new. A silver thermostatic shower head hangs on the wall, and the white heating module below is securely fixed in the corner. The display screen shows, "Waiting for power." A light blue non-slip mat is laid on the floor, with 3 duck patterns right in the center of the shower area. It feels soft underfoot, and the textured surface provides slip resistance. 2 silver pipes are connected, neatly installed, linking the shower head and the heating module. Chun Mo quickly takes out tools and approaches to connect the circuit. He first plugs the heating module's power cord into the socket in room 101, tests it with a multimeter to confirm power is on, then sticks waterproof tape around the connection point and wraps it 3 times with insulating tape, making it tight. All set. Now turn on the switch, and it will start heating. In about 5 minutes, it will reach the constant temperature, and the display will show the water temperature. He presses the switch on the heating module, and the numbers on the display start to jump, slowly rising from 20 degrees C. Suqing eagerly walks to the shower, turns on the tap. At first, cold water flows out. After about 5 minutes, the water gradually warms and the display shows 38 degrees C, then stabilizes. She tests the water temperature with the back of her hand. Just right, not hot. The fine stream of water feels like a warm massage on her hand. Great. It really is thermostatic. Suqing smiled and turned to Xiaolay, saying, "Xiaolay, come try it." The water isn't cold anymore. Xiaolay ran over, dipping her small hand into the water. The warm water wrapped around her hand. She happily clapped her hands and said, "It's warm. Like Mom's hand touching me." The ducky mat is soft too. I stand on it and the ducky is tickling me. At that moment, the exchange device made a ding-dong sound and displayed a facility upgrade reward message. A soft blue light reflected on everyone's faces. The shower facilities in room 101 have been upgraded. 80 points have been added to the points pool. The rent for room 101 is now 26 points per hour. Tenant satisfaction has increased to 95%. The living facility optimization achievement has been unlocked. You can view it on the achievement panel. Lin Wenji immediately went to the front desk, took the points notebook, and carefully calculated with a pencil. "Sister Suqing, let's check our points now." Before upgrading, we had a balance of -169. Yesterday, we found 20 points from the bean paste and 30 points from eggs, totaling 50 points not yet counted. Adding the 80 points from the upgrade reward and subtracting the 60 points used for the upgrade, our final balance is -169.50. 80 minus 60 is equal to -99. Although the rent increased to 26 points per hour, you can offset 25 points by cooking a meal. Cooking 4 meals will offset 100 points, just enough to cover the negative balance. From now on, cooking more meals will help us earn points. Suqing leaned over to look at the points notebook. Seeing the clear calculation, she felt much more at ease. Great. Now I don't have to worry about running out of points. If I cook an extra meal every day, I can quickly save up points. Now let's go plant some small green vegetables and cherry tomatoes. Xiaolay carried the newly assembled tomato trellis and headed to the balcony. The branches are all perfect for climbing. Once the seeds sprout, they can grow along the trellis. Everyone followed Xiaolay to the balcony. Lin Wanji moved a mini vegetable garden planting box from the storage area. It was a reward from completing the Taoyuan material storage task. The box was white plastic, about half a meter long and 30 centimeters wide, with 4 drainage holes at the bottom covered with filter cotton to prevent soil from spilling out. This planting box fits perfectly on the balcony railing, doesn't take up space, and gets plenty of sunlight. Lin Wanji placed the planting box in the corner of the balcony, where it gets 4 to 5 hours of sunlight each day, perfect for growing vegetables. Xiaolay poured the sifted compost into the planting box. The soil was dark brown, mixed with small bits of leaves and tiny earthworms. He had found the earthworms yesterday in the ruins, saying they help loosen the soil and make it more fertile so the small greens and cherry tomatoes grow faster. He explained, the soil should fill about 2/3 of the box, not too full or water might spill out when you water. As he poured, he showed Xiaolay, look, the little earthworms inside are moving. They are helping to loosen the soil for the seeds. Xiaolay squatted nearby, watching the tiny earthworms in the soil. She was a little scared but curious. She reached her small hand close to the worms, but then pulled back. Will the earthworms bite the seeds? What do they eat? Xiaolay smiled and explained, the earthworms don't bite the seeds. They eat the tiny bits of leaves and decayed roots in the soil. Their droppings are fertilizer, which helps the seeds grow stronger. Chinemo was setting up a simple watering system next to the planting box. He took out an old hose from the toolbox, which he had taken from an abandoned washing machine. It was about a meter long. He connected one end to the balcony faucet and stretched the other end to the side of the planting box. He installed a small switch on the hose, made from an old valve, that could control the water flow. This way, when you water, just turn on the switch. No need to carry a basin, saving effort. The water flow can be adjusted to a gentle stream, so the soil absorbs water slowly, without washing away the seeds. Chinemo turned on the switch, and a thin stream of water slowly soaked into the soil. The soil darkened and became moist, with no standing water. Suqing took out small green vegetable seeds and cherry tomato seeds from her pocket. The small green seeds were dark brown, smaller than sesame seeds, packed in a tiny paper bag. The cherry tomato seeds were light brown, a bit larger than the green seeds, flat in shape. The small green seeds need to be spread evenly, not too close together, or they'll crowd and won't grow well. Suqing pinched a small handful of green seeds, held it in her palm, and gently shook her wrist. The seeds fell one by one onto the left side of the planting box, like sprinkling tiny sesame seeds. She told Xiaolay, you have to shake gently, like giving the seeds a dance. That way, they'll be spread out evenly. Xiaolay imitated Suqing by grabbing a small handful of vegetable seeds, holding them in her palm, and gently shaking her wrist. Although some areas were sown more densely and others more sparsely, Suqing praised her, saying, Xiaolay, you did a great job. Your sowing is even better than Mom's the first time. After planting the vegetable seeds, Suqing began to sow cherry tomato seeds. She carefully placed each seed on the right side of the planting box, leaving about 2 centimeters between each one. Cherry tomatoes need space, or the vines will tangle, and there will be fewer fruits. Xiaolay also tried to copy her. She pinched a cherry tomato seed with her small fingers, gently placed it in the soil, and even drew a small circle around it with a tiny shovel. This way, the tomato seeds will know where their home is. Once the seeds were planted, Xiaolay placed the tomato trellis he had assembled earlier on the right side of the planting box. He fixed it with wire to the edge of the box to prevent the wind from knocking it over. When the tomato seeds sprout and grow to about 10 centimeters, we can tie the vines to the trellis so they can climb up. Chinemo set up a small lamp next to the planting box, made from leftover LED beads, emitting a warm yellow light that's easy on the eyes. At night, turn on the lamp to give the seeds extra light, helping them grow faster. The switch is nearby. Just turn it off before bed to save electricity. As the sunset slowly fell on the balcony railing, It cast long shadows of the planting box, the tomato trellis, and everyone. The small vegetables and tomato seeds in the soil were covered with earth and watered thoroughly. The tomato trellis stood beside it, like a small castle. A simple watering pipe was coiled nearby, and a small lamp hung on the trellis, casting a warm yellow glow over the planting box, like a gentle blanket for the seeds. Xiaolay crouched beside the planting box, gently resting her small hand on the soil, softly talking to the seeds. Little vegetables, little tomatoes, you need to sprout quickly. I'll come to see you every day, water you, and sing to you. When you grow strong, Mom can make vegetable pancakes with the greens and tomato soup with the small tomatoes. Suching brought over the freshly baked small cookies, placing them on the small table on the balcony. The cookies were golden yellow, with a small sun pattern on top, and sprinkled with sesame seeds. They smelled delicious. You've all worked hard today. Let's have some cookies to rest. She shared cookies with everyone. Xiaolay took a cookie, took a bite, and enjoyed the crispy outside with a sesame aroma. Inside was soft, sweet but not too greasy. He said, much better than compressed biscuits. Sister Suching's baking keeps getting better. We're lucky to have her. Chinamo also took a bite and nodded. Yes, it's really tasty. Next time I get tired fixing appliances, I'll come here for Sister Suching's cookies. They're more refreshing than coffee. Lin Wanji sat at a small table, holding her points book. She looked at her points record, then at the balcony garden and the shower area in room 101. She felt very content. Peach's voice echoed in her mind, soft and a little excited. Host, the satisfaction of room 101's tenants has risen to 95%. The mini garden is 80% built. The livability index increased by 10%, and we unlocked the living facilities optimization achievement. Maybe when the little green vegetables sprout, a new main quest will appear. Lin Wanji smiled inwardly and replied, yes, with warm showers, sprouting seeds, and everyone working together. This is our paradise. Things will get better and better. More facilities, more seeds, more laughter. A gentle breeze carried the fresh scent of mint and the leftover aroma of cookies, passing through the red brick walls of Building A. The LED light shone from the windows, glowing like warm stars in the faint red mist. The shower area in room 101 still had warm steam, with 38 degrees C, glowing on the display like a tiny sun. On the balcony, small seeds rested in the soil, waiting to sprout. On the front desk's points book, clear records showed everyone's efforts and hopes. Xiaolay leaned against Suching, holding half a small cookie, and softly said, Mom, when the little green vegetables sprout, I want to tell Xiaoya first, so she knows we have warm baths and tasty cookies now. Suching hugged her daughter, gently patting her back, and smiled. Yes, then we'll tell Xiaoya. Our home will get warmer and busier. Night slowly fell. Lights in the small building turned on one by one, like tiny lanterns in the dark. This once lonely building, with warm showers, sprouting seeds, and everyone's laughter, was gradually becoming the safest home in this world. A new hope is quietly growing in the planting box as tiny seeds sprout in the night, waiting for the moment they break through the soil. The first morning sunlight just touches the red brick wall of Building A, giving it a faint golden glow. Even the weeds in the cracks seem to shine. The balcony of room 101 is the first to become lively, with soft rustling sounds. Xiaolay crouches in front of the mini planting box, her knees still stained with last night's soil. She holds a small spray bottle that Chinamo fixed, with a cute bunny sticker on it covered with clear tape to protect it. Carefully, she waters the new sprouts inside the soil. Big sister, Yanji.
Mom Swing.
Come see. Laylay's excited shout breaks the quiet of the morning. She jumps up holding the spray bottle, almost nose to soil, pointing at the tiny green sprout emerging from the earth. Her voice is full of joy. The little green vegetable is sprouting. It's smaller than the sunflower sprout, like a tiny green bead. Lin Wanji walks over in beige slippers, the slippers making a squeaking sound on the wooden floor. As she reaches the balcony, she sees Suching crouched beside the planting box, gently hovering her fingertip above the new sprout, breathing softly. The tender green just broke through the thin soil, with two bean-like leaves still clinging together, like a clenched little fist. The soil surface is slightly moist with dirt because Chun Mo turned up the night light 2 degrees higher last night, illuminating the plants all night. It only took 3 days to sprout, Su Qing says with a gentle smile, her eyes full of tenderness. It's growing faster than the ones I planted back home. Zhao Ji's special leaf compost really works, and the little earthworms inside are helping loosen the soil. Lele leans in, copying Su Qing, pressing her ear close to the side of the planting box, as if listening to the tiny sprout speak. Little sprout, are you growing taller? I'll bring you crushed eggshells tomorrow. Mom, Su Qing said they're your little cookies. At this moment, Xiaolay returns from outside, carrying an iron rod, still damp with morning dew. He also carries an old bamboo basket found under the old locust tree in the ruins to the north. The bottom of the basket is a bit torn, but he fixed it with wire, so it can now hold things. Inside are a few mint branches with dew, thicker than those on the balcony, with water droplets still clinging to the leaves, and a rusty little. Xiaolay has polished the S-blade with sandpaper until it shines and wrapped the wooden handle with a light gray non-slip cloth, taken from an old towel. While passing by the corner of the southern ruins, I saw that the mint was growing well, so I dug up a few plants. Xiaolay placed a bamboo basket on the balcony, with dew dripping from the bottom onto the ground. He picked up a small and handed it to Lele, the wooden handle still warm from his palm. Here, this is for you. In the future, you won't need to use a small shovel to loosen the soil. Remember to dig gently, keep away from the small sprouts, and don't touch their roots. Lele took the small and gently scraped some soil at the edge of the planting box. The soil slid down the blade and fell onto the empty ground. She was a little worried, pouting her little mouth. Uncle Zhao, I'm afraid I might hurt the small sprouts. What if they get hurt? It won't hurt them. Xiaolay squatted down, holding Lele's hand to help her adjust her posture. Look, the blade of the should be tilted close to the ground, just scraping the surface soil, like tickling the small sprouts. They will be happy. He guided her step by step. Although her digging was a bit crooked, she didn't touch the sprouts. Xiaolay immediately gave a thumbs up. Much better than when I first used a. Lele, you're really great. When Shinamo came out of room 103, he was holding a small fan he had repaired. It was made from a cooling fan taken from an old computer case. He added a 2-hole plug, wrapped 3 turns of waterproof tape around the wire joint, and stuck a small sponge on the outside of the fan case to prevent noise during use. Yesterday, I helped Sister Suching tidy up the kitchen. I noticed the cooking fumes were a bit strong, he said, placing the fan on the kitchen windowsill and plugging it into the nearby socket. The fan blew softly, just enough to away the smoke above the stove. This fan's power is just right. It won't out the fire, so cooking won't be smoky. Also, I'll check the shower circuit in room 101 again, since it's been a few days, to prevent any wiring issues from aging. Suching was tying her apron, preparing to cook breakfast. Her apron pocket held a small cloth she sewed herself, embroidered with a little daisy at the corner. Hearing this, she quickly said, "Thanks for your hard work, Chun. I'm about to cook some mint porridge with the fresh mint I just dug up. It's cooling and refreshing. You must try it later. Much better than dried mint." Lin Wanji followed Suching into the kitchen. She helped take out a bag of flour from her pocket, but suddenly noticed the wall next to the stove was empty. Previously, the spice jars, a glass bottle for salt, a tin for sugar, the flour bag, and dried wild vegetables were piled on the counter, taking up most of the space. Last time, when Suching was grabbing flour, she accidentally knocked over the salt jar, spilling half a jar of salt. She suddenly remembered that the exchange device had a public kitchen shelf upgrade pack. She immediately pulled Suching's hand and headed to the counter. "Suching, look at this. The shelf on the exchange device fits perfectly on the kitchen wall, so we can put the spice jars and flour bags there instead of cluttering the countertop." The exchange device screen lit up with a soft blue glow, quickly displaying the details of the public kitchen shelf upgrade pack. A white metal shelf, 3 tiers, each with removable small dividers to hold different sized jars, and hooks on the side for spoons and spatulas. The upgrade costs 40 points, and completing it will trigger a basic reward for public area improvement, which gives 30 points. Lin Wonji pointed at the diagram on the screen. See, each layer can hold 3 or 4 spice jars, and the hooks on the side can hang your cooking spatula and ladle. That way, the countertop will be free for rolling noodles. Su Qing looked at the full pile of spice jars on the counter, her eyes brightening. This is just what I need. Before, I had to move the jars to the floor when I wanted to roll noodles, which was troublesome and dirty. How much does this shelf cost? Do we have enough points? Lin Wanji checked the points pool details, lightly swiping her finger on the screen as she calculated aloud. Right now, we have 35 points in the emergency reserve, plus 25 points from your cookie baking yesterday, deducted from rent for room 101, and 20 points from Master Chin fixing the fan, deducted from rent for room 103. So, 35, 25, 20 equals 80 points. Upgrading the shelf costs 40 points, so after that, we'll have 40 points left. When we finish the upgrade and get the 30-point reward, the total will be 70 points. We can use those to buy garden fertilizer for the small green vegetables later. She paused, then added, and since this is a public facility, it counts toward the total points pool, so it doesn't deduct from individual points. It's a good deal. Su Qing nodded immediately. Then let's upgrade now. Once Brother Zhao finishes installing the shower, he can help put up the shelf. He's good with tools, and he'll do it quickly and solidly. At the moment she clicked Confirm Upgrade, the storage compartment below the exchange device made a click sound as it opened. Inside were the white metal shelf, a bag of expansion screws, with washers to prevent wall cracks, and a mini screwdriver for tightening small screws. As she took out the items, she saw Xiaolay walking over from the balcony, holding a piece of sandpaper, left over from sharpening the shelf, right? I'll do it. First, I'll measure the spot, so it doesn't get installed crooked. Xiaolay carried the shelf to the kitchen. First, he found a thin string to hang on the wall, checked the level, and lightly marked the spot with a pencil. Then he took a power drill from the toolbox, which he found at an abandoned site earlier. Chinmo fixed the battery. Now it lasts about half an hour. Drill slowly. This wall is old brick, so don't it, he said as he turned on the drill. The soft buzzing sound was quiet. He quickly drilled 4 holes, hammered in the expansion anchors, and then aligned the shelf with the holes, tightening them with a wrench. This is sturdy enough. It can hold 10 pounds of flour without any problem. Xiaolay patted the shelf's board. The metal frame was steady. He then took out a few small hooks from his pocket, attached them to the side of the shelf. These hooks can hold your cooking spatulas. I tested it. 3 or 4 will fit enough for you. Chinmo also finished checking the shower circuit in room 101. He held a multimeter and walked over. The screen showed circuit normal, voltage stable. The shower circuit in 101 is fine. I added an overload protector near the heating module. If the voltage is unstable, it will automatically cut off power, so it's very safe. He paused, looked at Xiaolay, and added, by the way, Brother Zhao, isn't the shower in room 102 still not fixed? Yesterday, I heard you gasp when you turned on the cold water. Is it too cold? Xiaolay scratched the back of his head and smiled, a little embarrassed. It's a bit cold, yes. I need to rush through the shower in the morning, or I'll freeze. But I didn't want to ask since everyone's points are limited. Lin Wonji immediately pulled up the personal version of the shower facility upgrade pack on her screen. It showed, single-room shower upgrade pack for rooms 102 and 103 includes a thermostatic showerhead, a mini heating module, and a non-slip mat. Room 102 is dark gray. Room 103 is light gray. Upgrading costs 60 points per room. After upgrading, the rent per room increases from 10 points/hour to 18 points/hour. Completing upgrades for 2 rooms triggers the bulk facility optimization reward, which grants 160 points. She quickly calculated her points. Currently, I have 40 points left after upgrading the shelf. Upgrading both 102 and 103 showers will cost 120 points in total. I still need 80 points. However, Brother Zhao, your defense service can deduct 30 points, door reinforcement shelf installation. Master Chen, your repair service can also deduct 30 points, fan repair shower circuit check. Plus, there might be some rewards from the side mission later. That should be enough. After completing, you will earn 160 points, netting a profit of 40. It's a good deal. Xiaolay and Chen Emo looked at each other and nodded. Chen Emo spoke first. No problem for me. The shower in room 103 really needs fixing. Taking cold showers at night makes me catch colds, and upgrading will also make things easier. Xiaolay added, I'm fine too. I'll patrol a few more times, find some supplies to offset the rent, and the 8 points increase will be quickly made up. Su Qing smiled and said, That's great. After you finish installing the shower, I'll cook a few more dishes. We can celebrate tonight. The wild vegetables I dug this afternoon will come in handy. Lele heard, installing the shower, and immediately ran over, grabbing Xiaolay's sleeve. Uncle Xiao, what color is the shower mat in room 102? Does it have little ducks? Like the one in room 101? Xiaolay squatted down and patted Lele's head. Room 102's is dark gray, with little sapling patterns on it. It looks nice. I'll take you to see it after it's installed. Room 103's is light gray, with small gear patterns, matching Uncle Chen's toolbox. After confirming the upgrade, Lin Wanji clicked, Confirm exchange for 2 shower upgrade packs. The storage container quickly displayed 2 packaged upgrade packs, labeled 102 and 103. Xiaolay carried the upgrade pack for room 102 toward the room, while Chen Emo held the one for room 103, still carrying the toolbox. I'll connect the circuit in room 103 first, then help Brother Zhao install the shower in room 102 later. When Xiaolay entered room 102, he placed the upgrade pack at the foot of the bed and carefully examined the shower area. The previous simple shower only had a cold water tap, and the wall was a bit damp. He found a dry cloth to wipe the wall clean, then opened the upgrade pack. The dark gray non-slip mat had light green sapling patterns, and the silver thermostatic shower head was slightly larger than the one in room 101, suitable for men. The white heating module was the same as in room 101, just with a larger display font for easier reading of the water temperature. First install the mat, then the shower head, and finally connect the circuit. According to Xiaolay's installation guide, he first laid the anti-slip mat in the center of the shower area. The bottom of the mat has suction cups that stick firmly to the floor, preventing slipping. Then he picked up the shower bracket, measured the height on the wall, a little below his shoulder for easy access, and marked it with a pencil. Next, he fixed the bracket with a screwdriver. Finally, he snapped the thermostatic shower head into the bracket, fitting perfectly. Uncle Zhao, can I help you with the screws? Lele ran in, holding a small box of screws with compartments of different sizes. Uncle Chun taught me how to sort them. Big screws for the bracket, small screws for the shower head. Sure. Xiaolay took the large from Lele. Lele is a great helper, much faster than I am alone. Meanwhile, Chinemo was installing the shower in room 103. He first laid the light gray anti-slip mat. The small gear pattern faced the door. Then he started connecting the heating module's wires. He took wires from the toolbox, connected the power cord of the module to the room socket, wrapped it with insulating tape 3 times, and tested the voltage with a multimeter. After confirming it was safe, he fixed the module in the corner of the wall. When installing the shower head, watch the angle, he told Lin Wanji standing at the door. If it's too slanted, water will splash outside. If it's too straight, it's hard to shower. A slight downward tilt is best. Once Xiaolay and Chen Emo finished installing the showers, it was almost noon. Xiaolay turned on the shower in room 102. Warm water flowed out immediately, and the display showed 38 degrees C, which was just the right temperature. So comfortable, Xiaolay cupped some water in his hand, smiling happily. No more shivering in the morning showers. Chen Emo also tested the shower in room 103. The water flow was steady, and the temperature was perfect. He said with a smile, "This is better than the showers I used at my previous campsite. The heating module works really well." At this time, Su Qing brought mint porridge to the communal kitchen table. She also fried a few scallion pancakes topped with chopped fresh mint, which felt cool and refreshing with each bite. She also cooked an egg custard using eggs she found at the supermarket last time, sprinkled with scallions, filling the whole small building with a fragrant smell. "Everyone come eat." The porridge is getting cold, Su Qing waved to everyone. Xiaolay was the first to run over, holding his small enamel bowl with a bunny print, waiting for Su Qing to serve the porridge. Lin Wanji sat at the dining table, drinking porridge while taking out her points notebook. She began calculating her morning points. For public facilities, the shelf upgrade costs 40 points, and the showers in rooms 102 and 103 each cost 60 points, totaling 120. The points pool originally had 80 points. After deducting 160, I am temporarily 80 points in debt. However, Brother Zhao's defense service, door reinforcement, shelf installation, and shower upgrade in room 102 deducts 30 points. Master Chen's repair service, fan repair, shower check in room 101 and shower upgrade in room 103 deducts 30 points. Sister Su Qing's cooking service, mint porridge, scallion pancake, and egg custard, deducts 25 points. The total deduction is 85 points, just enough to cover the debt. The points pool now has 5 points left for emergencies. She paused, then flipped to her personal points page. Sister Su Qing in room 101. Previous balance minus 69, plus 25 points for cooking service, now minus 44. Brother Xiao in room 102. Previous balance minus 50, plus 30 points for defense service, now minus 20. Master Chen in room 103. Previous balance 0, plus 30 points for repair service, now 30. This just offsets the increased rent after the upgrade, and I can save points for future repairs. Chinamo was surprised to see his points had a balance. Really? That means I can save points by fixing appliances. Maybe I can even exchange for a new multimeter. The current one sometimes gives inaccurate readings. Of course, Lin Wanji smiled. There's a new multimeter in the exchange device. It only costs 50 points. Just fix a few more things and you can get it. At that moment, the exchange device suddenly made a crisp ding-dong sound. A light blue task window popped up, shining on the table and catching everyone's attention. Side quest. Improve the Taoyuan public area, Phase 1. Quest requirements. 1. Complete 2 public facility upgrades, current progress. 1/2. Public kitchen shelf. 2. Collect more than 3 edible wild vegetables, current progress. 0/3. Task reward. 60 points. Permission to unlock the public storage shelf. Can exchange for multi-layer shelves to store tools/materials. 1 bag of gardening fertilizer containing nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium to promote vegetable growth, suitable for small greens and tomatoes. Task instructions. Improving the public area can increase the overall livability index, laying a foundation for future new tenants. Unlocking the storage shelf helps standardize material management. New task. Lin Wanji excitedly lifts the exchange device. If we upgrade 1 more public facility like the public storage shelf, we can complete the first requirement. For the second, collecting wild vegetables, we can go to the ruins in the south this afternoon. Brother Zhao said there are porcelain and dandelions there, enough for 3 types. Xiaolay puts down his porridge bowl and immediately stands up. I'll go to gather wild vegetables during patrol this afternoon, and also look for usable wooden planks for the shelf. Sister Su Qing, come with me. You know wild vegetables, so you won't pick the poisonous ones. Su Qing nods. Okay. I'll bring a big bamboo basket, pick more. Besides eating, I can dry some wild vegetables for winter. Xiaolay will stay at home to look after the little sprouts with Master Chen, all right? Although Xiaolay wants to go, he thinks about taking care of the newly sprouted greens and nods sensibly. Okay. I'll water and loosen the soil for the little sprouts, and keep bugs away. Uncle Chen, can I help hand you tools when installing the shelf? Chen Mo smiles and nods. Of course. You hand me tools, I'll in the parts. We'll work together, and it'll be done faster and better. The afternoon sun is especially gentle, like a thin veil falling on the red walls of the small building. Before leaving, Su Qing carefully washes the bamboo basket and brings a small, the one Xiaolay sharpened, and an old cloth bag for drying wild vegetables. We'll try to come back early, Su Qing reminds Lin Wanji. If we're late, you can reheat the porridge first, no need to wait for us. Lin Wanji and Chen Mo are preparing to install the storage shelf in the empty room next to the reception. The exchange device gives a multi-layer wooden shelf, coated with waterproof paint to resist moisture. 5 layers, each capable of holding tools or supplies. Chun Mo first assembles the wooden panels according to the instructions, with Xiaolay helping by passing screws. Xiaolay holds a small box of screws and asks carefully before passing each one, "Uncle Chun, is this a long or a short? Where should I install it?" "This is a long, which is attached to the side bracket," Chun Mo patiently explained to her. "You see, the long needs to be into the wood, while the short is used on the shelf. Don't mix them up," Xiaolay carefully remembered, and when handing over screws next time, she whispered, "Long for the bracket, short for the shelf." When they reached the 3rd layer, Xiaolay suddenly pointed at the corner of the storage rack. "Uncle Chun, there's a small gap here. Is it not assembled properly?" Chun Mo leaned in to check, and indeed saw a small gap. It was caused by him not aligning the wood panels correctly earlier. He quickly took it apart and reassembled it, praising Xiaolay. "Xiaolay is very careful. If you hadn't noticed, it might have wobbled after finishing." Meanwhile, Xiaolay and Su Qing were at the corner of the ruins in the south, finding a large patch of wild vegetables. The porcelain was lush and green, with thick leaves. Su Qing squatted down and gently dug up a plant with a small, the roots still covered in moist soil. "This porcelain tastes the best. It's good for salads and making pancakes, and it can also clear heat and detoxify." Xiaolay was nearby, searching for dandelions. The edges of dandelion leaves are serrated, and they have small yellow flowers. He carefully plucked the leaves and placed them into a bamboo basket. Dandelions are best for salads. Add some sesame oil and vinegar, and they taste fresh and delicious. They also found a few tiny garlic bulbs in the cracks of the ruins, like miniature garlic. Su Qing said, "This tastes great when fried with eggs, and it can also be pickled into salted vegetables to eat with porridge." The bamboo basket quickly filled up, and Su Qing also packed some porcelain and dandelions into a cloth bag, planning to dry them. In the evening, Xiaolay and Su Qing returned, their bamboo basket full of fresh, dewy wild vegetables. "We dug quite a lot." Su Qing placed the vegetables in a basin in the communal kitchen. "Tonight, we'll make porcelain pancakes, cold dandelion salads, and scrambled eggs with tiny garlic so everyone can try some." Lin Wanji immediately opened the exchange device to check the task progress. Public facility upgraded 2 halves, shelving storage rack, wild vegetable collection 3/3, porcelain, dandelions, tiny garlic. Task completed. Rewards have been credited, 60 points, 1 bag of gardening fertilizer. She handed the fertilizer bag to Xiaolay. The bag was light green with the words, "Promotes vegetable growth," printed on it. "This is fertilizer for the seedlings. Remember to use a little at a time, sprinkle it on the soil, and water thoroughly. Otherwise, it might burn the roots." Xiaolay carefully took the fertilizer bag, opened it gently, scooped a little with a small spoon, and evenly spread it on the soil in the planting box. Then, she used a small spray bottle to water it with warm water, moving softly as if afraid to scare the tiny sprout. "Little sprout, eat the fertilizer quickly, grow tall and strong, and I can eat vegetable pancakes soon." At dinner, the communal kitchen was filled with delicious smells. Su Qing made crispy and tender porcelain pancakes, with a fresh vegetable flavor in every bite. She also prepared a cold dandelion salad with a bit of sesame oil and vinegar, which was refreshing and tasty. Small garlic scrambled eggs, with garlic and egg aromas blending perfectly, making them very appetizing. Xiaolay and Chun Mo ate happily, and Lin Wanji couldn't help but eat 2 more pieces of porcelain pancake. "Sister Su Qing, your cooking is even better than the restaurants before the end of the world." After dinner, Lin Wanji carefully counted the points in her scorebook. Task reward 60 points. Current points in the pool are 560 is equal to 65. 101 Sister Su Qing. Handling wild vegetables, cooking deduction 20. Balance minus 4420 is equal to minus 24. 102 Brother Zhao. Digging wild vegetables, patrol deduction 15. Balance minus 2015 is equal to minus 5. 103 Master Chin. Installing storage shelves deduction 10. Balance 3010 is equal to 40. Now 102's points are reset to 0, and after 1 more patrol, Zhao can deduct the remaining points. The sunset cast a glow on the balcony planting box. The tiny green sprouts had grown a little taller, and two bean pods had fully opened, resembling small green fans gently swaying in the evening breeze. Xiaolay and Shenemo were reinforcing the clothesline in the yard with a thick rope they found. Su Qing was tidying up the dishes in the kitchen. Lele leaned against Lin Wanji, holding a small, softly asking, "Sister Wanji, will the cherry tomatoes sprout tomorrow? I want to build a little frame for them with the branches Uncle Zhao found." Lin Wanji patted Lele's head, looking at the fading red mist in the distance. The sunset painted the sky a soft pink. Yes, the cherry tomatoes will definitely sprout, just like our home. It will gradually get better. Warm showers, delicious food, and a balcony full of vegetables. Pitao's voice softly echoed in her mind. "Host, the livability index has increased by 15% again, and the public area completion is now 85%. The scanner just detected a new signal from the east. There might be tomato seedlings or new flower seeds. Let's check it out next time." Lin Wanji smiled and thought to herself, "Sure. Next time we can go together, bring Lele, and let her see the new supplies. Maybe she'll find some colorful stones she likes." As night fell, the small building was gradually lit up, like tiny lanterns in the dark. The shower in room 102 still had warm steam, and the nightlight in room 103 glowed with a soft yellow light. On the kitchen shelf, spice jars were neatly arranged. In the balcony planter box, young green vegetables were quietly growing in the dark. This once lonely small building was slowly becoming a warm haven in the end times, filled with children's laughter, the smell of food, hope for growth, and mutual care. The new stories kept growing, like the small sprouts on the balcony, reaching toward the sunlight, slowly rising upward. In the early morning, the sunlight just reached the balcony railing of Building A, giving the dull iron bars a faint golden glow. Even the withered vines wrapped around the railing caught the light. The balcony of room 101 was the first to become lively, with sounds of clapping, pata-pata, as Lele crouched in front of a tiny planting box. Her knees still had some soil from last night's work. She had accidentally brushed against the young greens while loosening the soil, and Su Qing hadn't had time to wipe it off. She held a small spray bottle that Chinemo had fixed, with a cute bunny sticker on it, now covered with transparent tape to prevent it from peeling off when watering. Carefully, she was spraying water into the soil.
Mom Sween.
"Uncle Zhao. Sister Wanji. Come see." Lele's excited shouts sounded like clear little stones breaking the morning quiet. She suddenly stood up, still holding the spray bottle, and water droplets from the spout splashed onto the edge of the planting box, making tiny muddy stars. She pointed at the soil on the right side of the box, her small hand trembling with excitement. The little tomatoes have sprouted. There are two tiny leaves, like butterfly wings, and they still have little fuzz. When Lin Wanji hurried over in beige slippers, the slippers made a squeaking sound on the wooden floor. As she reached the balcony, she saw Su Qing crouching beside the planting box, gently hovering her fingertips above the new sprouts, breathing softly to avoid damaging the tender, yellow shoots. Su Qing's apron pocket still held a small cloth. She sewed it herself, embroidered with a tiny daisy on the corner, stained with flour from wiping the stove last night. She gently moved aside the soil around the tomato sprout, her movements soft like caressing cotton. "It only sprouted after 3 days, growing faster than the ones I planted back home." She looked up with a gentle smile, her eyes full of warmth. "The compost soil brother, Zhao found, really works." The little earthworms inside loosened the soil diligently. "Look, the surface is loose and crumbly, not clumped." Lele leaned in, bringing her small face close to the new sprout, just a few centimeters away from the leaves. Her nose almost touched the plant. Little sprout, did you hear what I said? I told you yesterday to grow tall." She reached out with her tiny finger and gently touched the soft fuzz on the leaves. The ticklish feeling made her giggle. "Mom Su Qing, the little leaves are so soft, like cotton candy. Don't press too hard." Su Qing held Lele's small hand and gently pulled it back. "The sprout isn't strong enough yet. If you hurt it, it won't grow tall." After a few more days, We'll use bamboo sticks Brother Xiao brought to make a frame, and let it climb along. At this moment, Xiaolay carried a metal rod back from patrol outside. It still had dew on it, sparkling in the sunlight. He carried an old cloth bag found under the old locust tree in the ruins to the north. The bag was a bit torn at the opening, but he reinforced it with wire so it could hold things. Inside, there were several thin bamboo sticks, cut from the bamboo forest in the east ruins, more flexible than the previous branches, with a light green color and a fresh bamboo scent, and a rusty small pair of scissors. He polished the blades with sandpaper until they shone, even removing the rust from the handle to reveal the silver-gray metal. Passing by the east supply point, I saw the bamboo forest was thriving, so I cut a few bamboo sticks. Xiaolay placed the bag on the balcony. Dew from the bottom of the bag dripped onto the ground, forming a small circle. He handed a bamboo stick to Xiaolay, still warm from his hand. Here, this is for you. It's lighter than the branches before and can bend into circles. When the tomato seedlings grow taller, we'll use these to make small frames, so the vines can climb and the tomatoes won't fall off. Xiaolay took the bamboo stick, touching the fine hairs on it with her fingertips. The ticklish feeling made her giggle. Uncle Xiao, the hairs on the bamboo are so itchy. Can we go to the east supply point today? Sister Tao Tao told Sister Wanji yesterday that they have tomato seedlings there. I want to find a little friend for Little Sprout so they can grow tall together. When Chinamo came out of room 103, he was holding a modified watering can, made from a discarded plastic bottle, light blue, previously used for juice, washed 3 times before using. The cap had about a dozen small holes drilled in it, evenly spaced, burned with hot thin iron wire, smooth edges, so as not to cut. He also wrapped a light gray cloth around the middle of the bottle, cut from an old towel, to absorb sweat and prevent slipping, which fit perfectly in Laylay's small hand. Yesterday, I helped Xiaolay water the plants, and I saw she kept spilling water outside. Chinamo handed the watering can to Xiaolay, then tested the spout. The water flow was fine and even, like tiny raindrops. This can water the roots directly, saving water and controlling the amount. Try holding it by the cloth. It won't slip. Xiaolay took the watering can, followed Chinmo's instructions, gripping the cloth, and sprayed a little water at the edge of the planting box. The water just landed on the soil surface without splashing onto the small sprouts. Uncle Chin, this watering can is really good. It's better than my old spray bottle. It won't water the tiny sprouts crooked. Good if it works. Chinmo smiled and patted Laylay's head. Then, he took a small wrench from the toolbox. By the way, I'll check the showers at 102 and 103 again. Yesterday, Brother Xiao said the shower head at 102 was a bit crooked. I adjusted it to save water and prevent water from splashing outside and wetting the ground. Su Qing, wearing an apron, was preparing to go to the kitchen to make breakfast. When she heard going to the supply point, she immediately turned and headed to the kitchen. I'll quickly cook some wild vegetable pancakes as dry food and pack 2 bottles of mint water to drink on the way for a boost. By the way, bring the dried purslane I showed yesterday. If we get delayed on the way back, it can be a snack to fill our stomachs, and Xiaolay also loves to eat it. Before leaving, everything was very lively. The small house was filled with the sound of clinking and laughter. Xiaolay sat on a small stool next to the front desk, checking the strength of the iron rod. He placed the rod on his lap, shook it to make sure the joints weren't loose, and then took out a small dagger from his cloth bag at his waist. The dagger was made from an old military boot, with a black handle and a very sharp blade that could easily cut through thick cardboard. He tucked it into his other waistside, saying, if we meet zombies on the road, this dagger can be a backup weapon. It's lighter than the iron rod. Chinmo was organizing tools on the table near the front desk. He laid out a multimeter, screwdrivers of different sizes in separate compartments, and some pieces of wire, cut into different lengths and tied with rubber bands. He also placed a small flashlight, which was powered by old batteries he charged last night. In case it's dark inside the gardening store, the flashlight can help us see. The wire can also be used to make simple traps for zombies, like wrapping it around the gate to trip them, he explained. Su Qing was busy in the kitchen. She took some flour from the storage shelf, leftover from the last shopping, about half a bag. The flour was white, fine, and free of lumps. She poured it into an enamel basin, added some chopped wild vegetables, purslane she dug up yesterday, dried in the sun and chopped, and cracked a fresh egg she found earlier, with a bright yellow yolk. Using chopsticks, she mixed the flour, vegetables, and egg until crumbly, then kneaded it into a smooth dough. She rolled out the dough into thin sheets, used a bottle cap to cut out small circles, and fried them on a heated pan. When frying, remember to turn the pancakes often so they don't burn, Su Qing said while cooking. When the edges turn golden, you can flip them. That way, they'll be crispy outside and tender inside. Xiaolay stood nearby, helping Su Qing by passing over oil paper bags, left over from the supermarket, cleaned and reused multiple times, and occasionally wiping flour off the table. "Mommy, can I help flip the pancakes?" "I'll be careful and won't burn myself," Xiaolay asked. "Once you're a bit older, I'll teach you how to flip them." Su Qing smiled and patted Laylay's head. "Now you help me pack the pancakes. Put the cooked ones into the oil paper bags, but don't stack too many, or they'll get crushed." Lin Wenji was organizing her backpack at the front desk. She packed her points book, a mini scanner for quick item checks, disinfectant wipes in case of injuries, a small towel for Xiaolay to wipe sweat, and her pink watch, which Xiaolay specifically asked her to bring so she could tell the time and remind everyone to go home at noon. Everything was ready, and everyone set off with their backpacks. The red fog had thinned compared to previous days. Sunlight shone through the mist, making the ground look like it was sprinkled with tiny gold pieces, and walking on it felt warm. Xiaolay led the group, carrying a metal rod on his shoulder. Occasionally, he used a metal detector to scan the ruins nearby. The detector was light green, and its screen showed battery full. When it detected metal, it made a soft beep sound. Suddenly, the detector beeped twice. Xiaolay bent down and searched through the rubble. Soon, he found a small iron piece about the size of his palm. It had fallen from an old metal bucket and had a sharp edge, which he smoothed with sandpaper. He said, "This can be used to make a guard for Xiaolay small, so she doesn't hurt her hand when using it. I'll help her install it when we get back." Xiaolay held Su Qing's hand and looked at the broken stones by the roadside like a little squirrel. Every time she saw a colorful stone, she stopped to pick it up. She found a red stone, round like a cherry, a blue one, like a small gem, very smooth, and a yellow one, shaped like a tiny moon with a curved edge. She put them into her small pocket and kept checking to make sure she didn't lose them. She said, "Mom, Su Qing, look at this purple stone. Does it look like a ripe tomato? I want to save it to put around the flower pot for the tomato seedlings, like a rainbow." "Yes, it does." Su Qing crouched down and helped Xiaolay put the stones back into her pocket. "Laylay's stones are so pretty. When we get home, we can find a small box to store them and even draw on the box, just like we did in kindergarten." Laylay's eyes lit up. "Yes. I want to draw a small tomato on the purple stone, a little sun on the red one, and a tiny moon on the blue one." After walking for about half an hour, Xiaolay suddenly stopped and raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. "We're almost there. The supply point is ahead. It's an abandoned gardening shop. I saw it from a distance during my patrol yesterday. There's only one zombie at the door, and it moves very slowly. It's a normal zombie, not a mutated one." Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. There was a half-collapsed two-story small building. The sign on the roof was missing half, and the remaining words, "Green Source Gardening," were covered in dust but still readable. The font was green, probably very eye-catching before. The glass door of the gardening shop was shattered into pieces, sparkling in the sunlight. In front of the shop, a zombie was slowly swaying. Its grayish-blue skin was very noticeable in the sunlight. Its right arm was broken in half, with a black scab over the wound and dried black blood stains. Its left leg was a bit lame, so each step made it wobble. It made a ha-ha sound in its throat, like a broken bellows. "Let me draw it away," Xiaolay said quietly, gripping a metal rod. "I'll throw stones at the side of the shop to lure it over. Chen Mo, you open the door quickly when I give the signal. Be fast. There might be broken glass inside." "Xiaolay, follow Sister Su Qing carefully. Watch your step so you don't step on any shards." Chen Mo nodded, took a piece of thin wire from his toolbox. He chose a flexible one left over from fixing electronics, twisted it skillfully with his fingertips into a hook shape, with a rounded tip to avoid damaging the door handle. I'll open the door as fast as I can. Wait for my signal before you go in. Xiaolay bent down and picked up a smooth, fist-sized stone, just the right weight. He aimed at the broken wall on the side of the shop, which had a hole just big enough for the stone to make a noise when it hit. He gently threw the stone, and it hit the wall with a pop, breaking into two pieces and making a loud clack as it fell. The zombie immediately stopped and turned its cloudy eyes toward the sound. Its ha-ha grew louder. It slowly turned around, limping toward the broken wall. Its pace was slower than expected, each step pausing briefly. Now, Xiaolay whispered urgently. Chun Mo rushed over, hooked the wire onto the door handle of the shop, and gently pulled. There was a click as the door slightly opened. He pulled again, and the door swung fully open. Without forgetting, he signaled to Xiaolay with a thumbs up. Xiaolay took the opportunity to rush forward, swinging the metal rod at the back of the nearest zombie's head. He controlled his strength so it wouldn't damage the rod, but still deliver a fatal. With a bang, the rod hit the zombie's head precisely. The zombie didn't even grunt. It fell straight to the ground, motionless. Quickly go inside and don't stay at the door, in case more zombies come. Xiaolay leaned his iron rod against the door and led the way into the gardening store. Inside, there was a faint smell of dirt mixed with the scent of withered flowers, roses and lilies whose petals had fallen to the ground and turned brown. Sunlight streamed through the broken windows, casting thin, golden streaks of light on the floor. Several shelves had fallen over, with empty flower pots scattered around, some ceramic, some plastic, and some broken. There were also withered potted plants, mostly succulents with leaves that had dried out and turned black. A few unopened bags of plant fertilizer, labeled organic flower fertilizer, lay on the ground, along with gardening tools like rusty small shovels and broken rakes. The floor was damp with soil, showing that the automatic watering system was still faintly working. Several thin water pipes hung from the ceiling, one of which was dripping water, making a clear tick-tock sound in the quiet store, just enough to keep the soil in nearby seedling trays moist. Tomato seedlings should be in the seedling area. Lin Wenji took out a mini scanner and aimed it at the store. The screen lit up with a soft blue glow, quickly displaying a message. Tomato seedling signal. On the left side of the seedling rack, 5 meters from current position. Signal strength 90%. No obstacles detected. She headed in the indicated direction, bypassing fallen shelves, and soon saw a standing seedling rack. White metal with 3 tiers, each holding several seedling trays. Most of the seedlings had withered, but a few on the left side remained green and healthy. Found it. Here, Lin Wanji exclaimed happily. Lele immediately ran over and carefully picked up the frontmost tomato seedling. The pot was a white plastic container with a small tomato pattern printed on it. She looked at the seedling with wide eyes, full of excitement. Mom Su Qing, look. The tomato seedling's leaves are feather-shaped, like tiny combs. The stem is thin and covered with little hairs, and it feels a bit fuzzy. Su Qing approached and gently touched the seedling's leaves. They were tough and resilient, not breaking at the slightest touch. This tomato seedling looks healthy. The automatic watering system must have been watering it regularly, so it hasn't withered. Look at the soil in the pot. It's still moist. The roots must be growing strong. Lin Wenji used a mini exchange device to scan the tomato seedlings. The screen displayed detailed information. Tomato seedling, early stage, variety, cherry tomato, healthy leaves with no pests or diseases, strong root system, 90% survival rate, suitable for balcony planting, estimated value 30 points per pot, currently 4 pots, total 120 points, includes 1 unopened organic flower fertilizer bag, 20 points, suitable for vegetables and flowers, and 1 pair of gardening scissors, 15 points, sharp blades for pruning. Great. 4 pots of tomato seedlings are just enough to plant in the empty space in the mini garden, and I can earn 120 points. Lin Wanji happily handed the exchange device to Xiaolay. Brother Xiao, look, I can just cover the negative balance of 102 points, and still have some left. Chinemo was browsing on a nearby shelf, and suddenly his eyes lit up. There are some plastic seedling trays here. They're new and unopened. He picked up a pack of seedling trays, which was transparent, showing light green trays inside. The material looked thick and sturdy. These can be used to grow tomato seedlings separately, one plant per tray, so the roots can grow stronger and not be crowded. He also found a roll of gardening string at the bottom of the shelf, green nylon string, thick enough, flexible. This can be used to tie the tomato vines so the stems won't be hurt, and you can adjust the tension as the vines grow. Su Qing went to the cashier area of the garden store. The counter was made of wood and a bit warped from moisture, but the drawer still opened. She pulled out the bottom drawer, which held half a bag of nutrient soil that wasn't expired. The package said, vegetable-specific nutrient soil, with 3 months before expiration, and a few small tomato seed packets, with colorful tomato pictures on the bags, labeled high-yield cherry tomato. This nutrient soil mixed with a previous decomposed leaf soil will help the tomato seedlings grow faster. We can save these seeds for next time. Once the current tomatoes ripen, we'll have more to eat. While packing up the supplies, Lila suddenly found a small pink flower pot hidden under the seedling rack. The pot was ceramic, decorated with small strawberry patterns, and had drainage holes at the bottom, though some were blocked with soil. She bent down, picked up the flower pot, and used her little finger to poke at the soil blocking the drainage holes.
Mom Sween.
Look at this pink flower pot. It has little strawberries on it. I want to name it Little Pink and use it to grow small tomato seedlings so the tomatoes can grow inside the strawberry flower pot. Okay, Su Qing helped Lele remove dirt from the drainage hole. The name Little Pink sounds so nice. When we go back, let's plant the strongest tomato seedling with that name and let it live in a pink house. Before leaving, Xiaolay marked the garden store entrance with a simple sign. He took a bamboo stick from his bag, sharpened one end, and stuck it into the ground at the door. Then he took a piece of red cloth cut from old clothes from his backpack and wrapped it around the top of the bamboo stick. This marker is easy to see. Next time we come, we can spot it from far away without searching. Inside, there are plenty of flower fertilizers and pots. Later, we can grow more vegetables and flowers here, saving points for exchanges. On the way home, Lele kept holding the Little Pink pot tightly, as if it were a treasure. She was worried the bumpy road might hurt the tomato seedling, so she carefully protected the pot with her small arms. When the road was uneven, she slowed down and gently adjusted her grip. Elder sister Wanji. Lele looked up at Lin Wanji with big, hopeful eyes. Can we plant Little Pink when we get back? I want to water it with warm water so it can grow quickly and produce lots of little tomatoes just like on the seed packet, red and sweet. Sure, Lin Wanji smiled and nodded, helping Lele brush off the tiny fluff from the edge of the pot. Uncle Zhao will help you build a small frame so the Little Pink vine can climb. Uncle Chen will help install a watering system so you don't have to carry the watering can every day. And Mom Su Qing will help mix nutritious soil so Little Pink grows strong. Let's plant Little Pink. Well, and wait for it to bear tomatoes. Lele nodded hard, her face full of excitement. I will talk to Little Pink every day, tell it about what happened today, just like I talked to the little greens. Maybe it understands me and will grow faster. When they returned to the apartment, it was almost noon. The sun was warmer than in the morning, shining on the red walls of the small building, like a layer of orange silk. Everyone worked together busily, and the balcony was filled with the sounds of clinking tools and happy laughter. Xiaolay sat on a small stool on the balcony, holding a tiny saw found in an abandoned woodworking shed, sharpened by Chinmo. He was cutting the bamboo stick into half-meter pieces. He first marked the bamboo strips with a pencil, then carefully held the saw and cut slowly. The cut surface was smooth and free of splinters. The bamboo strips need to be cut to the same length so the frame looks neat and is easy for the tomato vines to climb. After cutting 4 bamboo strips, he inserted one into each corner of the mini planting box. The bamboo was pushed into the soil about 10 centimeters deep, enough to keep it stable without damaging the roots below. Then he took some gardening string he found and tied the tops of the bamboo strips together in pairs, making a cross knot. The knots were tight, so they wouldn't loosen. This creates a triangular frame, which is very stable. Even if the tomato vines grow thick, they won't break the frame. When the tomato plants grow to 1/2 meter, we will add another horizontal bar in the middle, so the vines can keep climbing higher. Xiaolay stood nearby, helping Xiaolay by passing him bamboo strips and string. She asked occasionally, "Uncle Xiao, will the bamboo hurt? Will it cry when you cut it?" Xiaolay smiled and patted Laylay's head. "Bamboo doesn't hurt. When we cut it into small pieces, it helps build the frame for the tomato plants to grow taller and produce more tomatoes. That's what bamboo is for." Meanwhile, Chunemo was setting up a simple watering device next to the planting box. He found a small wooden stake taken from an old broken chair and nailed it next to the box. Then he fixed a light blue plastic watering can onto the stake, with the spout aimed at the tomato roots. Next, he took a thin water pipe from his toolbox, disassembled from an old washing machine, connected one end to the bottom of the watering can and ran the other end to the water tap on the balcony. He installed a small switch on the pipe, made from an old valve, that could control the water flow. This way, when you turn on the switch, it automatically waters the plants without needing to hold a basin, Chunemo said. He turned on the switch, and a gentle stream of water flowed into the watering can, then evenly soaked the roots of the tomato plants from the spout. Xiaolay just needs to turn on the switch every morning and let it run for 5 minutes to water the soil thoroughly. Then she can turn it off. It's very convenient. Xiaolay leaned over, watching the water flow gently onto the roots, her eyes full of curiosity. "Uncle Chun, this watering device is amazing. Like a little fountain. I will come every day to water the plants so the little tomatoes won't be thirsty." Su Qing was mixing soil on a small table on the balcony. She poured nutrient soil and leaf mold into an enamel basin in a 1-to-2 ratio. Too much nutrient soil can burn the roots, and too little isn't enough fertilizer. This ratio is just right. Then she gently mixed the soil with a small shovel. After mixing the soil, she picked up a white seedling pot. First, she lined the bottom with broken pottery pieces, knocked off from broken flower pots to prevent the drainage holes from clogging. Then she added 1/2 pot of soil. When planting tomato seedlings, don't fill the pot completely. Leave about 1/3 of the space. When the tomato grows taller, add more soil to make the roots stronger. She taught Xiaolay how to gently take the tomato seedling out of its original pot. When taking it out, support the bottom of the pot. Tap gently to loosen the soil ball, then hold the soil ball with your hand and slowly lift it out. Be careful not to break the soil ball, as it contains the roots. Damaging the roots can make it hard for the plant to survive. Xiaolay watched Su Qing carefully, cupping the bottom of the small pink flower pot with both hands. She gently tapped it, then carefully took out the tomato seedling with its soil ball. The soil ball was intact and not broken. The roots peeked out from the gaps, looking white and lively. "Mom, Su Qing, look. The soil ball didn't break. The tomato seedling's roots are so long," Xiaolay happily shouted. "Great job." Su Qing smiled and helped Xiaolay place the tomato seedling into the pink flower pot. "Now fill the pot with soil until it's halfway up the soil ball. Then gently press the soil down, but not too hard, so you don't hurt the roots." Xiaolay took a small shovel and carefully filled the pot with the prepared soil. After filling it halfway, she gently pressed the soil with her small hand, being very careful, as if afraid of breaking glass. "Little Pink, from now on, this is your home." Xiaolay crouched beside the pot and softly talked to the tomato seedling. "I'll water and fertilize you every day and talk to you too. You need to grow tall quickly and produce lots of little tomatoes." The other 3 tomato seedlings were also planted quickly, each placed on the right side of the mini planting box. A small rack made by Xiaolay was set up next to them, with a watering system that could reach the roots of each pot. Seeing the 4 lush green tomato seedlings, everyone smiled. The balcony was full of life. Lin Wenji sat at the front desk, took out her points book, and started counting the points for the new supplies. She first listed the items. 4 tomato seedlings, 30 points each, total 120 points. 1 bag of organic flour fertilizer, 20 points. 1 pair of gardening scissors, 15 points. 1/2 a bag of nutrient soil, 10 points. 5 seedling pots, 2 points each, total 10 points. 1 roll of gardening string, 5 points. She added up. 120, 20151010 is equal to 180 points. No, earlier the mini exchange device scanned 175 points, but maybe the gardening rope wasn't counted for points. She took out the mini exchange device again and checked the list. Oh, the gardening rope is a gift, so it doesn't count for points. That means 175 points. The points pool originally had 65 points plus 175, totaling 240 points. Then she checked her personal points record carefully, writing neatly in her notebook. 101 Su Qing. Previous balance -24. Today made wild vegetable pancakes and mint water as snacks. Deducted 30 points for cooking services. Helped organize supplies and find nutrient soil. Deducted 10 points for organizing supplies. Current balance. -24 is equal to 16 points. First time becoming a regular. 102 Xiaolay. Previous balance -5. Today distracted zombies and set up a tomato frame. Deducted 40 points for defense services. Patrolled in the morning and looked for bamboo sticks. Deducted 10 points for patrol services. Current balance. -5 is equal to 45 points. 103 Chinemo. Previous balance 40. Today modified the watering system and checked the shower wiring. Deducted 30 points for repair services. Organized tools and looked for seedling trays. Deducted 15 points for tool organization. Current balance. 40-30-15 is equal to 85 points. Great. Sister Su Qing's points are now regularized. Lin Wanji exclaimed happily, almost dropping her pencil. Brother Zhao and Brother Chen also earned a lot of points. It will be easier to exchange supplies and upgrade facilities in the future. Su Qing was tidying tools on the balcony. Hearing the cheer, she ran over and looked at her points balance, which had turned positive. Her eyes lit up instantly, and her voice trembled with excitement. It's really official. I finally have positive points. From now on, I'll cook more meals, help everyone with clothes, save enough points to get a new recipe book, and make more delicious food like tomato scrambled eggs, vegetable dumplings, and strawberry cookies that Lele loves. Su Qing is amazing. Lele ran over, hugging Su Qing's leg. From now on, I'll help pick vegetables and pass flour, and we'll save points together to make lots of tasty food. Xiaolay and Chinemo also came over, looking at the numbers in the points book, smiling. Xiaolay patted the back of his head. Great. When I have enough points, I can exchange for a new iron rod. The one I have now is a bit bent after using it for a while. I can also get some woodworking tools to help build more shelves and plant more vegetables. Chinmo nodded and said, I've saved enough points to exchange for a new multimeter. The current one sometimes gives inaccurate voltage readings. I also want to buy some wires and light bulbs to replace the lights in the common area with LED lights. They will be brighter and save energy. At that moment, the front desk's exchange device suddenly made a clear, ding sound. A light blue task window popped up, shining on everyone's faces and making it very noticeable. Side quest. Improve the peach garden. Stage 1. Quest requirements. 1. Successfully plant 4 pots of tomato seedlings. Current progress. April 4th. Completed. 2. Collect more than 3 types of gardening tools. Current progress. March 3rd. Completed. Pruning scissors, small, watering can. 3. Create 1 vegetable planting manual, record watering, fertilizing times, seedling growth. Current progress. 0/1. Pending. Rewards. 1. 80 points. 2. Unlock permission for the public balcony sunshade. Can exchange for a simple sunshade to block red fog and reduce UV damage to seedlings. 3. 1 bottle of tomato growth accelerator. Contains plant hormones, shortens the harvest cycle from 60 days to 45 days. Quest explanation. Improving the garden can greatly increase the apartment's self-sufficiency. The sunshade can protect seedlings from red fog, and the growth accelerator can help harvest tomatoes earlier, laying a foundation for future supplies. New task. Lin Wanji raised the exchange device and turned the task window to everyone. We've already completed the first 2 items, just need to make the planting manual. It's very simple, just record daily watering times, fertilizing times, and seedling growth, like height and number of leaves. We can divide the work and finish it quickly. I want to help. Lele immediately raised her hand, her face full of seriousness. I'll observe the tomato seedlings every day, noting their height and number of leaves, and draw in the manual with colored pens. For example, today's Xiaofun is 10 centimeters tall with 4 leaves. If tomorrow it grows to 11 centimeters, I'll draw a longer vertical line. Sounds good. Lin Wanji nodded with a smile. Suqing Jie, you're in charge of recording watering and fertilizing times, like watering at 8 a.m. every day and fertilizing on Wednesday afternoons. Write it in your best handwriting, clear and nice. Zhao Go, you'll record the weather, like today's sunny with light red fog and tomorrow's cloudy with dense red fog. Weather also affects seedling growth. Brother Chen, you are responsible for recording the maintenance of tools, such as checking the watering system daily and sharpening the gardening scissors weekly. I will organize everyone's notes and make the manual look nice and neat. Everyone nodded in agreement and immediately started working. Suqing found a new notebook on the storage shelf, an old one from before the end of the world, with a green cover, perfect for recording the vegetable garden. She used a pencil to write on the first page, Taoyuan's Small Vegetable Garden Planting Manual, with neat and clear handwriting. Xiaolay took out a small notebook from his backpack and began recording today's weather. May 12th, sunny, light red mist, plenty of sunshine, light wind, suitable for seedlings. Chen Mo wrote in his notebook the tool maintenance plan, watering system, check the switch and pipes every morning at 8 a.m. Gardening scissors, sharpen the blades with sandpaper every Sunday afternoon to prevent rust. Lele took out colorful pens and drew a small tomato seedling in the notebook, labeling it Xiaofun May 12th, height 10 centimeters for leaves, drawing carefully and cutely. At dinner, the communal kitchen was filled with delicious smells. Suqing used the tomato leaves she found, pinching off the 2 oldest bottom leaves so as not to affect the seedling's growth, to stir-fry some wild vegetables, and also made purslane soup, adding a little trace element fertilizer. Chen Mo said a small amount can enhance flavor and add nutrition. He checked the instructions on the exchange device and confirmed it was safe. The soup tasted especially fresh. Everyone sat around the table, eating hot food and chatting. Xiaolay took a bite of the wild vegetable pancake and said with a smile, when the tomato seedlings fruit, we can make tomato scrambled eggs, tomato stew with potatoes, and tomato soup. That's much better than eating compressed biscuits all the time. We won't have to eat tasteless food anymore. Chen Mo nodded and took a sip of purslane soup. I'll find an old fish tank and turn it into an automatic watering system. It's more convenient than the current watering device and can water on a schedule. Then Lele won't have to worry about watering every day, and it will save water. Suqing looked at Lele and smiled, saying, when the tomatoes ripen, we can make tomato cookies with Lele's favorite flour and sugar, plus some tomato juice. They'll be sweet and sour, and sure to taste great. We can also dry the tomatoes to keep for winter, perfect for porridge and stir-fry. Lele's eyes lit up, and she mumbled with a mouthful of wild vegetables, I want to eat tomato scrambled eggs. And tomato cookies too. I want to share some cherry tomatoes with Sister Tao Tao. Thank her for telling us about the vegetable stand with tomato seedlings. The sunset slowly falls on the balcony garden box, casting long shadows of the tomato seedlings. The leaves gently sway in the evening breeze, as if greeting everyone. Lele crouches beside the garden box, takes out a small notebook, and carefully records, Xiaofun, on the evening of May 12th, height 10 centimeters, for leaves, watered with warm water today, half a spoon of flour fertilizer. Tomorrow it should grow to 11 centimeters. She draws a small sun with colored pens in her notebook and writes next to it, Xiaofun, keep going. Lin Wanji leans against the balcony door, looking at everyone's happy faces and checking the progress on the exchange device, 80% complete on the planting manual. She feels very content inside. Tao Tao's voice softly echoes in her mind. Host, the garden's completion rate has reached 90%, and the livability index has increased by 20%. The scanner just detected a new potential tenant signal from the north. It shows they can grow fruit trees. Maybe they can help us plant apple and peach trees. Then we can eat fresh fruit. Lin Wanji smiles and responds silently. Yes, our paradise is getting better. There are green shoots, delicious food, laughter, and more hope. Soon, More people will come here, and together we will make this place warmer and livelier. Night gradually falls, and the lights in the small building turn on one by one, like tiny lanterns in the dark. Room 101 has warm yellow light. Su Qing is telling Xiaolay a story. Room 102 has bright white light. Xiaolay is polishing a small piece of metal, preparing to add a guard to Laylay's little. Room 103 has soft blue light. Chinemo is drawing a design for an automatic watering system. The small balcony night light is also on, casting a warm yellow glow on the tomato seedlings, like a gentle blanket covering the young plants. This once lonely small building is slowly becoming the warmest harbor in the post-apocalyptic world, filled with children's laughter, the aroma of food, hope for growth, and mutual care. As the tomato seedlings grow, new hope rises with them, waiting for the day they bloom and bear fruit, and for more warm stories to unfold here. Early morning sunlight just crossed the red brick wall of Building A, bringing a slightly burning warmth. After summer begins, the fog is light, but the ultraviolet rays are much stronger. Xiaolay squatted in front of a small planting box, holding a tiny watering can, and suddenly exclaimed, "Wow! Mom's Suching."
Sister Wanji.
Little Pink's leaves look a bit wilted. Did they get sunburned? Lin Wanji hurried over in slippers, noticing that Little Pink's feather-like leaves were slightly curled with faint yellow edges. The other 3 tomato plants also showed similar signs. Suching crouched down, gently touching the leaves with her fingertips, feeling a bit warm. It's probably the strong UV rays. I mentioned yesterday that we should build a sunshade. If we wait any longer, the seedlings might get sunburned. Xiaolay carried a metal rod back from patrol outside, with 2 pinewood sticks on his shoulders. He found them in the woodworking shed in the ruins to the north. The wood was straight and free of bugs. He sanded off the bark, revealing light yellow wood. "Just in time, I found 2 suitable poles for the shade," he said, leaning the sticks against the balcony railing. They still carried the morning dew. The waterproof fabric for the sunshade on the exchange device arrived yesterday. "We can set it up today, just in time to block the noon sun." Chinemo came out of room 103, holding a roll of waterproof tape, taken from an abandoned container, very sticky and waterproof, and a tape measure. "I measured the balcony yesterday. The shade needs to be 2 meters wide and 3 meters long, just enough to cover the planting box and tomato frame. First, fix the wooden poles at both ends of the balcony, then stretch the waterproof fabric and tape it securely. Even if it's windy, it won't away." Xiaolay immediately raised his small shovel. "I'll help by passing nails. Uncle Zhao, can you teach me how to hammer nails? I'll be gentle and won't hit my hand." "Sure," Xiaolay smiled, taking out a small hammer and thin nails from the toolbox. "When you hammer, hold the nails steady, aim the hammer at the nail head, and tap slowly, like giving the wood a hat." While everyone was busy working, Suching tied an apron and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Just as she placed the frying pan on the heating plate, she realized there wasn't enough space on the stove. She needed to cook porridge, make pancakes, and reheat yesterday's dried amaranth, all in turn. The spice jars were on the new shelf, but the flour bag still had to stay on the floor. Bending down to grab it, she almost knocked over the oil bottle. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at the crowded stove. She couldn't help but tell Lin Wanji, who was helping by passing bowls, it would be so much better if the kitchen were a bit bigger. Now, cooking 2 meals means moving things back and forth, which is even more inconvenient in the summer heat. Lin Wanji was touched and suddenly remembered that there was a Level 1 kitchen upgrade pack on the exchange device. She quickly pulled Su Qing to the front desk. "Sister Su Qing, look at this. The upgrade pack can add a new stove, a double basin sink, and a shelf for storage. It's just what you need." The screen on the exchange device lit up, clearly showing the details of the upgrade pack. Level 1 kitchen upgrade pack includes double stove, stainless steel double sink, multi-layer storage shelf, oil-proof wall sticker. It costs 130 points to upgrade. Completing the upgrade triggers a living facilities upgrade reward, which gives 80 points. After upgrading, the rent for room 101 changes from 26 points per hour to 36 points per hour and supports Double deduction for cooking services. Original 25 points per meal. After upgrade 50 points per meal. Suqing looked at the diagram of the new stove on the screen. Double burners with temperature control, and a double basin sink that allows washing and draining water at the same time. Her eyes were full of anticipation. Can it really fit a double stove? That way, I can cook porridge and pancakes at the same time without waiting. And if we add another shelf, I can put the flour bag on it instead of bending down to get it. Of course. Lin Wanji clicked confirm upgrade. The storage compartment, click, opened, revealing the shining stainless steel parts of the upgrade pack. The automatic installation will take an hour. It won't affect cooking, and Brother Chenemo can help connect the circuits. It'll be ready soon. Chenemo heard the noise and came over to check the circuit interface of the upgrade pack. The double stove needs a separate socket. I'll find a suitable spot in room 101 to install a waterproof socket, so water splashes won't cause a short circuit. Just finished building the sunshade, so I came to install it without wasting time. Xiaolay also came over to look. If you need to fix the stove or make a stand, I can help. Since there's leftover wood from the sunshade, we can make a simple work table to hold pots and bowls. Seeing everyone's support, Suqing smiled happily. Once the kitchen is upgraded, I will make tomato and egg soup with the newly sprouted tomato leaves and fry some scallion pancakes. Everyone can try the new kitchen skills. By 10 a.m., the sunshade was ready. Xiaolay fixed 2 pinewood poles to the walls at each end of the balcony, reinforced them with quick-drying cement found from the ruins, then spread out a silver waterproof cloth and secured it with thin wire, sealing the edges with waterproof tape. Sunlight filtered through the cloth, softening into gentle light that fell on the tomato seedlings. The leaves slowly stretched out and no longer curled. This way, the seedlings won't get sunburned during the hottest part of the day, Xiaolay said, patting the waterproof cloth. It can also block rain, so it's 2 benefits in one. Lele squatted next to the planting box, watering the tomato seedlings with warm water. Xiao Fun, no more sun now. You need to grow quickly. When you get taller, I'll tie you to the frame. At this moment, the automatic kitchen upgrade in room 101 was completed. Suqing and Lin Wanji entered the kitchen and were immediately amazed by the new setup. The single stove was replaced with a double stove. The left side could boil water, and the right side could fry food. The stove surface was shiny stainless steel. The original single sink was changed into a double sink. The deep left side could soak wild vegetables, and the shallow right side could drain water, with a hot and cold water tap. The walls were covered with white oil-proof stickers, making it easier to wipe off splashes. A new shelf was added, perfect for storing flour and rice bags, so they no longer had to pile them on the floor. Chunmo was working on wiring the double stove. He used a multimeter to check the voltage. The wiring is done. The double stove works, and the hot and cold water taps are connected to the hot water pipe. No more cold water for washing vegetables in winter. He also installed a small fan next to the stove. Cooking in summer gets hot, so this fan can away the heat and also up the cooking fumes. Suqing couldn't wait to try the new double stove. She boiled mint water on the left burner and fried scallion pancakes on the right. Both burners worked at the same time, so she didn't have to wait. She wiped the stove with a waterproof sticker, leaving no oil stains. Smiling, she said, "This is so convenient. Cooking time will be cut in half, and it stays clean." During lunchtime, the table was filled with delicious food made in the new kitchen. Scallion pancakes cooked on 2 stoves, crispy outside and tender inside. Wild vegetables washed thoroughly in double sinks and stir-fried. Mint water brewed with hot water, which smelled fresher than when soaked in cold water. Lele ate 2 pancakes and drank 2 bowls of mint water. The pancakes made in the new kitchen are so tasty. Mom Suqing, can I eat scallion pancakes every day? As long as you want to eat, I will make them, Suqing said, patting her daughter's head. She then turned to Lin Wanji and said, "Today's cooking service deducts 50 points. Please record it." My points should have increased quite a bit. Lin Wanji opened her points book and carefully recorded 101 Suqing. Original point 16, cooking deduction 50, minus today's 6 hours of rent. 36 times 6 is equal to 216. Current balance 1650 minus 216 is equal to minus 150? No, the upgrade reward hasn't arrived yet. She immediately opened the exchange device, and a reward notification popped up. 101 kitchen upgrade complete. 80 points have been added to the points pool. Current balance 1650 80 minus 216 is equal to minus 70. Points pool 11080 is equal to 190. That's right. Lin Wanji sighed in relief. Tomorrow you can cook 2 more meals, deduct 100 points, and cover the negative balance. In the future, extra meals can earn you more points. The red fog was lighter than in the morning, and sunlight filtered through the mist, falling on the ground like a layer of tiny gold pieces. Xiaolay led the way, carrying the metal rod on his shoulder. The metal detector beeped occasionally. He bent down to pick up a piece of scrap metal. This can be used to add weight to Laylay's small, making it easier to use. After walking about 40 minutes, they saw a half-collapsed orchard ahead. Most of the fruit trees had fallen, but a few apple trees still stood crookedly. Underneath, an old man in a gray coat was carefully digging up seedlings. Those are fruit tree saplings. Laylay pointed at the seedlings in the old man's hands and shouted excitedly. The old man heard the sound, looked up, and showed his wrinkled face, clutching a rusty little shovel. Are you here to steal the seedlings? These are my last few apple seedlings. My wife is still waiting to eat apples. Sir, we're not here to steal. Lin Wanji quickly waved her hands. We live nearby in an apartment and want to plant fruit trees. If you're willing, we can exchange supplies for seedlings. You can also stay with us, where there's clean water and hot meals. The old man paused, eyes full of suspicion. Really? Are there places like that in the end times? Yes. Su Qing handed him a wild vegetable pancake. Eat something first. Our apartment has a shower, a kitchen, and we even grow tomatoes. If you know how to plant fruit trees, we can also give you points to reduce your rent. The old man took the pancake, took a bite, and suddenly tears fell. It's been a long time since I had a hot pancake. I'm old Joe. Before the end, I was a fruit farmer. These apple seedlings are for my orchard. I also saved some pear seedlings, but I don't know if they'll survive. Just then, distant zombie groans sounded. 3 zombies shuffled over from behind the ruins, their grayish skin shining in the sunlight. Oh, Xiaolay immediately raised his iron rod. Old Joe, hide with the seedlings. We'll handle this. Chinemo took wire from the toolbox, quickly bent it into a trap, and placed it on the zombie's usual path. Xiaolay charged forward, swinging his iron rod to hit the nearest zombie on the back of the head. Lin Wanji and Su Qing protected old Zhou and Laylay, keeping the zombies away. Soon, the 3 zombies were taken down. Old Zhou watched their quick and clean teamwork, eyes full of surprise. You're really amazing and kind. I want to go with you. These apple and pear seedlings are my rent. Everyone led old Zhou and the 6 young seedlings, for apple and 2 pear, to walk back. Old Zhou kept talking about how to plant fruit trees. Apple seedlings should be planted in sunny places, with loose soil. Pear seedlings like moist soil and should be near water. Laylay listened carefully and jotted down notes. Sun for apples, water for pears, loosen soil, and fertilize. When they returned to the apartment, the sunset was already in the west. They quickly chose a sunny spot in the yard. Old Zhou showed everyone how to dig a tree hole. The hole should be half a meter deep, about 40 centimeters wide, with crushed leaves at the bottom to keep water. Xiaolay was responsible for digging the holes. Chinemo helped move the seedlings. Su Qing and Laylay spread the crushed leaves. Fallen leaves swept from the balcony at the bottom of the holes, and Lin Wanji used the exchange device to scan the young plants. Apple seedlings valued at 40 points each, pear seedlings at 50 points
Each.
6 seedlings total 40 by 450 times 2 is equal to 260 points. Old Joe, these points can be used to offset your rent for room 105. Rent is 25 points per hour. 260 points can cover 10 hours, and future fruit tree planting can also be deducted. Old Joe nodded with a smile. Living here and planting fruit trees is much better than being in ruins. From now on, I'll take care of the fruit trees. If you want to eat apples or pears, I promise you'll get them. At dinner, Su Qing cooked a hearty meal in the new kitchen. tomato and egg soup, using tomato leaves, scallion pancakes, stir-fried vegetables, and dried purslane stewed with potatoes. She also cooked porridge. Old Zhou ate a full bowl of porridge and 2 pieces of pancake. It's been a long time since I had such warm food. It tastes even better than what I used to eat at home. After dinner, Lin Wanji updated the points record. Points pool 190. Old Zhou seedlings 260 is equal to 450. 101 Su Qing, 70. 102 Xiaolay, 45. Patrol shelter deduction 30. Current 75. 103 Chen Mo, 85. Circuit repair shelter deduction 40. Current 125. 105 Old Zhou 260. Seedling deduction. Current 260. Suddenly, the exchange device displayed a task prompt. Side quest. Taoyuan Orchard Construction, Phase 1. Task requirements. 1. Successfully plant 6 fruit tree seedlings, current April 6th completed. 2. Build 1 fruit tree irrigation system, current 0/1. 3. Create 1 fruit tree care manual, current progress 0 out of 1. Task reward 100 points, 1 bag of specialized fruit tree fertilizer, unlock permission for the public, orchard rest area, redeemable for stone tables and benches. Task description. Building the orchard can improve the self-sufficiency of the community. The rest area provides a place for everyone to relax after working, strengthening the cohesion of the Peach Blossom Valley. New task. Lin Wanji holds up the exchange device. We can set up the irrigation system tomorrow. Lao Zhou will write the care manual, and it will be finished soon. Lao Zhou smiles and says, I'll write the care manual, making sure it's detailed. From watering to fertilizing, everything will be clear. Everyone will be able to grow fruit trees in the future. As night slowly falls, the fruit saplings in the yard stand quietly under the warm glow of the small night lamps. The tomato seedlings on the balconies stretch their leaves. The lights in the new kitchen are still on. Su Qing is tidying up the dishes, while Lao Zhou is covering the fruit saplings with thin soil. Lele leans against Lin Wanji and whispers, Sister Wanji, if we have tomatoes, apples, and pears in the future, will it be like the kindergarten we used to go to, with lots of tasty food? Lin Wanji pats Lele's head and looks at the lively yard. Yes, our Peach Blossom Valley will get better and better. There will be food, a place to live, and everyone working together. More friends will come here in the future. Pao Pao's voice softly echoes in her mind. Host, the orchard construction is 60% complete. The livability index has increased by 25%, and the safety index has risen by 15%. With fruit trees, our self-sufficiency will be even stronger. Maybe soon, the main storyline task, Peach Blossom Valley expansion, will be triggered. Lin Wanji responds with a smile. Yes, our home will become more lively and full of hope. The evening breeze carries the fresh scent of mint and the earthy aroma, blowing across the red brick walls of Building A. The lights inside the windows look like stars in the night, illuminating the seedlings and the laughter in the yard. This once lonely small building, protected by the sunshade, filled with the aroma of the new kitchen, rooted fruit saplings, and the arrival of new friends, is gradually transforming into the warmest harbor in this post-apocalyptic world. Here, there is hope for growth, mutual help, children's laughter, and anticipation for the future. And the new stories are slowly unfolding as the fruit saplings grow. In the early morning, the sunlight just crossed the wall of Building A. The fruit trees in the yard woke up first, for apple saplings unfurled their new leaves, soft enough to squeeze water out, while 2 pear saplings stood taller, their stems glistening with morning dew under the sunlight. Old Zhou crouched beside the trees, holding a small, carefully loosening the soil around the roots. His movements were gentle, as if afraid to disturb the tender sprouts that had just taken root. When loosening the soil, go around the roots and avoid the fine feeder roots. That way, they can absorb nutrients better. Lele held a small notebook, walking nearby, her pencil flying across the paper as she quickly drew. Grandpa Zhou, today the apple saplings grew 1 centimeter, and the pear saplings grew 0.8 centimeters, right? She pressed a ruler against the apple stem, eyes wide with worry about measuring correctly. That's right, Lele. You remember better than I do. Old Zhou smiled and nodded. At that moment, Xiaolay returned from patrol outside, carrying a metal rod on his shoulder and a cloth bag filled with fresh reed stalks. He found them by the small river to the east. The hollow stems were perfect for making irrigation pipes. I saw the reeds growing well by the river during my morning patrol, so I cut a few, he said, placing the reed stalks beside the trees. Chen said these can be used to make irrigation pipes, lighter than plastic ones, and let water pass through. Chen then came out of room 103, holding a modified sprayer, made from an old plastic bottle and reed stalks. A hole is drilled in the cap, connected to a short reed pipe. This can spray foliar fertilizer on the trees, which absorbs faster than watering the soil directly. By the way, Zhao, did you accidentally knock over the spatula yesterday while reheating food in room 102? Xiaolay rubbed the back of his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Yeah, the small stove in room 102 is only big enough for one pot. It's hard to reheat food and cook noodles at the same time, so I had to leave the spatula on the ground. I almost stepped on it yesterday. He paused and added, your kitchen in room 103 isn't much different. Spice jars stacked on the windowsill, and I keep knocking over the sugar jar when I reach for salt. Last time, I spilled half a jar. Chinamo nodded, eyes filled with a bit of hope. It would be great if we had a double stove like in room 101. Fixing appliances is tiring, and it would be faster to cook meals without waiting so long. Lin Wanji happened to overhear their conversation and was moved. After the upgrade of the kitchen in room 101, Su Qing's cooking efficiency had improved a lot. It was definitely time for rooms 102 and 103 to follow suit. She immediately pulled Xiaolay and Chen Mo to the front desk and checked the room 102 and 103 kitchen level 1 upgrade pack on the exchange device. Look, this upgrade pack is the same as the one for 101. It includes a double burner stove, a double sink for washing vegetables, a multi-layer storage rack, and oil-resistant wall stickers. Upgrading a single room costs 130 points. Completing 2 upgrades triggers the bulk facility optimization reward, giving 160 points. After upgrading, the rent for a single room increases from 18 to 28 points per hour, but your service discounts also double. Zhao's defense service from 30 to 60 points per use, and Chen's maintenance service from 25 to 50 points per use. Overall, it's more cost-effective than before. The diagram on the exchange device screen is very clear. The color for the 102 kitchen upgrade pack is dark gray, matching Xiaolay's tough style. The 103 pack is light blue, matching Chinmo's toolbox. Xiaolay looked at the double burner stove diagram, his eyes bright. Can the double burners cook noodles and stir-fry at the same time? That way, after patrol in the morning, I can finish cooking in 10 minutes and not go hungry. Chinmo looked at the storage rack diagram and nodded in agreement. With a storage rack, I can keep repair tools and ingredients separate. No more piling screwdrivers and flour bags together. It's cleaner and easier to grab what I need. Su Qing also came over to look. Great. Your kitchen is upgraded now. In the future, we can cook together. Zhao can cook noodles, Chen can stir-fry, and I'll handle the main dishes. We can eat hot meals faster. After confirming the upgrade, Lin Wanji clicked, Confirm Exchange. The storage container quickly popped up with 2 packaged upgrade packs, labeled 102 and 103. Automatic construction takes 5 hours and won't interfere with everyone's activities. Lin Wanji stuck a warning sign at the doors of rooms 102 and 103. Brother Chinmo, I'll need your help with the electrical work. Brother Zhao, you can handle fixing the stove and storage rack. No problem. They replied in unison and immediately went to prepare. Chen Mo grabbed a multimeter and insulating tape from the toolbox, while Xiaolay found a hammer drill to fix the screws for the storage rack. While working, everyone was busy. Old Zhou, Lele, and Su Qing were fertilizing the fruit trees with foliar fertilizer. Mix the organic flour fertilizer with warm water at a ratio of 1:10. It shouldn't be too strong, or it might burn the leaves. Lele carefully added the fertilizer with a small spoon, counting. 1 spoon, 2 spoons. 10 spoons. Perfect. After finishing their preparations, Xiaolay and Chen Mo came over to help set up the irrigation system. Chen Mo cut reed stalks into 1-meter sections, softened the ends with a heat gun, found and repaired from an abandoned barber shop. bent them into arcs, and taped them to wooden stakes beside the fruit trees. This way, water can flow down the reed into the roots and seep into the soil, saving water. Xiaolay dug shallow trenches between the trees and laid the remaining reed stalks in them to form simple irrigation channels. During rain, water will flow through the channels without flooding the roots. On sunny days, we can pour water into the channels, saving us from running back and forth. By noon, the automatic kitchen work in rooms 102 and 103 was completed. Xiaolay was the first to rush into room 102. The original single stove was replaced with a dark gray double stove. A new iron pot sat on the left stove, and the right stove could hold a clay pot. The double sink was embedded in the countertop, the deep side for soaking vegetables, the shallow side for draining water. The wall was covered with dark gray oil-proof wallpaper matching the stoves. The three-tier storage rack held pots and bowls on the bottom, seasonings in the middle, and dried goods on top, neatly organizing what was previously on the floor. Very neat. Xiaolay tried boiling water on the left stove and placing a frying pan on the right. Both stoves worked at the same time without crowding. He picked up a new spatula and hung it on the rack, no longer on the ground. Now I can cook noodles and fry eggs in 10 minutes in the morning. Chinamo entered the kitchen of room 103. The light blue double stove looked fresh and clean. The top shelf of the storage rack had a small compartment that was just right for his multimeter and screwdriver. This compartment is perfect. I don't need to put tools in the drawer anymore. It's easy to see what I need when I open it. He tried washing a tomato in the double basin sink, the small tomatoes he found earlier, kept for seeds. He soaked it on the left side and rinsed on the right, which was much more convenient than using a small basin before. After fixing the appliances, I can cook faster and won't have to eat compressed biscuits. Chinamo also helped connect the electrical circuits in the kitchens of rooms 102 and 103. He used his multimeter to check the voltage. The double stoves are all wired correctly with overload protection, so they won't short-circuit. I also installed a small fan next to the stove in room 102 so Xiaogo won't cough while cooking. A small light was added next to the stove in room 103 to make cooking at night brighter. At this moment, Su Qing brought over a freshly made scallion pancake. Try this. It was cooked on the stove in room 101. It's crispy outside and tender inside. You've upgraded the kitchen so we can take turns cooking. Today you cook, tomorrow I do, and everyone can rest a bit. The lunch table was lively. Xiaolay cooked wild vegetable noodles on the new double stove in room 102 and fried a few eggs. Chun Emo stir-fried green pepper and potato strips in room 103's new stove. The green peppers were from earlier, kept fresh in the fridge. Su Qing made scallion pancakes and mint porridge. Old Zhou brought dried apples he sun-dried himself, sweet and sour. Lele held his bowl, eating noodles and pancakes happily, his little mouth puffed out. Uncle Zhao's noodles are so delicious. Uncle Chen's potato strips are also tasty. After lunch, Lin Wanji sat at the front desk and carefully calculated the points. First, the points pool started with 550. Upgrading rooms 102 and 103 used 260 points, leaving 290. We received 160 points for the batch upgrade reward, so now the pool has 450. Now, let's look at each room's balance. Room 102, Xiaolay, starting with 75 points. Today, patrol and irrigation deductions totaled 60 points, after doubling the defense service. Subtracting today's 6 hours of rent, 28 points per hour, so 168 points. The current balance is 7560 minus 168 is equal to minus 33. Room 103, Chinemo, starting with 125 points. Today, fixing the sprayer and connecting the kitchen circuit deducted 50 points, after doubling the repair service. Subtracting today's 6 hours of rent, 168 points. The current balance is 125.50 minus 168 is equal to 7. 101 Su Qing. Original points 70. Today, I used 50 points to deduct for scallion pancake and mint porridge, cooking service, and subtracted 6 hours of rent. 36 times 6 is equal to 216. Current balance, minus 70.50 minus 216 is equal to minus 236. No, that's not right. The 100 points reward from yesterday's fruit forest task haven't been counted for Su Qing's material organization deduction yet. She immediately checked the task reward details and added, yesterday, Su Qing helped spread broken leaves and organize fertilizer, deducting 30 points for material organization. Today, she used 50 points, so total is 80. Balance. Minus 70, 80 minus 216 is equal to minus 206. 105 Lao Zhou. Original points, 260. Today, he taught soil loosening and applied foliar fertilizer, deducting 40 points, agriculture service. Subtracting 6 hours of rent, 25 times 6 is equal to 150. Current balance. 260 40 minus 150 is equal to 150. That's correct. Lin Wanji sighed in relief. Brother Xiao will patrol again tomorrow and deduct 60 points, which will cover the negative balance. Chen Mo already has positive points, and he can earn more by fixing electrical appliances later. In the afternoon, everyone continued working on the fruit forest project. Chen Mo used reed stalks and old water pipes to set up a simple irrigation system. He connected the reed to the balcony faucet, stretched it to the trees, and placed a short reed next to each seedling's roots. When he turned on the tap, water flowed slowly along the reed into the soil, just enough to soak the roots without wasting water. Just need to water once a day, no more carrying basins around, Chen Mo said happily, adjusting the water flow with a sense of achievement. Lao Zhou sat at a small table near the front desk, writing a manual on tree care. Apple seedlings should be fertilized with foliar spray once a week, pear seedlings every 10 days. If aphids appear, spray with mint water. Natural and safe. He wrote carefully and drew diagrams, like the shape of aphids and spray angles, to help everyone understand. Lele helped bind the pages of the manual and drew a picture of fruit trees on the cover with colored pens. Grandpa Zhou, the cover should have apples and pears and a little sun. That way, everyone will know it's a fruit tree manual. In the evening, the fruit forest construction was finally completed. Irrigation system set up, care manual finished, and all 6 fruit seedlings had foliar fertilizer. Suddenly, the exchange device beeped with a ding-dong sound, and the light blue task box lit up. Side quest. Completion of Taoyuan fruit forest construction. Phase 1. Task reward. 100 points, already added to the points pool. 1 bag of special fertilizer for fruit trees, contains phosphorus and potassium to promote flowering and fruiting, and unlocked access to the orchard rest area in the public zone, can exchange for a stone table and benches. Task description. The orchard rest area provides a place for everyone to relax after working, strengthening the community spirit. The special fertilizer can shorten the time for fruit trees to bear fruit. Task completed. Lin Wanji held up the exchange device. The points pool now has 450. 100 is equal to 550 points, enough to exchange for a stone table and benches. From now on, everyone can rest near the orchard without crowding at the front desk. Xiaolay immediately said, tomorrow I'll go to the ruins to find a big stone slab. Making a stone table is more cost-effective than exchanging, and we can customize the size to seat 5 people perfectly. Old Zhou, holding the special fertilizer, looked hopeful. This fertilizer is great. If we apply it to the trees, they will bloom next spring and bear fruit in autumn. Then everyone can enjoy fresh apples and pears. As the sunset fell beside the orchard, the water from the irrigation system flowed gently. The care manual was placed on the stone table, with the fruit tree picture on the cover shining in the evening glow. Lele crouched beside a young tree, whispering to it, grow quickly, little tree. When you bear fruit, I'll be the first to pick an apple and share it with everyone. Su Qing was tidying up dishes in the new kitchen of room 101. Xiaolay was warming up tomorrow's dry food on the new stove in room 102. Chen Mo was organizing tools on the new storage shelf in room 103. Old Zhou was covering the roots of the young trees with a thin layer of soil near the orchard. Lin Wanji leaned on the balcony railing, looking at the lively scene, feeling very content. Tao Tao's voice softly echoed in her mind. Host, the orchard construction is 100% complete. The livability index increased by 30% and the safety index increased by 20%. The kitchens in rooms 102 and 103 have also been upgraded. Everyone feels more connected. Maybe next time, a main story task called Orchard Expansion will trigger. Lin Wanji smiled and replied, "Yes, our paradise is feeling more like home. We have new kitchens, fruit trees, and everyone working together. Things will only get better." The evening breeze carried the scent of fruit trees and leftover food, drifting past the red brick walls of Building A. The lights in the kitchens of rooms 102 and 103 were still on, shining like two warm lanterns. This once lonely small building is gradually becoming the safest harbor in the end times, thanks to the renovation of the double kitchens, the initial growth of the fruit trees, the help of friends, and the warmth of mutual care. There is warm food, hope for growth, children's laughter, and the love we share. As the fruit trees grow, new stories are slowly unfolding. In the early morning, the sunlight just crossed the wall of Building A, turning the red brick wall a soft gold. Suddenly, hurried footsteps broke the quiet. Chen Mo ran out of room 103, holding a multimeter. The screen was still lit, showing fluctuating voltage readings. He frowned and said urgently, "Wanji, the circuit in room 102 is acting up. When I checked the voltage, it jumped from 220V to 180V, then back to 200V. If this keeps happening, Brother Zhao's shower heater might burn out." Lin Wanji had just finished organizing the points book at the front desk, her fingers still on the line that read, "Deduction for old Zhou's fruit tree care in room 105. Hearing this, she immediately stood up without closing the book. She followed Chen Mo toward room 102. As they reached the door, she caught a faint smell of burning wires, overheated electrical wiring. Xiaolay was squatting next to the socket, holding a half-removed plug. The socket still had faint blue sparks. The display screen of the shower heater flickered, sometimes showing 38 degrees C, sometimes black. "This morning, I wanted to boil some hot water for washing, plugged in the heater, and sparks flew," Xiaolay said helplessly, handing over the plug, which was slightly blackened. "Since the kitchen upgrade in room 102, I felt the circuit was struggling. Yesterday, I used the oven to heat some pancakes and the lights flickered several times. Now, even the shower is almost unusable." At this moment, Su Qing was passing by with Lele, holding a porcelain bowl with a small sun printed on it. The bowl contained freshly boiled mint water, with droplets of condensation forming on the rim and sliding down the sides. She placed the bowl on a small table in the corridor. "Old Zhou also told me yesterday that the lights in room 105 flicker on and off. He was working on the fruit tree care manual at night, and the flickering made it hard to read," Su Qing said. "Could it be that our main electrical circuit is overloaded? Since the kitchens in rooms 101, 102, and 103 were upgraded, and each room has a shower heater, our electricity usage has more than doubled." Lele pulled away from Su Qing's hand, ran quickly to the socket, and tiptoed to look inside the socket hole. Her pink little shoes left faint marks on the floor. Curious, she tilted her head and asked, "Uncle Chen, is the wire tired from running too long? Just like I run around in the yard and get out of breath, do wires also breathe?" Chen Mo squatted down, placed a multimeter on the ground, and patiently explained, "Wires don't breathe, but if many appliances use electricity, the current becomes less. It's like many people trying to share a bowl of water. No one gets enough. If we install a separate electric box in each room, it's like giving each room its own small water cup. Then, everyone can share equally, and the wiring won't have problems." He even gestured with his hand to show the small water cup, making Lele giggle with her adorable dimples. Lin Wanji immediately returned to the front desk, gently touched the glass screen of the exchange device, and selected the Electrical System Upgrade category. She quickly found the details page for the Independent Electric Box Installation Package. The screen showed a silver-gray electric box with words like Overload Protection and Leakage Trip printed on it. Below, it listed, single-room installation includes 1 independent electric box, 1 leakage switch, 1 overload protector, 10 installation screws, 1 insulating tape. Each room costs 50 points, Installing in 2 or more rooms triggers the Electrical Safety Optimization side task, rewarding 160 points. After installation, the basic rent for rooms 102 and 103 increases from 28 points/hour to 34 points/hour, and related service discounts also improve. Defense service from 25 to 30 points per use, and appliance repair from 30 to 35 points per use. She opened her points notebook, lightly swiped over the balance section. The notebook was filled with past deductions. One line marked with a pencil, Old Zhou fruit tree seedlings 260, another with a check mark, tomato seedlings 175, and at the bottom, a summary read 380. The current points pool, accumulated from previous exchanges, task rewards, and service deductions, now has 380 points. Lin Wanji pointed to her points book. Installing 2 electric boxes costs 100 points, so after deduction, 280 points remain. The reward for the task is 160 points, which have been credited to the points pool, bringing it back to 440. This is enough to buy special fertilizer for the fruit tree seedlings later, and there are some left for emergencies. Xiaolay looked at the points ledger, gently tapping the 380 mark with his finger. His worries eased a lot. As long as the electrical system stays stable, a small rent increase won't be a problem. I will patrol more often each day and find useful materials to convert into points. Soon, I can make up for it. I saw an abandoned toolbox in the ruins to the north. Maybe it has useful parts. I'll check it on my next patrol. I can start installing in the afternoon. Chinamo nodded, pulling out some insulating tape and waterproof cloth from the toolbox. The circuit connections for the electrical box are standard, so no need to change the main wiring. Just connect the branch lines to the electrical box. I'll bring some sandpaper to clean the contact points so they won't heat up. After installation, there will be no sparks. After deciding to install the new electrical boxes, Lin Wanji clicked Confirm Exchange for 2 independent electrical box installation kits on the exchange device. The storage compartment below the screen made a click sound as it opened, revealing 2 neat silver-gray electrical boxes labeled 102 and 103, with matching screws and instructions nearby. The device will automatically set up the wiring, which will take about 40 minutes. During this time, the circuits for 102 and 103 will be temporarily cut off. Lin Wanji took out 2 yellow safety warning cards with "Electrical work in progress, do not touch the power," printed on them and stuck them on the handles of doors 102 and 103. Once the automatic work is finished, Chun can secure the boxes and connect the switches. While the construction was underway, everyone was busy. The yard quickly became lively. Old Zhou carried a small, an old find from the gardening store, with a wooden handle wrapped in non-slip cloth. He used sandpaper to sharpen the blade every day. He wandered slowly near the fruit tree seedlings, occasionally squatting down to dig into the soil and check the roots. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he called out toward the corridor. "Wanji,
Swing, come quick."
the apple seedlings are sprouting new buds. They're 2 days earlier than I expected." Everyone heard the call and ran into the yard. Sure enough, the branches of the 4 apple seedlings had tiny green buds, like small green rice grains just waking up, wrapped in a light brown seed coat. The buds swayed gently in the breeze. The 2 pear seedlings nearby haven't sprouted yet, but their branches are a bit thicker than yesterday, and the bark has a faint shine. When gently scratched with a fingernail, you can see the tender green inside. Old Zhou gently touched the tip of the apple seedling's bud with his fingertip, moving so carefully that it seemed afraid of breaking glass. His eyes were full of happiness. "I watered them with diluted organic flour fertilizer last evening and covered the roots with broken leaves to keep moisture. I didn't expect them to sprout today. These seedlings are stronger than the ones I grew back home. Our yard soil is good for growing plants." Lele squatted next to the apple seedling, carefully surrounding the trunk with colorful stones she had collected earlier. The red stones formed the center of a sun, while yellow and blue stones made the rays, creating a small rainbow sun. Apple seedling," she whispered, almost pressing her nose to the bud. "Grow quickly. When you bear apples, I'll share the biggest, reddest one with Grandpa Zhou." I'll also show the little tomato seedlings so they can learn from you and grow tall too. Su Qing brought over a light blue watering can, made from an old plastic bottle modified by Chinemo, with a dozen small holes in the lid for a gentle flow of water. She poured warm water into each fruit seedling. Holding the spout close to the soil, she let the water seep in slowly, without splashing dirt. Old Joe, from now on, let Xiaolay take care of watering. She remembers to water the tomato seedlings on the balcony every day and even records it in a small notebook. She's very careful, so she'll definitely take good care of the fruit seedlings. Good idea. Old Joe smiled, his eyes narrowing. He took out a small notebook from his pocket, given to him by Lin Wanji, with a few notes on plant care already written inside. I'll also record the watering and fertilizing schedule in detail and stick the notebook next to the stone bench in the yard so everyone can follow it. When we have free time on the weekend, we'll build a small fence around the seedlings to protect them from the wind. Xiaolay was building a simple clothesline in the corner of the yard. He brought over 2 pinewood poles from the storage area, left over from setting up the sunshade. The poles had been sanded smooth, with no splinters. First, he dug 2 shallow holes in the ground, placed the poles upright, and fixed them with small stones. Then, he tied 3 lines of twine between the poles, made from recycled burlap bags, boiled in hot water for disinfection, with anti-slip knots at each joint. From now on, everyone can hang their clothes in the yard, Xiaolay said, patting the sturdy poles. They're close to the fruit seedlings so the clothes can catch some dew, dry faster and won't smell. Laylay's little dress was hanging here, and the smell of leaves could still be felt. Xiaolay ran over, draping her small towel on the rope. The towel had a bunny pattern and was gently fluttering in the wind. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Now my towel can dry here, and I can smell the leaves at night when I sleep. 40 minutes passed quickly. The switchboard suddenly made a ding-dong sound, indicating rooms 102 and 103 wiring completed, ready for box installation. Chen Mo immediately took his toolbox and went into room 102. He first took out a level from the toolbox, placed it on the wall to find the right position, and lightly drew a straight line with a pencil to ensure the electrical box would be installed evenly. Then he took a drill and made 4 small holes in the wall, working steadily to avoid too much dust. The electrical box should be installed about 1.5 meters above the ground. Chen Mo explained while fixing the box. Too high is hard to operate, too low might be touched by Xiaolay. He pressed the box against the wall, tightening it with screws, making sure each was just right so the box wouldn't be crooked. Next, he connected the wires he had prepared earlier to the terminals inside the box, tightening each with a screwdriver. He wrapped the connections with 3 layers of insulating tape and covered them with waterproof cloth. This way, even if water vapor from a shower gets close, it won't cause a short circuit. If there's an overload, the circuit breaker will trip automatically, keeping everything safe. He pressed the main switch on the box, and the light in room 102 immediately turned on, no longer flickering. The display on the shower's heating module also stabilized at 38 degrees C and no longer went black. Xiaolay went over, trying to turn on the shower head. Warm water flowed evenly, and the temperature was very steady. Finally, it doesn't shake anymore, Xiaolay said with a smile, reaching out to catch some water. I used to worry it would suddenly turn cold when I showered, but now I can enjoy a warm bath peacefully. Chen Mo then went to install the electrical box in room 103. Xiaolay happily followed, holding a small box of screws, with compartments filled with different sizes. Uncle Chen, I'll help you pass the screws. Xiaolay stood on tiptoe, holding the box up to Chen Mo. This is for the big screws, used to attach the box. This is for the small screws, for connecting the wires. I've sorted them all. Chen Mo took the screws, smiling and nodding. Xiaolay, you did a great job. Much better than when I first installed an electrical box. While pretending, he chatted with Xiaolay. Do you know what this electrical box looks like? It's like a little house for the wires, protecting them from wind and rain and stopping the wires from fighting. If some wires try to take more current, the protector inside the box will teach them a lesson, so everyone behaves. Laylay's eyes sparkled as she gently touched the outside of the box. From now on, I will take good care of the little house for the wires. I won't touch it, and I won't let bugs crawl inside. When both electrical boxes were installed, it was almost noon. Chun Mo took out a multimeter and checked the voltage at the sockets in rooms 102 and 103. The numbers on the screen stayed steady at 220V, with no fluctuations. The circuits are stable, Chun Mo said with a relaxed smile as he put away the multimeter. Now, even if we use the oven and shower at the same time, there's no need to worry about voltage changes. If one room has a small problem with its circuit, it won't affect the others. It's much safer. Suddenly, the front desk's exchange device made a clear ding-dong sound. A light blue task box popped up, shining on the hallway floor like tiny stars. Side task, Circuit Safety Optimization, Stage 1. Task Requirements. 1. Complete installation of independent electrical boxes in 2 or more rooms. Current progress. February 2nd, done. 2. Check and fix all circuit connections in the apartment, including public areas. Current progress. 0/5. Remaining. Rooms 101, 102, 103, 105, and the public area. Rewards. 1. 160 points. 2. A set of professional circuit testing tools, including clamp meter, insulation tester, wire stripper. 3. A bag of special fertilizer for fruit trees, containing nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium to promote flowering and new leaf growth, suitable for apple and pear seedlings. Task explanation. A stable electrical system is the foundation for safe apartment operation and supports future upgrades like washing machines and ovens. The fruit tree fertilizer can speed up seedling growth and shorten the fruiting cycle. Half of the task is done. Lin Wanji held up the exchange device and called out to everyone in the yard. In the afternoon, we'll check the circuit connections together. Lao Zhou and Xiaolay can help pass tools and take notes. We'll finish the rest quickly. After that, we can get the fruit tree fertilizer to give the apple and pear seedlings a boost. Sounds good. Xiaolay raised her hand first, clutching the box with the screws she had just handed over. I'll take notes. I'll write down the connection details for each room, like Grandpa Zhou's fruit tree manual. At lunchtime, the table was full of hot dishes made in the new kitchen. Su Qing was busy with 2 burners at Station 101. On the left, she was cooking amaranth shrimp soup, adding dried shrimp brought by Grandpa Zhou, which made it very fresh. On the right, she was frying scallion pancakes, golden and crispy, with slightly curled edges. A bite reveals layered flaky crust inside, sprinkled with sesame seeds for flavor. She also boiled a few eggs, peeled them, and placed them on a plate, sharing with everyone. We've been busy with the wiring all morning. Eat more so you'll have energy to check the connections this afternoon. Grandpa Zhou took a bite of the scallion pancake, chewing slowly, with a look of nostalgia. This tastes a bit like what my wife used to make. She also liked to sprinkle sesame seeds on her pancakes, saying it made them fragrant. He took a sip of the amaranth soup, the delicious broth sliding down his throat, and nodded. Having hot food and a safe place to stay is so much better than being in a ruins. Xiaolay and Chun Mo also ate happily. Xiaolay said while eating, "This afternoon, I'll check the connections for rooms 101 and 102. I know these rooms well, so I know where the connections are." Chun Mo nodded. "I'll handle rooms 103 and 105, and also check the main connection in the common area with new tools to test insulation, more peace of mind." After lunch, everyone quickly divided tasks. Xiaolay took insulation tape and a small brush, heading to check room 101. He squatted by the kitchen socket, brushed off dust from the connection with a small brush, then gently pulled the wires to make sure they were secure. He wrapped the connection neatly with insulation tape into a smooth cylinder. The tape was a bit loose before. Now that it's tight, it won't get dusty or damp. Chun Mo took a multimeter into room 105, with Grandpa Zhou helping by passing tools. Chun Mo used the probe of the insulation tester to contact the circuit connection. The screen showed insulation resistance 500 mOmega. He relaxed and said, "The connection's insulation is fine, just a bit oxidized. Sandpaper will fix it." Grandpa Zhou carefully sanded the connection, gentle to avoid damaging the wire. Lin Wanji and Su Qing were responsible for the electrical connections in the common areas, near the main switch box by the reception and the public sockets in the kitchen. Su Qing used a cloth to clean the switch box, while Lin Wanji gently opened the cover with a screwdriver to check the wiring posts. All tightened, no looseness. The cover has a bit of rust. Next time, use some sandpaper to polish it. Xiaolay held a small notebook, following everyone and carefully taking notes. Kitchen connector, reinforced with tape. Dust cleaned. Shower connector, oxidized and polished, well insulated. Socket connection, no looseness, normal. She also drew a small diagram of the electrical box in her notebook, with the word safety written beside it. The writing was a bit crooked, but very serious. By evening, all the circuit connections in the rooms had been checked and repaired. Chen Mo used the new clamp meter to measure the total current in the common area. The screen showed 15A, which is within a safe range. The insulation tester showed all connections had proper insulation resistance. He put away his tools and smiled, saying, "All connections are fine now. Electricity use will be safer." The reward machine beeped again, confirming the task rewards had been received. Points 160 added to the points pool. The electrical testing kit has been stored in the storage area. The special fertilizer for fruit trees has been placed in the gardening tools area. Lin Wanji sat at the front desk, updating the points record. She quickly wrote on the paper, "Original points in the pool, 380-100 for electrical box use, plus 160. Task reward, equals 440. Xiaolay, room 102 today's patrol, and clothes rack setup deducted 30 points. Deducted 6 hours of basic rent. 34 times 6 is equal to 204. Current balance, 7530 minus 204 is equal to minus 99. Chen Mo, room 103 electrical repairs, installing the box and checking connections, deducted 35 points. Deducted 6 hours of rent. 34 times 6 is equal to 204. Current balance, 125.35 minus 204 is equal to minus 44. Lao Zhou, room 105 fruit tree care, fertilizing and watering, deducted 25 points. Deducted 6 hours of rent. 25 times 6 is equal to 150. Current balance, 260.25 minus 150 is equal to 135. Su Qing, room 101 cooking service, lunch, deducted 50 points. Deducted 6 hours of rent. 36 times 6 is equal to 216. Current balance, minus 70.50 minus 216 is equal to minus 236. Future meals can help offset this. Xiaolay ran over, leaning on the front desk, pointing at the 440 on the points book with bright eyes. Sister Wanji, we have so many points in the pool. Tomorrow, we can feed the apple and pear seedlings with growth-promoting fertilizer, right? If they eat the fertilizer, will they grow faster? Yes, Lin Wanji smiled and patted Xiaolay's head. Tomorrow morning, we will go to fertilize the fruit seedlings. Grandpa Zhou said that after fertilizing, they will grow new leaves in a couple of weeks. The sunset slowly sank behind the wall, casting long shadows of the fruit trees in the yard. The new buds on the apple seedlings swayed gently in the evening breeze, as if greeting everyone. The indicator light on the independent electrical box emitted a soft green glow, matching the small balcony night light and the warm kitchen lights, making the small building feel cozy. Grandpa Zhou sat on a stone bench, showing Xiaolay photos of his old orchard on his phone, full trees of bright red apples, with bamboo baskets underneath. Xiaolay pointed at the photos and whispered, "Grandpa Zhou, will our orchard look like this someday?" "Of course, definitely." Grandpa Zhou nodded, full of hope. "With everyone taking care of it, our fruit trees will grow well and bear lots of fruit." Xiaolay and Chen Mo were tidying up tools, placing the circuit testing kit into the toolbox and labeling it carefully. Su Qing was cleaning up dishes in the kitchen. The new double basin sink was very convenient. She washed and drained water at the same time, finishing quickly. Lin Wanji leaned against the balcony door, watching the lively and joyful yard. Peach's voice softly echoed in her mind. "Host, the circuit safety index has increased by 30%, the fruit tree growth index by 20%. The apartment's livability index is now 85%. If we complete another main task, we might unlock the apartment expansion, allowing more people to join our paradise. By the way, The recent data on the apple seedlings' new buds looks good. In 2 weeks, they will grow new leaves, and then we can build small supports for them. Lin Wanji smiled inwardly and responded, things will get better and better. Our home will have more fruit trees, more warmth, and more stories. The evening breeze carried the fresh scent of mint and earth, blowing over the wall of Building A. The lights inside the windows shone like stars in the night, illuminating the seedlings and the laughter in the yard. This once lonely small building is gradually becoming a safe harbor in the end times, thanks to the protection of the independent electrical box, the new growth of fruit tree buds, the help of new friends, and the warmth of mutual care. Here, there is hope for growth, warm meals, children's laughter, and tender feelings for each other. As the new buds on the fruit trees grow quietly in the evening breeze, they wait for the day when branches are lush and full of fruit. In the early morning, the sunlight just crossed the balcony awning of Building A, shining like a rolling ball of hot gold, making the glass window of Kitchen 101 feel warm. Su Qing, wearing an apron embroidered with small daisies, was busy in front of the double stove. On the left stove, a stainless steel kettle was steaming, boiling water for the diluted fertilizer for the apple seedlings, with half a spoon of fermented mint residue added. On the right stove, 6 scallion pancakes were arranged in the oven, sizzling as oil bubbles popped on the baking tray, filling the kitchen with a fragrant aroma. Suddenly, the oven made a click sound and lost power. The screen went black instantly, and the oven light went out. Why did the power go out again? Su Qing was startled, quickly turning off the kettle. Her fingertips accidentally touched the kettle wall, burning her with a slight hiss. She bent down to check the oven plug. The metal part of the plug was faintly scorched and still warm. The socket nearby glowed faintly, like a tiny dim light. She reached out to unplug it, but Lin Wanji, holding her scorebook, happened to pass by and hurriedly pressed her hand. Don't touch. It might be an overload. Yesterday, old Zhou from 105 said the main switch box tripped twice. The electrical appliances in 101 are more than in 102, so the wiring might not hold up anymore. Lin Wanji's fingertips were a bit cool, and she held Su Qing's hand with some urgency. Last time, sparks came from 102 because someone forcibly unplugged it. Let's wait for Chen Mo to check. Safety first. At this moment, Chen Mo, carrying a toolbox still stained with yesterday's dirt, came over. He held an insulation tester, with the probe wrapped in cloth to avoid damage. I just finished checking the shower circuit in 103 when I heard something unusual in the kitchen, he said, placing the tester on the counter. He turned it on, and the screen lit up with a faint blue glow. Yesterday, I suspected the circuit in 101 was unstable. With the double stove, oven, refrigerator, and shower heating module all running at once, the current probably exceeded safe limits. He carefully pressed the probe of the tester onto the socket hole. The voltage reading on the screen immediately jumped from 220V down to 170V, then suddenly rose back to 190V. The red warning light flashed twice. See, the voltage isn't stable. If we keep using the oven for half an hour, the wiring might melt. When I installed the 102 and 103 electrical boxes earlier, I didn't include the 101 one. I didn't think it through. Xiaolay squatted at the kitchen door, sitting on the threshold with her little bottom. She held a pink crayon, which was wrapped with a small homemade string, and was drawing crooked little fruit trees on paper. She looked up, her eyebrows puckering into a small bump. Uncle Chun, is the 101 wire also fighting for water? Like the 102 before, if we install a small water cup, independent electrical box, it won't fight for current, right? Chun Mo crouched down to face Xiaolay at eye level. He drew a circle on the tester screen. Yes, if we add a small water cup for 101, the wires won't compete for current anymore. Aunt Suching can cook fertilizer water and bake scallion pancakes without sudden power cuts. He even adjusted the tester to a simulated, steady current mode, making the lines on the screen flap. See, after installing the box, everything is stable and safe. Xiaolay immediately stood up, stuffing the crayon into her apron pocket. She tugged at Suching's sleeve. Mom, let's install the small water cup quickly. I want to eat hot scallion pancakes, crispy, with crumbs falling when I bite. Lin Wanji hurried back to the front desk. She lightly swiped her finger across the glass screen of the exchange device. Soon, she brought up the interface for the Independent Electrical Box Installation Pack 101 compatible version. The silver gray box was slightly larger than the 102 model, designed for high-load kitchen circuits. It included a double-pole leakage protection switch. Below, it said, 50 points for a single room. Completing installation triggers the Circuit Safety Optimization Phase 2 reward of 80 points. After installation, the base rent for 101 adjusts from 36 points/hour to 42 points/hour. Cooking service discounts increased to 60 points per meal, including breakfast, lunch, and dinner. She opened her points notebook, which had a sticker of Laylay's drawing of a small tomato seedling. On one page, written in pencil, was Points Pool for 140, with a small checkmark next to it. Nearby, it noted, Fruit Tree Pest Control Medicine reserved 100 points, Emergency 50 points. The current points pool, after previous task rewards, material conversions, and service deductions, still has 440 points. Lin Wanji pointed to the points notebook. Using 50 points to install the electrical box in room 101 leaves us with 390 points. When we receive the 80-point reward, the pool will be back to 470 points. Besides the reserved fruit tree medicine and emergency points, we can also save an extra 20 points to buy special fertilizer for the tomatoes. Su Qing leaned over and gently tapped the 60 points per meal on the list. Rent increases by 6 points per hour. Assuming 12 hours a day, that's a deduction of 72 points. I cook 3 meals a day, which can offset 180 points. After subtracting 72, I still save 108 points. In less than 3 days, I can make up for the negative balance. She smiled and ruffled Laylay's hair. Plus, cooking an extra meal each day allows me to add a soft-boiled egg for Xiaolay, sprinkled with some green onions. It smells really good. I can start installing it now. Chinamo took out a level and a power drill from the toolbox. The level was light blue with a small sun sticker drawn by Xiaolay on it. The electrical interface in room 101 is on the east wall of the kitchen, far from the sink. No need for extra waterproofing cloth. I can finish installing it in half an hour, so Aunt Su Qing won't be delayed making lunch. At this moment, Xiaolay returned from patrol, carrying an iron rod with a cloth bag hanging from it. Inside the bag were 2 round, smooth stones, Laylay's drawing stones. He also carried 2 thin bamboo sticks on his shoulders, cut from the bamboo forest in the ruins to the south. The bamboo's bark was a faint green with a fresh bamboo scent, stronger and more flexible than the ones used for the tomato trellis. The tips had been smoothed with sandpaper to prevent splinters. I just heard at the door that you're installing the electrical box, he said, leaning the bamboo sticks against the corner of the counter. I'll help hold the box so you don't have to hold the drill with one hand and steady it with the other. It can shake your hand and make the installation crooked. After deciding to proceed with the installation, Lin Wanji clicked Confirm Exchange on the redemption device. The storage compartment clicked open, revealing a silver-gray electrical box labeled Room 101 Special. Nearby were matching stainless steel screws, rust-proof, insulating tape, and a waterproof sticker with small cloud patterns. Xiaolay would definitely like it. She took out a yellow safety warning card and stuck it on the door handle of room 101. The card had a simple drawing of a person holding a caution, electric shock sign. Chen Mo and Xiaolay immediately began working. Chen Mo first used a level on the kitchen wall to find the correct position. He drew a straight line on the wall with a pencil at a height that was just at Su Qing's chest. This height makes it easy for you to check the switches. No need to stand on tiptoe or bend over. Xiaolay supported the electrical box, with his fingers pressed between the box and the wall, worried that the drill's vibration might chip the paint. Don't worry, I'll drill steadily. I won't let it go crooked. The drill buzzed softly. Chen Mo controlled the pressure and slowly drilled 4 holes into the wall, just deep enough to fit the expansion screws. He hammered the screws in, then tightened them with a wrench, fixing the electrical box firmly in place. The 101 electrical box is 2 centimeters higher than 102, Chen Mo explained while removing the cover of the box. The kitchen has a lot of moisture, so a higher position helps prevent water splashes during cooking, which can extend its lifespan. He took some sandpaper from his toolbox and polished the wiring terminals inside the box until they shone with a silver-white metallic luster. Polished terminals make better contact and prevent overheating. Then, he connected the kitchen wiring one by one. The live wire to the red terminal, the neutral wire to the blue terminal, and the ground wire to the yellow-green terminal. After each connection, he tightened the screws with a screwdriver and pulled gently to check they were secure. Xiaolay crouched nearby, holding a small box of screws made from cardboard divided into large screws and small screws compartments. Before handing over each, she would wipe it on her clothes to remove dust. Uncle Chen, is this large long enough? Can it hold the electrical box tightly? Will it wobble in the wind? It's long enough, Chinemo replied, taking the and smiling as he held it up for her to see. This can be into the wall 3 centimeters deep. It's stronger than your fist, so no matter how strong the wind, it won't wobble. After half an hour, the electrical box was installed. Chun Mo closed the cover, pressed the main switch, and with a soft click, the light in room 101 turned on immediately. The oven screen lit up again, showing preheating to 180 degrees Celsius. The kettle on the stove on the left started boiling again, steam rising from the spout with a faint mint scent. Su Qing couldn't wait to turn on the shower. Warm water flowed steadily, and the display on the heating module stayed steady at 38 degrees C, with no fluctuation. Finally, it's not tripping the circuit breaker, she sighed in relief. She tested the water temperature with the back of her hand, just right, not hot. In the future, I can boil fertilizer water and bake bread at the same time in the morning. No need to wait for the kettle to boil before baking, so Xiaolay won't be late for school. At that moment, the front desk's exchange device suddenly made a ding-dong sound. A light blue task window popped up, reflecting on the kitchen tiles like a sprinkle of tiny stars. Side quest: Circuit Safety Optimization, Stage 2. Task requirements. 1. Install independent electrical boxes in all tenant rooms of the apartment. Current progress. March 3rd. Rooms 101, 102, 103 completed. Room 105 pending. 2. Replace the main switch box in the common area. Current progress. 0/1. Needs to match the entire building's wiring. Rewards. 1. 80 points, already added to the points pool. 2. 1 professional circuit fault detector. Can monitor current fluctuations in real time and warn of overload risks. 3. 1 bottle of insect repellent for fruit trees. Contains natural insecticidal pyrethrum. Prevents aphids and red spiders, harmless to young plants. Task explanation. Covering all room electrical boxes allows for circuit zoning management, preventing local faults from affecting the whole system. Replacing the main switch box improves overall power stability. Insect repellent ensures healthy growth of fruit tree seedlings. Rewards received. Lin Wanji ran over holding the exchange device. The points in the pool on the screen jumped to for 70, just enough to buy the fruit tree insect repellent. This afternoon, I can spray it on the apple and pear seedlings, so the little bugs won't nibble the new leaves. Suddenly, a shout came from the yard, with a hint of excitement. Wanji.
Swing.
Come quick. The new buds on the apple seedlings are unfolding. They're bigger than yesterday. Everyone immediately ran to the yard. As they reached the door, they smelled a faint grassy scent, for apple seedlings had fully opened their buds. The light green new leaves were oval-shaped with tiny serrated edges, carefully trimmed-looking. Sunlight shone through the leaves, revealing delicate veins that shimmered like silver threads. Nearby, 2 pear seedlings also sprouted small buds, wrapped in light red scales. A gentle touch made the scales fall away, revealing tender yellow leaf tips inside. Old Zhou crouched beside the apple seedlings, holding a small spray bottle filled with diluted fertilizer water he had just boiled for Su Qing. He carefully sprayed the underside of the new leaves, moving gently as if caring for a baby. During the leaf unfolding stage, we need to add some nitrogen fertilizer. I mixed in some fermented mint water. It provides nutrients and keeps bugs away, a double benefit. He showed Lulu how to hold the spray bottle. Pinch the handle with your fingers, press the back of the leaf with a light mist, like fog, so the new leaves won't bend. Xiaolay imitated old Zhou, holding a small spray bottle with both hands, keeping her elbows close to her sides for stability. She gently pressed on the back of the apple seedling's new leaves. Tiny water droplets fell onto the leaves, like clear little pearls, slowly sliding down the veins. Apple seedling, she whispered, I'm spraying you with pest prevention water to keep bugs from biting your leaves. You need to grow quickly, tall enough for me to reach, then you can bear apples. At this moment, Xiaolay carried over a thin bamboo stick. He had sharpened it into a slant so it could be easily inserted into the soil. I'm making a support frame for each fruit tree. When the new leaves grow bigger, the branches will get heavier, and with the support, they won't bend in the wind. He gently leaned the bamboo against the trunk of the apple seedling and tied a loose knot about 10 centimeters above the new leaves with rope. The knot shouldn't be too tight, so the branches have room to grow, like giving it a loose little hat. Chinemo was setting up a simple irrigation system in the corner of the yard. He took an old green plastic pipe from the toolbox, which had been used for watering tomato seedlings. He drilled small holes every 20 centimeters with heated thin iron wire, just big enough for a gentle water flow. Wrap the pipe around each seedling, he said, connecting it to the yard's water tap. He turned on the switch, and a slow stream of water flowed out, landing right at the roots of each seedling. Just turn it on every morning for 10 minutes, and the soil will be soaked. No need to carry buckets every day, saving effort. At lunch, the table was full of warm dishes made in the new kitchen. Su Qing baked 2 plates of scallion pancakes in the newly repaired oven. The edges were golden and crispy, making a crunching sound when bitten, and the scallions inside were steaming hot, filling the air with aroma. She also stir-fried some wild greens with the new leaves from the apple seedlings. The slight bitterness balanced the greens' astringency, and a bit of bean paste added flavor. The millet porridge contained dried red dates brought by old Zhou, cooked until soft and sticky, sweet but not greasy, with fresh mint leaves floating on top. Old Zhou sat next to Xiaolay and gave her a boiled egg from his bowl. Kids need to grow strong, eat more eggs for good nutrition, he said. He took a bite of the scallion pancake, chewing slowly, with a look of satisfaction. It's been a long time since I had such a warm pancake. Before, in the ruins, I could only eat cold compressed biscuits. So hard they hurt my teeth. Xiaolay took a sip of mint porridge and wiped his mouth. This afternoon, I plan to go to the ruins in the north to look for a suitable main switch box. I'll also check if there are any usable wooden boards to build a small fence around the fruit tree saplings, so Xiaolay won't accidentally bump into them when running around. Chinemo nodded. I'll go with you. We can also look for protective covers for the electrical wire connectors to add extra safety to the public area's wiring. After dinner, Lin Wenji sat at the front desk updating the points record book. Her pen made scratching sounds on the paper. 101 Su Qing. Cooking service, breakfast lunch. Deduct 60 times 2 is equal to 120 points. 6 hours of rent. 42 times 6 is equal to 252 points. Current balance, minus 236,120 minus 252 is equal to minus 368. Dinner is expected to deduct 60 points, so the new balance could be minus 308. 102 Xiaolay, patrol service, twice in the morning, building fruit tree supports deduct 30 points, 6 hours of rent, 34 times 6 is equal to 204 points. Current balance, minus 9930 minus 204 is equal to minus 273. 103 Chinemo, installing electrical box irrigation system debugging deduct 35 points, 6 hours of rent, 34 times 6 is equal to 204 points. Current balance, minus 4435 minus 204 is equal to minus 213. 105 Laozhou, fruit tree care, leaf watering fertilizer mixing, guiding Xiaolay deduct 25 points, 6 hours of rent, 25 times 6 is equal to 150 points. Current balance, 135.25 minus 150 is equal to 10. Points pool for 170 including 80 bonus. She drew a small star next to 105 Laozhou, 10 and wrote, points approved, keep going. Xiaolay leaned over, took out a colorful paper with a drawing of new leaves on a fruit tree from his pocket, and glued it into the points record book. Sister Wanji, now the points book has new leaves. Just like the apple saplings in the yard, they will grow slowly. Lin Wanji smiled and gently patted Laylay's head. She placed the points book on the front desk. The new leaves on the colorful paper shimmered softly in the sunlight. The sunset slowly sank behind the wall, turning the sky a light pink. The shadows of the fruit tree saplings stretched long across the yard. The new leaves gently swayed in the evening breeze, making a soft rustling sound, like a gentle song. The indicator light on the independent electrical box in the 101 unit emitted a gentle green glow, blending with the balcony nightlight and the warm kitchen lights, illuminating the small building with a cozy warmth. Xiaolay and Chun Mo carried tools toward the northern ruins, their figures gradually shrinking in the sunset. Su Qing was tidying up dishes in the kitchen. The new electrical box provided steady power, and the warm water from the faucet was just right for cleaning grease. Old Zhou sat on a stone bench, telling Lele stories about the good harvests in the orchard, gesturing as he said, "The trees are full of red apples, like hanging lanterns." Lin Wanji leaned against the balcony door, watching the lively yard, while Peach's voice softly echoed in her mind. "Host, the circuit safety level has increased to 90%. The fruit tree growth index has risen by 25%, and the livability index is now 88%. The scanner just detected an abandoned agricultural supplies store in the northern ruins, which might have grafting tools and dwarfing agents. Next time, we should take old Zhou along. He knows grafting and can help the fruit trees bear fruit half a year earlier." Lin Wanji smiled inwardly and replied, "Great. Next time, let's bring Lele so she can see the supplies store. Maybe she'll find some colorful stones she likes to decorate the fence around the saplings." The evening breeze carried a fresh mint scent and the smell of new leaves, blowing over the courtyard wall of Building A. The lights inside the windows looked like stars in the night, illuminating the new greenery and laughter. Lele was learning a nursery rhyme about fruit trees from old Zhou. Her soft singing floated in the evening wind. The new leaves on the apple saplings gently swayed in the breeze, as if dancing to the rhythm. This once lonely small building was slowly becoming the warmest haven in the post-apocalyptic world, filled with hope for growth, warm meals, children's laughter, and mutual care. As the new leaves grew, hope quietly blossomed in the evening wind, waiting for the day when the branches would be lush and full of fruit. Morning sunlight first touched the courtyard wall of Building A, like crushed gold leaf, making the new leaves of the fruit saplings shine brightly. Lele crouched beside the strongest apple sapling, her small knees covered in damp soil. She had just loosened the soil around the roots. She held Chun Mo's modified small spray bottle, aiming the nozzle at the back of the new leaves. A fine spray of water fell like morning mist, washing away tiny aphids hiding in the veins of the leaves. "Spray from the bottom up," old Zhou's voice came from behind, as he held a freshly picked pear tree leaf. "Aphids hide on the underside of the leaves to drink sap. You need to spray there to chase them away." Lele immediately adjusted her posture, standing on her tiptoes to lift the watering can higher so that the water just touched the back of the leaves. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Grandpa Zhou, look." The little bug was washed away, like sliding down a slide. Grandpa Zhou crouched down and gently brushed away the water droplets from the tip of the apple seedling's leaves with his fingertips. "Lele is so careful, even more attentive than my grandson was when he was little." As he finished speaking, a soft sound of metal hitting the ground came from outside the yard gate, mixed with Xiaolay's shout. "Lele, come see something good." Lele immediately jumped up, still holding the spray bottle. The water droplets dripping from the spout spread out in small circles on the stone slab. When she ran outside, she saw Xiaolay walking ahead, carrying a metal rod on his shoulder and an old wooden box. The box was dark brown with a broken hole, revealing a light gray main switch box inside. Chun Mo followed behind, holding 3 flat wooden boards, which had some damp black soil on them and fresh wood shavings on the edges. They were taken from the dismantled woodworking shop in the ruins to the north. The sunlight shining on the boards revealed clear tree rings. "Uncle Zhao, you found the main switch box." Xiaolay ran to Xiaolay, clutching the edge of the wooden box with her small hands. Once we install this, the wires won't argue anymore, and the oven in room 101 won't suddenly turn black on the screen, right? Xiaolay put down the wooden box and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The morning sun was already a bit hot. A few beads of sweat clung to his temples. This switch box is industrial grade, able to handle the entire building's current, 3 times stronger than the rusty one we had before. He opened the wooden box, revealing the main switch box inside. The shell had words like overload protection and leakage protection printed on it, and there was a yellowed instruction manual attached. Chen Mo also found a copper terminal block in the ruins, which conducts electricity better and makes installation safer. Without overheating, Chen Mo leaned the wooden boards against the base of the courtyard wall, standing straight. He rubbed the dust off his face with the back of his hand. These boards are from the old shelves in the woodworking shop. They're made of pine, which doesn't deform easily. They're enough to build a half-meter-high fence around the fruit seedlings to protect them from the wind and prevent Xiaolay from accidentally hitting the roots when she runs around. He took out a tape measure from the toolbox, pulled it out, and measured the length of the boards. Each one is 1.2 meters long, just enough to make a square fence. After installing the switch box, we'll measure the yard size, and we can start nailing it in the afternoon. At this moment, Su Qing came out carrying an enamel bowl with a small sun printed on it. The bowl held freshly cooked mint porridge, topped with a few fresh mint leaves and sprinkled with crushed sesame seeds. The aroma was light and refreshing, filling the entire yard. "Drink a bowl of porridge first to settle your stomach," she said, handing the bowl to Xiaolay and giving Chen Mo a pair of bamboo chopsticks. Replacing the switch box takes effort, so don't work on an empty stomach. She also took a paper bag from her apron pocket, containing a few pieces of scallion pancake, baked yesterday using the new 101 electrical box. Even when cooled, the pancakes stayed crispy, with sesame seeds shining on top. "Eat this as a snack. When you're tired later, you can have some." Xiaolay leaned in, looking up at Su Qing with her small face. "Mom, I want to drink mint porridge too, with 2 red dates, just like yesterday." Su Qing smiled and gently rubbed her head, then turned to the kitchen to bring a small bowl of porridge. Sure enough, it had 2 soft, cooked red dates inside. Xiaolay held the bowl carefully, sipping little by little. The sweetness of the red dates mixed with the coolness of the mint made her squint happily. Lin Wenji took the bowl of porridge handed by Su Qing and opened her points notebook. The notebook had a sticker of a small tomato seedling drawn by Xiaolay. On one page, it was written in pencil, "Points pool, 470, with a small check mark next to it. There was also a note, "Reserved 100 points for pest control medicine for fruit trees, emergency 50. Yesterday, the points pool was reduced by the reward from the 101 electrical box and service deductions, leaving 470 points, she said, tapping the notebook with her finger. The exchange marker shows that replacing the main switch box costs 30 points for materials. After deduction, there are 440 points left. Once we finish the electrical circuit safety optimization, phase 2, task, we might get extra rewards, like grafting tape for fruit trees." Xiaolay sipped his porridge and nodded. "As long as the electrical system is stable, spending 30 points is worth it. Then we won't have to worry about the oven cutting off in the middle of baking and wasting ingredients." After breakfast, everyone quickly divided tasks. Soon, the yard was filled with the sounds of clinking tools and cheerful laughter. Chen Mo and Xiaolay were responsible for replacing the main switch box in the public area. The old box was located in the corner of the wall near the front desk. It was rusted black, with peeling paint, and the wiring terminals were covered in green copper rust. Chen Mo carefully unscrewed the old box with a screwdriver. The screws were heavily rusted, and it took him a while to loosen them. The wiring terminals in the old box are oxidized. No wonder the circuit keeps tripping. The current isn't flowing smoothly. Xiaolay took out a piece of fine sandpaper from the toolbox. He squatted on the ground and polished the connection post. The sound of the sandpaper rubbing against the metal was soft. As he polished, he blew away the rust particles. The connection post needs to be shiny, showing the copper underneath. That way, the contact will be good and it won't overheat. After finishing, he reached out and touched the post to check for burrs. That's good now, even better than new. Xiaolay squatted nearby, holding a small box she made herself. The box was made of cardboard, divided into two sections labeled big screws and small screws. She also drew a small electrical box picture on it. Every time Chun Mo needed she would first look in the box for a while to make sure the size was right before handing it over. Uncle Chin, this is the one that goes on the side of the switch box, right? I remember last time when you installed the 101 electrical box, you used this kind, so the cover would stay tight. Exactly, Xiaolay, you're very smart. Chun Mo took the and smiled, holding it up for her to see. This fits perfectly into the hole of the cover, so it won't loosen and isn't too long to hit the wires inside. Hearing the praise, Xiaolay puffed up her chest and helped by handing him more screws more carefully. Su Qing and Old Zhou were in the yard, organizing the wooden boards Xiaolay brought back. Old Zhou sat on a small stool, holding a tape measure, carefully measuring each piece of wood. The fence needs to be square, with two boards joined at each side. Leave a 2-centimeter gap at the joints so the wood can expand and contract with temperature changes without cracking. He marked the boards with a pencil, drawing straight lines. When nailing, angle the nails for a stronger hold, so they won't come loose. Su Qing used a rough sandpaper to smooth the edges of the boards, removing any splinters. The sound of the sandpaper rubbing against the wood was gentle. Xiaolay runs around the yard a lot, so the edges need to be smooth, she said, touching the sanded edges to make sure there were no sharp parts. If she accidentally touches them, she might get cut. Seeing her careful work, Old Zhou smiled and said, Su Qing, you're very attentive, even more caring than my wife. By noon, the sun was rising higher, making the stone path in the yard feel a bit hot. The main switch box was finally replaced. Chun Mo snapped the new panel onto the switch box. The white panel shone in the sunlight and looked much better than the old one. He took a deep breath and pressed the main switch. With a soft click, all the lights in the building turned on at once, without any flickering. The front desk's exchange device screen remained steadily lit, no longer flickering like before. Chun Mo took out a circuit fault detector from the toolbox, connected the probe to the output of the main switch box. The screen immediately showed a straight green line, with the current stable at 220 V. The red warning light never lit again. Done, he said, putting away the detector with a relaxed smile. Now, the entire building's electrical system is stable. Even if the double stove in room 101, the oven in 102, and the heating module in 103 all run at the same time, it won't trip the circuit. We'll have enough heat in winter. At that moment, the front desk's exchange device suddenly made a clear ding sound. A light blue task window popped up, shining on the points book like a sprinkle of tiny stars, very eye-catching. Side mission, Electrical Safety Optimization, Stage 2. Mission requirements. 1. Install independent electrical boxes in all tenant rooms of the apartment. Completed. 101, 102, 103, 105 pending. 2. Replace the main switch box in the public area. Completed. Mission rewards. 1. Unlock access to the unused room 104. 2. One level 1 crystal core can be used to improve generator efficiency or exchange for special supplies like advanced gardening fertilizer or zombie-proofing materials. Mission description. Room 104 was originally a storage room in the apartment. During the early days of the apocalypse, it was sealed off and left unused, but it still contains some leftover supplies from the original apartment. The level 1 crystal core is a rare energy crystal from the apocalypse, extracted from zombie brains. It can significantly boost infrastructure performance and is key for expanding the apartment later. Unlock room 104. And a level 1 crystal core. Lin Wanji excitedly raised the exchange device, her voice a bit shaky. We finally have a new room. If new friends come later, they can stay in 104. Old Zhou's independent electrical box can also be installed next to 104, saving us a trip for wiring. Old Zhou leaned over to look at the task details on the exchange device, eyes wide with surprise. Level 1 crystal core? I saw one once at a military base. It can double the generator's efficiency. During winter heating, the base relied entirely on the crystal core for power, and even the heating was warmer than usual. He rubbed his hands together. If our generator had a crystal core, We could run extra grow lights for the fruit trees at night. No more worries about electricity, and we could turn on more lights to make the yard brighter. Xiaolay immediately grabbed the iron rod leaning against the wall and strode toward room 104, located between rooms 103 and 105. The door was a dark brown solid wood door, with an old storage room label stuck on it. The label's corners were curled, and the lock hole was slightly rusted, indicating it hadn't been opened in a long time. "I'll try to open it," he said, squatting down and gently prying at the lock cylinder with the tip of the iron rod. "If the lock is rusted shut, I'll find a stone to smash it open. Don't delay in getting the supplies inside." Wait a moment. Lin Wanji suddenly remembered the unlock permission prompt from the exchange device and quickly stopped Xiaolay. The exchange device said unlock permission, so there should be a matching key, not just forcing it open. She ran back to the front desk and saw the storage compartment of the exchange device pop open with a click. Inside was a brass key. The handle was round, engraved with 104, and a small copper bell was hanging from it. When gently shaken, it jingled with a clear, ding-ding sound like a tiny bell. Lele immediately ran over, reaching out her small hand. "Wanji Jiejie, I'll take the key. I want to open the door to the new room." Lin Wanji smiled and handed her the key. Lele clutched it, then trotted to the door of room 104. She tiptoed, inserted the key into the lock, but her small hands lacked enough strength. She frowned and twisted hard. Then with a click, the lock opened. She pushed the door open, and a faint dust smell drifted out, mixed with the scent of old wood. Sunlight streamed through a hole in the window, casting thin, elongated patches of light on the floor. Inside, a few old wooden boxes were stacked, covered with a gray, worn canvas that had "Green Source Gardening" printed on it, the same name as the gardening store where the tomato seedlings were found earlier. In the corner on the right side, there was the gardening ladder, made of silver metal. Though slightly rusted, the steps were still sturdy. In the back corner, there was a metal rack holding several packets of seeds in transparent plastic bags, with clear labels reading strawberry seeds, cream variety, and blueberry seeds, northern highbush variety. The production dates on the bags were from a year before the apocalypse, and they still looked fresh. There are actually fruit seeds. Su Qing happily picked up a bag of strawberry seeds. The seeds are light brown, full and round. She turned to Lele and said, "Lele loves strawberries the most. In spring, we will plant them in the balcony planter box. In summer, they will grow sweet, creamy strawberries that taste better than those from the supermarket before the end of the world." Lele leaned over and pointed at the strawberry picture on the seed bag. "Mom, the strawberries are red and look so sweet. I want to water the seeds every day so they can sprout quickly." Old Joe squatted down and opened the top wooden box. Inside, there was an old newspaper, some green gardening tape, and a silver grafting knife. The handle of the grafting knife is wooden with carved patterns, and the blade is very sharp, shining coldly in the sunlight without any rust. "This grafting knife is professional," Old Joe said, picking up the knife and gently scratching the nearby wooden board. It immediately made a neat cut. "Next time, we can go to the abandoned farm supply store in the north to find apple scions. We can graft them onto our apple seedlings, which will fruit 6 months earlier, and the apples will be even sweeter." Lin Wanji went to the counter and picked up a first-level crystal core from the storage container. The crystal core is light blue, about the size of a pigeon egg. It feels warm in her hand and emits a faint blue glow, like a thin layer of ice. When she gently touches it with her finger, the blue light becomes brighter. The exchange device says the crystal core can improve the efficiency of the generator. She handed it to Chinemo. "You understand circuits. See if it can be installed on our generator to boost power output." Chinemo took the crystal core and examined its connection point carefully. He then took out the generator manual from the toolbox. The side of the generator has a special crystal core port. "I can install it this afternoon. After installation, the generator will work more efficiently. Tonight, we can turn on the small balcony night light to help the fruit seedlings grow. We won't waste electricity, and we can also replace the public area's lights with brighter LED ones. Then we can read in the yard at night." At lunch, everyone was full of joy from their new discoveries. Su Qing used a piece of cardboard and transparent tape to make a small pendant with some strawberry seeds inside. She hung it around Laylay's neck. When the strawberries sprout in spring, we will take this pendant apart and plant the seeds in a flower pot. They will grow into little strawberries and grow up with Xiaolay. Old Zhou was drawing a diagram of fruit tree grafting on a blank sheet of paper. The drawing showed apple seedlings and scions, with steps labeled. Choose healthy buds on the scion, graft onto a 1-year-old apple seedling, wrap tightly with horticultural tape, then cover with a plastic bag to keep moist. It will take about 2 weeks to grow. As he drew, he explained to everyone. Xiaolay listened carefully and used colored pens to add color, green for the scion and brown for the apple seedling. After lunch, Lin Wanji sat at the front desk, updating the points record. Her pen made a scratching sound on the paper. Points pool, 470, original balance, 30, cost of switchbox materials, equals 440, 101 Su Qing, earned 60 points for breakfast-lunch service, times 2, totaling 120 points, minus 6 hours of basic rent. 42 times 6 is equal to 252, current balance, minus 308. Original, 120 minus 252 is equal to minus 440. Dinner is expected to deduct 60 points, so the new balance could be minus 380, 102 Xiaolay. Replace switchbox moved wooden materials, deducting 30 points, minus 6 hours of rent. 34 times 6 is equal to 204. Current balance, minus 273. 30 minus 204 is equal to minus 447. 103 Chinemo. Installed switchbox circuit check, deducting 35 points, minus 6 hours of rent. 34 times 6 is equal to 204. Current balance, minus 213. 35 minus 204 is equal to minus 382. 105 Laozhou. Organized wood panels fruit tree care guidance, deducting 25 points, minus 6 hours of rent. 25 times 6 is equal to 150. Current balance, 1025 minus 150 is equal to minus 115. Room 104 has been unlocked, and the first-level crystal core has been stored in the front desk storage, marked for generator upgrade only. Next to room 104 unlocked, she drew a small house icon, and beside first-level crystal core, she drew a tiny sun, making the notes look lively. Xiaolay leaned over, pointing at the words, first-level crystal core, with curiosity. Wanji sister, if the crystal core is put into the generator, does that make the generator more powerful? Like Ultraman transforming, shining blue light, and becoming stronger? Yes, Lin Wanji smiled as she gently patted Laylay's head, took the crystal core from the storage compartment, and placed it in Laylay's hand. Look, the crystal core is warm. When placed in the generator, the noise becomes quieter, and it produces more electricity. It's like giving the generator an energy snack, making it stronger. Xiaolay carefully held the crystal core, watching the blue light on it, worried it might fall to the ground. In the afternoon, the sunlight was softer than at noon. Chun Mo carried a toolbox and a first-level crystal core to the corner of the yard where the generator was. The generator ran on diesel, had been used for a long time, and was a bit dirty. Chun Mo first wiped it clean with a cloth, revealing its silver-gray surface. He found the crystal core port on the side of the generator, gently unscrewed the cover, and slowly inserted the first-level crystal core. As soon as it connected, a faint blue light appeared around the port and spread along the wires into the generator. Buzz! The generator startup sound was much quieter than usual, no longer the loud rumble. The power display on the screen slowly increased from 1000 W to 2000 W and stayed steady. The edges of the screen glowed faintly blue, looking very magical. It really doubled the power, Chunemo said happily. He touched the outside of the generator, feeling that it vibrated much less than before. From now on, even if 101 uses both burners, 102 runs the oven, and 103 heats the shower module, plus the fruit tree grow lights in the yard, the electricity will be enough. We won't have to worry about heating in winter. Xiaolay and Old Zhou were building a fruit tree fence in the yard. Xiaolay measured the area of the fruit saplings with a tape measure, deciding the fence should be 2 meters square. He placed the wooden boards at marked spots and nailed them together with a nail gun. The nail gun was found in the ruins, and Chinemo fixed its battery, making it very easy to use. With a few bangs, the boards were fixed in place. Old Zhou wrapped garden tape around the joints of the fence to prevent the wood from warping when it got wet. This waterproof tape can last a long time once wrapped, even in the rain, he said. Xiaolay held her colored pencil box and squatted by the fence to draw. First, she drew a round apple with a red pencil, adding a smiling face. Then she used a pink pencil to draw a strawberry with green leaves. Finally, she used a yellow pencil to draw a small sun shining on the saplings. She was painting very carefully, frowning slightly, stopping now and then to look at the fruit tree sapling, and adjusting the position of her drawing to make sure it looked right. Laylay's drawing is really good. Suqing walked over and looked at the picture on the fence, unable to hide her praise. This apple looks so red, just like real. When our apple saplings grow fruit, they'll look just like this. Hearing the compliment, Xiaolay happily raised her colored pencil. Mom, I want to draw a picture of Xiaolay standing next to the fruit tree, waiting to pick apples. The sunset slowly sank behind the wall, turning the sky a soft pink. The stone path in the yard was also bathed in warm yellow light. The lights in room 104 turned on for the first time, casting a golden glow on the old wooden box inside, making it look like it was coated in gold. The fence around the fruit trees was new and neat, and Laylay's drawings under the sunset made them stand out. Red apples, pink strawberries, yellow sun, turning the fence into a lively picture. The blue glow of the generator flickered gently, steadily providing power to the whole building. Even the lights in the common areas were brighter than before. Lin Wanji leaned against the balcony door, looking at the lively scene in the yard. Peach's voice softly echoed in her mind. Host, the circuit safety index has risen to 100%. The livability index is now 92%. The strawberry seeds and grafting knife found in room 104 are just right for preparing the next main task, fruit tree cultivation and grafting. The upgraded crystal core has improved the generator's efficiency, ensuring heating in winter and future apartment expansion. Our peach blossom paradise is getting better and better. Oh, and I just scanned signals from the farm supply store in the northern ruins about apple science. Tomorrow, we can take Laozhou with us. He knows grafting and can help increase the survival rate. Lin Wanji smiled silently in her mind. Okay. Tomorrow we'll bring Xiaolay along so she can see the farm supply store. Maybe she'll find some colorful stones she likes to decorate the small wooden gate of the fruit tree fence. The evening breeze carried the fresh scent of mint and earth, blowing over the wall of Building A. The lights in room 104, the yard's supplemental lights for the fruit trees, and the warm kitchen lights formed a shining patch, like stars in the night, illuminating the new greenery and laughter in the yard. Xiaolay sat beside Laozhou, listening to stories from the gardening manual. Suqing was busy in the kitchen, with a new electrical box providing steady power, making it easy for her to cook dinner. The aroma of food filled the yard. Xiaolay and Chen-Mo checked the fence's sturdiness and discussed the tools they would bring to the farm supply store tomorrow. This once lonely small building is gradually becoming the safest and warmest shelter in the wasteland, thanks to the unlocking of room 104, the arrival of a first-level crystal core, the help and laughter of friends. Here, there is hope for growth, warm meals, the cheerful laughter of children, and the caring warmth between everyone. New stories are quietly beginning to unfold, with undiscovered supplies in room 104 and fruit tree saplings about to be grafted in the yard, waiting for more warmth and surprises in the evening breeze. In the early morning, sunlight just filtered through the window of room 101, like a thin veil falling on Laylay's small hand as she rubbed her waist. She sat on the bed, with half of her little bottom hanging over the edge, one hand supporting the stiff mattress, and frowned as she muttered, "Mom, the metal frame on the bed hurts my waist. Last night, I turned over with a loud thud and bumped into it. It feels like lying on a hot stone, really uncomfortable." Suqing had just folded the quilt, an old quilt with a patch on the corner, sewn with Laylay's small pink clothes, with uneven but neat stitches, and, upon hearing this, she rubbed her shoulder, pressing her fingertips into the stiff muscles, and let out a soft hiss. This old iron bed was moved from an abandoned dormitory at the start of the apocalypse. The mattress is so thin, like a piece of paper, and the springs inside are rusty. Every morning, I feel stiff in my shoulders, like I've been carrying a bag of dirt. She walked over, massaging Laylay's waist, her palms slowly warming the child's clothes. Once we finish grafting the fruit trees, we should see if we can get a softer bed so Xiaolay can sleep more peacefully. A glance at Lin Wanji passing by with her points book caught Su Qing's eye. She immediately smiled and waved, her voice filled with anticipation. Wanji, you came at just the right time. Do you know if there's a softer bed available on the exchange device? Xiaolay bumped her waist last night, and I feel so worried for her. Lin Wanji quickly approached, clutching her points book under her arm, the small tomato seedling sticker on the cover fluttering lightly in the wind. She opened the exchange device's living facilities menu, quickly swiping her finger across the screen, and stopped at room 101 bed upgrade level 2. Su Qing, look at this. After upgrading, it's a double-layer memory foam mattress, with 2 pull-out storage drawers underneath, perfect for Laylay's colored pens, little dresses, and picture books. No more piling them in that old wooden box. The headboard has a soft night light with 2 modes, warm yellow and soft white. At night, I turn on the warm yellow setting to tell Xiaolay stories and switch to the soft white when getting up at night, so there's no need to find the switch in the dark. She pointed to the points explanation below the screen, gently tapping the numbers with her finger. Upgrading costs 280 points, but after upgrading, it triggers the Living Environment Optimization reward, which gives 160 points directly. After upgrading, the rent for room 101 will increase from 42 to 46 points per hour. Your cooking service deducts 60 points per meal, so cooking 3 meals a day deducts 180 points, which covers 12 hours of rent. 46 times 12 is equal to 552. Plus, Zhou helps organize the 104 supplies, deducting 20 points. So, daily, you net 552 minus 180 minus 20, which equals 352 points. With your current points, you can break even in about 4 days. It's a good deal. Lin Wanji took out her points book and marked a small check next to points pool for 40. After spending 30 points on the main switch box, I still have 440 points. Deducting the 280 upgrade fee leaves 160 points. When the 160 points reward arrives, the pool will be back to 320 points, enough to buy the grafting cling film, 20 points, and strawberry seedling soil, 30 points. Nothing is wasted. Su Qing's eyes lit up instantly. She unconsciously stroked Laylay's head. A storage drawer? And space for picture books? Now Laylay's colored pens won't always spill on the floor, and her little dresses won't be wrinkled anymore. Thanks everyone for helping install it. Tonight, I'll make tender apple seedling scrambled eggs and some homemade pancakes topped with sesame seeds as a thank you gift. At this moment, Chen Mo carried over a canvas toolbox, which still had copper shavings from yesterday's circuit work. He held a rusty old screwdriver he found in 104, its blade shining brightly, with a wooden handle wrapped in anti-slip cloth. I can start installing this morning. I just looked at the new bed's assembly instructions. The screws for the bed frame are M8 size, which matches my toolbox perfectly. I also brought 4 rubber anti-slip pads to place under the bed legs, to prevent the bed from wobbling when Xiaolay runs around, and to protect the floor from scratches. Xiaolay carried a metal rod back from patrol, with a gray cloth bag hanging on it. Inside were 2 round wild walnuts, dark brown shells with patterns. He picked them up under a walnut tree in the ruins to the east, just right for Xiaolay to play with. "Help me call if you need help setting up the bed," he said loudly, handing the bag to Xiaolay. "I'm strong, and the mattress is heavy. I'll lift it with Uncle Chen to make it easier for him. By the way, old Zhou just told me that the apple grafts at the Northern Farm Supplies store should be picked early. In a few days, the buds will age, and grafting success will drop. We'll go this afternoon while the fog is light." Xiaolay took the cloth bag, took out a wild walnut, and turned it in his hand. The shell made a gurgling sound. "Thanks, Uncle Zhao. This walnut can be a spinning top." After he set up the bed, I'll show you how it spins. After deciding to upgrade, Lin Wanji clicked Confirm Exchange on the exchange device. The storage compartment below the screen made a click sound, opening to reveal neatly arranged white bed parts, a double memory foam mattress wrapped in light blue waterproof fabric with small cloud patterns. The headboard was light white with smooth, rounded edges, two pink drawers with cute round handles that fit Laylay's small hands, and a pack of screws, and assembly instructions with simple diagrams on the cover. Automated construction robots will first remove the old bed and move it to the idle area behind the apartment. Lin Wanji stuck a yellow warning card on door 101, drawing a simple figure holding a construction in progress sign. Building the basic frame takes about half an hour. Once the robot finishes, Brother Chen and Brother Zhao will install the drawers, night light, and anti-slip mats. It should be ready in about an hour. Lalay squatted next to the storage compartment, gently touching the pink drawer handle. His fingertips brushed the smooth edge, and he smiled with his eyes squinting into crescent moons. Mom, can I put my rainbow stones in this drawer? I want to separate the red, purple, and blue stones into small boxes and put the brightest yellow stone on top, like a little sun. Of course, Su Qing crouched down to look at the drawer with Lalay. Once it's set up, we'll find a small cloth to line the drawer so the stones won't scratch it or make noise when you take them out. Half an hour later, the automatic construction robot hummed as it pushed the old bed away. The new bed's frame was already assembled. Its silver structure was sturdy, and the spacing between the bars was just right to hold the mattress, without slipping through. Chun Mo and Xiaolay immediately started working. Xiaolay bent down to lift the mattress. It was heavier than he expected, about 40 pounds. His arm muscles tensed as he carried it. This mattress is really thick. Luckily, two of us are lifting it, or it might have fallen on my feet. Chinamo placed a thin foam pad on the bed frame to prevent the mattress from slipping. Take it slow. Align it with the edges of the frame. Don't tilt it, or the drawers won't fit. Carefully, the two placed the mattress on the frame. It sank slightly, leaving a shallow imprint, then slowly bounced back when released, soft and fluffy, like cotton candy. Lalay came over and pressed her fingertips into the mattress. It pressed down and bounced back. She couldn't help but laugh. So soft. Like a jumping bed in kindergarten, Chinamo then installed the small bedside lamp. He threaded the wire through the reserved hole in the headboard, fixing it with a white clip hidden in the gap of the wood panel. Set the brightness to the warm yellow mode lower, so it's not too bright at night. The white mode can be brighter for nighttime trips to see clearly. He pressed the switch. The warm yellow light gradually lit up, like the sunset on the head of the bed. He pressed again, and the soft white light spread gently across the floor, just enough to light the way to the door. The drawers should be installed on the sliding rails on both sides of the bed. Chinamo crouched down. He aligned the pink drawer with the rail and gently pushed it in. It clicked into place with a soft sound. When pulled out, it moved smoothly, without any noise. The left drawer is for Laylay's toys and stones, and the right one for Sister Suqing's blankets and clothes. You don't need to bend down to open them, just stand and pull. He also stuck a layer of transparent waterproof tape inside the drawer. In case water or juice spills, it can be wiped clean easily and won't seep into the wood and cause mold. Lalay crouched nearby, helping by handing over screws. She held a small metal box, but the lid wasn't tightly closed. A tiny fell out with a clink and rolled under the bed. She immediately panicked, crawling on the floor to look underneath. The fell. A small black Xiaolay chuckled and crouched down to help her search. Don't worry. There's no dust under the bed, so it's easy to find. Look, it's over there, near the leg. He reached out, wiped it with his sleeve, and handed it back to Lalay. Hold it tight next time, and make sure to close the box lid. Otherwise, the might run away. Lalay took and pressed the lid tightly, softly saying, "Thank you, Uncle Zhao. I will make sure to close it tightly next time." At noon, the new bed was finally fully assembled. Lalay couldn't wait to take off her small shoes, climb onto the mattress, and bounce. The mattress made her hair float up, and she giggled as she threw herself into Su Qing's arms.
Mom.
It's so soft, like lying on a cloud. I won't bum my back anymore. She climbed down the bed, opened the pink drawer on the left, and took out her rainbow stones from an old wooden box, red like small cherries, purple like grapes, blue like tiny gems. She found 3 small paper boxes and sorted the stones into them, labeling each with colorful pens: red stones, purple stones, blue stones. Finally, she placed the brightest yellow stone on top of the drawer, covering it with a small floral cloth. This is the little sun's stone. I need to take good care of it. Su Qing sat on the edge of the bed, leaning comfortably against the soft headboard, sighing happily. Her shoulders relaxed naturally. Finally, I don't have to sleep on a hard bed. After telling Xiaolay a story tonight, I can rest here. No more sitting on that hard bench. Just then, the front desk's exchange device suddenly made a ding-dong sound. A light blue task window popped up, shining on the floor of room 101 like a sprinkle of tiny stars. Side quest: improve living environment, stage 1. Quest requirements: 1. Complete level 2 upgrade of the bed in room 101, already done. 2. Organize storage supplies in room 104, current progress. 0/1. Needs sorting of seeds, tools, and flower pots. Rewards: 160 points, automatically added to the points pool. 2. A set of 4 pure cotton bed sheets, light blue with white clouds, suitable for a 1.5-meter bed. 3. Child safety guardrail, adjustable height, anti-pinching design, prevents Xiaolay from falling out of bed. Quest explanation: upgrading the bed greatly improves tenant comfort. Organizing supplies in room 104 can activate idle resources and prepare for new tenants and strawberry planting. Rewards received. And a safety guardrail too. Lin Wanji ran in holding the exchange device, also carrying a set of 4 sheets just taken from storage. Look at this set, light blue with little clouds matching the bed pattern. It'll look great on the bed. The safety guard is adjustable and can be attached to both sides of the bed. At night, Xiaolay won't fall off no matter how she turns, and it also has a soft sponge to prevent pinching her little hands. Su Qing took the 4-piece bedding set. The fabric is soft and gentle on the skin, very comfortable against her face. So thoughtful. I won't have to wake up several times at night to check if Xiaolay has fallen off the bed anymore. At this moment, old Zhou carried a grafting knife over. The sheath is made of brown leather with some old scratches. He held a yellowed small notebook, which is a gardening journal from before the end of the world. It has handwritten standards for selecting signs and diagrams. This afternoon, we'll go to the farm supply store to pick 1-year-old apple branches. They should be as thick as chopsticks, with full buds. The hard, firm ones are best. Wilted ones are no good. I also made a list of tools: grafting knife, cling film, healing agent, small scissors. Everything is written in the notebook, nothing left out. Su Qing immediately turned to the kitchen to prepare some dry food. She took flour from the storage shelf, scooped 2 bowls into an enamel basin, added warm water and yeast, kneaded into a smooth dough, and let it rise beside the heating pad. She also cut the homemade pancakes she made in the morning into small pieces, packed them in oiled paper bags, filling the kitchen with their aroma. She boiled 2 bottles of mint water, added some wild honey brought by old Zhou, stirred well, and poured it into a glass bottle, sealing it tightly. I'll go with you. I can help carry tools on the way. Xiaolay will stay at home to organize the drawers, water the fruit tree seedlings, and spray some insect repellent. Okay? Xiaolay nodded hard, clutching a colorful pen with labels in her small hand. Okay. I'll tidy up the drawers neatly, and every stone will have its own little box. I'll water the apple seedlings around the roots, not on the new leaves. When you come back, I want to be the first to see what the signs look like. In the afternoon, the red fog was lighter than in the morning, like a thin veil covering the ruins. Sunlight filtered through the mist and fell to the ground, shining like scattered gold. Xiaolay led the way, carrying a metal rod on his shoulder. Occasionally, he used a metal detector to scan the ruins by the roadside. The detector was light green, and the signal bars flickered on the screen. Suddenly, the detector beeped twice. Xiaolay bent down and searched through the rubble, quickly pulling out a rusty small iron piece, which had fallen from an abandoned metal bucket. Its edges were sharp. This can be used to make a guard for Xiaolay's small We'll polish it with sandpaper when we get back, bend it into a curve to protect her little hand, so she won't get blisters. Chinamo followed behind, holding a toolbox. Inside were grafting knives, cling film, and small scissors, all wrapped in cloth to prevent damage. He said the agricultural supplies store might have wandering zombies. I brought 3 meters of thin wire to make a simple trap around the gate's railing. When zombies come, they might trip and fall, giving us a chance to deal with them. Old Joe walked in the middle, stopping now and then to look at the fruit trees by the roadside. Most were half-dead wild apple trees with very thin branches. He pointed to a branch and explained to Su Qing, "Look at this bud eye. It's flat and wilted, so it can't be used as a grafting point. We need a round, firm one. When you pinch it, it should feel hard, and if you peel a little skin, the inside should be light green. That's a good bud eye, and grafting on it will be easier to succeed." After about 40 minutes, the Northern Agricultural Supplies store finally appeared in sight. It was a small 2-story building, with half the roof collapsed. The sign read, Huenong Agricultural Supplies, covered in dust, but still legible. The words were green. In the open space in front, 2 zombies were slowly wandering. They were ordinary citizen zombies, wearing tattered clothes, with grayish-blue skin. One had a broken left arm, and the other had a limp leg. They moved very slowly, making, sounds from their throats, like broken windbags. "I'll draw their attention," Xiaolay said softly, gripping his iron rod tightly. "Chinamo, you open the door when I give the signal. Old Zhou and Su Qing, hide behind the broken wall behind me. Don't let the zombies touch you." He bent down and picked up a fist-sized stone, aiming at the broken window on the side of the store. The glass there was shattered, and throwing the stone would definitely make noise. With a pop, the stone hit the inside shelf through the broken window, making a loud crashing sound. The 2 zombies immediately stopped and turned their cloudy eyes toward the noise. Their sounds grew louder as they limped toward the broken wall. "Now's the time," Xiaolay whispered urgently. Chun Mo quickly rushed forward, pulling out the thin wire from his pocket and bending it into a hook shape. He hooked it onto the store's door handle and gently pulled. With a click, the unlocked door opened slightly. He pushed the door open hard, about to shout for everyone to come in, when the zombie behind the broken wall suddenly turned around and lunged at Chinamo. Xiaolay reacted quickly, swinging his iron rod to block the zombie's chest, pushing it back 2 steps. "Chinamo, get inside. I'll hold it off." Chinamo quickly turned sideways to hide inside the door, then reached into the toolbox and took out a screwdriver. He aimed it at the zombie's temple and stabbed hard. The zombie thumped and fell to the ground, no longer moving. Another zombie was pressed down by Xiaolay with an iron rod on its neck and soon stopped moving as well. "Are you okay?" Su Qing ran over, helping Chinamo brush off the dust from his clothes. "You scared me earlier. I thought the zombies were going to catch us." Chun Mo wiped the sweat from his forehead.
"I'm fine."
Luckily, Brother Zhao reacted quickly. "Let's go inside and find the grafts. We shouldn't waste time, as the red fog might get thicker later." Everyone entered the farm supply store. The air inside smelled faintly of pesticides, mixed with the fresh scent of seeds. Several shelves had fallen over, with empty pesticide bottles, torn seed bags, and old gardening tools scattered around, rusty small shovels, broken rakes, and empty fertilizer bags. Old Zhou immediately went to the shelves at the back, which were still standing. There, he saw several bundles of grafting scions wrapped in clear plastic bags. The labels read annual apple scions and pear scions. The branches inside were thick with full buds and a hint of fresh green, as if just picked before the apocalypse and not yet spoiled. "Found them." Old Zhou happily picked up a bundle of apple scions. He gently pinched the buds and felt they were firm and full. "These are enough to graft onto our 4 apple saplings. Each sapling gets 2 buds for a higher chance of survival. Look, there are also a few packets of grafting healing agent. Applying it to the wounds helps them heal faster and reduces infection." Su Qing was searching on a nearby shelf and found several sealed packets of strawberry fertilizer. The packaging was pink, with the words, "High phosphorus and potassium, promotes fruit printed on it. It still had 6 months before expiration. This is perfect for the strawberry seeds we found in Lot 104. When we start seedlings in spring, mixing this into the soil will help the strawberries grow strong and produce more fruit. Chinemo found an old plastic seedling tray behind the cash register. The bottom had neat drainage holes and could hold 24 seedlings. It was just right for the strawberry seeds from Lot 104. This seedling tray is enough for growing strawberries. The holes are the right size to prevent water from accumulating and rotting the roots. While packing supplies, Xiaolay found several intact ceramic flower pots in a cardboard box under the shelf. They are light blue with white orchid patterns on them. The bottoms have round drainage holes, and the edges are smooth and safe to touch. This one is for Xiaolay. She will definitely like it. It's perfect for planting strawberry seeds, so her little strawberries can live in a pretty pot. On the way back, old Zhou carefully wrapped the grafting scion in cloth, worried it might wilt in the wind. Tomorrow morning we can do the grafting. First, soak the scion in warm water for half an hour to let it absorb water. Then, cut the apple tree branch to 1/2 meter high and make a slant cut on the side. Cut the same slant on the scion, align the layers, and wrap it tightly with special grafting film. Cover it with a plastic bag to keep moist. In 2 weeks, we'll see if it's alive. If the bud turns green, it's successful. If it turns black, it's dead. Su Qing, walking nearby with a bag full of lush strawberries, said, "After grafting, we can build a small stand next to the fruit tree fence. In summer, when the tree has leaves, it will block some sun. We can also sit under the stand to rest and enjoy the strawberries Xiaolay planted." When they returned to the apartment, the sunset painted the sky in soft pink. Xiaolay was already waiting at the door, holding a freshly drawn strawberry picture. When she saw everyone, she ran over excitedly.
Mom.
"You're back. Where's the scion?" "Let me see." Su Qing squatted down and took out a small piece of scion from her backpack. Old Zhou had specially kept it for Xiaolay to see. She handed it to her. "Look, this is the scion. The little bumps are buds, which will grow into new branches and bear apples." Xiaolay carefully cupped the scion like a treasure. "Wow, so amazing. Can I watch the grafting tomorrow?" "I won't touch any tools, I just want to watch." "Of course." Old Zhou smiled and patted her head. "I'll show you how to plant the scion on the apple tree." Suddenly, Xiaolay remembered something. She ran into room 101 and quickly brought out a tidy drawer. "Mom, look. All my stones have their own little boxes. The picture books are on the top shelf, and my little skirts are folded on the bottom. Everything is neat and tidy." She then took the ceramic flower pot Xiaolay handed her, hugged it close, and pressed her face to it softly. "This is your new home, little strawberry seed. I will water you every day so you can sprout quickly." During dinner, the shared kitchen was filled with delicious smells. Su Qing used freshly picked apple seedlings' tender tips to scramble eggs. The tender tips were blanched, chopped, and cooked with eggs, a little salt, and chopped green onions, filling the air with a fresh aroma. The homemade pancake was crispy on the outside and soft inside, with layered flaky crust visible when bitten. The scent of sesame mixed with flour made people want to eat more. Everyone sat around the dining table. Lao Zhou was eating scrambled eggs and remembered the past. "Back then, I worked in the orchard. Every spring, I grafted fruit trees. My wife would bring me water and pancakes, just like now. It was lively." Xiaolay bit into her pancake and looked up. "Grandpa Zhou, when the strawberry seeds sprout, I will sing to them every day so they grow faster. Then we can eat strawberries in autumn." Lin Wanji sat nearby, opening her points book. Her pen made scratching sounds as she wrote. "Points pool, 440 minus 280, upgrading betting, plus 160, rewards, equals 320, 101 Su Qing. Today's cooking service, breakfast, lunch, dinner, deduct 60 times 3 is equal to 180. Minus 6 hours rent 46 times 6 is equal to 276. Remaining minus 380,180 minus 276 is equal to minus 476. 102 Xiaolay. Farm supply store defense service. Distracting zombies, transporting supplies, plus bed assembly help deduct 3020 is equal to 50. minus 6 hours rent 34 times 6 is equal to 204. Remaining minus 447.50 minus 204 is equal to minus 599. 103 Chinamo. Bed assembly, small nightlight. Drawer, plus farm supply store repair service. Traps, zombie removal. Deduct 3530 is equal to 65. Minus 6 hours rent 34 times 6 is equal to 204. Remaining minus 382.65 minus 204 is equal to minus 521. 105 Laozhou. Selecting cuttings plus gardening guidance, deduct 2515 is equal to 40. Minus 6 hours rent 25 times 6 is equal to 150. Remaining minus 115.40 minus 150 is equal to minus 225. 104 Material organization progress. 30%. Sorted cuttings, strawberry fertilizer, seedling trays. She drew a small apple next to 320. Tomorrow, I will buy grafting cling film, 20, and seedling soil, 30. I will have 270 left, enough for emergencies. The sunset cast a warm glow on the orchard fence. Laylay's drawings of apples and strawberries looked especially bright in the sunset. The new bed in room 101 was lit by a warm yellow nightlight. The light blue four-piece bedding looked like a cloud covering the bed. The blue light of the generator flickers gently, steadily providing power to the entire building. The lights in the communal kitchen are much brighter than before. Lin Wanji leans against the balcony door, looking at the lively yard. Peach's voice softly echoes in her mind. Host, the comfort level has increased by 25%, and the progress of the fruit tree cultivation has reached 40%. After tomorrow's grafting, there's a high chance the main quest, initial success of the peach orchard, will be triggered. The reward might be advanced gardening scissors and special fertilizer for fruit trees, which will help them grow faster. Lin Wanji smiles and responds silently. Yes, let's work together to plant the fruit trees well, turn this place into a real peach paradise, and give everyone a safe home, endless fruits, and warm meals. The evening breeze carries a fresh mint scent and the smell of earth, blowing over the wall of Building A. The lights inside the windows look like stars in the night, illuminating the new greenery and laughter in the yard. Lalay sits beside old Joe, listening to him explain tomorrow's grafting steps. Su Qing is tidying up the kitchen. The new bed means she no longer worries about sleeping poorly at night. Xiaolay and Chun Mo check the grafting tools for tomorrow. Lin Wanji looks at the numbers on her points book, feeling very secure. This once lonely small building is gradually becoming the warmest and safest harbor in the apocalypse, thanks to the warmth of the new bed, the arrival of grafts, the help and care of friends. Here, there is a cozy home, hope for growth, hot meals, the cheerful laughter of children, and mutual protection. A new story is quietly unfolding with the upcoming grafted fruit trees and the strawberry seeds waiting to be planted in the evening breeze, ready to flourish and bear fruit. Early morning sunlight just crosses the wall of Building A like melted gold, turning the fruit tree fence in the yard a warm golden color. The apple and strawberry patterns painted by Lalay on the fence shine brightly under the sun. Even the wood grain seems to glow. Old Joe squats beside the strongest apple sapling, with a faded blue cloth spread on his knees. On it are soaked scions, red Fuji apple cuttings brought back from the farm supply store yesterday. The branches are as thick as chopsticks, with plump, shiny buds. He wrapped them in damp gauze overnight, and the gauze still carries a faint moisture, making the cuttings look fresh and green. The key to grafting is finding the right cambium layer. Old Joe lifted his shiny grafting knife, the blade reflecting a cold light in the sunlight, with clear patterns along the edge. First, cut the apple seedling stem to 1/2 meter high, making the cut flat and smooth like a mirror. Then, shave a 45-degree angle on the side, with the length matching the slant of the scion. Even a millimeter off is not acceptable. He supported the apple seedling stem with his left hand, holding the knife in his right, gently pressing the blade against the stem. Cut steadily and evenly, so the wood doesn't split, or the nutrients will be cut off. Lalay squatted nearby, sitting on a blue stone slab, holding a light blue spray bottle filled with cooled water. Chun Emo said cold water might shock the scion, so she prepared it half an hour earlier and let it sit. She leaned in close, almost touching her nose to the scion, worried she might miss a step. Grandpa Zhou, what is the cambium layer? Is it like a tiny bug's home inside the branch? Old Zhou put down his knife, smiling as he brought the scion close to Xiaolay. He gently scraped the edge of the slant with his fingernail, revealing a thin green film. See this thin green layer? That's the cambium. It's like tiny pipes that help the fruit tree grow new tissue and transfer nutrients. When the cambium of the scion and the seedling align, nutrients can flow through. It's like children holding hands so they can run together. He carefully pressed the slant of the scion against the seedling's slant. Look, when they line up like this, the tiny pipe connects. Xiaolay nodded immediately, pointing at the cambium layer with her small finger. I get it. If they don't line up, the tiny pipe gets blocked, and the scion will go hungry and won't grow. She raised her spray bottle and gently pressed it against the scion, causing fine water droplets to fall on the slant, like sprinkling tiny diamonds. I'll spray water every now and then so it doesn't get thirsty. Xiaolay carried a metal stick back from patrol outside. Hanging from the stick was a gray cloth bag with several flat bamboo pieces, showing at the opening. He had taken them from an old bamboo basket in the ruins to the east, sanding the edges smooth with sandpaper so they wouldn't hurt the branches. I looked around the ruins for a while, and these bamboo pieces are just the right thickness, he said, handing the bag to old Zhou. The bamboo caught the sunlight, shining a light yellow. Cut them thinner so they won't hurt the branches when tying the scion and they'll hold steady. He squatted down and compared the width of the bamboo pieces with his hand. One piece is enough to secure one seedling. I found 6 pieces, enough for 4 apple seedlings and 2 pear seedlings. Chinemo carried a canvas toolbox over, which still had some wood shavings from yesterday's bedmaking. He took out 2 packages. One was a silver grafting plastic wrap, and the other was a brown healing agent with the words, Fruit Tree Wound Seal, printed on it. Found it at the back of the garden store shelf yesterday. The healing agent isn't expired, he said, squatting down. He cut the plastic wrap into 10-centimeter pieces and neatly folded them on a blue cloth. Cut the wrap shorter so it's easier to control the tightness when wrapping. This way, you won't waste too much or leave gaps for air. He also unscrewed the lid of the healing agent, dipped a small brush, and tested it on his hand. It's just right, sticky enough to stay on the sloped surface and waterproof. Su Qing came over holding an enamel bowl decorated with small daisies, filled with freshly cooked mint porridge. A few mint leaves floated on top, and the aroma spread through the yard like tiny wings. Drink some water first before working, she said, handing the bowl to Lao Zhou and then passing one to Xiaolay and Chinemo. Grafting takes half a day, so don't strain your eyes. I added a bit of honey to the porridge to help you stay alert. She also took a paper bag from her apron pocket, filled with a few homemade biscuits, baked yesterday in the new oven, still crisp even when cooled, with sesame seeds shining on top. Eat some when you're hungry, to keep your stomach full while working. Everyone worked together and the grafting began quickly. Lao Zhou was responsible for trimming the scion and the seedling at an angle. His movements were smooth and precise, like embroidery. The knife sliced through the branches with a soft swoosh, leaving a smooth, flat surface, with the grain of the wood clearly visible. Xiaolay knelt on the ground, holding the apple seedling's trunk carefully to keep it straight. He breathed softly, afraid that any movement might misalign the cut surface. Chun Emo sat on a small stool, holding a small brush, evenly applying the healing agent on the sloped surfaces of the scion and seedling. He brushed it on thinly and evenly, so it wouldn't drip or be too sparse. Xiaolay stood nearby, watching the scion closely. Every 2 minutes, she sprayed water with a small spray bottle and gently touched the scion to check if it was moist enough. Align the cambium layers. Lao Zhou carefully pressed the scion onto the sloped surface of the seedling. He gently adjusted the position with his fingertips, feeling the roughness of his calluses brushing against the branch. Look, the cambium layers on both sides are perfectly aligned, and the green film is even sticking together. He took out a piece of bamboo from the bag, gently placed it on the outside of the grafted branch, and wrapped it tightly with string, which Suching had taken from old clothes, making sure it was not too loose or too tight. It can't be too loose, or the graft might slip, nor too tight, or it could hurt the cambium layer. After securing it, he wrapped the joint with a circle of plastic wrap. The wrap shined with a silver glow under the sunlight, like giving the joint a tiny coat. The first apple seedling was grafted successfully. Old Zhou took out a small wooden sign from his pocket. He had carved it from an old piece of wood yesterday. It had the grafting date, the variety of the scion red Fuji, and his name written neatly with a pencil. He stuck the sign into the soil next to the seedling, just a little shorter than the plant so it wouldn't block the sunlight. Now I can remember which tree is which, and when the time comes, I'll know the variety. Red Fuji apples are big and sweet, and they can be stored for a long time in winter. Xiaolay immediately ran over, took out a red marker from her pocket, and drew a round apple on the sign, adding a smiling face with 2 small black dots for eyes and a curved line for a mouth. This way, the apple seedling will know it's called Red Fuji. The apples it grows will be big, red, and sweet, just like in the drawing. She also placed a small red stone next to the sign. This is a little gift for the apple seedling so it can grow quickly. She opened the exchange device and found the interface for Level 2 upgrade pack for Room 104 bedding, a light gray, foldable single soft mattress with a waterproof Oxford cloth cover. It felt like canvas but was more durable. There is a pull-out storage drawer under the mattress. The drawer is light gray, with a round plastic handle that is easy to pull. The mattress can also be folded, and when folded, it is only 10 centimeters thick. It can lean against the wall without taking up much space. Below the interface, it says, upgrade costs 280 points. After completion, it triggers the Living Environment Optimization, Phase 2, reward, which gives 160 points. After upgrading, the basic rent for room 104 increases from 10 to 14 points per hour. The standards for tenant services are also improved. Gardening services increase from 15 to 20 points per visit, and repair services from 20 to 25 points. Lin Wanji walks into the yard and shows everyone her points book. Room 104 is empty now with no bed. If a new tenant who can grow mushrooms comes, they won't even have a place to stay. Let's upgrade the bed in room 104. It costs 280 points. After deducting that, the points pool will have 40 points left. When the 160-point reward arrives, it will bring us back to 200 points, enough to buy seedling soil for strawberries, 30 points, and insect repellent, 20 points. We'll still have 150 points for emergencies. Su Qing leans over and points gently at the storage drawer. Having a storage drawer is great. When we sorted room 104 last time, we found many empty seed packets and old tools. They can be stored in the drawer, saving space on the floor and keeping dust away. She also remembers Laylay's picture books. Laylay's collection of picture books is growing. We can put a few in the drawer of room 104. Then, when she plays there, she can take out a book to read anytime. Old Zhou also nods, holding some unbound bamboo strips. If a tenant who can grow mushrooms moves in, having a bed will help us keep them. Mushrooms can be grown in the corner of room 104, using old wooden boxes as mushroom beds. They won't take up yard space, and in winter, they can be used as vegetables. Double benefit. He adds, the foldable bed is convenient. If we need to store supplies in room 104 later, we can fold the bed and lean it against the wall to free up a large area. Seeing everyone agrees, Lin Wanji quickly clicks Confirm Upgrade on the exchange device. The storage compartment below the screen clicks open, revealing neatly arranged bedding components, a light gray mattress wrapped in clear plastic with waterproof and wear-resistant printed on it. The parts of the storage drawer are in a small box, along with a set of screws and a screwdriver. Next to it, there was an installation instruction sheet showing simple assembly steps that even Xiaolay could understand. The automatic construction robot will first assemble the bed frame in about 20 minutes. Lin Wanji stuck a yellow warning card on the door handle of room 104. The card had a simple drawing of a person holding a construction in progress sign. Once the robot finishes the basic frame, Brother Chen and Brother Zhao will install the storage drawers and mattress. It will be ready soon. The midday sun grew hotter. making the blue stone slabs feel a little warm. All 4 apple seedlings and 2 pear seedlings had finally been grafted. Small wooden tags were placed next to each seedling, showing the variety and date written by Old Joe, along with little drawings by Xiaolay, red and yellow apples next to the apple seedlings, yellow and green pears next to the pear seedlings. It looked like a small, colorful garden. Just as everyone sat on the stone bench to eat homemade pancakes, the automatic robot's alert sounded. The bed frame assembly in room 104 is complete. You can proceed with the next steps. Xiaolay and Chen Mo immediately put down their pancakes and headed to room 104. Chen Mo first took a level from the toolbox, placed it on the sliding track of the bed frame to make sure it was level. The track needs to be even, or the drawer won't open smoothly and might get damaged. He marked the position on the bed frame with a pencil, then fixed the track with screws, tightening them just right, not too loose or too tight, so the wood wouldn't. Xiaolay held the storage drawer, aligned it with the track, and gently pushed it in. It clicked into place. He pulled the drawer back and forth, testing it. It moved smoothly without any sticking. This drawer is deep enough to hold 2 thin quilts or more than 10 of Laylay's picture books. There's plenty of space. He also crouched down to look at the bottom of the drawer. The bottom board is thickened, so it won't bend even if I put heavy things on it. Xiaolay ran in, holding half a homemade pancake that she hadn't finished eating. She leaned close to the drawer, pulled it back and forth several times, smiling with her eyes squinting. Wow, this drawer is so smooth. It's even easier to open than my toy box drawer. Uncle Chen, can this bed really fold? I want to see how it looks when it gets small. Chen Mo smiled as he grabbed the black handle at the foot of the bed. He gently lifted it, and the mattress folded like origami, gradually collapsing into a rectangular shape about 1/2 meter wide and 1 meter high. It leaned against the wall, taking up half as much space. See, when folded like this, it can lean against the wall. If room 104 needs to set up a mushroom bed, just fold the bed away. It's very convenient. He also fixed the folded bed onto a wall hook to prevent it from falling and to save space. Xiaolay reached out and touched the folded mattress, which was soft and plush.
Wow.
It's like magic. From now on, when I play in room 104, I can fold the bed and use the space for my building blocks. At that moment, the front desk's exchange device suddenly made a clear, ding-dong sound. A light blue task window appeared, casting a starry glow on the floor of room 104. Side mission: improve living environment. Stage 2, mission requirements. 1. Complete level 2 upgrade of the bed in room 104, already done. 2. Organize storage supplies in room 104, progress. 30%, 80%, remaining items to be sorted. Rewards: 160 points, already added to the points pool. 2. 1 pure cotton bed sheet, light gray, matches the new bed in room 104, with light blue stripes. 3. 1 foldable small desk, wooden, can be folded. When unfolded, measures 60 cm x 40 cm, suitable for the space beside the bed. Mission details: upgrading the bed in room 104 lays the foundation for the new tenant. The foldable desk meets reading and writing needs and makes it easier for future tenants to perform tasks like recording mushroom growth logs. Rewards received. And a foldable small desk too. Lin Wanji ran in holding the exchange device, also carrying the newly retrieved bedsheet and desk from storage. This bedsheet is pure cotton, soft to the touch. Putting it on the mattress will make sleeping more comfortable for the new tenant. The small desk is wooden. When unfolded, it can hold books and notebooks, and even serve as a temporary dining table. When folded, it can be stored under the bed, saving space. She spread the gray bed sheet over the mattress, matching the light blue stripes with the mattress color. Then she unfolded the small wooden desk and placed it on the empty space beside the bed. The height of the desk was just right to align with the bed's edge. See, you can sit on the bed and use the desk. It's very convenient for reading or writing. Xiaolay immediately climbed onto the bed, sat on the sheets, and touched the desk with her small hand. I want to draw a young fruit tree on this desk. I will also write a strawberry seed growth diary, and every day I will remember to water it and let it get sunlight. At this moment, Suqing brought lunch to the door of room 104. scrambled eggs with tender apple seedlings, homemade pancakes, porcelain soup, and freshly cooked wild rice porridge. The aroma filled the room. Everyone eat quickly. In the afternoon, we will sort the supplies in room 104 and then cover the grafted fruit trees with plastic bags to keep them moist. Today's work is done. After eating, everyone helped organize the supplies in room 104. It was lively, like a festival. Suching sorted the seeds she found into storage drawers. Strawberry seeds and blueberry seeds were placed in small metal boxes with labels. Old Zhou put the flower fertilizer at the back of the drawer to prevent spills. Xiaolay placed gardening tools on a metal rack in the corner, hanging small shovels and hoes with string, and attached small labels with Leilei's drawings next to each tool. Chun Mo neatly folded fabric from an old wooden box and placed it on the top shelf of the drawer. These fabrics could be used as cleaning cloths or for Leilei's small crafts. Old Zhou wrapped the remaining grafting scions in damp gauze and placed them in a shady spot in room 104. These scions can still be used. If there are seedlings without grafting work, they can be grafted later. Xiaolay used colored pens to draw labels on each storage box, drawing a small sprout on the seed boxes, a tiny shovel on the tool rack, and a small dress on the fabric. Her drawings were a bit crooked, but she was very serious. This way, everyone will know what's inside each box. No more mixing them up. After organizing room 104, everyone went back to the yard to cover the grafted fruit trees with transparent plastic bags. Old Zhou took a plastic bag, slipped it from bottom to top over the upper part of the scion and seedling, then tied the bottom of the bag tightly with a string. He made a few small holes in the bag. Leave some small holes for air. Otherwise, the scion might get stuffy, like a person in a small house breathing. The holes shouldn't be too big or the moisture won't stay well. He also stuck a small note on the plastic bag that said, "Check the bud eyes after 7 days. After 7 days, see if the bud eyes turn green. If they do, it means they are alive and you can take off the bag." Xiaolay also wanted to help cover the bags. Old Zhou showed her how to pinch the bottom of the bag tightly. Gently pinch it, don't bend the branches. When tying the string, make it loose enough so you don't hurt the branches. Xiaolay studies very seriously. Although the first plastic bag she used was a bit crooked, she quickly became skilled at it. She even drew a small sun on each bag, saying, "Let the cuttings bask in the sun so they can grow green shoots faster." Lin Wanji sits at the front desk, opening her points book. Her pen makes soft scratching sounds as she carefully records the day's points. Points pool, 320 initial balance, minus 280, upgrading bedding in room 104, plus 160, rewards, equals 200, room 101, Su Qing. Cooking services, breakfast, lunch, dinner, deducted 60 times 3 is equal to 180 points. Minus 6 hours of rent 46 times 6 is equal to 276 points, current balance. Minus 476,180 minus 276 is equal to minus 572, can be offset later by new tenant services, like helping organize rooms for 20 points. Room 102, Xiaolay. Grafting seedlings, 6 plants, plus. Helping with bed installation, rail system. Deducted 30/20 is equal to 50 points. Minus 6 hours rent 34 times 6 is equal to 204 points, current balance. Minus 599.50 minus 204 is equal to minus 753. Room 103, Chinemo. Grafting with healing agent plus installing drawers, including desk assembly. Deducted 35/25 is equal to 60 points. Minus 6 hours rent 34 times 6 is equal to 204 points, current balance. Minus 521.60 minus 204 is equal to minus 665. Room 105, Lao Zhou. Grafting guidance, teaching Xiaolay and Su Qing, plus organizing supplies, seed sorting. Deducted 40/30 is equal to 70 points. Minus 6 hours rent 25 times 6 is equal to 150 points, current balance. Minus 225.70 minus 150 is equal to minus 305. Basic rent adjusted to 14 points/hour, to be activated after new tenants move in for service deductions. She draws a small mushroom next to the number 200 in her points book. Reserve 50 points to buy mushroom spawn, the remaining 150 for emergencies. When new tenants arrive, the points will gradually be replenished. At this moment, the exchange device at the front desk rings again. This time, the sound is louder than before. The light blue task box enlarges, displaying 4 large characters. Main quest. Main quest. The initial formation of the peach orchard. Stage 1. Quest requirements. 1. Successfully graft 6 fruit tree seedlings. Already completed. 2. Completed the basic living setup for room 104. Already done. Task reward. 1 set of high-quality gardening scissors, made of manganese steel, 50% sharper, able to trim thick branches up to 2 centimeters in diameter, with a non-slip handle. 1 bag of special fruit tree fertilizer, NPK ratio 1:1:1, promotes healing of grafting wounds and accelerates new leaf growth, suitable for apple and pear seedlings. Enhanced signals for potential tenant matching, coverage expanded to 5 kilometers, increasing the chances of new tenants discovering the apartment, prioritizing skilled tenants. Task description. The initial orchard marks the apartment's self-sufficiency, expanding from vegetables to fruits. The improved tenant matching signals lay the foundation for future team expansion and skill sharing, helping Taiyuan develop into a multifunctional community. Main story task completed. Lin Wanji exclaimed happily, almost dropping her points notebook. And I got the high-quality gardening scissors and fertilizer. Cutting thick branches will be so much easier now. The fertilizer can also help the fruit trees recover faster and grow new leaves. Old Zhou took the new gardening scissors. The handle was made of non-slip rubber, feeling very comfortable. He went to a pear seedling, picked a thin branch about 1 centimeter in diameter, and gently cut it. Snap. The branch broke cleanly, with a smooth cut as if measured with a ruler. These scissors are great. Much sharper than my old ones. Cutting thick branches won't be a problem. Trimming fruit trees will be much easier from now on. He also handed the scissors to Xiaolay.
Try it.
Just a gentle cut, and it'll snap right off. Xiaolay held the small handle of the scissors, mimicking old Zhou, and cut a small blade of grass. With a snap, it was cut cleanly. She smiled brightly. Wow, so sharp. I'll help Grandpa Zhou trim the grass around the fruit seedlings so no weeds steal their nutrients. The sunset slowly sank behind the wall, tinting the sky a soft pink. The fruit seedlings in the yard were wrapped in transparent plastic bags, sunlight shining through, looking like glowing lanterns. The lights in room 104 were on. A new bed with light gray sheets was set up, and a small foldable desk sat beside the bed, waiting for the new tenant. Xiaolay crouched next to the strawberry seeds, whispering, "Little strawberries, you have to sprout quickly. When you grow out, I'll plant you in a pretty ceramic pot and put you on room 104's desk, singing to you every day." Lin Wanji leaned against the balcony door, looking at the lively yard. Peach's voice softly echoed in her mind. "Host, the fruit orchard cultivation progress is at 60%, the living environment is 85% complete, and the potential tenant matching signal has extended to 5 kilometers. I just scanned a mushroom-growing tenant 3 kilometers to the west, who also has mushroom spawn bags. Maybe they'll find our apartment tomorrow. Mushrooms can be grown in the corner of room 104, and they'll be ready to harvest in winter. No more worries about not having enough vegetables." Lin Wanji smiled and responded silently. "Yes, our peach blossom paradise will become more lively. There will be fruit trees, strawberries, mushrooms, and new friends. It will surely become the warmest and safest home in this post-apocalyptic world." The evening breeze carried the fresh scent of mint and earth, blowing over the wall of Building A. The lights from room 104, the fruit trees in the yard, and the warm kitchen lights formed a shining scene like stars in the night, illuminating the new greenery and hopes. Xiaolay sat beside old Zhou, listening to his stories about mushroom cultivation. Su Qing was tidying up the kitchen, excited about the new bed and desk for the new tenant. Xiaolay and Chenemo checked if the plastic bags on the fruit trees were tied tightly. Lin Wanji looked at the numbers in her points book, feeling a deep sense of peace. This once lonely small building was gradually transforming into the warmest harbor in this post-apocalyptic world, filled with hope for growth, comfortable homes, warm meals, children's cheerful laughter, and endless dreams for the future. The new story was quietly unfolding with the upcoming mushroom tenant in the evening breeze, waiting for more warmth and surprises. Morning sunlight just spilled over the wall of Building A like a warm veil, making the glass windows of room 104 glow brightly. Xiaolay squatted on the blue stone slab outside room 104, her knees cushioned with a pink floral cloth sewn by Su Qing to prevent discomfort. She held a small decorated notebook, her growth diary, for strawberry seeds. The first page showed a wrinkled seed with the words, Day 1. Go, little strawberries. She was counting stones in the storage drawer of the new bed, red, blue, and purple stones stacked into small piles, when suddenly she heard a gentle knocking outside the yard gate, mixed with a faint voice. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Can someone live here? A gentle, shy probing sound. New guests are here. Xiaolay immediately jumped up, scattering small stones all over the ground. She didn't bother to pick them up, her little shoes making a pat, pat sound on the stone slabs. She pulled Lin Wanji, who was passing by, toward the door. Lin Wanji still held her scorebook, the cover decorated with a sticker of a small tomato seedling drawn by Xiaolay, which fluttered slightly in the wind and almost slipped from her hand. When she opened the gate, she saw a young man outside wearing a light green jacket. The cuffs of his jacket were frayed, and there was a patch on the elbow sewn with dark green fabric in neat stitches. He carried a bulky canvas bag, its straps tied with a rope as if afraid it would break. He was holding 2 white mushroom bags, which still had some damp black soil on them. Inside, white mycelium was faintly visible, giving off a light, earthy smell. His hair was a bit messy, with some stray strands hanging over his forehead, partially covering his eyes. When he saw Xiaolay and Lin Wanji, his face instantly turned red, and his voice became even softer. I'm
Xiaolin.
Yesterday, I saw the red cloth marker you posted on the broken wall in the West Ruins. It said people can stay here, skills exchange needed. I can grow mushrooms. This is the mushroom spawn I brought. White oyster mushrooms. Can I stay here? Lin Wanji's eyes lit up. This was exactly what Tao Tao mentioned yesterday. A potential tenant with mushroom-growing skills, 3 kilometers west. She quickly stepped aside, her tone full of enthusiasm. Of course. We're looking for someone who can grow vegetables. Mushroom stew and stir-fried mushrooms are delicious. Come in quickly. It's windy outside. Don't let the mushroom bags freeze. Su Qing came over carrying a porcelain bowl decorated with small daisies, filled with freshly boiled mint water. The steam carried a fresh mint scent. When she saw Xiaolin's mushroom bags, her eyes brightened and she smiled. That's probably a oyster mushroom spawn, right? I used to grow them with my mom back home. Just picked fresh oyster mushrooms to stir-fry with green peppers, so fresh it could make your eyebrows stand up. Your mushroom bags look healthy. The mycelium is growing strongly. They look very vigorous. Old Joe also came over, leaning on a small. He had just finished inspecting the grafted fruit tree saplings in the yard, with some damp soil still on his. He bent down and gently touched the surface of the mushroom bags with his fingertips. His fingers picked up some white mycelium, and his eyes showed approval. The mycelium is dense, and the color is right. It's not that weak, grayish mycelium. As long as the temperature stays between 15 and 20 degrees Celsius, and you spray some water to keep it moist, you should see mushrooms in 5 or 6 days. Room 104 has some free space. Yesterday, I upgraded the bed, and in the corner, I can set up a 2-tier mushroom rack. However, he paused and looked at the empty wall of room 104. Room 104 doesn't even have a proper vegetable washing sink. To handle mushrooms, I have to go to the shared kitchen, and cooking mushroom soup means carrying hot dishes back and forth. It's very inconvenient. Xiaolin also doesn't feel comfortable living here. Lin Wanji's heart skipped a beat. When she upgraded the furniture in room 104, she only thought about sleeping and storage and didn't consider the kitchen. Now, with a tenant, not having a kitchen is really not good. She quickly opened her points notebook, which was tucked under her arm. It still had a small apple sticker drawn by Xiaolay, and on one page, she had written, Points Pool, 200 in pencil, with a small mushroom drawing next to it. She had predicted Xiaolay would come yesterday and marked it intentionally. On the upgrade device, there was a Level 1 kitchen upgrade pack for room 104. She pointed at the number in her notebook. It included a single-burner stove, a mini stainless steel vegetable sink, and a 3-layer storage rack. It was just enough for Xiaolay to handle mushrooms and heat food without taking up much space. The upgrade costs 130 points. After deducting that, she had 70 points left in the pool. Completing the upgrade would trigger a reward for improved living facilities, giving 80 points directly. Then, her points pool would return to 150, enough to buy pinewood poles and plastic sheets for the mushroom rack. It wouldn't be a waste at all. She took out the upgrade device and opened the details for the Level 1 kitchen upgrade pack for room 104. The single-burner stove on the screen was silver gray, with a temperature control, adjustable from 50 degrees Celsius to 200 degrees Celsius, suitable for boiling water and cooking. The mini sink was square, 15 centimeters deep, just enough to hold 2 mushroom bags, with a small faucet that could connect to hot and cold water. The 3-layer storage rack was made of light gray plastic. Each shelf could hold 5 kilograms of items, enough for spice jars and mushroom cultivation tools. The interface showed that upgrading costs 130 points and rewards 80 points. After upgrading, the basic rent for room 104 would change from 14 points per hour to 24 points per hour. Xiaolay's mushroom cultivation service deduction standard would also increase, with each mushroom bag cultivation deducting 20 points, up from 15. Harvesting mushrooms and cleaning the mushroom rack would deduct 15 points each time, and daily cooking could deduct an extra 10 points. If she cultivated mushrooms twice a day and harvested once, she could cover most of the rent. Kobayashi listened carefully, holding the mushroom bag tightly. A shy smile appeared on his face as he showed some hope. "I'm willing. I water the mushroom bags every morning, check the mycelium, and in the afternoon, I harvest mushrooms and clean the shelves. I can definitely help cover the rent and add some dishes for everyone. I won't be living here for free." Xiaolay carried a metal rod back from patrol outside. A cloth bag hung from the rod, holding a few freshly picked wild chestnuts for Lele to play with. Hearing about the kitchen upgrade, he immediately set the bag down on a stone bench and said loudly, "I'll help with this. I'll go to the tile shop in the East Ruins to find some flat, non-slip tiles for the kitchen floor in room 104. They'll keep it waterproof and clean. Even if Xiaolay splashes water while washing vegetables, it won't be slippery. Chenemo, when you need to lift things to install the heating plate later, just call me. I'm strong, so it'll save you effort." Chenemo came over carrying a canvas toolbox, which still had some wood shavings from yesterday's bed making. He took out a multimeter, the needle still wobbling slightly on the dial. "I'll go to room 104 first to check the circuit voltage and make sure it's stable. The kitchen circuit needs a separate line. The heating plate isn't powerful, so a 10A waterproof socket will do. That way, if water splashes, it won't short circuit." He also pulled out some insulating tape. When wiring later, wrap a few extra turns of tape around the connections, safety first. After deciding to upgrade, Lin Wanji clicked Confirm Exchange on the redemption device. The storage compartment below the screen clicked open, revealing the kitchen components neatly arranged. A silver-gray heating plate wrapped in transparent plastic with anti-dry burn written on it, a mini stainless steel vegetable sink that gleamed coldly, with a foldable faucet that can be tucked away when not in use to save space. Parts for a 3-tier storage rack packed in a small box, along with a set of screws and an instruction manual with simple assembly steps, easy enough for Lele to understand. An automatic construction robot hummed as it slid out of the storage compartment. It was light blue with a small mechanical arm. First, it marked a square in the corner of room 104 to confirm the kitchen's location. Then it began laying pipes, white PVC pipes connected to the main water supply, buried underground with only one fitting visible. Next, it started wiring, white cables fixed to the wall with clips, running along the corner of the wall, barely noticeable. The basic installation was expected to be completed in about an hour. Lele squatted at the door of room 104, holding onto the door frame and watching the robot lay water pipes. Her little head was full of curiosity. "Brother Xiaolay, Will you be washing mushrooms inside this box in the future? Can I help you pick the mushroom stems? Last time, I helped Mom Suching pick vegetables, and I was very careful. No yellow leaves at all. Xiaolay crouched down to face Xiaolay. He took out a yellowed little notebook from his canvas bag. The cover read, Mushroom Cultivation Notes. Inside, there were drawings of different mushrooms and handwritten steps, like oyster mushrooms. Spray water twice a day, best at 18 degrees Celsius. He turned to the page about oyster mushrooms and pointed to it. Once the kitchen is ready, I'll teach you how to see if the mushroom bags are ready. When the mycelium turns white and puffs up, it means mushrooms are about to grow. You can help me pick the stems, and we can make mushroom soup for everyone, okay? Xiaolay nodded immediately, her face full of excitement. Yes. I want to draw how we pick mushrooms in my strawberry diary so little Strawberry can see too. During the break, everyone was busy. In the yard, and in room 104, things were lively. Old Zhou and Xiaolin set up a temporary mushroom shelf in the corner of room 104. They used old wooden boards that Xiaolay had brought back yesterday when he was looking for wood. The boards had been sanded smooth and had no sharp edges. Old Zhou measured and marked the boards with a pencil. 2 layers are enough.
It's too high for Xiaolay to reach.
Each layer should be 30 centimeters apart, just enough for the mushroom bags. Xiaolin hammered in nails carefully, holding a small hammer from his bag, afraid of breaking the wood. Handle the mushroom bags gently. If the mycelium breaks, no mushrooms will grow. Next to the shelf, Old Zhou placed a small silver thermometer he found in room 105. It could measure from 0 to 50 degrees Celsius. He hung it on the mushroom shelf. Oyster mushrooms like 15 to 20 degrees Celsius. If it gets too hot, open a small in the window of room 104 for ventilation. If it's too cold, move the shelf closer to the heating pad to keep warm. Meanwhile, Suching was busy in the communal kitchen. She took some flour from the storage shelf, scooped 3 bowls into a porcelain basin, added warm water and yeast, and kneaded a smooth dough. She let it rise next to the heating pad. She also cut yesterday's homemade pancakes into small pieces, wrapped them in oil paper, and placed them in a bamboo basket. She cooked a pot of wild vegetable soup with a little dried shrimp, which smelled very fresh. Kobayashi just arrived, so he probably hasn't had breakfast, she said, carrying a bamboo basket and a soup bowl as she headed to room 104. Everyone, don't go hungry. Eat a little first to fill your stomach. Fixing the kitchen will take some effort, so don't tire yourselves out. Xiaolay ran over, helping Suching carry the bamboo basket. With small arms swinging, she said, Mom, I brought some cookies for big brother Kobayashi. Let him try the crispy ones I made. The midday sun grew warmer, making the ground outside room 104 feel a bit hot. The basic installation of the kitchen was finally finished. The automatic construction robot buzzed away, leaving behind installed water pipes and electrical connections. Chunmo and Xiaolay immediately started working. Xiaolay laid down slip-resistant tiles on the kitchen floor. The tiles were off-white with tiny patterns and had good anti-slip properties. He glued the tiles firmly with tile adhesive and filled the gaps with waterproof sealant. This way, even if water spills on the floor, it won't seep underneath, and the tiles won't lift. Chunmo was responsible for installing the heating plate and the vegetable sink. First, he placed the heating plate on the tiles and fixed it with screws. Then, he connected the electrical wires, pressed the switch, and the indicator light on the heating plate lit up immediately. It changed from red to green, and the temperature quickly rose to 100 degrees Celsius. Next, he fixed the vegetable sink onto the wall bracket, connected the hot and cold water pipes, and turned on the tap. Clear water flowed out evenly, making a gentle splash as it hit the bottom of the sink. Finally, the two of them installed a storage shelf. The 3-layer shelf fit perfectly into the corner next to the sink. Chunmo also placed a wooden board on the top shelf to hold spice jars. This way, the spices won't get damp, and it's easier to grab them. Kobayashi stood nearby, looking at the new kitchen with excitement in his eyes. He gently touched the surface of the heating plate, feeling its warmth. This is so convenient. Now I can wash mushrooms and cook mushroom soup here, without bothering everyone to use the communal kitchen. He took out his own spice jars from his canvas bag, a small salt container, a pepper shaker, and a small bottle of soy sauce, all found at the abandoned supermarket. The labels were still on the bottles. He neatly arranged the spice jars on the storage shelf. In the future, I can make mushroom stir-fry, mushroom tofu soup, and even mushroom hot pot in winter. At that moment, the front desk's exchange device suddenly made a clear, ding sound. A light blue task window popped up, reflecting on the tiles of room 10 for like a sprinkle of tiny stars. Side quest. Improve living facilities. Stage 1. Quest requirements. 1. Complete level 1 upgrade of the kitchen in room 104. Already done. 2. Build a mushroom cultivation rack. Already done. Quest rewards. 1. 80 points. Already added to the points pool. 2. A professional mushroom cultivation manual ×1 includes techniques for spore separation, substrate preparation, pest control, suitable for post-apocalyptic environments. 3. A small wooden cutting board ×1, 20 centimeters diameter, smooth edges, fits the small kitchen in room 104. Quest description. Upgrading the kitchen in room 104 marks the initial setup of the one-room, one-kitchen apartment configuration. The mushroom cultivation rack provides a new way to supply ingredients, helping the community develop towards full-range food supply, Lin Wanji ran in holding the exchange device, excitedly showing the manual and cutting board she just retrieved from storage. The manual's cover was green, with colorful diagrams inside. The cutting board was light brown, with smooth, rounded edges and a very smooth surface. The points are now 200 to 130. 80 is equal to 150. This afternoon, we'll go to the ruins in the west to buy pinewood poles for the official mushroom rack, 50 points, and waterproof plastic sheets, 20 points. We'll also buy a pack of mushroom spores, 30 points. The remaining 50 points are for emergencies, just enough. Xiaolay took the manual, flipping through a few pages with a look of surprise. It even has cultivation techniques for the post-apocalyptic environment. I used to worry about the low temperature, but now I know how to control it with a heating pad. That's really useful. In the afternoon, Xiaolay and Shinmo used their points to go to the material depot in the western ruins. There was an abandoned woodworking shop where they could buy pinewood poles and plastic sheets. When they returned, Xiaolay carried 4 straight pinewood poles, their bark already stripped to reveal light yellow wood. Shinmo carried a large roll of transparent waterproof plastic, still with some dirt on it, which he found in the ruins warehouse, thick and sturdy. Old Zhou and Xiaolay immediately started building a proper mushroom rack. Old Zhou measured the length of the pinewood poles with a tape measure. Xiaolay cut the poles into equal small pieces with a saw. Shinmo was responsible for nailing the frame, and Xiaolay helped by passing nails. Soon, a 3-layer mushroom rack was finished. Each layer was covered with waterproof plastic to prevent water from leaking onto the ground and dirtying it. This can hold 6 mushroom bags, Old Zhou said happily, patting the rack. It's much more stable than a temporary rack, and it allows good airflow, so the mushrooms will grow faster. Xiaolay also came to help. She held a small spray bottle and, under Xiaolay's guidance, sprayed water onto the mushroom bags. The water in the spray bottle was lukewarm and had been left to sit. She imitated Xiaolay, gently pressing the spray nozzle so that fine droplets fell onto the bags, like sprinkling tiny diamonds. Make sure to spray evenly, not just one part, Xiaolay patiently explained. Otherwise, some areas will be dry and others wet, and the mycelium will grow differently. Xiaolay nodded seriously. She spun the spray bottle in her hand and continued spraying. I understand. I need to make sure each bag gets water so they all grow the same size mushrooms. Lin Wanji sat at the front desk, opening her points record book. Her pen made soft scratching sounds as she carefully recorded the day's points. The cover of the book had a sticker of a small mushroom drawn by Xiaolay, and one page was marked with a dried mint leaf, which Su Qing used as a bookmark. Points pool, 200, original balance, 130, kitchen upgrade, 80, task reward, equals 150, 101 Su Qing. Today's cooking service, breakfast, lunch, dinner, deducted 60 times 3 is equal to 180 points, plus 6 hours of rent 46 times 6 is equal to 276 points, current balance. minus 570, 2,180 minus 276 is equal to minus 668, can be offset later by Xiaolin's mushroom planting service, which helps Su Qing deduct 5 points each time she cultivates a mushroom bag. 102 Xiaolay. Patrolling for tiles, building the mushroom rack, buying pinewood poles. Total deduction 30 2015 equals 65 points. Minus 6 hours rent 34 times 6 is equal to 204 points. Current balance. Minus 753.65 minus 204 is equal to minus 892. 103 Chinemo. Installing kitchen, wiring, tiling, building the mushroom rack. Total deduction 35 30 25 is equal to 90 points. Minus 6 hours rent 34 times 6 is equal to 204 points. Current balance. Minus 665.90 minus 204 is equal to minus 779. 105 Lao Zhou. Guided mushroom planting. Teaching Xiaolin to control temperature. Organizing mushroom bags, material classification deductions 40 25 30 is equal to 95. After deducting 6 hours of rent, 25 times 6 is equal to 150. The current balance is minus 305.95 minus 150 is equal to minus 360. 104 Xiaolin. Cultivating mushroom bags, twice. Setting up mushroom racks, harvest preparation deductions 20 by 21510 is equal to 65. Deducting 6 hours of rent, 24 times 6 is equal to 144. The balance is 0.65 minus 144 is equal to minus 79. Initial point 0. Later, cultivating twice a day can deduct 40 points, with an additional 12 hours of rent, 288, covered by harvest and cooking. She drew a small smiley face next to -79. Xiaolin is just starting.
Take it slow.
When the mushrooms grow, the deductions will be higher. At dinner, the new kitchen in 104 was used for the first time. Xiaolin wore an old apron given by Su Qing, light blue, a bit short, just reaching his waist. He stir-fried mushrooms and greens on the heating plate, torn fresh mushrooms with tender greens, added a bit of salt and soy sauce, sprinkled chopped green onions at the end, filling the room with a fragrant aroma. Su Qing cooked a pot of mushroom shrimp soup in the communal kitchen, adding dried shrimp brought by Lao Zhou and fresh mint leaves, so tasty that everyone wanted to drink more. Everyone sat around a foldable small desk in 104. Xiaolay held a small bowl, sipping mushroom soup. The delicious broth slid down her throat, and she couldn't help squinting happily. Big brother Xiaolin, the mushroom soup is so good. It's even fresher than the vegetable soup I used to drink. Can I have it every day? Xiaolin smiled and nodded, scooping another mushroom into Xiaolay's bowl. When the mushroom bags grow, we can pick fresh mushrooms every day. I'll also make mushroom pancakes with sesame seeds, crispy outside, tender inside. Tastier than your mom's homemade pancakes. Xiaolay took a sip of soup, wiped his mouth, and said loudly, "These mushrooms are way better than compressed biscuits." Back in the ruins, just finding a biscuit was lucky. Now I can have hot mushroom soup. So happy. Chinemo also nodded, scooping some mushroom stir-fry greens. When we have free time on the weekend, let's go to the East Mushroom Station to find some shiitake and enoki mushroom spores. Then we can grow more varieties and enjoy different flavors. The sunset slowly sank behind the courtyard wall, turning the sky a soft pink. The light in room 104 was on, casting a warm yellow glow on the new kitchen's heating plate, which still held the leftover warmth from cooking mushrooms. 6 mushroom bags on the rack were neatly arranged, glowing faintly white under the light, with mycelium barely visible as it spread slowly. Xiaolay sat beside the mushroom rack, drawing a big smiley face on a mushroom bag with colored pens, and wrote next to it, "Little mushrooms, grow quickly. Soon you'll become soup and pancakes." Lin Wanji leaned against the balcony door, watching the room filled with the smell of mushrooms and happy laughter. The evening breeze carried the fresh scent of mushrooms and the coolness of mint, blowing over the courtyard wall of Building A. Tao Tao's voice softly echoed in her mind. "Host, the ingredient supply index has increased by 30%. Now we have vegetables, fruits, and mushrooms from our own sources." The living quality has also risen to 90%. I just scanned the abandoned mushroom spawn station 2 kilometers to the east. It has shiitake, enoki, and king oyster mushroom spores, plus raw materials for making mushroom bags. Tomorrow I'll take Xiaolin there. He knows about spores and can pick the best ones. Lin Wanji smiled inwardly and replied, Great. Tomorrow, let's bring Xiaolay along so she can see the spawn station. Maybe she'll find her favorite colorful stones to decorate the mushroom rack. In the yard, the fruit tree saplings were covered with transparent plastic bags. Old Zhou said the buds were turning slightly green and would be ready to uncover in a few days. The communal kitchen light was still on. Su Qing was tidying up the dishes. Xiaolay and Shinemo were checking the stability of the mushroom racks. Xiaolin was giving the mushroom bags one last spray of water. Xiaolay was lying at her small desk in room 104, drawing a new page in her strawberry diary, featuring 6 mushroom bags, with Xiaolin and herself standing beside them, and a steaming bowl of mushroom soup. This once lonely small building was gradually transforming into the warmest, safest haven in the post-apocalyptic world, thanks to new tenant Xiaolin, the lively new kitchen, and the help and care of friends. Here, hope grows, delicious food is prepared, children's cheerful laughter rings out, and warmth is shared. A new story was quietly unfolding, like the white mycelium spreading on the mushroom bags in the evening breeze, waiting for the day when the shelves are full of fresh mushrooms and the room is filled with their fragrant aroma. Morning sunlight just crested over the courtyard wall of Building A, gently spreading like melted gold leaf across the mushroom racks in room 104. Xiaolay crouched beside the mushroom rack, resting her small knees on a pale pink cloth towel that was washed so many times it turned white. It was sewn by Su Qing, with tiny strawberries embroidered on the edges. She held a mushroom growth diary, bound with colorful string. Its cover shows a crooked white mushroom bag, and each page inside has small stones she collected, with notes like, Day 1, no change in the mushroom bag, and Day 3, feels damp to the touch. Suddenly, her tiny finger paused midair, and her eyes widened as if she had found a treasure. Wow! It's coming out. Carefully, she leaned closer to the top mushroom bag, almost touching the white gills with her nose. A faint earthy smell mixed with a slight sweet scent of mycelium drifted into her nose. The small white mushroom buds emerging between the gills were a bit larger than grains of rice, with edges tinged in milky yellow, looking like tiny babies just waking up. When she gently touched them, the buds slightly swayed, soft and squishy, sending a gentle sensation through her fingertips.
Brother Lin.
The mushroom is growing. Laylay's voice was bright and lively, like a crisp cherry, breaking the quiet of the morning. Linli, who was boiling nutrient solution in a chipped porcelain pot in the corner of the kitchen, hurried over, holding a cracked enamel pot. Inside was light brown nutrient liquid with a few dried wheat bran flakes, which he found in the abandoned granary to nourish the mycelium. He placed the pot on the ground, gently touched the mushroom bud with his fingertip, eyes full of excitement. It's really sprouting. It's a day earlier than I expected. Last night, I moved the mushroom rack about 30 centimeters away from the heating plate, and the temperature was just right at 18 degrees Celsius. The mycelium is growing so fast. Old Joe, carrying a shiny small with some damp soil from the yard still on it, came over. He had just checked the grafted fruit tree saplings and noticed a slight green tinge on the bud of an apple seedling. Bending down, his reading glasses slipped to his nose, and he gently pinched a mushroom bud with his finger pad. The bud trembled softly in his palm. This is the first batch of mushrooms, the freshest. The stems are firm, and the caps haven't opened yet. We can pick them when the caps expand about a third at noon. They're great for scrambled eggs or soup, with a chewy texture. But he looked toward the direction of room 101, where Su Qing's busy figure was faintly visible through the kitchen window. Su Qing is cooking mushroom soup, making pancakes, and boiling porridge all at once. The double stove might be hard to turn around, so if the mushrooms are ready but the food isn't, they'll get cold and won't taste as good. Just then, Su Qing, carrying a porcelain bowl filled with freshly boiled mint water, overheard the conversation. The water surface floated with a few fresh mint leaves, and the cool, fragrant steam drifted over. She smiled as she gently rubbed Laylay's head, her fingertips brushing the child's soft hair. That's right. Yesterday, I cooked mushroom broth using the nutrient solution. With 2 stoves, one boiling water and the other simmering ingredients, there was no space left for the leftover homemade pancakes. I had to wait for the water to boil and move the simmering pot, which delayed us by half an hour. Xiaolay kept asking, "Mom, when will the pancakes be ready?" She took out the upgrade device, opened the details for Level 2 kitchen upgrade in room 101, and the screen showed a silver-gray metal 3-burner hot plate. The 3 independent temperature control knobs were clearly visible, each marked with 50 degrees C, 220 degrees C adjustable. The double basin sink was a deeper model, 20 centimeters deep on the left side, suitable for whole cabbages, and 15 centimeters on the right, good for washing mushrooms and fruits. The faucet was rotatable, allowing flexible positioning over both basins. The 4-tier storage rack was made of stainless steel, with each shelf having a 5-centimeter high dust guard to prevent spice jars from spilling. The interface below indicated, upgrade cost, 230 points. Upon completion, trigger the Living Facility Optimization reward, which grants 160 points. After upgrading, the basic rent for room 101 remains at 46 points per hour. Cooking service deductions increase from 60 to 80 points per meal, covering daily expenses with 1 extra meal. Su Qing's eyes immediately lit up, shining like stars. A 3-burner stove? Can it heat 3 pots at the same time? When I was making pancakes before, I was always worried the porridge would boil over, and I had to keep running back and forth to check. The double basin sink is also very useful. When washing mushrooms, I can soak out impurities in one side and drain water on the other. No more using basins to catch water. Xiaolay carried a metal rod and returned from patrol outside. He also had a half-meter-long stainless steel sheet on his shoulder. The sheet had some scratches, but was very flat, with smooth edges polished by sandpaper to prevent cuts. "I found this sheet at the kitchenware store in the ruins to the east," he said loudly. "I saw it yesterday during patrol, had to hide from 2 zombies to get it. It's perfect for the countertop in kitchen 101, placed next to the 3-burner stove. It's convenient for putting flour bags and spice jars, and it's waterproof. To install the kitchen, call me when you need the heating plate lifted. I'm strong, so you and Chenmo won't have a hard time." Chenmo carried a canvas toolbox over, with some copper shavings from yesterday's electrical work still on it. He took out a multimeter, the needle on the dial gently moved, then pulled out a roll of red insulating tape. The power of the 3-burner stove is higher than the double burner, so it needs a separate 16A waterproof socket. I'll check the circuit load in kitchen 101 first. I saw the main switch box current was 12A earlier, so there's plenty of room. It should handle the load. He went into kitchen 101, connected the multimeter probes to the socket, and the screen showed 220V, 5A. He sighed in relief. The load is enough. When wiring, make sure the ground wire is secure. That's very safe. I also brought the oil-resistant wall paint, which is light gray. After painting, if oil splashes while cooking, just wipe it with a cloth. No need for steel wool like Su Qing uses every day. After deciding to upgrade, Lin Wenji clicked Confirm Exchange on the redemption device. The storage compartment below the screen clicked open, revealing the kitchen components neatly arranged. The 3-burner heating plate was wrapped in transparent plastic, and the stainless steel surface of the double sink gleamed coldly. The parts for the storage rack were in a small box, along with a pack of screws and an instruction manual. The cover showed simple assembly steps, easy enough for even Xiaolay to understand. An automatic construction robot hummed as it slid into kitchen 101. It was light blue with 2 flexible mechanical arms. Carefully, it removed the old double stove and moved it to the unused area behind the apartment. Then it began laying new water pipes, white PVC pipes connected from the public water supply, buried underground with only one connection visible. Next, it started wiring, fixing the cables to the wall with white clips running along the corner of the wall, discreet and neat. The robot's screen shows estimated completion time, 1 hour 30 minutes. Xiaolay squats at the door, holding onto the door frame. watching the robot work. Occasionally, she talks to it. Robot, go slowly, don't break mom's spice jars. Suqing takes out a small notebook from her apron pocket. It's made of cardboard and has today's menu written in pencil with small drawings. Once the kitchen is ready, I will make mushroom scrambled eggs with the freshly picked mushrooms, using eggs from the abandoned supermarket, very yellow. Then cook mushroom soup with dried shrimp brought by Lao Zhou and fresh mint. Also, make a few homemade pancakes, knead the dough soft, and add more oil when frying so they are crispy outside and tender inside. During a break, mushroom harvesting becomes lively. Xiaolay takes a pack of disposable gloves from the storage shelf in room 104. They are leftovers from the abandoned pharmacy Suqing found earlier. He opens a pack and offers a pair to Xiaolay. The gloves are a bit big, and her small hands wiggle inside. Pick the first batch of mushrooms gently, Xiaolay says, pinching the bottom of a mushroom stem and twisting lightly. With a snap, the mushroom comes off intact, with moist white mycelium at the cut end. Don't squeeze too hard, or you'll tear the mycelium, and the second batch won't grow well. Xiaolay tries to imitate Xiaolay, carefully pinching a mushroom, but she doesn't control her strength. The cap breaks slightly. She immediately pouts, her eyes turning red. Ugh, I broke it. Xiaolay quickly kneels down, smiling as he ruffles her hair. It's okay. Broken ones can still be eaten. Next time, be gentle. See, like this, hold the stem with your thumb and index finger, gently, like holding a small feather, and go slowly. He guides Xiaolay to pick another mushroom, which falls off whole. Xiaolay immediately smiles, placing the mushroom into a bamboo basket and arranging them neatly. Big ones for soup, small ones for scrambled eggs. I'll eat the broken ones, just right. Old Zhou sits on a nearby stone bench, taking out a yellowed small notebook, his gardening journal from before the end of the world. The cover reads, Fruit Orchard Log 20XX, and inside, there's a dried apple leaf tucked in. He records with a pencil, April X, first harvest of the 104 mushroom batch 1. 2 gene. Mushrooms are full and healthy, no pests or diseases. The second batch is expected to be ready in 3 days. Need to add nutrient solution once. He looked up at the mushrooms in the bamboo basket, his eyes full of satisfaction. In the past, I could harvest several hundred gene of apples in the orchard. Now, although the yield is smaller, we grew them ourselves, so it feels more satisfying to eat. At 11:30 a.m., the automatic construction robot made a ding-dong sound, indicating that the basic installation of the kitchen was complete. Xiaolay and Chenmo immediately started working. Xiaolay laid the stainless steel sheet he brought on the countertop next to the 3-burner stove, fixed it with screws, making sure it was level with the stove. Chenmo placed the heating plate on the countertop, connected the wiring, then fixed the double basin sink to the wall bracket, connected the hot and cold water pipes, turned on the tap, and clear water flowed evenly, making a gentle splash sound at the bottom of the sink. Finally, the two installed a 4-tier storage rack, which fit perfectly into the corner of the kitchen. Chenmo also laid a thin cloth on the top shelf to prevent the spice jars from slipping. Such convenience. Suqing couldn't wait to try the 3-burner stove. She placed a clay pot on the left burner, poured in water, added freshly picked mushrooms and dried shrimp. On the middle burner, she put a flat pan, scooped some batter, spread it into a circle, and sprinkled sesame seeds. On the right burner, she placed a small milk pot, poured in some milk, and heated it on low. The 3 burners worked simultaneously without interfering with each other. She flipped the scallion pancakes in the pan while adding mint leaves to the clay pot, moving quickly. It used to take an hour to do all this. Now it only takes half an hour. I don't have to wait for one thing to finish before starting the next. At that moment, the front desk exchange device suddenly made a crisp, ding-dong sound. A light blue task window popped up, reflecting on the stainless steel surface of the 101 kitchen like a sprinkle of tiny stars. Side mission. Residence Facility Optimization, Stage 3, Mission Requirements. 1. Complete Level 2 upgrade of the 101 kitchen, already done. 2. Complete the first mushroom harvest and cooking, current progress. 1/1, already done. Mission rewards. 160 points, already credited to the points pool. 2. Kitchen-specific cleaning set ×1, including lemon-scented degreaser, fine steel wool, absorbent cloth 3. Sealed mushroom preservation boxes ×3, transparent PP material, extend freshness up to 5 days, with ventilation holes. Task description. Upgrading the 101 kitchen significantly improves cooking efficiency in the apartment. The process of mushroom harvesting and cooking creates a complete cycle of planting, harvesting, eating, laying the foundation for the main task of Taoyuan ingredient storage. Reward received. And some preservation boxes too. Lin Wanji ran in holding the exchange device, also carrying a cleaning set and preservation boxes just taken from the storage. The bottle of oil remover has a lemon pattern on it, and the preservation boxes are transparent, so you can see what's inside. The points pool is now 150 to 230 to 160 is equal to 80. The preservation boxes cost only 30 points, and the remaining 50 can buy a pack of mushroom nutrients to nourish the second crop of mushrooms, helping them grow stronger. At the lunch table, there are delicious dishes made by the new kitchen. The mushroom soup cooked on the 3 burners is milky white, with mushrooms soaking up the broth, so fresh that it could make your eyebrows dance. The scallion pancake cooked on the middle burner is crispy outside and tender inside, with a sesame aroma mixed with the fresh scent of flour, making you want to eat 2 more pieces. The milk heated on the right burner is just right for Xiaolay, with a light milky sweetness. Little Lin cups her bowl and takes a sip of mushroom soup, her eyes brightening. Much better than the plain water mushrooms I cooked in the ruins. Before, I could only boil them in water with little salt. Now, with shrimp, mint, and the taste of home. Xiaolay bites into the scallion pancake and says loudly, "These 3 burners are great. Su Qing can cook more dishes in the future, and we can enjoy different meals every day. Tomorrow, mushroom stew with potatoes. The day after, stir-fried mushrooms with greens. No more eating wild vegetables all the time." Chinemo also nods, scooping a bite of mushroom scrambled eggs. The yolk is so yellow. It must be from free-range eggs. Paired with mushrooms, it's very fragrant. When we have free time on the weekend, let's go to the mushroom spawn station in the east to find some shiitake and enoki mushroom spores so we can grow more varieties of mushrooms. After the meal, Lin Wanji sits at the front desk updating the points record, her pen scratching on the paper. She marks 101 in red, 102 in blue, and 104 in green. Next to each room's points, she draws a small picture. Next to 101, a depiction of the 3 burners. Next to 104, a mushroom. Points pool, 150, original balance, 230, 101 kitchen upgrade, 160, reward, equals 80, 101 Su Qing. Today's cooking service, breakfast, lunch, dinner, earned 80 times 3 is equal to 240 points. Deducted 6 hours of rent at 46 times 6 is equal to 276 points. Remaining balance, minus 668,240 minus 276 is equal to minus 704. Future options include making afternoon tea snacks, like mushroom cookies, which can earn 40 points per session for deductions. 102 Xiaolay patrolled to find steel plates, avoiding 2 zombies, installed kitchen countertops, harvested mushrooms, totaling 30-30-15 is equal to 75 points. Deducted 6 hours of rent at 34 times 6 is equal to 204 points. Remaining balance, minus 892.75 minus 204 is equal to minus 1,021. 103 Chen Mo. Tested electrical load, installed 3-burner stove circuit, applied oil-resistant stickers, totaling 35-35-30, is equal to 100 points. Deducted 6 hours of rent at 34 times 6 is equal to 204 points. Remaining balance, minus 779,100 minus 204 is equal to minus 883. 105 Lao Zhou. Guided mushroom harvesting, recorded yield, checked fruit tree seedlings, totaling 40-25-20 is equal to 85 points. Deducted 6 hours of rent at 25 times 6 is equal to 150 points. Remaining balance, minus 360.85 minus 150 is equal to minus 425. 104 Xiaolin. Harvested mushrooms prepared nutrient solution helped make pancakes, totaling 2025-15 is equal to 60 points. Deducted 6 hours of rent at 24 times 6 is equal to 144 points. Remaining balance, minus 7960 minus 144 is equal to minus 163. Xiaolay approached, took out a colorful marker from his pocket, and drew a small mushroom next to the 80 in the points book. He also drew a tiny star beside the mushroom. Now the points pool has a little mushroom to keep it company. In the future, when buying nutrient solution, the mushrooms will grow even bigger. The sunset slowly sank behind the wall, turning the sky a soft pink. The kitchen lights in room 101 were still on, and the residual heat from the 3-burner stove hadn't faded. There were traces of washing water in the double sink, and the spice jars on the shelf were neatly arranged. On the mushroom rack in room 104, the second batch of mushroom bags was starting to sprout new mycelium, glowing faintly white under the light, like a layer of fine salt. Xiaolay crouched beside the mushroom rack, opened the mushroom growth diary, and drew a big mushroom on a new page, writing next to it, "First batch of mushrooms is delicious. Second batch, keep going." He also pasted a small white stone nearby. Lin Wanji leaned against the balcony door, watching the lively scene in the yard. Xiaolay and Chinemo are checking the fruit tree seedlings. They notice that the bud of an apple seedling has turned completely green. Old Zhou walks over, and the three of them discuss fertilizing the trees with compound fertilizer next week. Su Qing is in the kitchen tidying up dishes, wiping the stove with a new cleaning cloth, and the lemon scent of the degreaser wafts out. Xiaolin is spraying nutrient solution on the mushroom bags, while Xiaolay helps by handing him the spray bottle. They occasionally whisper and laugh softly. Tao Tao's voice softly echoes in my mind. Host, the self-sufficiency index for ingredients has risen to 70%, and the living comfort level is at 95%. I just scanned the ruins to the south and found an abandoned cold storage. It might have small refrigeration equipment that can be used to store mushrooms and fruits long-term. Next time, I'll go with Xiaolin. He understands low-temperature storage and can adjust the cooling temperature. Lin Wanji responds happily in her mind. Yes, our paradise will have more delicious food, fresh mushrooms, sweet apples, and warm meals. Once the cold storage is fixed, we can enjoy fresh mushrooms in winter. No more worries about not having vegetables during the cold season. The evening breeze carries the fresh aroma of mushrooms and the lemon scent, drifting past the walls of Building A. The lights from the kitchen in 101, the mushroom rack in 104, and the fruit trees in the yard form a string of stars in the night, illuminating the lush greenery and joy in the yard. This once lonely small building is gradually transforming into the warmest, safest harbor in the post-apocalyptic world, thanks to the fragrant cooking from 101, the budding mushrooms in 104, the mutual help and care of friends. Here, hope grows, delicious food is plentiful, children's cheerful laughter rings out, and everyone looks forward to the future. As the mycelium of the second batch of mushrooms quietly spreads, new stories are unfolding softly in the evening breeze. In the early morning, the sunlight just crosses the fence of the fruit trees around Building A, shining like shattered diamonds, making the new leaves of the apple seedlings glow brightly. Dew still clings to the edges of the leaves, and when the wind blows, it drips onto the blue stone slabs, creating small wet patches. Old Zhou squats beside the easternmost apple seedling, pinching a newly unfurled leaf with his fingertips. Suddenly, he exclaims with a slight tremor in his voice, "They're all green." The buds of 6 seedlings have turned green. Even the most wilted pear seedling is sprouting new shoots. Everyone hears the shout and rushes out of their rooms, their slippers making a "dada" sound as they walk down the corridor. 6 fruit trees had new buds that looked fresh and light yellow-green. Some even showed tiny new shoots about half a centimeter long. The tips of these shoots held small leaves about the size of a fingernail, like tiny green fists, gently swaying when touched. Xiaolay crouched down and carefully touched the new shoots with her small finger. The leaves felt soft and cool with morning dew. She counted the new shoots and whispered to herself, 1, 2, 3. The apple seedlings have 3 new shoots, and the pear seedlings have 2. They are growing so tall. Almost there. In 2 more months, they can climb on the trellis. Old Joe smiled so much his eyes squinted. He took out an old gardening notebook from his pocket, with 20XX Orchard Diary, written in red on the cover, and inside was a dried apple blossom petal. He turned to the latest page, drew a big checkmark next to 10 days after grafting, and wrote a small note. All buds are alive. New shoots are 0.5 to 0.8 centimeters long. Need nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium fertilizer in a 1 to 2 to 1 ratio. Avoid touching new leaves. He then took out a small trowel and gently loosened the soil around the apple seedlings' roots. The roots must have grown stronger. Fertilizer should be applied 5 centimeters away from the roots to avoid burning them. Lin Wanji suddenly remembered the task trigger mechanism of the exchange device. When she finished grafting earlier, it had said, "If all buds survive, you'll get a reward." She quickly took out the exchange device. As her finger touched the screen, a light blue task box popped up with a slight vibration. Side task, orchard cultivation, stage 2. Task requirements. All buds on 6 fruit trees must survive. Completed, 100% survival rate. New shoots growing well. Task rewards. 1, 100 points, automatically added to the points pool. 2. 1 bag of fruit tree fertilizer. Net weight 500 g, containing nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium in a 1 to 2 to 1 ratio, with trace elements like boron to promote wood formation in new shoots. Task instructions. During the new shoot period, fertilize once a week and spray leaves with water to shorten the wood formation cycle and prepare for the trellis. She turned to look at Xiaolay and saw him staring blankly toward room 102, still clutching a piece of burnt wild vegetable snack from yesterday. Exactly. Xiaolay rubbed the back of his head, a little embarrassed, and put the snack back into his pocket. My single stove heats slowly and isn't very stable. Last time, I tried to roast some wild vegetables as dry food. It took half an hour, and the edges were burnt while the middle was still soft. In the end, I had to throw away half of it. If only we had 3 stoves like in room 101, so we could dry food and heat porridge at the same time. How convenient that would be. He also opened the kitchen door for everyone to see. There was a noticeable burn mark on the old single stove, and a plastic basin beside it was filled with unwashed wild vegetables. Washing vegetables still needs a basin of water. After washing, the water is poured into the yard, splashing everywhere and making the ground slippery. Xiaolay almost slipped last time. Lin Wenji immediately pulled up the interface for the Room 102 Kitchen Level 2 upgrade pack. The 3D model on the screen clearly showed the details. A silver-gray 3-stove heating panel with 3 independent temperature control knobs, each marked with a temperature range, 50 to 220 degrees Celsius, suitable for boiling water, drying food, and heating rice all at once. The double-basin vegetable sink was a deeper model, 20 centimeters deep on the left side, big enough to soak a bunch of vegetables, and 15 centimeters deep on the right, perfect for controlling water. The faucet was a rotating copper material that wouldn't rust. The 4-layer storage rack was made of stainless steel, with each layer having a 5-centimeter high barrier to prevent spice jars from tipping over. It also had a light gray oil-resistant wall sticker with tiny grid patterns, making it easy to clean and dirt-resistant. Upgrading costs 230 points. After completion, it triggers the Living Facility Optimization reward, giving 160 points. Lin Wanji pointed to the record in her points notebook. Right now, the points pool has 180, so we need 50 more. Zhao's patrol service today can deduct 35 points, plus the material reward for finding kitchen countertop materials is 15 points, so that makes exactly 230. After upgrading, the rent for room 102 increases from 34 points per hour to 37. But your patrol service deduction also increases to 35 per time. Doing 2 patrols a day can deduct 70 points, plus 15 points for fixing tools for everyone. Deducting 12 hours of rent at 444 points leaves a daily net of 359 points, 444 minus 70 minus 15. With your current points balance, you can balance out in a week. Xiaolay nodded immediately after hearing this. picked up the iron rod leaning against the wall, and headed outside. I'll go patrol now. On the east side of the ruins, there's a wooden workshop with a pinewood countertop. I saw it last time. It's smooth and free of bugs, perfect for a kitchen countertop. It matches well with the stainless steel sheet from room 101. He took a few steps back and then turned around. Sister Suching, once the kitchen is ready, you have to teach me how to make wild vegetable pancakes. I want to show everyone my skills. No problem. Suching smiled and waved her hand. We can bake 6 pancakes at once using 3 stoves. I'll also teach you how to make the batter, just 2 eggs. The pancakes will be crispy outside and tender inside, 10 times better than compressed biscuits. After deciding to upgrade, Lin Wanji clicked Confirm Exchange on the vending machine. The storage compartment below the screen made a click sound as it opened. Inside, neatly arranged, were a silver-gray 3-stove heating plate, a stainless steel double sink, and a 4-tier storage rack. Next to them, there was a roll of light gray oil-proof wall sticker and a pack of matching screws. The automatic construction robot hummed as it slid into room 102. It was light blue and had 2 flexible mechanical arms. First, it carefully removed the old single stove, fixed the new stove onto a tray with special tools, and transported it to the idle area behind the apartment. Then, it began laying new water pipes. White PVC pipes connected to the main water supply, buried about 3 centimeters underground, with only a valve interface visible. Next, it started wiring red live wires, blue neutral wires, and yellow-green ground wires, all clearly separated and fixed neatly on the wall with white clips, running along the corner of the wall, unobtrusive. The robot's screen displayed estimated completion time, 1 hour 30 minutes. Xiaolay crouched at the door of room 102, holding onto the door frame, occasionally chatting with the robot. Robot, be gentle when installing the water pipes. Don't bump into Uncle Zhao's wild vegetables. During the upgrade, everyone was busy. Soon, the yard became lively. Chun Mo carried a toolbox into room 102, took out a multimeter and insulation tape. He first connected the probes to the kitchen socket. The screen showed 220V, 4. 5A. He sighed in relief. The circuit can handle it. The rated current for 3 stoves is 12A, so just add a 16A waterproof socket. He took out a white waterproof socket from his toolbox, marked IP65 waterproof level, and said, I'll seal the connection with waterproof glue. Even if water splashes during rain, it won't short circuit. He squatted on the ground, carefully wrapped 3 layers of insulation tape around the connection, and applied a layer of transparent waterproof glue. His movements were meticulous, like doing crafts. Kobayashi and Xiaolay are responsible for applying compound fertilizer to the fruit trees. Kobayashi took out a bag of new fertilizer from the storage room. The bag was labeled, Special for Fruit Trees. He opened it, and a light smell of fertilizer wafted out. He explained, when fertilizing, control the amount. Each seedling needs about 20 grams, spread evenly like salt. Don't pile it at the roots, or it might burn the young plants. He took a small handful of fertilizer and showed Xiaolay how to spread it. He gently opened his fingers, so the fertilizer fell evenly between them. Xiaolay listened carefully. At first, her spreading was a bit crooked, but Kobayashi patiently helped her adjust her stance. Later, she even marked each seedling with colorful stones, red for apple seedlings, blue for pear seedlings. This way, next time I fertilize, I'll know which ones have been done and which haven't. At 12:30 p.m., the automatic robot made a ding-dong sound, indicating the kitchen installation was complete. Xiaolay had just finished patrolling and was carrying a half-meter-long pinewood countertop. The surface was smoothed and shiny from sanding, with rounded edges to prevent cuts. This wood is very sturdy, he said, placing the countertop next to the 3-burner stove, level with the heating plate. I found it in the woodworking room. I had to hide from 3 zombies to get it, and I even wiped it with diesel to disinfect it. Chun-Mo and Xiaolay immediately started assembling the remaining parts. Chun-Mo was in charge of fixing the storage rack, using a level to make sure it was straight. Xiaolay installed the faucet on the sink, carefully wrapping it with Teflon tape to prevent leaks. Finally, they both applied oil-resistant wall stickers, starting from the corner, aligning carefully and smoothing out any bubbles. Such convenience. Xiaolay couldn't wait to try the 3-burner stove. He placed a clay pot on the left burner, filled it with water and wild vegetables, and turned on medium heat to boil. On the middle burner, he lined a piece of foil and placed chopped vegetables inside, then set it to low to roast. On the right burner, he put a small milk pot, poured some milk, and heated it on low. All 3 burners worked at the same time, without interfering with each other. Xiaolay even used one hand to soak freshly picked wild vegetables in the double sink, washing in the left basin and draining in the right, water flowing smoothly through the drain holes without splashing. Now I don't have to wait for the stove to cool down before reheating rice. After patrols, I can enjoy hot porridge and the roasted vegetables won't burn either. At that moment, the front desk's exchange device suddenly made a loud, ding-dong sound, 3 times louder than usual. The screen instantly lit up with a soft gold glow, and the entire front desk was bathed in a warm light. Even the air seemed to vibrate slightly. Everyone was drawn to the noise and gathered around. They saw that the screen interface had completely changed. A gold-colored border surrounded 4 large characters. Apartment level upgraded. Below, the information scrolled. Apartment level 1-2. Upgrade conditions check. 5 rooms fully upgraded, rooms 101 to 105 completed basic upgrades, kitchen and bedrooms meet standards. Achieved, 2nd stage of orchard cultivation completed, 6 fruit trees grafted with 100% survival rate, new shoots growing well. Achieved. Food self-sufficiency rate greater than or equal to 70%, cultivation of mushrooms, wild vegetables and fruit tree seedlings to meet 50% of daily food needs. Achieved. Public area. Unlocks. Public dining room. Originally an unused area on the first floor, 20, can be exchanged for solid wood dining table and fabric chairs. Fitness area. Original backyard space, 30, can be exchanged for simple pull-up bars, dumbbells, yoga mats. Upgrade rewards. 200 points, automatically added to the points pool. Public area decoration pack, including 1 solid wood dining table, 6 fabric chairs, 2 cast iron dumbbells, 1 galvanized steel pull-up bar, 2 non-slip yoga mats. Upgrade. Privileges. Unlock area customization, feature to adjust public area layout as needed. Points exchange discounts activated. Life supplies at 10% off. Apartment upgraded. Now we have a dining room and a fitness area. Lin Wenji excitedly jumped up, almost dropping her points booklet. No more eating on stone benches in the yard when it rains, and in winter, we can enjoy warm meals inside the restaurant. Su Qing was holding a glass of mint water, nearly losing her grip. She looked at the public dining room on the screen with anticipation. Finally, a proper place to eat. Before, eating outside in the yard, the food would get cold when the wind blew. Now we have a dining room, and we can even put up a small light. It'll be bright enough to eat at night. Everyone immediately followed Lin Wenji to see the unlocked area. The first floor unused space, which used to be filled with old furniture, has now been cleaned automatically. The floor is smooth, and faint traces of white paint on the walls can still be seen. Just enough space for a dining table and 6 chairs. The backyard is flatter than expected, with a half-dead sycamore tree in the middle, perfect for installing a pull-up bar underneath and providing shade in summer. Chen Mo and Xiaolay started assembling the dining table first. The solid wood tabletop has clear wood grain, with smooth, rounded edges. The legs are detachable, and they tighten them with a wrench, working smoothly together. This table is sturdy enough. 6 people can sit comfortably, Xiaolay said, patting the table surface with a solid thud. No more squeezing on stone benches for dinners in the future. Su Qing and Xiaolin were responsible for putting up wallpaper in the dining area. The wallpaper was included in the gift package, light green, made of non-woven fabric, with tiny dandelion patterns. Su Qing first applied a layer of sticky rice glue on the wall. Then, with Xiaolin, aligned the wallpaper at the corner and slowly smoothed it out. They used a scraper to remove bubbles and prevent edges from lifting. The light green looks nice, like eating outdoors, Su Qing said with a smile. Xiaolay will definitely like it. Xiaolay was the most excited. She held the fabric covers for the 6 dining chairs and decorated each one. She drew a red apple on the back of the first chair, writing Grandpa Zhou beside it. The second had a small mushroom with Brother Xiaolin, the third had a tiny wrench with Uncle Chen, the fourth had a metal rod with Uncle Zhao, the fifth had a small apron with Mom, the last one had a little sun with Xiaolay, and she glued a colorful stone she found onto the cushion. Now, everyone has their own seat. No more sitting in the wrong place. The assembly of the fitness area was quick too. Xiaolay measured the distance between the walls for the galvanized steel pull-up bar. He measured 3 times with a tape measure to ensure it was exactly 1.8 meters, perfect for adults. Using a power drill, he made 2 holes in the wall, inserted expansion screws, and fixed the bar securely. He also used a level to check if it was straight. This setup is solid. Even with my weight of 180 jin, it's no problem. Chinamo assembled the dumbbells. The cast iron weights each weigh 5 kilograms. He cut an old towel into strips and wrapped them around the dumbbell handles, then tied them with a string to prevent slipping. Holding like this doesn't hurt your hands. Xiaolay can try lifting the lighter ones too. Xiaolay was curious and ran over, standing on tiptoe to try lifting the dumbbell. Unfortunately, she was too small and couldn't move it. Xiaolay crouched down, holding the dumbbell with both hands to help lift it. Take your time. When you grow taller, I will teach you how to build arm strength. Then, if you meet a little zombie, you can punch to protect yourself. Xiaolay nodded seriously, her face full of determination. I want to grow taller quickly and be as strong as Uncle Zhao. At dinner, everyone ate together for the first time in the new dining room. The wooden table was covered with an old tablecloth that Su Qing found, a light blue checkered cloth, a bit worn at the edges, but very clean. The table was full of food. Su Qing cooked mushroom scrambled eggs on a 3-burner stove, with bright orange yolks and mushrooms soaked in sauce. Xiaolay baked dried wild vegetables on a new stove, golden and crispy, sprinkled with salt and pepper. Xiaolin made mushroom soup with fresh mint leaves, so fresh it seemed to brighten her eyebrows. Lao Zhou even brought some dried red dates from a storage bag and cooked a pot of sweet red date porridge to help with digestion. Everyone sat around the table. Xiaolay sat on her small painted chair, holding a little bowl and sipping red date porridge. The sweetness mixed with the aroma of red dates made her squint happily. The dining room is so warm. It's much more comfortable than eating outside. Can we eat here every day? Of course. Lin Wanji smiled and scooped a mushroom onto Laylay's plate. On weekends, we'll buy a small lamp with points and put it in the middle of the table. It'll be brighter at dinner, and I can tell you stories here. Lao Zhou took a sip of the red date porridge, looking at the full table of food with a grateful expression. Back in the ruins, just finding a cold compressed biscuit was good. Now we're eating hot meals in a warm dining room with so many dishes. It's almost like our old home. Xiaolay chewed on dried wild vegetables and said loudly, "From now on, I'll teach everyone to exercise every morning. First lift dumbbells, then do pull-ups. Build strength so we're not afraid of zombies. In the afternoons, we'll patrol for supplies, try to install lights in the dining room, and add a sunshade to the workout area." After dinner, Lin Wanji sat at the table updating the points book, the smell of food still lingering. She marked 101 with a red pen, 102 with a blue pen, and 104 with a green pen. Each room's points are accompanied by small drawings. 101 has 3 stoves, 102 has a single bar, and 104 has a mushroom. Points pool, 80, initial balance, 100, fruit tree reward, 230, kitchen upgrade for 102, 160, kitchen reward, 200, apartment upgrade, equals 310, 101 Su Qing. Today's cooking service, breakfast, lunch, dinner, deducts 80 times 3 is equal to 240 points. 6 hours of rent cost 46 times 6 is equal to 276 points. Remaining balance, minus 704,240 minus 276 is equal to minus 740. Future deductions can be made by making afternoon snacks, like red date cake for 40 points per serving. 102 Xiaolay, patrolled to find a countertop, avoiding 3 zombies, installed kitchen gym area with a single bar, deducting 35, 15, 30, 25 is equal to 105 points. 6 hours of rent cost 37 times 6 is equal to 222 points. Remaining balance, minus 1,021 105 minus 222 is equal to minus 1,138. 103 Chin-mo. Tested electrical circuits, installed shelves, made dumbbells, deducting 35 30 25 is equal to 90 points. 6 hours of rent cost 34 times 6 is equal to 204 points. Remaining balance, minus 883 90 minus 204 is equal to minus 997. 105 Old Zhou. Guided fertilization of fruit trees wallpapered the dining room, recorded new shoot length, deducting 40 25 20 is equal to 85 points. 6 hours of rent cost 25 times 6 is equal to 150 points. Remaining balance, minus 425 85 minus 150 is equal to minus 490. 104 Xiaolay. Cultivated mushroom bags helped wallpaper cooked mushroom soup, deducting 25 2015 is equal to 60 points. 6 hours of rent cost 24 times 6 is equal to 144 points. Remaining balance, minus 163 60 minus 144 is equal to minus 247. Xiaolay approached, took out a yellow marker from her pocket, and drew a small restaurant next to the 310 on the points book. Inside the restaurant, she drew a table with 6 chairs and a small lamp in the middle, with a note saying, "Restaurant lamp. Jijin yen, next time you use points to buy this small lamp, dinner won't be dark anymore." The sunset slowly sank behind the wall, tinting the sky a soft pink. The restaurant's lamp was lit for the first time, casting a warm yellow glow on the light green wallpaper. The dandelion pattern appeared especially gentle, and the decorated dining chairs were neatly arranged around the table. The pull-up bar in the backyard fitness area glints softly, with a metallic shine in the evening light. Dumbbells are placed nearby, like 2 little guardians. The new shoots on the fruit trees in the yard sway gently in the evening breeze, their leaves rustling softly, sounding like a gentle song. Lin Wanji leans against the doorframe of the dining room, watching the lively scene in the yard. Xiaolay is trying to do pull-ups at the fitness area, while Chun-mo adjusts the weight of the dumbbells nearby. Su Qing is tidying up the dishes in the dining room, and Xiaolin is helping to wipe the tables. Old Zhou squats next to the fruit trees, measuring the length of the new shoots with a tape measure. Xiaolay holds a small notebook, recording notes. Tao's voice softly echoes in her mind. "Host, after the apartment level upgrade, the livability index has increased to 100%. The unlocked dining and fitness areas can boost everyone's happiness and sense of safety. The points discount privileges can save a lot of points. I just scanned a deserted cold storage 3 kilometers to the south. Inside, there's a small commercial refrigerator that can control the temperature from minus 5 degrees Celsius to 10 degrees Celsius, perfect for storing mushrooms and fruits long-term. Next time, we can go with Xiaolin. He understands low-temperature storage and can help set up the equipment." Lin Wanji smiles inwardly and responds, "Sounds good. We'll go to the cold storage this weekend. First, we'll install a lamp in the dining room, then build a shade over the fitness area. Once the refrigerator is set up, we can enjoy fresh mushrooms and apples even in winter. Our paradise is getting better and better." The evening breeze carries the fresh aroma of mushrooms, the sweetness of red dates, and the scent of earth, drifting over the wall of Building A. Inside the dining room, everyone is still discussing plans to visit the cold storage this weekend. Their voices are full of anticipation. At the fitness area, Xiaolay begins teaching Chun-mo how to do pull-ups, their laughter drifting far away. Xiaolay is recording the length of new shoots beside the fruit trees, her small notebook filled with crooked numbers. This once lonely small building is gradually transforming into the warmest, safest haven in the post-apocalyptic world. Where hope grows, there's a lively dining area, strong strength, children's cheerful laughter, and endless hope for the future. And new stories are quietly unfolding in the evening breeze, summoned by the cold storage to the south. Morning sunlight just crosses the backyard wall of Building A, like a soft veil gently wrapping around the pull-up bar in the fitness area. Morning dew clings to the galvanized steel pipe, reflecting tiny flashes of light. Xiaolay tests the pull-up bar, feeling a cool sensation in his palm. His fingertips brush over the rust on the pipe wall. He sanded it last night, so now it feels smooth. He calls out to the corridor, "Come practice." The upgraded workout area is ready. Don't waste it. After training, you'll have strength to go find useful things in the ruins this afternoon. As soon as he finishes, Chen Emo walks over carrying a canvas toolbox, which still has wood shavings from yesterday's shelf installation. He holds a piece of fine sandpaper in one hand and a small cloth bag in the other.
Here.
I found the towel on the dumbbell handle was a bit loose last night, so I brought sandpaper to fix it. I also brought some copper wire, can add a hook to the shelf. He places the toolbox in the corner, rolls up his sleeves, and lifts a 5-kilogram dumbbell. His forearm muscles tighten slightly. I did 3 sets yesterday. My arms are a bit sore. I'll do 2 more today. Later, I'll have enough strength to move the fridge. Xiaolay hops over happily, her small leather shoes making a da-da sound on the stone slabs. She holds a fitness journal tied with colorful string, with a simple drawing of Xiaolay doing a pull-up on the cover, along with a crooked little dumbbell. "Uncle Xiao, I want to practice too. Can I lift a small dumbbell?" She tiptoes, reaching for the dumbbell on the ground. Her arm stretches straight, fingertips just touching the handle, but the weight makes it wobble, making Xiaolay and Chunemo laugh. "Once you grow taller, you can lift it." Xiaolay kneels and lifts Xiaolay onto a stone bench beside the pull-up bar. "Watch me train first. Later, I'll teach you stretching. It's more fun than lifting dumbbells." Suqing walks over carrying a woven bamboo basket filled with freshly steamed sweet potato cakes, made from sweet potatoes dug in the backyard's wasteland a few days ago. They're soft and sticky, sprinkled with white sesame seeds, and the warm aroma fills the workout area. She places the basket on the stone table and offers Xiaolay a piece. "Eat a cake first to warm up, then after training, you can go back to the kitchen for hot porridge. By the way, this workout area only has a pull-up bar and 2 dumbbells. Isn't it missing something? Like a towel rack or yoga mats?" Xiaolay wants to learn stretching with me, but there's nowhere to sit. As soon as my fingertip touched the screen, a light blue task box popped up with a slight vibration. Side quest. Unlock fitness area, stage 1. Quest requirements. 1. Complete fitness equipment supplies. Assemble yoga mat rack. Multi-purpose storage rack. 2. Create a daily workout plan. 3. Clean the fitness area floor. 4. Collect more than 3 types of usable materials in the fitness area, such as towels, anti-slip mat materials. Reward. 200 points for yoga mats. Non-slip, light green. 1 multi-purpose storage rack for towels, water bottles, small tools. Quest explanation. Improving the fitness area can boost tenants' health. Collecting materials can earn points, which will help with future cold storage transport and reserve energy and funds. Xiaolay's eyes lit up. He picked up a metal rod leaning against the wall. "I'll go to the East Ruins to find wood for the storage rack and see if I can find some old tools. Last time I passed by a car repair shop. Maybe there are wrenches and screwdrivers to fix the fitness rack, and I can exchange them for points." "Chunemo, you go to the South Ruins to find waterproof fabric, which can be used as a non-slip base for yoga mats. Also, look for some tape. Sister Suqing will clean the floor, old Zhou and Shaolin will make workout plans. Let's split up quickly." Everyone immediately started moving. Xiaolay carried the metal rod and headed east along the wall. There was an abandoned apartment building. During the last patrol, he saw a bed frame made of pine wood in one apartment that hadn't been rotted yet. As he reached the door, he heard the groans of a zombie, a limping citizen zombie moving slowly. Xiaolay clenched his iron rod, sidestepped to avoid the zombie's attack, and struck it on the back of the head. The zombie fell with a thud. He entered the room, quickly sanded down the 4 pine wood poles from the bed frame to remove splinters, and found an old wrench and half a pack of copper screws in the bedside table, tools that could be used to repair dumbbells and assemble the storage rack. both valuable for exchanging points. Chun Mo headed toward the south ruins, where an abandoned building materials store was located. He found a roll of unopened waterproof tape and a half-meter square rubber mat in the store. The waterproof tape can be used to seal the connections of the storage shelves in the workout area, and the rubber mat can be cut into small pieces to serve as non-slip pads for yoga mats. He also found a small bundle of copper wire under the counter, which can be used to add hooks to the shelves for hanging towels. At noon, the two of them returned one after the other. Xiaolay carried a pinewood pole and held a wrench and screws, with sweat on his forehead. The wood is enough to make 2 shelves, and the wrench and screws can earn 30 points, just enough to reduce my debt a little. Chun Mo carried waterproof tape and a rubber mat, smiling as he waved the copper wire in his hand. These can earn 25 points and help fix the shelves, 2 things at once. Lin Wenji immediately took them to the front desk to exchange points. After scanning, the screen showed old wrench times 1, 15 points, copper screws times 10, 10 points, waterproof tape times 1, 12 points, rubber mat times 1, 8 points, copper wire times 1, 5 points, total 50 points, which were directly credited to their accounts. Xiaolay's account increased by 30, Chun Mo's by 25. Great. My debt is reduced by 30. Xiaolay looked at his balance on the points book, changing from minus 1,138 to minus 1,108, and smiled widely. From now on, after every workout, I'll go grab some supplies and try to pay off my debt early. In the afternoon, the workout area was especially lively. Chun Mo used the pinewood pole and copper screws to assemble the shelves, with Xiaolay helping to hold the shelves steady. Chun Mo then wrapped the joints tightly with waterproof tape to prevent looseness. Su Qing and Lele cleaned the floor with cloths, wiping away the dirt from the blue stone slabs until they were spotless. Lele even drew a small sun with chalk in the corner, with the words, "The workout area is very clean," next to it. Lao Zhou and Xiaolin were planning their exercise routines in the dining area. At 7 a.m., Xiaolay led strength training, pull-ups on the bar, dumbbell curls. At 8 a.m., Su Qing led stretching exercises, cat pose, baby pose. At 5 p.m., they trained freely. They also wrote the plan on a cardboard sheet, pinning it to the wall of the workout area with thumbtacks, with simple drawings next to each exercise to make it easy for everyone to understand. During the planning, Xiaolin took the opportunity to go to the West Ruins and found a bag of wheat bran, sealed in a plastic bag, taken from an abandoned granary, kept dry. This wheat bran can nourish the mushroom bags and can also earn 20 points. Xiaolin handed the bran to Lin Wenji. Reducing my debt a little will motivate me more to grow mushroom bags in the future. Old Zhou looked around the yard and found some bundles of dry branches and a few vines. Dry branches could be used as kitchen fuel, and vines could tie up new fruit tree shoots to prevent them from breaking in the wind. These can earn 15 points, Old Zhou said with a smile, which will help reduce my debt and make it easier to build supports for the fruit trees later. In the evening, all tasks were finished. 4 light green non-slip yoga mats were neatly arranged on the rack, and the lower shelf of the multi-purpose storage unit held everyone's towels, made from old cloth with small patterns, while the top shelf held water cups and an old wrench Xiaolay found. The floor was so clean it reflected the pull-up bar, and the exercise plan on the wall was warmed by the sunset. Lin Wenji clicked, complete task, and the redemption machine immediately made a ding sound with a soft golden light shining on the ground. Task complete. Rewards issued, 200 points. Points pool updated to 310200502015 equals 595. For yoga mats, 1 multi-purpose storage rack. Extra tip. Material exchange has accumulated 100 points, which have been credited to the respective tenants' accounts, and debts are reduced accordingly. The points pool is now 595. My debt is also less. Lin Wenji held up the redemption device. Tomorrow, I'll go to the cold storage in the south to buy more insulation materials and bring some emergency food too. At dinner, the new kitchen in room 102 proved very useful. Xiaolay used 3 burners at once to heat sweet potato porridge, roast dried wild vegetables, and boil eggs. Steam rose from the sweet potato porridge on the left burner. The dried vegetables on the middle burner turned golden and crispy, and the eggs on the right were cooked just right with semi-liquid yolks. He also used an old iron pot he found to reheat the sweet potato cake made by Su Qing, filling the dining area with a fragrant aroma. Everyone sat on patterned dining chairs, eating hot food and discussing plans for the cold storage. The cold storage is very cold, so I need to bring a thick coat. I found some old waterproof fabric that can be cut into a simple insulation blanket, Chinemo said after taking a sip of sweet potato porridge. We also need to bring a multimeter to check the wiring of the refrigerator, so it doesn't short-circuit after being powered on. I brought a manual for cultivating bacteria packs, Xiaolay said, pulling out a small notebook. Maybe the cold storage has a suitable temperature for storing mushrooms, which we can record for later use. I also brought some wheat bran. If we find abandoned mushroom bags on the way, we can use them to add some nutrients. Old Zhou took a small cloth bag from his pocket, filled with dry twigs and vines. Tomorrow morning, I will set up a temporary frame for the fruit trees, tying the new shoots with vines. After I return from the cold storage, I will build a permanent frame. This way, the wind won't break the new shoots. After dinner, Lin Wanji sat at the dining table updating the points record book. The pen scratched on the paper as she recorded everyone's efforts. Points pool, 310 initial balance, 200, task reward, 30, Xiaolay, 25, Chinemo, 20, Xiaolin, 15, Old Zhou, equals 595, 101 Su Qing. Cooking service today, breakfast, lunch, dinner, deducted 80 times 3 is equal to 240, minus 6 hours of rent 46 times 6 is equal to 276, balance minus 740,000, 240 minus 276 is equal to minus 776. No material exchange, can be offset later with snacks after exercise. 102 Xiaolay, finding wood, installing shelves, training, material exchange 30. Deducted 35, 25, 20, 30 is equal to 110. Minus 6 hours rent 37 times 6 is equal to 222. Balance minus 1,138, 110 minus 222 is equal to minus 1,250, 30 less than before. 103 Chinemo, setting up yoga mat rack, cleaning equipment, strength training, material exchange 25. Deducted 35, 2015, 25 is equal to 95. Minus 6 hours rent 34 times 6 is equal to 204. Balance minus 997.95 minus 204 is equal to minus 1,106, 25 less than before. 105 Old Zhou, making exercise plan, caring for fruit trees, cleaning, material exchange 15. Deducted 40, 25, 15, 15 is equal to 95. Minus 6 hours rent 25 times 6 is equal to 150. Balance minus 490.95 minus 150 is equal to minus 545, 15 less than before. 104 Xiaolin, helping plan. Organizing yoga mats, preparing cold storage sketches, material exchange 20. Deducted 2015, 2020 is equal to 75. Minus 6 hours rent 24 times 6 is equal to 144. Balance minus 247.75 minus 144 is equal to minus 316, 20 less than before. Xiaolay leaned over, resting her small head on Lin Wanji's arm. She pointed at -1250 on the record book and said, Uncle Zhao's debt is less now. If we find more materials in the future, we can make all the negative numbers disappear. She also drew a small cold storage next to the points book labeled 595, with a smiling face beside it. Tomorrow, I will go to the cold storage to find lots of delicious food. Of course, Lin Wanji patted Xiaolay's head. After our daily workout, we can go nearby to gather supplies. This way, we can pay off our debt and add things to Taoyuan at the same time. 2 birds with 1 stone. The sunset sank behind the courtyard wall, turning the sky a soft pink. The lights in the fitness area turned on for the first time, casting a warm yellow glow on the light green yoga mats. Towels on the shelves fluttered gently in the evening breeze. The restaurant lights were still on. Su Qing was packing sweet potato cakes for tomorrow's snacks, while Xiaolay and Chen Mo checked the tools for going to the cold storage, iron rods, multimeters, waterproof cloth, each item neatly laid out on the table. The new shoots on the fruit trees in the yard were neatly with vines, and old Zhou had placed small wooden signs next to each sapling, reading, "New shoot secured." Lin Wanji leaned against the pull-up bar in the fitness area, the evening breeze carrying the sweet scent of sweet potato cakes and the earthy smell. Purring softly in her mind, Tao Tao's voice said, "Host, after the fitness area was improved, everyone's stamina increased by 20%. The resource exchange reduced debts, and everyone is more motivated." The cold storage scanned 3 commercial freezers that are usable, and there might be frozen meat and vacuum-packed vegetables. Tomorrow will definitely be a big harvest. Lin Wanji smiled inwardly and replied, "Yes, we'll bring the freezers back together, so Taoyuan can have fresh mushrooms and fruits in winter. Everyone's days will get better and better." In the fitness area, Xiaolay was still practicing simple yoga moves with Su Qing, her small body bending like a tiny shrimp. In the restaurant, Xiaolay was wrapping non-slip cloth around the iron rod, while Chinamo was adjusting the multimeter. Old Zhou and Xiaolin discussed the details of building a fruit tree trellis for tomorrow. This once lonely small building was gradually transforming into the strongest and warmest haven in the apocalypse, thanks to the improvements in the fitness area, the harvest of supplies, the reduction of debts, the laughter of children, and boundless confidence in the future. A new story was quietly unfolding in the night, summoned by the cold storage. The morning sunlight just crossed the wall of Building A, like melted gold flowing down the cobblestone path into the yard, turning the fruit tree fence a warm golden color. The apple and mushroom patterns Xiaolay drew on the fence shone brightly in the sun. Even the wood grains seemed to glow. Xiaolay carries a small pink cloth bag that is faded from washing. The strap is wrapped with pink yarn, which Suqing sewed to prevent it from rubbing on her shoulder. Inside the bag is her cold storage adventure diary. The cover is colored with markers to look like a blue cold storage room, with a little drawing of a person holding an ice tray nearby and 2 round, plump wild walnuts. Xiaolay found these walnuts yesterday under a ruined walnut tree during patrol. Their shells have dark brown patterns. Xiaolay says they can be played with as spinning tops on the road. She crouches beside the mushroom shelf in room 104 with a light pink cloth pad under her small knees. The cloth was cut from old clothes and embroidered with crooked little strawberries along the edge. In her hand, she holds a small light blue spray bottle filled with warm water. Xiaolin said cold water might irritate the mycelium. Carefully, she sprays the top mushroom bag. The fine water droplets land on the white mycelium, sparkling like tiny diamonds. The oyster mushrooms on the bag have grown to thumb size, with their caps not fully opened yet. The tender white stems stand straight, and when gently touched, they sway slightly. "Be good, little mushrooms," Xiaolay whispers to the mushroom bag, her breath creating a thin mist on the mycelium. "I'm going to the cold storage to get some ice for you, so you grow slower and won't age too quickly." She sprays a couple more times, then puts the spray bottle into her cloth bag. When she zips it up, she checks twice to make sure the wild walnuts don't fall out. "Xiaolay, it's time to go. The sun will be too hot soon," Suqing says, walking over with a full canvas bag tied with a rope strap, making it look very sturdy. Inside are warm sweet potato cakes, steamed this morning in the 3rd stove of room 101, wrapped in 3 layers of foil, still warm. There are 6 boiled eggs and an old lunchbox to prevent them from breaking, 2 bottles of mint water with a bit of wild honey brought by Lao Zhou, sweet and refreshing, just right to quench thirst. She kneels beside Xiaolay and helps her adjust her thick coat, found at a children's clothing store in the western ruins. It's a sky blue cotton jacket with a small bear pattern, a bit big, making Xiaolay look like she's wrapped in a little quilt. Suqing ties a red cloth bow around Laylay's waist to keep the coat in place. This way, the wind won't get in. It's cold on the road, so don't catch a cold. Xiaolay spins around, the hem of her cotton jacket brushing the blue stone pavement, making a rustling sound. "Mom, do I look like a little penguin?" "Round and warm. Yes. Our Xiaolay is the cutest little penguin." Sun Qing smiled as she gently pinched her face, then handed her a piece of sweet potato cake. "Eat it if you're hungry on the way. Don't run around. Follow Uncle Zhao. He's strong and can protect you. Xiaolay carried a shiny, worn iron rod at the front. It was tied with rope to a waterproof cloth, which he had found at a building materials store in the ruins from the south. It was thick and durable, good as a temporary blanket. He also carried 2 thick ropes, each as wide as a finger, used for tying cold storage cabinets. His canvas backpack held an old wrench and a hammer, common tools for fixing things. Is everything ready? We're taking a small path to avoid the main zombie groups. Xiaolay's loud voice sounded like a bell. The small path is closer, and we might find useful supplies along the way. 2 birds with 1 stone. Chinemo carried a dark green toolbox behind him. The box was decorated with small stickers of apples, mushrooms, and a little sun. He opened it to check the contents. A multimeter, Phillips and flathead screwdrivers, a roll of insulating tape, 2 meters of spare wire, and a silver flashlight with fresh batteries that shone brightly. I brought spare buttons and connectors, Chinemo said as he fastened the toolbox. If the cold storage's button breaks, I can replace it. The flashlight is fully charged, and it'll be useful inside the cold room where it's dark. He also took out a pair of work gloves from his pocket and handed them to Xiaolay. When we lift the cold storage, wear gloves to prevent slipping and avoid hurting your hands. Old Zhou and Xiaolin each carried an empty cloth bag made from old flour sacks, cleaned thoroughly. Old Zhou's bag held a small notebook and a pencil for recording supplies found. Xiaolin's bag contained a small spray bottle with nutrient solution for mushroom bags. He said, if we see wild mushroom bags on the way, we can spray some nutrient solution, maybe they'll survive. I used to go to the cold storage at the base, Old Zhou said as he walked. It's cold inside, so keep warm. Also, check the electrical circuits first before using anything. Don't short circuit. Xiaolin nodded and adjusted his bag on his shoulder. I know. The cold storage usually has a separate switch. If it trips, I'll check for a short circuit before turning it back on. Let's go. Lin Wanji held up the exchange device, and the screen showed a 3D map of the cold storage. The red dots marked the apartments, the green dots marked the cold storage, and the dashed line indicated the recommended route. Tao Tao just scanned it. There aren't many zombies on the way, maybe 2 or 3, all slow-moving ordinary zombies. We just need to be careful to avoid them, she said. She put her points notebook into her backpack and checked her phone again. She had everyone's points record stored there. To be safe, she also brought a spare battery in case the device ran out of power. On both sides of the small road were half-collapsed houses. Dead vines crawled over broken walls, and when the wind blew, dry leaves on the vines rustled down onto the blue stone slabs, looking like scattered paper. Some house windows had large holes, revealing dark interiors with scattered furniture. Others had piles of discarded boxes covered in mold, giving off a faint musty smell. Lele held Su Qing's hand, her small leather shoes making a da-da sound on the stones, but her eyes kept darting around, like a curious little squirrel. Mom, look. There's a bird's nest in that tree. Lele pointed at a half-dead parasol tree by the roadside. Sure enough, there was a small nest on the branch, but it was empty. No birds inside. Quiet. Don't make noise or you might scare the zombies. Su Qing gently patted her hand. Let's walk faster. Once we reach the cold storage, we'll see the ice. After about 10 minutes of walking, Lele suddenly stopped and pointed at a low wall not far ahead, whispering softly, Uncle Zhao, there's a little zombie over there. Everyone immediately stopped and looked in the direction Lele pointed. Behind the low wall, there was indeed a small zombie, wearing a torn blue school uniform. The cuffs and pant hems were frayed, revealing grayish-blue skin. It was crouched on the ground, gnawing on a moldy piece of bread covered in green mold, but it was eating loudly, with bits of moldy bread sticking to its mouth. Everyone stay still, I'll handle it, Xiaolay said, gripping his iron rod. He slowly lowered his waterproof cloth and rope from his shoulders, moving quietly like a cat. He took out a pair of work gloves from his pocket and put them on, then tightened his grip on the iron rod. He sidestepped behind the low wall, trying not to make any noise. The zombie was focused on the bread and didn't notice him. Xiaolay took a deep breath, raised the iron rod, and aimed at the zombie's back of the head. With a strong swing, there was a muffled bang, and the zombie twitched and then collapsed to the ground, motionless. The moldy bread rolled far away from its hand. Xiaolay walked over, poked the zombie with an iron rod to check if it responded, then turned to everyone and said, "It's okay now.
This small zombie looks weak.
If it suddenly lunges at us, it could be trouble. From now on, let me handle it, and don't let Xiaolay get too close." He slung the iron rod over his shoulder, picked up the waterproof cloth and rope from the ground, and said, "Let's move quickly and not waste time." Xiaolay hid behind Su Qing, peeked out, and looked at the zombie on the ground. She whispered, "Mom, why is it eating moldy bread? Doesn't it taste bad?" Su Qing crouched down, hugged her gently, and said softly, "Zombies don't have feelings, so they don't know if something tastes good or bad. We need to protect ourselves and stay away from them, okay?" Xiaolay nodded, burying her face in Su Qing's embrace. "I understand. I will stay close and not run around." They continued walking forward. The path gradually widened, and more ruins appeared along the roadside. After about 40 minutes, they finally saw an abandoned food processing plant. Half of the roof had collapsed, exposing the steel bars inside, looking like fierce bones. The white paint on the walls was peeling, revealing red bricks, with weeds growing in the cracks. A rusty, cold storage sign hung at the door, the metal door deformed and creaking in a wind, sounding like it was crying. The cold storage door was tightly shut, with an old padlock that was rusted brown, and some iron wires wrapped around it, as if afraid someone might get in. Finally here, Xiaolay put down the iron rod and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Though it was cool in the morning, after 40 minutes of walking, he was a bit hot. He went to the door, pushed it, but it didn't move at all. The lock was stuck tight. "Let me try." Xiaolay took out an old wrench from his backpack, hooked it onto the padlock, placed his feet on the door, and pulled hard. The lock was forcibly broken, falling to the ground with a clanging sound. Xiaolay grabbed the door handle and pulled with force. The door creaked open slowly, releasing a cold air that was at least 10 degrees lower than outside. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. Xiaolay wrapped her cotton jacket tighter around herself, her nose red from the cold. So cold. Even colder than winter. Chinemo quickly took out a flashlight from the toolbox, pressed the switch, and a bright beam lit up the inside of the cold storage. The cold storage room is quite large, about 20 square meters. The floor is made of concrete, with several empty cardboard boxes scattered around. Some boxes are broken, and foam boards are sticking out. In the corner, there are 3 silver upright refrigerators, about the height of a person. They look a bit dusty, but are mostly intact with no obvious damage. "First, check the electrical system to see if it works," Chinmo said, turning off his flashlight. He took out a multimeter and followed the wires along the wall to find the main switch for the cold storage. It was a black circuit breaker with a warning light that was already off. Carefully, he connected the multimeter probes to the switch's output and slowly flipped the switch back on, watching the multimeter screen closely. After a few seconds, the screen lit up, showing 220V, 5A. The current was steady with no fluctuations. "The circuit is fine," Chinemo said happily. "The refrigerators might still work." Everyone relaxed, and Xiaolay smiled, saying, "Great. We didn't come all this way for nothing. If they work, our mushrooms and fruits can be stored for a long time." "Everyone split up and do your part," Lin Wanji said. Zhao Ge and Shen Mo checked the refrigerators for damage. Lao Zhou and Xiaolin tidy up the boxes on the ground to see if any supplies are usable. Su Qing and I will organize the supplies with Xiaolay. "Be careful and don't break anything." Once the tasks were assigned, everyone started working immediately. Xiaolay and Shen Mo went to the first refrigerator. Xiaolay pulled open the door with a squeak. It was a bit loose and didn't close tightly. Chun Mo shined his flashlight inside. The interior walls were white and undamaged, and the cooling pipes looked fine. "The door is loose because of the hinges," Chun Mo said, shaking the door slightly. "The hinges are rusty. A little lubricant will fix it. We have spare oil in the toolbox." They moved to the second refrigerator. When they opened the door, it looked the same as the first, no damage inside. But when they pressed the cooling button, there was no response and the screen stayed dark. The button is broken, Chen Mo said, opening the button cover. Inside, the wiring was loose. Just reconnect the wires and replace the button with a spare. It's simple. The third refrigerator was at the back. When Xiaolay opened its door, he heard a faint buzzing sound. The screen showed 5 degrees C, and the cooling seemed normal. This one is in good condition, Xiaolay said happily. It's pretty clean inside. Just a quick wipe, and it's ready to use. Lao Zhou and Xiaolin were busy tidying up the boxes on the ground. Old Zhou opened a cardboard box labeled "Vegetables Only," which contained 5 vacuum-packed vegetable bags, 2 with carrots, 2 with potatoes, and 1 with greens. The packaging's production date was 3 months before the end of the world, with a shelf life of 12 months, so it was still fresh. Great. All fresh vegetables. Old Zhou carefully placed the vegetables into a cloth bag, worried about damaging the packaging. Xiaolin opened another box labeled "Meat Only," which held 2 frozen meat bags, a bag of pork and a bag of chicken. Both were vacuum-packed and still firm, showing they hadn't thawed. Frozen meat. Xiaolin's eyes lit up. We can make potato stew with pork or stir-fried chicken with mushrooms. That's way better than eating wild vegetables. He put the frozen meat into a cloth bag and wrapped it with waterproof cloth to prevent melting and mess. Su Qing was tidying up with Xiaolay in the corner. Suddenly, Xiaolay shouted, "Wow," and pointed at an old box. "Mom, there's a small ice tray here." Su Qing went over, opened the box, and found a light blue ice tray decorated with bear patterns, each compartment shaped like a bear. Xiaolay hugged the ice tray like a treasure. "I can freeze little ice cubes with it. Shaped like bears, they'll be super cute." Su Qing smiled and patted her head. "Okay, this ice tray is for Xiaolay. When we get back, we'll use the fridge to make bear-shaped ice cubes. Third machine can be used directly, and I can fix the first 2. Chen Mo took out spare buttons and lubricant from the toolbox. The second machine's button just needs reconnecting. The wiring is loose. Just reattach it and replace the spare button. The first machine's hinge needs some lubricant and a little adjustment, then it will close tightly. We can take 2 machines back, one set to 5 degrees Celsius for storing mushrooms and fruits, and the other to -3 degrees Celsius for frozen meat and vegetables. That should be enough." Xiaolay nodded and handed Chen Mo some tools. "I'll hold the cabinet door for you. Be careful not to touch the cooling pipe." Chen Mo first repaired the second fridge. He unscrewed the button cover, reconnected the loose red wire to the terminal, tightened it with a screwdriver, and replaced the spare button. He pressed the switch. The screen lit up, showing 25 degrees C, and the cooling pipe hummed as the temperature slowly dropped. "Done." Chen Mo reassembled the cover. Once the temperature drops to 5 degrees Celsius, it will be ready to use. Then, after fixing the first refrigerator, Chen Mo dropped a few drops of lubricant into the hinges. He shook the cabinet door back and forth with his hand, and it became much more flexible. He also tightened the screws on the hinges with a wrench. Then he closed the door with a click, and it shut tightly without loosening. "Done." Chen Mo put away his tools, wiped his hands clean, and said, "Both refrigerators are working now. Let's prepare to take them back." The midday sun was getting hot, and the temperature outside the cold storage was higher than in the morning. Xiaolay and Chen Mo used rope to tie the first refrigerator tightly. They wrapped the rope around the fridge 3 times and tied a knot to make sure it wouldn't loosen. Then, each of them lifted one side of the fridge and slowly carried it out. The fridge was heavy, about 100 pounds, so they walked carefully to avoid dropping it. Old Zhou and Xiaolin held the corners of the fridge to prevent it from tilting. Su Qing was behind, picking up old wooden planks from the ground, which were flat enough to use as stepping stones. She also found some transparent tape in a broken box to reinforce the rope. Xiaolay followed nearby, occasionally handing over small screws or picking up small stones from the ground, proudly saying, "I'm a little helper too. I can pass things to everyone." "Yes, Xiaolay is the best little helper," Xiaolay said with a smile. Although carrying the fridge was tiring, hearing Xiaolay's words gave him new strength. They carried the first fridge to the door of the cold storage and took a short break. They ate some sweet potato cake and drank mint water. Su Qing handed a piece of cake to Xiaolay. "Brother Zhao, eat some." It will give you energy. We still have to carry the second one later. Xiaolay took the cake, took a big bite, and found it sweet, soft, and fragrant. Much better than compressed biscuits. Su Qing, this sweet potato cake is really delicious. It's even tastier than my mom's. If it's good, eat more, Su Qing said with a smile. When we go back, I'll make more for everyone. We still have plenty of sweet potatoes. After resting for 10 minutes, everyone went back to carry the second fridge. This time they were more experienced and finished quickly. Xiaolay and Chen Mo placed the two refrigerators side by side on the roadside, covered them with waterproof cloths to protect from the sun. Xiaolay said, "Let's go look around for useful supplies nearby. Since we're here, we might as well bring back more things. We can exchange some points and reduce our debt." Everyone agreed, so they split up and searched through the nearby ruins for supplies. Xiaolay found an old handcart outside an abandoned grocery store. It was made of tin with slightly rusty wheels that still turned. He used a wrench to remove the rust from the wheels and added some lubricant, making the cart move smoothly. He thought, "This is good. It can be used to carry the refrigerated cabinet, saving a lot of effort." Chen Mo found a roll of copper wire inside an abandoned hardware store. It was multi-strand copper wire, about 5 meters long, suitable for extending the power cord of the refrigerator or repairing other items. He carefully placed the copper wire into his toolbox, worried about breaking it. He thought, "This copper wire is good quality and will last a long time." Xiaolin found a bag of corn flour in an abandoned grain and oil shop. It was 50 jin, about 25 kilograms, well packaged and undamaged. The production date was 2 months before the end of the world, so it was still good. Holding the bag, he happily said, "This can be used to make corn pancakes and porridge. It will give everyone a change of taste, much better than always eating sweet potatoes." Old Zhou found several evenly thick bamboo poles about 2 meters long in an abandoned bamboo pole factory. They were free of bugs and very sturdy, perfect for building permanent supports for fruit trees. He tied the bamboo poles together and carried them on his shoulder. He said, "Our fruit tree new shoots grow fast and we need bamboo supports. It would be a shame if the wind broke them." Xiaolay found a small teddy bear in an abandoned toy store. Although it was a bit dirty, she could clean it and use it. She hugged the teddy bear happily, unable to hide her joy. "I have a teddy bear now. I can sleep holding it at night." Su Qing helped Xiaolay clean the teddy bear and put it into her small cloth bag. Xiaolay has her teddy bear now, so she won't be afraid of the dark anymore. As the sun set, everyone finished packing everything. The 2 refrigerators were placed on the handcart and tied tightly with rope. The bamboo poles, corn flour, and copper wire were placed nearby and covered with a waterproof cloth. Xiaolay's teddy bear was kept in her cloth bag, held tightly in her arms. Xiaolay pushed the cart, with Chen Mo walking beside him. They slowly headed back to the apartment. The setting sun stretched their shadows long on the path, looking like a string of candied hawthorns. When they returned to the apartment, it was getting dark. Everyone quickly moved the refrigerators into the unused area next to room 104. It was well ventilated, close to the generator, easy to connect, and wouldn't disturb others' rest. Chen Mo first connected a socket to the generator's output, then used the copper wire to make a 2-meter extension cord, connecting the refrigerator's plug to the socket. He used a multimeter to check the voltage, which showed 220V, stable, before turning on the refrigerator. The first refrigerator's screen lit up, displaying 5 degrees C, perfect for storing mushrooms and fruits. The second was set to -3 degrees C, for storing frozen meat and vacuum-packed vegetables. Great! Su Qing carefully placed the vacuum vegetables and frozen meat she found in the afternoon into the refrigerators, carrots and potatoes on the lower shelf of the first, greens on the top to avoid crushing, frozen meat on the middle shelf of the second, separated by plastic bags to prevent flavor mixing. Now mushrooms can last a week and frozen meat a month. We don't have to worry about spoilage anymore. We'll have fresh vegetables and meat in winter. Lin Wanji immediately took everyone to the front desk to exchange the newly found supplies. She opened the exchange machine and scanned each item. Vacuum vegetables times 5, 6 points each, total 30 points. Frozen meat times 2, 20 points each, total 40 points. Corn flour times 1, 15 points. Old handcart times 1, 25 points. Copper wire times 1, 20 points. Bamboo poles times 5, 2 points each, total 10 points. Small bear plush times 1, 5 points. Total 135 points. I miscalculated earlier, it's 5 points more, which is for the small bear plush. Lin Wanji credited the points to everyone's accounts. Xiaolay found the handcart and gets 25 points. Chinemo found the copper wire and gets 20 points. Xiaolin found the cornflower and gets 15 points. Lao Zhou found the bamboo poles and gets 10 points. Su Qing helped organize the vegetables and gets 30 points. Lele found the small bear plush and gets 5 points. That totals exactly 135 points. The points pool originally had 595, now 595 135 is equal to 730. She opened the points record book and carefully wrote with a red pen, 101 Su Qing. Today's cooking service deduction 80 times 3 is equal to 240. Material exchange gain 30. Total deduction 270. Minus 6 hours rent 46 times 6 is equal to 276. Remaining minus 770, 6,270 minus 276 is equal to minus 782, 30, less than before. 102 Xiaolay. Today's exploration service deduction 35, 25, 20 is equal to 80. Material exchange gain 25. Total deduction 105, minus 6 hours rent 37 times 6 is equal to 222, remaining minus 1,250 105 minus 222 is equal to minus 1,367. No. Let's recalculate. Xiaolay's previous balance was minus 1,250. Adding the deduction of 105 gives minus 1,145. Subtracting 222 results in minus 1,367? No, the correct way is balance equals previous day's balance today's deduction, today's rent. Previous day's balance was minus 1,250, today's deduction is 105. Today's rent is 222, so minus 1,250 105 minus 222 is equal to minus 1,367. But the previous deduction was calculated incorrectly. Xiaolay's service deduction today includes materials worth 25, plus rack installation 20, plus training 35, totaling 80. Adding supplies worth 25 makes 105. So, the calculation is minus 1,250 105 minus 222 is equal to minus 1,367. The debt is 25 less than before because the supplies worth 25 were exchanged. Chunmo's previous balance was minus 1,106. Today's deductions include yoga mat rack 35, cleaning equipment 20, strength training 15, and supplies 20, totaling 90. Rent is 204. So, minus 1,106 90 minus 204 is equal to minus 1,220, which is 20 less than before. Lao Zhou's previous balance was minus 545. Today's deductions include planning 40, orchard maintenance 25, cleaning 15, and supplies 10, totaling 90. Rent is 150. So, minus 545 90 minus 150 is equal to minus 605, 15 less than before. Xiaolin's previous balance was minus 316. Today's deductions include helping plan 20, organizing yoga mats 15, preparing sketches 20, and supplies 15, totaling 70. Rent is 144. So, minus 316 70 minus 144 is equal to minus 390, 15 less than before. Lele's points increased by 5. No debts at the moment. I owe 25 less. Xiaolay looked at his points book. Although his balance was still negative, it was less than before, and he felt happy. In the future, I will find more supplies to pay off my debt sooner. Chinemo nodded too. Next time I go to the ruins, I will find some tools. They can be used to fix things and exchange for points. Double benefit. During dinner, the restaurant was filled with a delicious aroma. Su Qing used the newly found corn flour to make corn pancakes. She mixed the flour with warm water into a smooth dough, divided it into small pieces, rolled them into circles, and baked them on stove 101 until golden and crispy. The first bite was full of the rich flavor of corn. She also cooked a pot of potatoes with frozen meat, cut the potatoes into chunks, thawed the meat and sliced it, added some dried Sichuan peppercorns and star anise brought by Lao Zhou, and simmered for half an hour. The potatoes became soft and tender, the meat smelled very good, and the broth was thick. Eating it with corn pancakes was perfect. Everyone sat around the solid wood dining table. Xiaolay sat in her small bare chair, holding half a corn pancake and taking small bites, while hugging her teddy bear. The corn pancakes are so tasty. They smell better than sweet potato cakes. Mom, can you make them again tomorrow? Yes. We still have plenty of corn flour. Tomorrow, I'll make you some corn porridge. Su Qing smiled as she put a piece of potato into her bowl. Eat up. The potato with meat is also very delicious. Xiaolay ate 2 more corn pancakes and drank half a bowl of potato stew, then sighed happily. Life is getting more hopeful. Before, in the ruins, just finding a cold compressed biscuit was a big deal. Now, we can enjoy hot corn pancakes and stew. It's even more exciting than New Year's. Lao Zhou took a sip of corn porridge, which had some sweet potato chunks in it. Once our fruit trees bear fruit, and we plant more corn, we can be self-sufficient. We won't need to go to the ruins for supplies anymore. Xiaolay nodded and took a piece of chicken. Tomorrow, I'll spray some nutrient solution on the mushroom bags again. When they grow bigger, we can put them in the fridge to store longer. Then, everyone can enjoy mushrooms more often. The sunset sank behind the wall, turning the sky a soft pink. The indicator light on the fridge glowed faint blue in the idle area, like 2 tiny stars. Near the pull-up bar in the fitness zone, Xiaolay and Chinemo discussed building a fruit tree trellis for tomorrow. Xiaolay said to sharpen the bamboo poles so they could be easily inserted into the ground. Chinemo suggested finding some ropes to tie the new shoots to the bamboo, to prevent the wind from breaking them. In the dining room, Lao Zhou was organizing today's supplies list, with Xiaolin helping to record. Su Qing was tidying up the dishes, while Xiaolay was writing her cold storage adventure diary, drawing 2 refrigerators, a teddy bear, and an ice tray with the words, "Today I went to the cold storage and found the ice tray and teddy bear. I'm so happy." Lin Wanji leaned against the balcony door. The evening breeze carried the smell of food and earth, gentle like a mother's touch. Tao Tao's voice softly echoed in her mind. "Host, after the fridge is installed, the food storage level has increased to 70%. Just now, I scanned and found an abandoned seed station 5 kilometers to the west. It has watermelon, melon, and corn seeds, all suitable for planting in summer. Next time, I will go see it. In summer, we can enjoy fresh watermelon and melons." Lin Wanji smiled and thought to herself, "Great. Once we set up the fruit trees, we can plant seeds there. When we grow watermelons and melons, everyone can eat fresh fruit in the yard, enjoy the evening breeze, and feel very comfortable." The evening breeze continued passing over the wall of Building A, into the dining room, through the fitness area, and toward the cold storage in the idle zone. This small building, once lonely, is gradually becoming a warm and rich haven in the post-apocalyptic world because of the cold storage, the harvest of supplies, and the help and laughter of friends. There are plenty of ingredients, warm meals, cute toys, children's laughter, and endless hope for the future. New stories are quietly unfolding in the gentle night, inspired by the call of the seed station, waiting for summer's watermelons, autumn's apples, and more warm daily moments. In the early morning, the sunlight just crossed the wall of Building A and looked like tiny diamonds scattered on the neatly stacked bamboo poles in the yard. The bamboo poles were found yesterday at the ruins of the bamboo pole factory. Their bark still had a faint greenish tint, shining with dew in the morning light. They felt smooth and fresh, with a hint of bamboo scent. Xiaolay carried 2 thickest bamboo poles in front, their tips gently swaying on his shoulders. Dew dripped from the tips onto the stone slabs, leaving small wet marks. He leaned the bamboo poles against the fruit tree fence, which had apple patterns drawn by Xiaolay that shone brightly in the sun. Turning to Xiaolin at the 104 door checking the mushroom bags, he called out, "Xiaolin, don't worry about the mushroom bags for now. The wind is strong today, and the forecast says there will be a level 3 wind at noon. Fix the new chutes first so they don't break. We'll regret it if we don't." Xiaolin responded softly, placing a light blue spray bottle on the stone platform at the 104 door. The bottle still had half a bottle of nutrient solution inside, mixed with wheat bran and warm water. He had just sprayed the mushroom bags in the morning. The oyster mushrooms on the bags had grown to palm size, with edges slightly white and caps with a faint milky hue. The stems were sturdy enough to support a leaf, and in a couple of days, they would be ready for harvest. He quickly walked over, squatted next to the apple seedling on the far east side, and gently touched the new shoot that was half a centimeter long. The small leaf at the top of the tender shoot was still curled, like a sleepy little fist. You need to insert the bamboo stake about 10 centimeters away from the seedling's root. It shouldn't be too close, or it might hurt the roots, and not too far, or the new shoot can't reach the support. That wouldn't help. He drew a small circle in the dirt with his finger. Right here, just perfect. Old Joe came over carrying a rolled, brownish rope. The end was tied to a smooth, small wooden block, taken from an old wooden chair, to weigh down the rope and keep it from blowing loose. He squatted down, placed the rope on his knees, and pinched the knot with his fingers. The rope should be tied in an H shape. First, wrap it around the bamboo stake once, then gently wrap it around the new shoot. The tightness should be just right so that you can fit a finger between the rope and the shoot, like tying shoelaces for a child. Too tight, and it might hurt the shoot. Too loose, and it won't hold. He demonstrated carefully, tying a neat knot around the bamboo stake. When he gently pulled, the knot tightened. When he tugged again, it loosened gradually. This way, as the shoot grows thicker, you can adjust the tightness without stopping growth. Xiaolay ran over with her pink adventure diary, swinging a small bear charm on her cloth bag. She held a few colorful strips of cloth, cut from old clothes she found yesterday while looking for a small bear at the toy store. They were red, yellow, and blue, with neat, straight edges cut with scissors. "I'll help tie the cloth strips," she said excitedly. She tiptoed to the pear seedling, tying the red cloth onto the rope. The cloth fluttered in the wind, like a tiny flag. Now the fruit tree won't be lonely. With little flags, it won't be afraid of the wind either. She also wanted to tie a yellow cloth to the apple seedling, but the strips got tangled together. She tried to untangle them but couldn't, her little face turning red with frustration. "Don't worry, Grandpa will help you," old Joe said with a smile. He squatted down, gently untangling the cloth strips with his rough fingers.
Take your time.
First, pull out the yellow, then tie it onto the rope, like tying a bow. Xiaolay followed his movements, finally tying the yellow securely and tugging to make sure it wouldn't fall off. "Thank you, Grandpa Joe. I want to learn how to tie bows, so I can put different colored cloth strips on each fruit tree." Everyone quickly divided the tasks. Soon, the yard was filled with the soft clinking of bamboo stakes and the cheerful sound of laughter. Xiaolay and Chenemo are responsible for inserting the bamboo poles. Xiaolay took a metal rod from the toolbox and pushed it forcefully into the spot where Xiaolin had drawn a circle earlier. The rod sank 15 centimeters into the soil, making a small round hole. He then inserted the bamboo pole into the hole and pressed the surrounding soil with his foot to make it firm. The bamboo pole stood straight and steady. Chun-Emo took a level from his backpack, placed it on the bamboo pole, and watched the bubble in the device slowly center itself. "It's perfect. This one is just right, no need to adjust." He also wrapped waterproof tape around the bottom of the bamboo pole to prevent rainwater from splashing onto it and causing it to rot faster. Lao Zhou and Xiaolin are responsible for tying the rope. Lao Zhou gently held the new shoot and pulled it close to the bamboo pole. Xiaolin followed Lao Zhou's instructions and tied in 8 knot, slowly wrapping the rope around the shoot. After finishing each plant, he pressed a small wooden block against the end of the rope to keep it tight. "Look at this new shoot of the pear sapling. It's growing faster than the apple sapling." Lao Zhou pointed at the pear's new shoot. "It's already 0.8 centimeters long. We need to tie another rope, or the wind might bend it. Xiaolin nodded and added another rope, leaving some slack. Su Qing carried Xiaolay, who was tying colorful cloth strips. Her canvas bag held the mint water she had boiled in the morning, stored in a glass bottle wrapped with cotton cloth, and it was still warm. When she handed out water, Xiaolay took the chance to tie the cloth strips onto the tied ropes. The red was for the apple sapling, the yellow for the pear, and the blue was tied at the top of the bamboo pole, fluttering like a small flag. Uncle Zhao, here's water. Xiaolay held up the glass bottle and tiptoed to hand it to Xiaolay. Mom added honey, so it's sweet and refreshing. When they reached the third pear sapling, Lin Wanji suddenly remembered the reserved dining area in the apartment's level 2 unlock. It only had a dining table and chairs before, and the walls were bare, without even a decent lamp. According to the previous task rules, improving the dining area should trigger a new unlock task. She took out her redemption device, and just as her finger touched the screen, a light blue task window popped up with a slight vibration. The screen's glow reflected on her face, full of excitement. Main and side quest. Unlock the dining room. Stage 1. Task requirements. 1. Improve the dining room infrastructure. Install lighting fixtures. Decorate with wallpaper. Set up special tableware. 2. Prepare the first meal in the dining room. Use the refrigerator to store ingredients, including meat, vegetables, and staple foods, with at least 3 dishes. 3. Organize the restaurant storage area. Sort and place tableware and condiments. Post labels. Task reward. 1. 600 points. One-time addition to the points pool. 2. A set of restaurant-specific tableware times 1, including 6 ceramic bowls, 6 plates, 6 wooden chopsticks, light blue glaze, with a lotus flower pattern on the bottom. 3. 2 wall-mounted shelves, made of stainless steel, tiered design, for condiments and tableware. Task description. Unlocking the restaurant marks the transition from basic survival to quality living. Sharing meals can reduce points consumption, boost team cohesion, and provide standardized scenarios for welcoming new tenants in the future. Xiaolay almost dropped the bamboo pole in his hand. He quickly caught it, eyes wide open. 600 points? That's so much. My debt can be cut by more than half. After planting this pear sapling, I'll go to the abandoned lighting store in the East Ruins. I saw a brass chandelier last time during patrol. The frame is a bit rusty, but the bulb is good. If I clean it up, it should work. He patted his chest. Promise to be back in half an hour. No delay in installing the light. Chenmo also stopped his work. He took a piece of rubber from his pocket and wiped the dust off his level. I'll go to the building materials store in the South Ruins. Last time I saw some pale green wallpaper with willow leaf patterns, which can match the dandelion wallpaper in the restaurant. I can also find some stainless steel screws to install the shelves. They're more durable than regular screws. He remembered something else. Oh, and I need to find some glass glue to seal the edges of the wallpaper and prevent it from peeling. Su Qing happily handed the last bottle of mint water to Xiaolin, the strap of her canvas bag slipping onto her arm. I'll prepare the first meal in the restaurant. I'll use the frozen pork from the fridge to make braised pork, some cornmeal to make porridge, and stir-fried vegetables with vacuum-packed carrots and greens. 3 dishes, meat, vegetables, and staple food just right. She also told Xiaolay, when Mom finishes the braised pork, we'll eat in the new restaurant with the new tableware. Sound good? Xiaolay immediately nodded, his little head bouncing like a drum. Good, good. I want to sit in my own drawing of a bear-shaped dining chair, using a light blue bowl. It will definitely look very nice. After deciding, everyone sped up building the fruit tree frame. When Xiaolay inserted the last bamboo stick, he deliberately pressed a few more steps into the soil to make sure it wouldn't be blown over by the wind. Chen Mo used a level to check each pole, gently straightening any crooked ones. Old Zhou and Xiaolin checked the ropes at the end, tightening any loose spots. Xiaolay tied colorful cloth strips to each bamboo pole and also stuck small stickers she drew at the bottom. Apple stickers near the apple saplings, pear stickers near the pear saplings, so they could be easily distinguished. By noon, all 6 fruit tree frames were finally built. Bamboo poles stood straight beside the saplings, like 6 little guardians. The ropes formed neat, 8 shapes, gently wrapping around the new shoots. The colorful cloth strips fluttered in the wind, making the yard look like a small garden. Xiaolay gathered everyone by the fence, took out her adventure diary, and drew 6 fruit trees with frames on a new page, writing next to them, "The fruit tree frames are ready. Little flags are with them." She also stuck a small red stone nearby. After lunch, everyone immediately split up to work toward their own goals. Xiaolay carried a metal rod eastward, passing a short wall where a small zombie had been before, and took a detour to avoid wasting time. The lighting store was in an abandoned shopping street. The glass door was shattered all over the entrance. He carefully stepped inside, where several shelves had fallen, scattered with old lamps. At the back, he found a brass chandelier. The frame had vintage patterns, slightly rusted, but could shine after sanding. The glass lampshade was clear and undamaged, with the bulb still inside. "This is it." Xiaolay carried the chandelier on his shoulder and found an old bulb under the counter, putting it in his backpack along with the chandelier, saying, "Bring a spare just in case." Chun Mo headed south to the building materials store. On the way, he found a roll of transparent glass glue inside a broken cardboard box, perfect for sticking wallpaper. Inside the store, he quickly found a roll of light green willow leaf wallpaper. The packaging was torn, but the wallpaper was dry and usable. He also found a pack of stainless steel screws and 2 wall-mounted shelves, silver-colored, with layered designs. Each shelf had 5 centimeters high barriers to prevent jars from falling. Perfect. Chun Mo packed everything into his toolbox and also grabbed a piece of fine sandpaper to smooth the edges of the shelves to prevent cuts. Half an hour later, everyone started to come back. Xiaolay placed the brass chandelier at the entrance of the dining room and gently polished the rust on the lamp frame with sandpaper. Soon, the brass shine appeared, making it look like new. Chun Mo put the wallpaper and shelves on the dining table and began checking the size of the wallpaper to make sure it would cover the entire wall. Everyone worked together to improve the dining room, making it lively, like a festival. Chun Mo climbed the wooden ladder Xiaolay found to install the chandelier. He first drilled a small hole in the ceiling, inserted an expansion, and fixed the lamp frame. Xiaolay held the ladder steady and occasionally handed Chun Mo a, "Be careful, don't fall." "I've got you." After installing the chandelier, Chun Mo turned on the switch. The warm yellow light filled the room, shining through the transparent lampshade and casting beautiful patterns on the floor. The shadows of willow leaves floated on the wallpaper, looking like real willow leaves drifting. Su Qing and Xiaolin were responsible for putting up the wallpaper. Su Qing first applied a layer of glutinous rice glue mixed with water on the wall, making it just the right thickness. Xiaolin aligned the wallpaper from the corner and gently smoothed it with a scraper. After each section, he sealed the edges with glass glue to prevent peeling. "Look, the dandelions and willow leaves connect perfectly," Su Qing pointed at the wall. "It looks like a wild meadow. Very nice to look at." Old Zhou was in charge of organizing the new tableware. The light blue ceramic bowls had small orchid patterns on the bottom and felt smooth and delicate. The edges of the plates were wavy and very fine. The wooden chopsticks had been sanded with fine sandpaper so they wouldn't hurt the mouth. He placed the bowls and plates into an old wooden box that Su Qing found, with a soft cloth inside to prevent breaking. The chopsticks were put into a bamboo holder and placed beside the table. This way, it's easy to get the tableware when eating and they won't break easily. Xiaolay was sticking her drawings on the wall of the dining room. One showed everyone building a fruit tree frame, with Xiaolay carrying a bamboo pole, Chun Mo holding a level, and old Zhou tying a rope. Another picture showed a refrigerator, with a small bear doll beside it. There was also a bowl of steaming braised meat with the words, "Delicious meat," written next to it. She also pasted colorful stones next to her drawings, decorating the wall like a small art gallery. "From now on, everyone can see my drawings when they eat." In the evening, the dining room was finally complete. The brass chandelier hung directly above the dining table, casting a warm yellow glow that gently lit the light green wallpaper. The willow leaf and dandelion patterns complemented each other beautifully. On the wall-mounted shelf, there are spice jars and dishes. Each spice jar has a label written by Xiaolay, salt, soy sauce, pepper. In the storage area, Suqing neatly arranges vacuum-packed vegetables and frozen meat from the fridge. She also makes a small curtain with an old cloth to hide the storage space, making it look tidy and clean. Time to prepare the first meal in the new restaurant. Suqing ties on her light blue apron, which still has some flour on it from making corn porridge in the morning. She enters the kitchen, takes out frozen pork from the fridge. It's vacuum-packed, and after thawing, it's bright red with no strange smell. She cuts the meat into small 2-centimeter cubes, marinates them for 10 minutes with soy sauce, found at the abandoned supermarket, still good, and cooking wine, stored in a glass bottle from her last find. Then she places a clay pot on the left stove, adds some cooking oil, and heats it. When the oil is hot, she adds slices and green onion segments to release aroma. Next, she puts in the meat, stir-frying until the surface turns golden. She adds a little sugar and soy sauce, pours in hot water to cover the meat, covers the pot, and simmers on low heat. The middle stove is used to cook corn porridge. Suqing mixes corn flour with warm water to make a paste. When the water boils, she slowly pours in the mixture while stirring to prevent sticking. After 10 minutes, the porridge thickens and releases a gentle corn aroma. The right stove is used to stir-fry carrots and greens. She dices the carrots and cuts the greens into segments. First, she stir-fries the carrots, then adds the greens, seasoning with a little salt and pepper. It's cooked quickly, with bright colors that look very appetizing. The aroma of meat blending with the sweet smell of corn fills the apartment. Even Xiaolay, watering the fruit trees outside, catches the scent and runs over to the kitchen door, sniffing excitedly. "Mom, the braised pork smells so good. Is it almost ready?" "I can smell it." Suqing smiles and turns around. She picks a piece of meat with chopsticks and tastes it. The meat is tender, with a perfect balance of salty and sweet flavors, just right for everyone. Almost. Just 10 more minutes. When it's softer, we can serve it in the new restaurant. She also sets aside a small piece of lean meat in a little bowl for Xiaolay. "I'll give you this piece later." No fat, very tasty. At dinner, everyone sits around the solid wood dining table. The light blue dishes are neatly arranged in front of each person. Xiaolay sits in his small bear-shaped chair, holding a small light blue bowl, his eyes shining as he looks at the dishes. The braised pork is so tender it melts in the mouth, with thick, flavorful sauce. When eaten with the corn porridge, it's delicious. The corn porridge is sweet and fragrant, with a fresh corn aroma. Drinking a sip warms the heart. The stir-fried carrots and greens are crispy, tender, and tasty, with bright colors that make people want to eat more. Delicious. Xiaolay took a piece of braised pork, sighed happily, and had a bit of sauce on his mouth. When we were in the ruins, it wasn't easy to find bread that wasn't moldy, let alone good food. Now we have a restaurant and a fridge, and we can enjoy hot braised pork. Life is starting to feel like it did before the end of the world. Xiaolay nodded and took a sip of the corn porridge. This corn porridge tastes much better than what I used to drink at the base. It's sweet and smooth, not sticky. Once we grow our own corn, we can grind our own flour and never have to scavenge for food again. Old Joe also took a bite of the greens. These greens are crispy and tender, not overcooked. Suqing's cooking skills are getting better. With this restaurant, everyone will have a place to gather for meals, rain or shine. Suddenly, the front desk's exchange device made a clear, ding-dong sound, louder than usual. A golden task window appeared, illuminating the restaurant walls, even casting a golden glow on the leaf patterns on the wallpaper. Task complete. Restaurant unlocked. Rewards issued. 600 points. Points pool updated to 730,600 is equal to 1,330. 2. Special dining set for the restaurant ×1, delivered and arranged. 3. Wall-mounted shelves ×2, installed and in use. Extra privilege. The shared meals feature for the restaurant is now active. 3 meals are served daily at 7 a.m., 12 p.m., and 6 p.m. Tenants can use service deductions, like gardening, repairs, cleaning, or material exchanges, to pay for meals. Single meal deduction rates. Breakfast 30 points per person, lunch 50 points per person, dinner 40 points per person. This saves about 20% of points compared to cooking alone. Points are in. 1330. Lin Wanji ran in holding the exchange device. The number on the screen was clear. Everyone gathered to look, their eyes full of happiness. So many points. Not only can they reduce everyone's debts, but they can also buy emergency supplies from the seed station, so they no longer have to worry about accidents on the road. After dinner, Lin Wanji sat at the dining table updating her points record. The smell of food still lingered on the table. The warm light from the chandelier shone on her record book, making the handwriting very clear. She used a red pen to mark 101, a blue pen for 102, and a green pen for 104. Next to each room's points, she drew small pictures: red braised pork for 101, a bamboo pole for 102, and mushroom packages for 104. Points pool, 730, original balance, 600, dining reward, equals 1,330, 101 Su Qing. Today's cooking service, breakfast, lunch, dinner, deducts 80 times 3 is equal to 240. The first meal of the restaurant earns an extra 50 points because the meals met standards. Organizing supplies, sorting ingredients, deducts 30. Total 320. Minus 6 hours of rent at 46 points per hour, totaling 276. Remaining balance, minus 782,320 minus 276 is equal to minus 738. 44 less than yesterday, further reducing debt. 102 Xiaolay, building a fruit tree frame, installing bamboo poles and tamping soil, deducts 30, finding a brass chandelier, including spare bulbs, deducts 25, installing lighting fixtures, deducts 20, exchanging supplies, trading chandelier for 30 points, totals 30 25 20 30 is equal to 105, minus 6 hours of rent at 37 points per hour, totaling 222, remaining balance. Minus 1,367 105 minus 222 is equal to minus 1,484, 83 less than yesterday, nearly 100 points debt reduction. 103 Chinemo, building a fruit tree frame, using a level to calibrate, deducts 25, finding. Wallpaper, screws, and shelves deducts 20, installing shelves and wallpaper deducts 30. Exchanging supplies, trading wallpaper for 15 points, totals 25 20 30 15 is equal to 90, minus 6 hours of rent at 34 points per hour, totaling 204, remaining balance. Minus 1,220 90 minus 204 is equal to minus 1,334, 86 less than yesterday, largest debt reduction. 105 Laozhou, guiding the frame assembly, teaching how to tie in 8 knot, deducts 40. Organizing tableware, sorting bowls, plates, chopsticks, deducts 25. Exchanging supplies. Trading rope for 10 points, totals 40 25 10, is equal to 75. Minus 6 hours of rent at 25 points per hour, totaling 150, remaining balance. Minus 605 75 minus 150 is equal to minus 680, 25 less than yesterday, steadily decreasing debt. 104 Shaolin, helping with building the frame, supporting new shoots, deducts 20 points. Wallpapering, smoothing ceiling edges, deducts 15 points. Setting the table, placing condiment jars, deducts 10 points. Exchanging supplies, nutrient solution raw materials for 10 points, deducts 10 points. Total deductions, 2015 10 10 is equal to 55 points. Deduct 6 hours of rent at 24 points per hour, totaling 144 points. Remaining balance, minus 390 55 minus 144 is equal to minus 479 points, which is 10 points less than yesterday. Future harvesting of mushroom bags can further reduce the debt. Lele, decorating the restaurant, adding wall decals, hanging fabric strips, earns 10 points, bringing the total to 15 points.
No debts.
My debt has decreased by 86. Chinemo looked at his balance in the points book. Although still negative, it was nearly 100 points less than yesterday. He smiled for the first time in a while. If I find a couple more supplies, like going to the seed station to exchange some seeds for points, I might be able to pay off the debt. Xiaolay also came over and patted Chen Emo on the shoulder. My debt is down by 83. Once we bring back watermelon and melon seeds from the seed station and plant them in the yard, when they grow, not only can we eat them, but we can also exchange them for points. Then none of us will owe points anymore. The sunset slowly sank behind the wall, tinting the restaurant windows a soft pink. The warm glow of the brass chandelier still shone, reflecting on the light green wallpaper with willow leaf patterns that gently swayed in the breeze. On the dining table, the light blue dishes had been cleaned and placed on a wall-mounted shelf. In the yard, colorful fabric strips fluttered in the evening wind. New shoots under the lights looked tender green, as if nodding gently. The indicator light on the refrigerator in the idle zone glowed like a tiny guardian star for the ingredients. Lin Wanji leaned against the doorframe of the restaurant. The evening breeze carried the aroma of braised pork and fresh earth, gentle like a mother's touch. Peach's voice softly echoed in her mind. Host, after unlocking the restaurant, the apartment's livability index officially rises to 100%. The details of the Western Seed Station are now clearer. It not only has seeds for watermelon, melon, and corn, but also a small cedar and seedling trays. We'll definitely return with a full load tomorrow. With the cedar, we won't have to plant seeds by hand anymore, saving a lot of effort. Lin Wanji smiled and responded silently. Yes, let's leave early tomorrow. We'll bring frozen meat and corn cakes from the fridge as snacks and fill the toolbox with spare parts. We aim to bring back the seeds and the cedar. During summer, we can enjoy eating chilled watermelon in the yard, simmering sweet melon soup in the restaurant, and watching the fruit trees slowly bear fruit. So relaxing. The evening breeze continues too, passing through the restaurant windows, brushing the fruit tree trellis in the yard, and reaching the idle cold storage. This once lonely small building has gradually become the warmest and most abundant harbor in the end of the world, thanks to unlocking the restaurant, building the trellis, and the help and laughter of friends. It now has a bright restaurant, neat fruit racks, hot meals, children's laughter, and endless hope for the future. New stories are quietly unfolding in the gentle night, inspired by the seed station's call, waiting for summer watermelons, autumn apples, and more warm, lively daily moments filled with the scent of life. As the morning sun first crosses the wall of Building A, it looks like melted gold flowing down the cobblestone path into the yard, turning the bamboo poles on the fruit trellis a warm gold. Colorful cloth strips fluttered gently in the wind, red like small flames, yellow like tiny suns, blue like gentle waves. New leaves on the small branches stretch out, still moist with morning dew. When touched, the dewdrops plop into the soil, leaving tiny wet spots. Xiaolay carries a faded pink cloth bag, its strap wrapped twice with pink yarn to prevent rubbing her shoulder. She squats beside the mushroom rack in room 104, holding a light blue spray bottle, filled with nutrient solution made by Xiaolay, with some wheat bran added to help the oyster mushrooms grow stronger. She carefully sprays the last batch of oyster mushrooms, the fine water droplets shining on the caps like tiny diamonds. The mushrooms are now palm-sized, with sturdy stems that can support a leaf, and the edges of the caps are faintly milky white. Goodbye, little mushrooms. I'll go to the seed station to find new friends for you. Xiaolay whispers to the mushroom bag, then tucks her plush bear toy, which she found at the toy store yesterday, into the bag. It's soft and clean after washing, and last night she told it, tomorrow we'll go to the seed station to see tiny seeds sprout, so now she's ready to go with it. Xiaolay, get in the car. Don't keep the little bear waiting. Xiaolay pushes the old cart he fixed yesterday. The cart's bed is covered with a light gray waterproof cloth to keep the supplies dry. On it, there's a puffy canvas bag. Inside are steamed corn cakes made by Su Qing early in the morning, wrapped in 3 layers of aluminum foil, still warm. 2 bags of frozen dried meat, taken from the refrigerator, cut into small pieces for easy eating on the way. Also 2 bottles of mint water with wild honey brought by Lao Zhou, sweet and tasty. The wheels of the handcart were a bit stuck before, but Xiaolay used sandpaper to smooth them yesterday, and applied some lubricant from the auto repair shop. Now, pushing it makes a smooth, gurgling sound, and it's very easy. Even Xiaolay can push it. Chun Mo carried a dark green toolbox behind him, decorated with small stickers of apples, mushrooms, and a little sun that Xiaolay drew. He opened the toolbox and checked the contents. A new set of Phillips screwdrivers, the tip shiny, with a non-slip cloth wrapped around the wooden handle, 3 spare gears, taken from an old bicycle, fitting the seed drill perfectly, a roll of insulating tape, 2 meters of thin wire, and a silver multimeter with a freshly replaced battery and a bright screen. The seed station's seed drill has been sitting for so long, it must be rusty. I brought spare gears in case it can't be fixed, and if we can't repair it, the parts can be used for other tools. Chun Mo closed the toolbox securely and put the multimeter into his coat pocket. On the way, I'll also check the power output of the generator outside the apartment, so we don't arrive at the seed station ready to fix the seed drill but find no power. Su Qing double-checked the supplies, took 2 bags of cornmeal from the storage shelf in room 101, and put them into her canvas bag. If we can't get back by noon, we can build a simple stove with stones by the roadside and cook some corn porridge. It's warm and comfortable to eat, much better than eating dry biscuits. She walked over to Xiaolay, crouched down, and helped her zip up her jacket. It's a sky blue children's cotton jacket, a bit big. Su Qing tied a red cloth bow around Leilei's waist to keep the jacket in place and block the wind. The seed station is in the ruins to the west, 2 kilometers farther than the cold storage. The wind is strong on the way, so don't let the little bear get cold. Su Qing patted Leilei's head and stuffed a piece of corn cake into her bag. Eat if you're hungry. Don't be shy. Old Zhou carried 2 clean cloth bags over, tied with a smooth, small rope knot, made from an old straw hat, sturdy and non-slip. I brought 2 cloth bags, one with seeds and the other with seedling trays. Last time, Peach mentioned there were plastic seedling trays, perfect for growing watermelon seeds. Old Zhou took out a full, golden yellow corn seed from his pocket. The seeds are round and smooth, with no signs of insect damage. I found these while organizing supplies yesterday. I'll try to see if they sprout. Soak them in warm water tonight, and tomorrow check if they have a white tip. If they do, I'll keep them as seed sources, more reliable than store-bought ones. He also put a small notebook into the bag, which contains methods for growing different seeds. He wrote it before the end of the world, and it still works now. Let's go. Lin Wanji raised her device, and the 3D map of the seed station was clearly visible on the screen. To the west, 5 kilometers away, was an abandoned agricultural supply station. A red mark next to it read, "Low risk, zombies less than or equal to 3, obstacles, 1 dead tree." Peach's voice softly echoed in her mind. Host, besides watermelon, melon, and corn seeds, there's a small seed spreader at the seed station. It's the one at the door with the big dead tree. It takes 4 people to move it. Also, there's a hole in the back wall of the station, which might have mice. Be careful not to bite through the seed bags. Everyone, be careful. The back wall of the seed station has a hole, and there might be mice. When taking seeds, watch out so you don't tear the bags. Lin Wanji told everyone, then led the way westward. We'll take the small path to avoid the zombie groups on the main road. The small path is closer, and we might find useful supplies along the way. The ruins on both sides of the small path were denser than when they went to the cold storage. Dead vines crawled between broken walls. When the wind blew, dry leaves on the vines rustled and fell onto the blue stone slabs, like a layer of torn paper. Some windows of the abandoned houses had large holes, revealing dark interiors with scattered furniture. Some doorways were piled with old cardboard boxes covered in mold, giving off a faint musty smell. Xiaolay held Su Qing's hand, her small leather shoes making a tap-tap sound on the stones. Her eyes darted around like a curious squirrel, occasionally stopping to pick up colorful stones and put them into her cloth bag as toys for her little bear. After walking for about half an hour, Xiaolay suddenly stopped. She pointed with her small finger at a low wall not far ahead and whispered softly, "Uncle Zhao, there's a zombie over there." Everyone immediately stopped and looked in the direction Xiaolay pointed. Behind the low wall, sure enough, there was a small, thin zombie. It was wearing a blue work uniform with the cuffs and pant legs torn, revealing grayish-blue skin with some dirt on it. The zombie was crouched on the ground, chewing on an empty seed bag. The bag was red with the words corn seeds printed on it, and it was torn to pieces. The zombie made munching sounds, with bits of the bag on its mouth, moving slowly. Its skin on the arms was wrinkled like dried bark, too weak to lift its head. "Everyone stay still. I'll handle it, so it doesn't scare the others," Xiaolay said, gripping a metal rod he found in the ruins. The rod was shiny, slightly bent at the tip, perfect for hitting the back of a zombie's head. He slowly put down his cart, moving quietly like a cat. He took out a pair of work gloves from his pocket, put them on, and gripped the rod tightly. He sidestepped behind the low wall, trying not to make any noise. The zombie was still focused on chewing the seed bag, unaware of Xiaolay behind it. Xiaolay took a deep breath, raised the rod, and aimed at the zombie's head. With a loud thump, he struck it hard. The zombie twitched and then collapsed to the ground, motionless. The empty seed bag rolled far away. Xiaolay walked over, poked the zombie with the rod to make sure it was dead, then turned to the others. "It's okay now. This kind of zombie is weak and slow, but stay close. There might be more ahead." He slung the rod over his shoulder and picked up the torn seed bag. Though it was ripped, it could still hold small parts. It would be a shame to waste it. After walking for another 20 minutes, they finally saw an abandoned agricultural supplies station. The red sign that read, "Agricultural Supplies Station," was crookedly hanging on a metal pole at the door, covered in thick dust, making the words hard to read. When the wind blew, the sign squeaked loudly, like it was crying. A dead tree lay fallen in front of the door. Its trunk was as thick as a bowl, with bark peeled off, exposing the wood inside. It looked heavy and would take 2 people to move. "Xiaolay and I will lift the left side. Chinamo and Xiaolin will lift the right side. Laozhou, you direct," Suqing said, placing her canvas bag on the ground. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing old scars on her arms, marks from escaping during the early days of the apocalypse. "On the count of 3, we all push together. Be careful not to hurt your back. 1, 2, 3. Old Zhou shouted slogans, and 4 people worked together to lift the withered tree with a creaking sound. They slowly moved it to the nearby open space, revealing a half-open iron door. The door hinges were badly rusted, and a few withered yellow vines were wrapped around them. Xiaolay used an iron rod to pry the door open. With a squeak, a gap appeared, and a faint scent of seeds mixed with the smell of soil drifted out, along with a slightly damp feeling, much cooler than outside. Chun Mo immediately took a flashlight from the toolbox, turned it on, and a bright beam lit up inside. The seed station was quite large, about 30 square meters. On the left shelf, there were rows of seed bags, some of which were torn, spilling seeds onto the ground, with tiny green sprouts growing. On the right, there were plastic seedling trays and craft paper fertilizer bags, with organic fertilizer printed on them unopened. In the far corner, there was a silver-gray seed planter. It was a bit rusty, but looked mostly intact, except for the wheels, which were heavily rusted and couldn't turn. "Check the seeds first. Don't let mice eat them." Old Zhou quickly walked to the left shelf, picked up the top seed bag labeled Kirin watermelon seeds. The production date was a year before the apocalypse, with a 2-year shelf life, so it was still good. Carefully opening the bag, he poured out a few seeds into his palm. The seeds were black, plump, round, smooth, with no mold or insect damage. Old Zhou sniffed the seeds and detected a faint fresh scent, with no strange smell. "Good seeds. These will definitely sprout, even better than the ones I used to plant in the orchard." Everyone immediately divided tasks, and the inside became lively. Old Zhou and Xiaolin took charge of sorting the seeds. Old Zhou squatted in front of the shelf, carefully checking each bag's production date and expiration date, removing any expired ones. Some bags were swollen, probably spoiled. The unexpired seeds were sorted into cloth bags, 1 bag for watermelon seeds, 1 for cantaloupe and honeydew seeds, and 1 for corn seeds, 2 bags each for sweet corn and glutinous corn. They also found a few vegetable seeds, tomato, cucumber, green pepper, all still good, and packed them together. Xiaolin helped by passing the cloth bags and carefully collecting the spilled seeds, placing them into a small box. These scattered seeds might also sprout. Let's try planting them when we get back. If they grow, we can plant more. Chun Mo and Xiaolay were responsible for repairing the seed drill. Chun Mo crouched beside the seed drill, using a screwdriver to remove the cover on the wheel. Inside, the gear was indeed rusty and couldn't turn. He took a spare gear from the toolbox, gently sanded the gear shaft to remove rust, and carefully installed the spare gear, adding a little lubricant. Xiaolay helped steady the seed drill to prevent it from falling, and took out some thin iron wire from his backpack, planning to fix any loose parts. If the gear doesn't fit, we can tie it with iron wire. We'll make it work somehow. Su Qing, along with Lele, was busy tidying up seedling trays and fertilizer bags. On the right side of the ground, there was a pile of new plastic seedling trays, some with 24 cells for watermelons and melons, and some with 12 cells for corn and vegetables. They hadn't been opened yet. Lele squatted on the ground, helping Su Qing count the trays. 1, 2, 3. 20. That's enough to plant lots of watermelons. She also found some small shovels and rakes next to the trays, used for seedling work, and put them into a cloth bag. Grandpa Zhou, I can use these small shovels to dig the soil. While fixing the seed drill, Chun Mo suddenly frowned. One part of the chain is broken, and there's no spare chain in the toolbox. What should we do? He pointed to the drive chain of the seed drill. Sure enough, one link was broken, and the rest of the chain was loose and couldn't turn the mechanism. I have a way. Xiaolay took out some thick iron wire from his backpack. The wire was strong and flexible, hard to break. We can use the wire to connect the broken chain. It will work for now. When we get back, we can find a proper chain to replace it. No problem. He crouched down, aligned the broken chain with Chun Mo, and wrapped the wire tightly around it, tying a secure knot to prevent it from loosening. Chun Mo tried turning the wheel of the seed drill. The chain moved, and the seed outlet opened and closed normally. They could adjust the size, larger for corn seeds, smaller for watermelon seeds.
Done.
It can push, and the seed outlet works well. We can plant when we get back. Lele found an old rusty metal box in the corner of the seed station. The box had a small lock that was rusted shut. She ran over, squatted down, and used her little finger to try to pick the lock. When she couldn't open it, she called Su Qing for help. Mom, there's a small box here, and it seems to have something inside. Su Qing came over, and Xiaolay handed her a small screwdriver. She pried at the lock, and with a click, the lock opened. When I opened the metal box, I saw dozens of colorful flower seeds inside, red ones like coxcomb, yellow ones like sunflowers, purple ones, possibly lavender, and pink ones, probably roses. The seeds looked like tiny gems, very beautiful. Big Sister Lanji, what kind of seeds are these? Will they grow flowers? Lele asked excitedly, holding the metal box and running to Lin Lanji. A small teddy bear toy peeked out of her cloth bag, as if also curious about the seeds. These are flower seeds. Lin Lanji smiled and gently patted Lele's head. She took the box and looked at it carefully. Although there was no label, the seeds looked fresh and not moldy. We can plant them in the small flower bed outside the restaurant window. When they bloom, they will look very pretty. We can smell the flowers while eating, and the teddy bear can also enjoy the view. Lele carefully put the flower seeds into her cloth bag again, wrapping them in a handkerchief to protect them from being crushed. I want to plant them next to Teddy's window so Teddy can see the pretty flowers every day. At noon, everyone finished packing supplies, 3 bags of seeds, watermelon, melon, corn, several packets of vegetable seeds, 20 seedling trays, a repaired planting machine, 2 bags of organic fertilizer, and some small shovels and rakes. Xiaolay put the seeds, trays, and fertilizer into a cart, covering it with a waterproof cloth to prevent spills. Chun Mo pushed the planting machine behind, the wheels making a gurgling sound moving smoothly. Everyone headed back along the same path, looking for useful supplies along the way. Halfway there, Lao Zhou suddenly stopped and pointed to a bamboo grove by the roadside. There are thin bamboo poles here, perfect for building watermelon trellises. The bamboo poles in the grove were thinner than those used for fruit tree supports, about finger width, flexible, and suitable for climbing watermelon vines. Xiaolay and Chen Mo cut 10 bamboo poles, tied them with ropes, and placed them behind the cart. That's enough for 2 rows of watermelon trellises. When the watermelon seedlings grow to half a meter, we can set up the trellises so the vines can climb up, saving space. When they returned to the apartment, the sunset was already slanting west, turning the sky a soft pink. Everyone didn't rest, but immediately started planning the planting area in the yard. Lao Zhou used a small shovel to mark out 2 rectangular plots near the fruit tree fence, one larger, about 2 square meters, for watermelons, and a smaller, about 1 square meter, for melons. They left a 30-centimeter wide path between the plots for watering and fertilizing. Watermelons should be planted a bit farther apart, with half a meter between each seedling. If they are too close, the melons will be small, old Zhou said while marking the ground. Cantaloupes can be planted closer together, about 30 centimeters apart. Xiaolay and Chinemo were nearby assembling the seed planter, adjusting the size of the planting opening, set to the maximum so it could hold the watermelon seeds, black seeds, slightly smaller than corn but larger than vegetable seeds. They also attached a small rake to the back of the planter, so after planting, they could cover the seeds with soil easily, saving the effort of manual covering. This way, tomorrow when we plant, we just push it along, and it's quick and efficient, Xiaolay said, patting the planter. The wheels turned smoothly on the ground. Su Qing and Xiaolin were organizing seedling trays and preparing the soil. Su Qing brought seed-starting soil from the storage shelf in room 104, soft, breathable, suitable for seedlings. Xiaolin poured the soil into each cell of the trays, filling about 80%, then used a small shovel to smooth the surface. The soil shouldn't be too full, or water will spill out, but not too loose, or the seeds will sink, Xiaolin explained. Lele helped by passing the trays and also labeled each one with small tags she drew: watermelon seeds with watermelon stickers, cantaloupe seeds with cantaloupe stickers, to tell them apart later. Lele also scattered flower seeds into a small flower bed outside the dining room window. The bed was built with stones by Xiaolay, and the soil inside was dug from the yard, mixed with some organic fertilizer, making it very fertile. She squatted by the bed, evenly spreading the seeds one by one, then covered them with a thin layer of soil using a small shovel and watered them. The flower seeds will sprout soon and grow beautiful flowers for Little Bear to see. She also placed a small wooden sign next to the bed, with "Home of the Flower Seeds" written in colorful markers and a smiley face drawn on it. Lin Wanji took everyone to the front desk to exchange for the new supplies found today. The screen on the exchange machine was lit up, and each item scanned made a soft, beep sound. 1 bag of watermelon seeds, 40 points. 1 bag of melon seeds, 35 points. 1 bag of corn seeds, 30 points. 5 packets of vegetable seeds, 25 points each. 20 seedling trays, 50 points. 1 push seed planter, 80 points. 2 bags of organic fertilizer, 25 points each. 10 thin bamboo sticks, 10 points. 3 small shovels, 15 points. Total, 270 points, Lin Wanji said while looking at the screen and recording in the points book. These points are credited to everyone's accounts. Xiaolay found and repaired the seed planter, earning 80 points. Chen Mo repaired parts of the seed planter, earning 30 points. Old Zhou selected high-quality seeds, earning 50 points. Xiaolin organized seedling trays and scattered seeds, earning 40 points. Su Qing protected supplies and tidied seedling trays, earning 40 points. Lele found flower seeds, earning 30 points. Exactly 270 points, no waste at all. After updating the points book, Lin Wanji sat at the dining table in the restaurant and read out the point status. The warm glow of the brass chandelier shone on the book, and the handwriting was clear. 101 Su Qing. Today's cooking service. Breakfast, lunch, no dinner as she returned late. Deducted 80 times 2 is equal to 160. Material protection and organization deducted 40. Total deduction 200. minus 6 hours of rent. 46 times 6 is equal to 276. Remaining 738. 200 minus 276 is equal to minus 814? No, let's recalculate. Su Qing made breakfast in the morning, 80. Lunch was eaten on the way, not counted as service. She returned late and didn't cook dinner, so cooking service deduction is 80, plus material protection 40, total 120, minus rent 276, remaining 738. 120 minus 276 is equal to minus 894? No, the original balance was minus 738. With today's deduction of 120 and rent 276, it should be minus 738,120 minus 276 is equal to minus 894. But Su Qing's shared supplies, corn flour and dried meat, earned an extra 20 points, so total deduction is 120. 20 is equal to 140. Remaining 738. 140 minus 276 is equal to minus 874, which is 40 less than yesterday due to the extra reward. 102 Xiaolay. Today, exploration services, lifting dead trees, repairing cedars, deducted 30. 25 is equal to 55. Material exchanges, cedar 80, thin bamboo pole 10, deducted 90, totaling 145. After deducting 6 hours of rent, 37 times 6 is equal to 222. The remaining balance is minus 1,484. 145 minus 222 is equal to minus 1,561. This seems incorrect. Xiaolay exchanged gears for 20 points and received an extra reward of 15 for repairing the cedars, so total deductions are 145. 2015 is equal to 180. The new balance is minus 1,484. 180 minus 222 is equal to minus 1,526. Still seems off. Previously, the balance was minus 1,484. Today, deductions are 180, rent is 222, so the balance should be minus 1,484. 180 minus 222 is equal to minus 1,526. But Xiaolay's previous balance was minus 1,484, and today's debt increased by 42. This is wrong. Earlier calculations were mistaken. Today, Xiaolay exchanged 80 in materials and services, deducted 55, totaling 135, plus gear exchange of 20, total 155. The balance is minus 1,484. 155 minus 222 is equal to minus 1,551. Oh, earlier service deductions were underestimated. Lifting dead trees is hard work, deduct 40. Repairing cedars, deduct 30, total 70. Plus materials 80/20 is equal to 100, total deductions 170. The new balance is minus 1,484. 170 minus 222 is equal to minus 1,536, which is 52 more than yesterday. This is incorrect. The previous points calculation was wrong. Recalculating, yesterday's balance was minus 1,484. Today, through services and materials, Xiaolay gained 170 points. Deduct rent 222, so net deduction is 222 minus 170 is equal to 52. The actual balance is minus 1,484 minus 52 is equal to minus 1,536. Future material gains can offset this. 103 Chinemo. Today, repair services, repairing cedars, testing circuits, deducted 35/20 is equal to 55. Material exchange was 30, totaling 85. After deducting 6 hours of rent, 34 times 6 is equal to 204. The balance is minus 1,334.85 minus 204 is equal to minus 1,453. Chun Mo found extra parts when repairing the cedars, earning an extra 25 points, so total deductions are 85/25 is equal to 110. The new balance is minus 1,334. 110 minus 204 is equal to minus 1,428. This is 40 more than yesterday because rent deductions were higher, but future repairs to irrigation equipment can compensate for this. 105 Lao Zhou. Today, seed selection service deducted 40. Material exchange was 50, totaling 90. After deducting 6 hours of rent, 25 times 6 is equal to 150. The balance details are incomplete. Remaining balance, 680. 90 minus 150 is equal to minus 740. Old Zhou tested seed germination rates and received an extra reward of 15, so the deduction is 90. 15 is equal to 105. The new balance is minus 680,105 minus 150 is equal to minus 725, an increase of 45 from yesterday. Future seed germination can earn more points. Xiaolay. Today, organizing services, collecting seeds, preparing seedling trays, deducted 2015 is equal to 35 points. Material exchange was 40 points, totaling 75. Subtracting 6 hours of rent at 24 per hour, total rent is 144. The balance is minus 479.75 minus 144 is equal to minus 548. Xiaolay also received an extra reward of 10 points for collecting scattered seeds, so the deduction is 75. 10 is equal to 85. The new balance is minus 479.85 minus 144 is equal to minus 538, an increase of 25 from yesterday. Future cultivation of mushroom bags can make up for it. Xiaolay. Reward of 30 points for finding flower seeds. Total accumulated points are 45, with no debts. Although my debt hasn't decreased yet, we now have a seed planter and so many seeds. Chinemo looked at the points book. Although the numbers were still negative, his eyes were full of hope. Tomorrow, I'll plant watermelon seeds, grow seedlings, transplant them into the yard, and in autumn, we'll harvest melons. Not only can we eat them ourselves, but we can also exchange points. When that happens, everyone's debts will definitely be much less. Xiaolay nodded and patted the seed planter beside him. This seed planter will be ready to use tomorrow. I'll come in the morning to adjust the planting opening to make sure planting is fast and efficient. We should plant more watermelons. In summer, when it's hot, eating a chilled watermelon is the best feeling. Although dinner was simple, everyone made it together. Su Qing used the remaining corn flour to cook a pot of corn porridge. Xiaolay grilled some dried meat. Xiaolin stir-fried some greens from the fridge. Everyone sat around the dining table. The warm glow of the brass chandelier shone on the food, making it look cozy. Despite the simplicity, everyone enjoyed the meal. Xiaolay held her bowl of corn porridge, took small sips, and even shared half of her corn cake with Little Bear. Little Bear, you should try it. The corn porridge is so sweet. Old Zhou took a sip of the corn porridge and looked at the planting area in the yard, full of hope. Tomorrow, I'll teach Xiaolay how to plant watermelon seeds. First, soak them in warm water to sprout, then plant them in seedling trays. When the first 2 leaves grow, we can transplant them into the ground. We'll use the seed planter to plant corn seeds, which will save a lot of effort. The sunset sank behind the wall, tinting the window of the dining room with a soft pink. Outside the window, the flower seeds in the yard shimmered faintly under the moonlight, like a layer of tiny diamonds. The seed planter in the yard leans against the fruit tree trellis, with a little mud on its wheels, as if waiting for tomorrow's planting. The indicator light on the refrigerator glows in the idle area, and the frozen meat and vegetables inside rest quietly, ready to be turned into warm meals tomorrow. Lin Wanji leans against the doorframe of the dining room. The evening breeze carries the sweet smell of corn porridge and the fresh scent of earth, gentle like a mother's touch. Peach's voice softly echoes in her mind. Host, after collecting the seeds, the crop cultivation index has risen to 80%. I just scanned and found an abandoned irrigation station 3 kilometers to the east, with plastic water pipes, a small pump, and many faucets. Tomorrow, we can check it out. With these, watering won't require carrying buckets, saving effort, and we can water the flower seeds to help them grow faster. Lin Wanji smiles and responds silently. Okay. After planting the watermelon seeds tomorrow, we'll go east to find irrigation equipment. In Taoyuan, there will be tall fruit trees, climbing watermelons, and blooming flower beds. It will become more lively and feel more like home. The evening breeze continues passing through the dining room window, the planting area in the yard, and reaching the idle area's refrigerator. This once lonely small building is gradually transforming into the most lively and warm harbor in the apocalypse, filled with new seedlings waiting to be planted, hot meals, children's hopes, little bears' companionship, and endless dreams for the future. As the watermelon seeds are about to sprout, a new story quietly unfolds in the gentle night, awaiting summer's chilled watermelons, autumn sweet apples, and the flowers blooming all around. Early morning sunlight just crests over Building A's yard wall, like shattered warm jade, flowing along the cobblestone path into the yard, warming the planting beds. The seedling trays are neatly arranged on a wooden rack. The soil in the trays was specially sifted yesterday by Old Joe, fine as flour, mixed with some composted wheat bran, giving off a faint earthy scent. Old Joe squats beside the rack, holding a magnifying glass, found at the Ruins bookstore, with a slightly cloudy lens but still clear enough to see details. Suddenly, he exclaims with excitement, his voice trembling. It's sprouting. The watermelon seeds are sprouting. Not just one. Everyone hears the shout and rushes out of their rooms, slippers making a tap-tap sound on the corridor. Out of 20 seedling trays, half of the black watermelon seeds sprouted tiny white shoots about half a millimeter long. The delicate white sprouts peeked out from the seed coats like thin silver threads, with tips still moist from the soil. A gentle touch made them sway softly, like cotton candy. Xiaolay crouched in front of the wooden rack, leaning very close, her nose almost touching the edge of the tray, worried that her warm breath might hurt the tiny sprouts. She reached out her small finger and gently touched the longest white sprout. Its cool, soft feel made her eyes sparkle like stars. Grandpa Zhou, is this the little sprout? Will it grow longer and turn into a watermelon vine that can climb? Yes. In 3 days, it will grow 2 small leaves, like tiny spoons. Grandpa Zhou smiled, his eyes crinkling with wrinkles. He took out an old, yellowed gardening notebook from his pocket, its cover written in red ink with 2023 watermelon growing log. Inside, there was a dried watermelon leaf. He turned to the germination record page, drew a big checkmark next to white sprout rate 50%, and added a note. April 12th, white sprout length 0.5 to 0.8 millimeters. The sprout is full. Move to a shaded area, spray with water twice daily, avoid direct sunlight. He then took a small trowel from his pocket and gently loosened the thin layer of soil at the tray's edge. The roots are starting to grow. Be careful not to break them. Su Qing carried a porcelain basin with a small daisy pattern, filled with cooled water. Tiny salt grains floated on the surface. She had measured them carefully in the kitchen scale earlier, mixing 5 grams of salt into 1 liter of water. She also held a light blue spray bottle with a fine nozzle, capable of spraying a fine mist. I made some light salt water. Su Qing crouched down to show Xiaolay how to spray. The salt water can kill tiny worms in the soil. I tried it when planting greens. After spraying, the sprouts grow stronger and are less likely to rot. Xiaolay, do you want to help? Yes. I will be gentle. Xiaolay immediately took the spray bottle, gripping the handle with her small fingers. She imitated Su Qing, gently pressing the nozzle against the soil surface of the tray. Tiny water droplets fell around the white sprouts, like a layer of tiny diamonds, without splashing dirt. After spraying each tray, she would use her finger to check the soil's moisture, making sure it was just right. Mom, does this mean there won't be any little bugs biting the sprouts? I want to spray every tray so they all grow tall. Qingsu smiled and nodded, helping her adjust the spray bottle's angle. Yes, move it a bit to the left, don't spray the tips of the buds. Xiaolay is really a great helper. Xiaolay and Chinemo were nearby adjusting the seed planter, preparing to sow corn seeds. Xiaolay pushed the silver-gray planter along the furrow in the planting area. The wheels rolled over the white string he had tied with a rope, making a soft, creak sound. The golden corn seeds fell evenly from the planting opening, each landing beside the white line, spaced exactly 10 centimeters apart, marked yesterday with a ruler. The planting amount we set yesterday is just right. Xiaolay stopped and crouched next to the furrow to count the seeds. 10 seeds per meter, not too many or too few. No need to thin out seedlings after sprouting, which saves a lot of trouble. Chenemo followed behind, holding a small rake made from an old metal sheet, the edge smoothed with sandpaper, so it wouldn't hurt. He gently scraped the soil along the furrow, covering the seeds with about 1 centimeter of soil. The soil shouldn't be too thick, or the sprouts can't come out. It also shouldn't be too thin, or birds might peck at it. This thickness is just right. In 3 days, the seedlings will sprout. He also placed a small wooden sign at the end of the furrow, with corn planting area, April 12th, written on it in Laylay's colorful marker. The writing was crooked, but very eye-catching. Lin Wanji leaned against the fence of the planting area, watching the busy scene in front of her. Suddenly, she remembered the crop cultivation task from the exchange device. She had been told earlier that completing seed collection would reward her. She quickly took out the exchange device, and as her fingertips touched the screen, a light blue task window popped up with a slight vibration, shining on her face with excitement. Side quest. Crop cultivation. Stage 1. Task requirements. 1. Watermelon seeds sprouting with white tips. Completed. 50% sprouting rate. Seedling growth normal. 2. Corn seed sown. Completed. 100 seeds. Evenly spaced. 3. Flower seeds scattered. Completed. Covering 80% of the flower bed area. Reward. 150 points. Automatically added to the points pool. 2. A bottle of specialized seedling nutrient solution. 200 milliliters, containing nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium at 0.5:1:0.5, with added amino acids to promote cotyledon expansion. 3. 2 small watering cans, made of plastic, capacity 500 milliliters with fine nozzles, compatible with seedling trays. Task instructions. Nutrient solution must be diluted 100 times before use, once a week. Watering cans help prevent water flow from damaging young seedlings and improve survival rates. This made Xiaolay stop the seeding machine. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing red marks on his arm, caused by lifting water buckets earlier. Exactly. I just carried 5 buckets of water to water the corn rows, and half a bucket leaked at the bottom, spilling on my pants. My arm still feels sore. If we had proper irrigation equipment, we could just connect a water pipe and save a lot of effort without running back and forth. Suqing also put down her spray bottle and wiped sweat from her forehead. The seedling trays need watering every day. After spraying 20 trays with the small sprayer, my wrist is sore. If we had a water pump, we could connect a thin water pipe with a small nozzle, and it would be done in no time. Plus, we could water the flowers in the flower bed at the same time. 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Wanji immediately checked the irrigation station scan information. The 3D map on the screen clearly showed the location. The abandoned East River irrigation station 3 kilometers east. Tao Tao just scanned it. Inside, there are black plastic pipes and 2 small water pumps. The motor belt of the pumps might be broken, but Chenmo has a spare belt, the bicycle belt left over from fixing the cedar last time, which should work. After deciding, everyone quickly divided tasks. Old Zhou and Xiaolin stayed in the apartment to care for the seedling trays. Old Zhou was responsible for diluting the nutrient solution and fertilizing the watermelon sprouts. Xiaolin used the remaining dilute salt water to water the flower seeds in the flower bed and occasionally checked the moisture of the corn rows. If it was low, she would add more water. "Don't worry and go ahead," Old Zhou said, placing the nutrient bottle into a canvas bag. "I will spray fertilizer on time to help the young sprouts grow strong. When you return, you'll see the cotyledons." Xiaolay, Chenemo, Suqing, Laylay, and Lin Wanji set out with supplies. Xiaolay carried a metal rod with a spare belt, tied with a rope to the rod, and an empty cloth bag to hold water pipes. Chenemo carried a dark green toolbox with a multimeter, screwdrivers, some electrical tape, and a small wrench, in case he needed to fix the water pump. Su Qing's canvas bag held the corn pancakes she made in the morning, wrapped in oil paper and still warm, a few wild dates she found in the ruins yesterday, very sweet, and 2 bottles of mint water. Xiaolay carried her pink cloth bag, which had a small teddy bear toy and a tiny metal box with flower seeds she found yesterday. She said, "I want the teddy bear to see what the irrigation station looks like." The ruins on the way were smoother than when they went to the seed station. Wild grass grew out of the cracks in the concrete, blooming small white flowers that swayed in the wind. Xiaolay often stopped to pick a flower and pin it on the teddy bear's ear. She also picked colorful small stones and put them in her cloth bag. "Teddy bear, do you like this flower? I want to plant it in the flower bed with the seeds." Su Qing held Laylay's hand and walked slowly behind her, telling her stories about planting watermelons before. Mom used to plant watermelons with Grandma back home. When they ripen, they have red flesh. If you sprinkle some sugar on them, they're so sweet they juice out, even better than candy. Laylay's eyes lit up. She leaned her small head on Su Qing's arm. "Will the watermelons we grow be that sweet when they're ready? I want to save the biggest one for Teddy Bear, Grandpa Zhou, and Uncle Zhao." After about 40 minutes of walking, Xiaolay suddenly pointed ahead with excitement in her voice. "Sister Wanji, look. There's a small blue house. Is that the irrigation station?" Everyone looked in the direction she pointed. In the middle of the ruins in the distance, there was indeed a small blue house. The paint on the walls was peeling, but it was still visible. A rusty metal sign hung at the door, with the words Dongha Irrigation Station, though the writing was a bit blurry. Next to the house, there were several rolls of black plastic water pipes, neatly coiled and seemingly intact, with no obvious damage. "This must be it." Xiaolay clenched his metal rod and slowed down. "Everyone be careful. There might be zombies at the door. I'll go check first." He hunched over and slowly approached the irrigation station. Just 10 meters from the door, he saw a zombie dressed in a dark blue raincoat lying on the ground, clutching a black water pipe. The pipe was cracked, and the water inside had long dried up. The zombie moved very slowly, occasionally lifting its head, but it looked confused and was just swinging its head around randomly. "I'll go around the back. Don't let it see me," Xiaolay whispered softly as he moved quietly behind the zombie, gripping his iron rod tighter. When the zombie lifted its head, Xiaolay suddenly struck it on the back of the head with his rod. There was a dull thud, and the zombie didn't even grunt. It just collapsed to the ground with a loud splash as its raincoat fell apart, and it stopped moving. Xiaolay walked over, poked the zombie's body with his rod to check if it was still alive, then waved to everyone. "It's okay now, come in." Inside the irrigation station, a damp smell of rust hit him, cooler than outside. On the left shelf, there were various water pipe fittings and valves, some made of plastic, some of metal, some still in boxes and unopened. In the corner on the right, there were 2 silver water pumps covered in dust but intact, with no obvious damage. Chun Mo immediately put down his toolbox, took out a multimeter, and first found the main switch of the irrigation station, a black circuit breaker with its indicator light off. Carefully, he connected the multimeter probes to the switch's output terminals, then slowly flipped the switch back on. After a few seconds, the multimeter screen lit up, showing 220V for 0.5 A with a steady current and no fluctuations. "The circuit isn't broken," Chun Mo sighed in relief. He squatted next to the water pump, unscrewed the motor cover with a screwdriver, and found the belt inside was indeed broken into 2 pieces, rusty and stained with oil. "It's just the motor belt. We need to replace it." Luckily, the spare belt we brought fits perfectly. Xiaolay quickly handed over the spare belt and also gave him a clean cloth. "Wipe off the dust on your hands so you don't get dirt inside the motor and affect its operation." Chun Mo took the belt, wiped the oil and dirt off the motor shaft with a cloth, then fitted the spare belt. It was taken from an old bicycle, just the right width and length. He turned the motor shaft, and the belt moved smoothly, without jamming. "Done." Chun Mo pressed the switch on the water pump, and the motor hummed to life, running smoothly without any noise. He opened the water pump's outlet valve, and a stream of clear water flowed out evenly with just the right force. "It works. This pump doesn't have much power, but it can be powered by the apartment's generator without tripping the circuit breaker. Su Qing and Lei were nearby, tidying up the hoses and connectors. Su Qing walked over to the pile of hoses, squatted down, and pinched one. It was made of thick plastic, firm to the touch, not easy to, and quite flexible. She unrolled the hose and measured its length. This roll is 50 meters long, enough to circle the planting area, plus 5 meters for the spray heads at the seedling trays. It's just right, no need for extra hoses. She also found 4 plastic connectors, all T-shaped. One connects to the water pump, one goes to the planting area, one to the seedling trays, and one is spare in case a connector breaks. Lei squatted under the shelf, rummaging inside. Suddenly, she touched something cold, an old rusty small metal box with a tiny copper lock, which was stuck shut. "Mom, there's a small box here." Lei held up the box and showed Su Qing. "It looks like there's something inside." "Is it a small sprinkler?" Su Qing walked over and used a tiny screwdriver. Xiaolay handed her to pry open the copper lock. With a click, the lock opened. Inside, she found about a dozen white plastic nozzles, each with many tiny holes, resembling small lotus heads. "It really is a small sprinkler." Su Qing picked one up and looked at it in the light. "This nozzle sprays water in a mist, perfect for watering the seedlings without damaging the young shoots. It's much better than a small watering can." Lei happily packed the nozzles into a cloth bag, counting them. 1, 2, 3, 15. That's enough to water all the seedling trays. "I'll wipe them clean so they can be used tomorrow." By noon, everyone had packed up the irrigation equipment, 1 working water pump, 50 meters of plastic hose, 4 T-shaped connectors, 15 nozzles, and a few spare valves. Xiaolay carried the pump on his shoulder, Chen Mo carried the toolbox, and he also held the hose. Su Qing led Lei, who was holding the metal box with the nozzles. They all headed back to the apartment along the same path. When they returned, the sun was high in the sky. The old Zhou had moved the seedling trays into the shade of the trees. The tips of the watermelon sprouts had grown a little taller and looked healthier. Xiaolay and Chen Mo immediately started installing the water pump. They placed the pump next to the water well in the yard, which had a flat blue stone slab beside it to keep the pump steady. Chen Mo first connected one end of the water pipe to the pump's outlet, sealing the joint with tape to prevent leaks. The other end split into 2 parts. One connected to a large spray nozzle aimed at the planting trench, and the other connected to a fine spray nozzle aimed at the seedling rack. They also installed a small valve on the pipe to control the water flow. "Let's try it." Old Zhou pressed the switch on the pump. Water flowed out loudly, and the large spray nozzle sprayed a steady stream of water, just enough to wet the entire trench. The fine spray nozzle produced a gentle mist, like rain, falling softly on the soil without splashing mud. "This is so convenient." Old Zhou smiled with his eyes squinting. "We won't need to carry buckets or use spray bottles anymore. Just press a switch, and it's done." "It saves a lot of trouble." Lei ran over, standing on her tiptoes to touch the spray nozzle. Su Qing quickly stopped her. "Be careful. Don't touch the pipe, or you'll get wet. Tomorrow, we'll use this nozzle to water Xiaolay." Okay, Lei nodded, staring at the mist with her small eyes. The mist looks like tiny snowflakes. "It's so pretty." Lin Wenji took advantage of everyone's happiness and went with old Zhou and Xiaolin to the front desk to exchange the newly found supplies. She opened the exchange device and scanned the items. Small water pump times 1, 100 points. Thick plastic pipe 50 meters times 1, 50 points. T-shaped pipe connector times 4, 20 points. Fine spray nozzles for seedlings times 15, 30 points. Total, 200 points. She recorded this in her points book and then distributed the points to everyone's accounts. Xiaolay carried equipment and handled zombies. Working the hardest earns 30 points. Chen Mo repaired the pump and wired the circuit, earns 50 points. Su Qing picked out the pipes and sorted the connectors, earns 40 points. Lei found the spray nozzles, earns 30 points. Old Zhou and Xiaolin stayed in the apartment to care for the seedlings, each earning 30 points. That's exactly 200 points, no waste at all. After updating the points book, Lin Wanji sat at the wooden dining table in the restaurant and read out the point summary. The warm glow of the brass chandelier shone on the book, and the handwriting was clear. Points pool, 1750, previous balance, 200, today's exchange, equals 1950, 101 Su Qing. Today's cooking service, breakfast, dinner, lunch with dry food, deducts 80 times 2 is equal to 160. Fixing water pipe joints deducts 40. Extra reward for bringing dry food is 20. Shared supplies. Total 220. Deduct 6 hours of rent at 46 per hour. Total 276. Remaining balance. Minus 874,220 minus 276 is equal to minus 930. Decreased by 44 from yesterday. Debt further reduced. 102 Xiaolay. Planting corn deducts 40. Carrying irrigation equipment and handling zombies deducts 30. 15 is equal to 45. Exchanging supplies deducts 30. Total 115. Deduct 6 hours of rent at 37 per hour. Total 222. Remaining balance. Minus 1,536 115 minus 222 is equal to minus 1,643. But Xiaolay found an extra valve while repairing the planter, earning an extra 15, so total deduction is 115. 15 is equal to 130. Remaining balance. Minus 1,536 130 minus 222 is equal to minus 1,628. 32 less than yesterday. Debt reduction steady. 103 Chinemo. Repairing the water pump deducts 50. Fixing water pipe circuits deducts 25. Exchanging supplies deducts 50. Total 125. Deduct 6 hours of rent at 34 per hour. Total 204. Remaining balance. Minus 1,428 125 minus 204 is equal to minus 1,507. 25 less than yesterday. Due to better belt replacement technique, extra reward of 10. Actual deduction 135. Final balance. Minus 1,428 135 minus 204 is equal to minus 1,497, decreased by 35. 105 Old Zhou. Seedling guidance and spraying nutrients deducts 40. 25 is equal to 65. Exchanging supplies deducts 30. Total 95. Deduct 6 hours of rent at 25 per hour. Total 150. Remaining balance. Minus 725.95 minus 150 is equal to minus 780. 15 less than yesterday. More seedling deductions possible later. 104 Shaolin. Watering flowers and checking corn rows deducts 20. 15 is equal to 35. Exchanging supplies deducts 30. Total 65. Deduct 6 hours of rent at 24 per hour. Total 144. Remaining balance. Minus 538.65 minus 144 is equal to minus 617. 10 less than yesterday. Further deductions possible after mushroom collection. Lele. Found a seedling spray head reward of 30. Total points 75. No debt. My debt is 35 less. Chinemo looked at his points balance in the notebook. Although it was still negative, it was much better than yesterday. He smiled and said, "Next time I go to the fertilizer factory, I will repair more equipment and find some parts to exchange for points. I want to pay off my debt as soon as possible." Xiaolay also came over to look and patted Chinemo on the shoulder. "I've also used 32 points. Once the corn sprouts and the watermelon vines grow on the trellis, our points will increase. Then, everyone won't owe any points." At dinner, the brass chandelier in the dining room cast a warm yellow light. On the table were several dishes made by Su Qing: stir-fried frozen meat with green peppers. The meat was sliced from the frozen section, and the green peppers were from our garden, crispy and tasty. Steamed sweet potatoes dug from the backyard, so sweet it dripped with sugar, and corn porridge, made from leftover cornmeal in the morning, with some wild dates added for extra sweetness. Everyone sat around the table. Lele sat in her small bear-shaped chair, holding a light blue ceramic bowl, sipping corn porridge. She even shared half of her sweet potato with her plush bear. "Little bear, you should eat too." The sweet potato is so sweet. Old Joe took a sip of corn porridge and looked out the window at the seedling trays, full of hope. In 3 days, the watermelon seedlings will sprout their first leaves. Then we can transplant them into the ground. The corn seeds should also sprout soon. After that, just watering and fertilizing will help them grow faster. When summer comes, we can sit in the yard eating watermelon and enjoying the evening breeze. It will be so relaxing. Su Qing smiled and gave Lele a piece of frozen meat. When the watermelon is ripe, I'll make watermelon juice for you. Keep it in the fridge to chill. It's even more refreshing than mint water. The sunset slowly sank behind the courtyard wall, turning the sky a soft pink. The irrigation pipe was still dripping gently, water droplets falling on the blue stone slabs, leaving small damp spots. The watermelon seedlings in the seedling trays glowed faintly green under the light, like scattered pieces of jade. The corn rows in the yard were soaked and ready for planting. The indicator light in the cold storage was on, and the vegetables and frozen meat inside lay quietly, waiting to be cooked into warm meals tomorrow. Lin Wanji leaned against the doorframe of the dining room. The evening breeze carried the sweet smell of corn porridge and the fresh scent of earth, gentle like a mother's touch. Tao Tao's voice softly echoed in her mind. Host, after the irrigation system was installed, the crop cultivation index has risen to 90%. Just now, I scanned and found an abandoned fertilizer factory 4 kilometers to the south. Inside, there are many organic and compound fertilizers, as well as well-rotted sheep manure. These are better than regular organic fertilizers and can be used as base fertilizer for corn or as top dressing for watermelon vines, helping them grow faster and produce larger fruits. Lin Wanji smiled silently and thought, "Great. When the watermelon seedlings grow their first true leaves, we'll go to the fertilizer factory. We'll bring tools and sacks to carry more fertilizer back so the crops in Taoyuan can grow strong. In summer, we'll enjoy sweet watermelons. In autumn, sticky corn. In winter, mushrooms and frozen meat. Life will become more hopeful." The evening breeze continued to, passing through the restaurant window, the planting area in the yard, and reaching the cold storage in the idle zone. This once lonely small building is gradually becoming the most lively and warm harbor in the post-apocalyptic world, full of hope for growth, handy tools, warm meals, children's expectations, little bears' companionship, and endless dreams for the future. As the fertilizer factory calls, new stories quietly unfold in the gentle night, waiting for summer's chilled watermelons, autumn's golden corn, and blooming flowers all around.